Chapter 451. The Eternal Analyst has fully analyzed the regulations for the management of the new human subordinate civilizations. The 5-star system selected now will serve as the permanent basis of their civilization. Unless they are reduced due to natural factors, these 5-star systems will be their permanent areas. Generally speaking, the master new human will not allow subordinate civilizations to expand at will. Even if the population increases explosively, the new human will not agree to increase the base. So their current choice is crucial. Once they choose a bad area, they cannot apply for a change. For this matter, the 3 eternal observers had to choose carefully and select the better star systems as soon as possible. After discussing for most of the day, the 3 finally selected 5-star systems. These 5-star systems are connected together, the distance is moderate, and the celestial conditions are relatively stable. We will choose these 5-star systems. The Eternal Decision Maker made the final decision. Agree. The Eternal Analyst agreed. At this time, the Eternal Analyst abandoned the previous huge planet body and became an ordinary silicon-based person. After submitting the selected star systems, the users of the 5-star systems were soon changed to observer civilization, and the ownership of the star systems belonged to the new humans. In other words, the entire light crystal universe belonged to the new humans, and the observers only obtained the right to use it for a certain period of time. There were several ordinary intermediate civilization spaceships parked at the port of the cultivation star. The Eternal Observers obtained one of them. After verifying their identities, the staff handed the spaceship over to them. At this point, the new humans have done their best for the seeds of these intermediate civilizations. The next step is for them to go to the 5-star systems and build their own planets. As long as they do not violate the relevant regulations of the new humans, even if they self-destruct in their own star systems, the new humans will not pay attention to them. The Eternal Decision Maker boarded the spaceship and found that the spaceship could only accommodate 50,000 people, so some people had to stay on the cultivation star for the time being. The wormhole was opened and the spaceship jumped into the starry sky. We're here. Let's start building a new observer civilization. The Eternal Decision Maker ordered again. You are responsible for the spaceship and transport the remaining personnel here. No problem. The Eternal Observer took control of the spaceship and returned to cultivate the star people. The Eternal Analyst and the Eternal Decision Maker were preparing to build a new observer civilization on one of the Earth-like planets. For the observer, which is an old intermediate civilization, even if there are only more than 1 million people left, it is still quite easy to recover. With the division of labor and cooperation, they quickly used biological robots to build a base. We need to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the universe rules of the light crystal universe and adjust the technology. Well, I leave this to you. On the other side, the Eternal Observer, who was transporting people back, saw a large number of intermediate civilizations in this universe on the cultivation star. He couldn't help but sigh that the new human civilization made a lot of money this time, almost swallowing up most of the scientific and technological achievements of the intermediate civilizations in this universe. I believe that it won't be long before the new human civilization will go a step further and become a truly advanced civilization. The Eternal Observer has a very complicated feeling about the new humans becoming stronger. Because the new humans are getting stronger, they, the observers, will never be able to get away, but from another perspective, the stronger the new humans are, the higher their security will be. It can only be said that this is a very contradictory psychological effect. Suddenly, not far away, a burly little giant came over here. The little giant saw the Eternal Observer and greeted him. Long time no see. Fan Hao, you guys come here too. The Eternal Observer replied with brain waves. There is no other way. We can't just watch civilization destroyed. In this light crystal universe, at least we don't have to worry. The little giant Fan Hao said with a smile. The Eternal Observer did not comment. This peaceful cosmic environment was not a good environment for civilizations, like them, who were struggling in this universe. Born in adversity, died in comfort. The Eternal Observer also understood that in the peaceful environment of the light crystal universe, they might lose the motivation for development. But in the current situation, being able to survive is already a blessing in disguise. If you continue to talk nonsense here, you may be kicked back to this universe by the new humans. For this matter, everyone has their own opinions. The two discussed for a while, and the personnel of the observer civilization had already boarded the spacecraft. The Eternal Observer could only say goodbye and command the spacecraft to return to the civilization base. After several months of development, the new observer civilization began to recover a little vitality in the light crystal universe. Standing on the open ground, the natural satellite of the observer star was transformed into the core brain planet of the Eternal Analyst. What are you thinking about? The Eternal Observer appeared behind him. I'm wondering why the new humans can advance from a primary civilization to an advanced civilization in such a short time. The Eternal Decision Maker said distressfully. The Eternal Analyst, who was projected over, was also very distressed. I analyzed all the public information of the new humans at present, and found that the development of this civilization does not conform to the process of conventional civilization at all. If it follows the development of conventional civilization, it will take at least hundreds of millions of years to reach this level. What a terrifying and respectable civilization! The Eternal Decision Maker exclaimed. I wonder what the situation is like in this universe. The Eternal Observer was obviously suffering from occupational illness again. From the situation we left, it is estimated that 400 years later, the universe will explode into a cosmic rift, and the space cracks will be difficult to resist even the Zero Shield. The Eternal Analyst understands the situation in this universe. The Eternal Observer said with some uneasiness, I hope it will not affect the light crystal universe. For this situation, they can only leave it to fate, and hope that the new humans can help. Suddenly they received an invitation letter, asking them to go to the 9-star zone of the new humans in 3 months to participate in the 6th Light Crystal Universe Summit. This is a meeting of all affiliated civilizations that will be held every 20 years since the new humans rule the Light Crystal Universe. This year just happens to be the end of the 20-year deadline. How about this Universe Summit? The Eternal Analyst analyzed some information and immediately became interested in this summit. I heard that at the Universe Summit, you can trade and communicate. Maybe there will be something we need. Well, since we have to go anyway, we might as well take the opportunity to exchange some technology. The Eternal Decision Maker said. As the invitation letter of the new humans was sent out, the subordinate civilizations of the entire Light Crystal Universe became active. For many primary civilizations, the Cosmic Summit is not only a place for communication, but also a very important opportunity. If you encounter something that an intermediate civilization needs, you can exchange it for some good things, such as life-extending technology, wormhole spacecraft technology, etc. Of course, generally intermediate civilizations will not casually sell these things, because this is an unspoken rule, and they usually will not sell intermediate technology to primary civilizations. Chapter 452. Light Crystal Universe, New Human Direct Administration, 8-star region. Spaceships of various styles either jumped out of the wormhole or slowly docked in the spaceport. Due to the peaceful environment of the Light Crystal Universe, many spaceships are not equipped with weapons, and even artistic spaceships with gorgeous decorations have appeared. The environment will indeed change the survival mode of many civilizations. After all, the Light Crystal Universe is dominated by the new humans, and other civilizations are subordinate, so these guys are now quite salted fish. The Eternal Observer came down from the spacecraft. The civilization that accepted the invitation could bring no more than 100 people, so the Observer's civilization brought dozens of people. As for the Eternal Analyst and the Eternal Decision Maker, one was too big and the other needed to preside over the work at the base camp, so he had to come to participate in the Universe Summit. At the spaceport, the strange-looking cosmic people communicated in Chinese. As the new humans were the masters of the Light Crystal Universe, Chinese naturally became the common language of the Light Crystal Universe. The civilizations coming from this universe are all intermediate civilizations, which are obviously much stronger than the local civilizations of the Light Crystal Universe. Out of the idea of grouping together for warmth, the 4 native civilizations of the Light Crystal Universe, the Carbon-based Alliance, the Sulfur-based Alliance, the Sanguine Empire, and the Blue Galaxy, had to unite together. Among the intermediate civilizations coming from this universe, there are also several factions. The old intermediate civilization such as the Observer civilization naturally has its own faction. The planet where the Cosmic Summit was held is called Everest Star. At this time, the meeting has not yet been held, and the Eternal Observer came here in advance. Taking a short passenger ship from the spaceport, they entered the interior of Everest, a typical artificial ecological planet. There are only a few cities inside the planet, including the Grand Conference City where meetings are held, the transportation hub city Jianmu City, and the leisure and entertainment city Floating Cloud City. The passenger ship passed through the thick atmosphere and docked at the spaceport in Jianmu City. The Eternal Observer led his subordinates to the Grand Conference City. Sir, do you need any specialties? A sly-looking rat man handed him a small card. With a calm look, he looked at the small card, which was an anonymous virtual display, and asked, "What specialties are there?" The rat man was immediately delighted and quickly introduced. "Sir, this is the data of 1.77 million life planets collected by our civilization. There are all kinds of life, and even rare dark matter chimera creatures." "Only these?" Somewhat disappointed. The rat man's dark eyes turned, and he whispered, "Actually there are some, but..." Seeing the rat man's hesitation, he knew that he wanted to benefit from it, so he said lightly, "If there is something I am interested in, we can exchange some technology." The rat man immediately showed joy on his face, and then whispered, "There is a very strange mineral on a planet called Gongmu. This mineral can combine with life forms, and promote the evolution of life forms." "Promote evolution? What is the value of this thing?" Very disappointed. "No, sir, the evolution of this mineral is actually attached to the body, and it can bypass the thing." The cunning eyes of the rat man seemed to hint at something. That thing? Could it be? His face changed slightly, and it was obvious that he had guessed something. But did this thing really exist? "Is there a real thing?" he asked. "This?" Seeing the rat man, who was not willing to give up until he saw the rabbit, he promised, "If the thing is real, I can give him a special material formula for intermediate civilization." Deal? After that, the rat man handed him a fist-sized sphere, and then left a message, "If you are interested, you can find me directly according to the instructions on the card. My name is Ban." After saying that, the rat man put on his gray robe, turned around and left, and went into the alley in a moment. He took the sphere in his hand, looked at the bizarre city, and the disappearing back of the rat man made him think. However, this matter also made him alert. After all, the light crystal universe is the private land of the new humans. If it is discovered by the new humans, the consequences are not something they can bear. After entering the Grand Conference City, he arranged a lot of subordinates to secretly observe the civilization delegations participating in the meeting, especially those native civilizations of the light crystal universe. But the trace of the rat man was never found again, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was always in the login state on the small card, he would have suspected that the other party was invited to have tea. Regarding this matter, the base camp was informed, and both of them decided to keep it secret and wait and see. If they could fish in troubled waters, the observer would never miss the opportunity, provided that they would not be discovered by the new humans. Deep underground in the Grand Conference City, a team of the Ghost Service is secretly stationed here. The team leader is a rare blonde middle-aged man. He is meticulously looking through some intelligence. The Ghost Service has not completely left the subordinate civilizations alone. "What's the matter with this rat man?" The Ghost Agent, who is responsible for tracking this matter, hurriedly reported. "It is a wandering civilization that specializes in selling life gene resources. No abnormalities have been found for the time being." The blonde team leader carefully asked. He has contacted the Wild Wolf Civilization, Observer, and the Youngling Federation delegation. What did they talk about? "It is a special mineral that can promote the evolution of life. Here are the detailed information." After saying that, the Ghost Agent pulled out a piece of information. The blonde team leader looked at the information, and found no problem. It was obvious that the Ghost Service did not pay attention to the real information of that mineral. After all, there are many primary civilizations in Everest that sell technology, genes, and special products. The Ghost Service monitors thousands of related data every day. Unless these primary civilizations sell contraband, the new humans will not pay too much attention to them. It's just that in some dark corners, unpredictable shadows are brewing unknown secrets. After more than half a month, the date of the 6th Universe Summit finally arrived as scheduled. There are 4 intermediate civilizations in the Guangjing universe, 143 intermediate civilizations in this universe, and 576 sub-intermediate civilizations in the Guangjing universe. As for those primary civilizations, they are not qualified to enter the conference hall at all. There are many new faces in this conference. I hope everyone can live in peace. Let's move on to the first topic. The host of the New Human Conference spoke on the stage. And those subordinate civilizations were nervously recording the content of the meeting. The new humans would not ask for the opinions of subordinate civilizations on many things, so once the policy changes, they must adapt. In addition to launching new regulations for the management of subordinate civilizations, this cosmic summit will upgrade the sub-intermediate civilizations of more than a dozen light crystal universes to true intermediate civilizations. Another thing is to prohibit intermediate civilizations from developing vacuum decay bombs and soul annihilation bombs, and then establish a technology reporting system. The technology developed by the subordinate civilization must not be kept privately, but must be shared unconditionally with the master new human, who will reward the subordinate civilization based on the performance of the technology. If it is found that the technology is kept privately, the consequence is that it will be completely eliminated by the new human. Chapter 453. The Cosmic Summit lasted for 7 days, and the Eternal Observer had been suppressing his restlessness. After all, he was an antique that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, he could suppress his inner restlessness and participated in the entire process of the summit from beginning to end with a group of affiliated civilizations. After the summit ended, he did not leave immediately, but wandered around Everest for 2 days with his small group members, and then took a spaceship back to the Observer Civilization. Observer Civilization. Due to the newly promulgated regulations on the management of science and technology of subordinate civilizations, a new human zero detector is openly monitoring the Observer Civilization. For this matter, the Observer Civilization has no power to resist, and can only accept this helpless and humiliating fact. Deep underground of the Great Observer Star, near the core of the Earth, there is a scientific research base secretly built by the Observer Civilization. At this time, the sphere brought back by the Eternal Observer is being decomposed here. After the outer shell of the sphere is decomposed, a dark green crystal is exposed. The Eternal Analyst operated the equipment to scan the inside and outside of the ore. Highly condensed dark matter chimera, light crystal structure, rich in energy and activity. Paralyze an experimental creature, and then insert the dark green crystal directly into the forehead of the experimental creature according to the method used by the rat man. As the dark green crystal came into contact with the forehead of the experimental creature, the dark green crystal began to change. The monitoring data of the Eternal Analyst can clearly see the drastic changes inside the experimental creature. This change is not a genetic mutation, but a replication. Roar, roar. The experimental subject was a silicon-based beast, and it roared like crazy. Then a dark green pupa began to appear on its back. The Eternal Analyst immediately injected silicon-based nutrients into the experimental subject, allowing the experimental subject to fully replenish itself. Soon the pupa grew larger and larger. After 3 days, the pupa had become almost the same size as the experimental subject, and then it burst open, revealing a silicon-based beast that looked exactly like the experimental subject. The Eternal Analyst was surprised by this result, because the gene lock he set in the gene of the experimental subject was not copied. What surprised him even more was that the alarm system on the gene lock was not activated, which meant that the replica could get rid of the gene lock. Then he observed the soul lock and found the same situation, which means that the effect of the dark green crystal can remove part of the genes and soul ball chain without triggering the alarm. The Eternal Analyst began to carefully analyze and study the hidden phenomenon, and soon he discovered why the dark green crystal could avoid the gene lock and soul lock. Because the replication of the dark green crystal does not need to be cultivated from the original sample like cloning technology. Instead, it is directly attached to the gene chain and soul ball chain, and the genes and soul are copied by mirroring. In this way, the replica and the original body are not in direct contact, and the gene lock and soul lock can be naturally blocked. This shielding effect requires external manipulation, and you can choose to shield those genes and souls. However, the Eternal Analyst is a little unsure about the existence of replicas. After all, not everyone can accept replicas. He immediately found the Eternal Decision Maker, hoping that the other party could come up with a reasonable arrangement, and at the same time let the Eternal Observer buy more mirror crystals. After reading the research report of the Eternal Analyst, the Eternal Decision Maker's face suddenly became solemn. Judging from the effect of the mirror crystal, this thing can indeed bypass the gene lock and soul lock. However, as the new humans who dominate the light crystal universe, they are definitely not vegetarians. Once this matter is discovered by the new humans, it will be a disaster for the Observer Civilization. Danger and opportunity coexist. If it is in this universe now, the Observer will use the mirror crystal without hesitation to escape the control of the new humans. But now they are in the light crystal universe, a universe completely dominated by the new humans. The observers do not know the trump cards of the new humans. If they take a wrong step, it will be a dead end with no way out. If we use mirror crystals, what is the probability of being discovered? 100%, it's just a matter of time. Using it on a small scale may delay it for a while, but don't forget the annual technology screening of the new humans. Unless we don't use it, it will be exposed sooner or later. The Eternal Analyst stated the result directly. The Eternal Decision Maker was calculating, and suddenly he asked the projection of the Eternal Observer, "Is there any information about the Black Spot country?" Yes, after they contacted me, I asked someone to focus on investigating the relevant situation of this civilization. The Eternal Observer shared a file with the two of them. The Eternal Analyst, who combined with the Guangjing Universe database, soon found some problems. In the 269th year of the new era, the Black Spot U Kingdom was chased by the Hailu Empire fleet, and was forced to abandon its mother planet, and flee to the carbon-based alliance control area. The Eternal Analyst felt that there were many problems with this period of history, but at that time, This civilization had been law-abiding after accepting the gene lock and soul lock. Now it seems that the origin of the other party is worth exploring, especially after the incident in this universe. A revived Nibelung civilization can severely damage this universe. If the Black Spot traveling country is also in a similar situation, the Observer civilization does not want to experience the despair of this universe again. Last time, the light crystal universe with new humans could be used as a refuge, but next time we won't be so lucky. The Eternal Analyst shared his analysis results with. After a moment, the Eternal Decision Maker made a decision. While you acquire the mirror crystals, you collect information about the Black Spot traveling country. No problem. You should analyze the mirror crystals with all your strength to see if they can be synthesized artificially. Also, analyze the intelligence you have collected. We will contact you at any time. Okay. The Observer civilization took action. At the same time, among the other 3 intermediate civilizations that obtained the mirror crystals, the Wild Wolf civilization vigorously purchased the mirror crystals while trying to synthesize them artificially, and chose to conceal the monitoring of the new humans. The other 2 civilizations also had their own ulterior motives. At the edge of the Great Tail Hollow zone of the light crystal universe, a spaceship suddenly passed through the wormhole. The all-black paint of the spaceship seemed to blend into the background of the universe. Soon after, another warship appeared nearby. It was a warship of the Observer civilization. After a while of communication through radio waves, the black spaceship was opened and left through the wormhole. The Eternal Observer, who came through the substitute robot, silently observed the Black Spot spaceship that was leaving. Eternal has found the cargo on that planet. Return. Yes. The Eternal Observer has figured out some information about the Black Spot civilization through several secret transactions. As an intelligence dealer, the Observer civilization is even more persistent and professional in intelligence than the Ghost Service. The Black Spot traveling nation may be able to hide from the Ghost Service, and it may also be difficult for the Wild Wolf civilization to detect, but they underestimated the Observer. Chapter 454. New Era 408, April 7th. In the Ghost Service headquarters, Chun-Li's office, he stared at a document in his hand with an ugly expression. Those lines of text seemed to mock his incompetence. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he looked up at another person in the office. Aren't you tempted? The Observer civilization will never forget the help of the new humans. As a part of the light crystal universe, we have the obligation to ensure the stability of the universe. The Eternal Observer replied calmly. Although he sneered in his heart, Chun-Li still looked up to the Observer civilization. At this critical moment, he could suppress his ambitions, and instead report the secrets of the Black Spot country to the new humans. At least in terms of standing on the team, the Observer did not choose to hide it arrogantly. You made the right choice. The new humans will not treat any loyal subordinate civilization unfairly. The Eternal Observer, who was relieved in his heart, knew that the new humans were going to make trouble. He said, "Thank you for the affirmation of the Master Civilization. I will take my leave first." Yeah. The projection of the Eternal Observer disappeared in the office. Chun-Li then summoned the heads of each region to the virtual world and shared the intelligence shared by the Observer civilization with all the heads. After a while, all the regional heads looked gloomy. Looking for death. What a black spot you were. If it weren't for the Observer's tip-off, we might have been tricked. It should be the remnants of the Hailu Empire, the Giant Machinery Republic, and the Cube Group. Director Chun, I will lead people to annihilate this black spot wandering country right now. Listening to the many voices, Chun-Li did not show any anger. Don't alert the enemy first, and Li family. Yes. A young man with a mohawk hairstyle stood up. Chun-Li ordered, you are responsible for investigating and tracking this black spot wandering country. Understood. Lin Kaimeng, Gao Lizi, Patton? Yes. You are responsible for monitoring the civilizations that have purchased the mirror crystals, and at the same time coordinate the local fleets. You are allowed to use vacuum decay bombs in an emergency to cleanse these civilizations. Chun-Li ordered murderously. Yes. The Ghost Special Service took action. Shi Chaolong, who had just returned to the Guangjing universe from the alien zone, did not expect to encounter such a major event as soon as he came back. On the Great Ghost Star, Chun-Li stood on the observatory, silently looking at the starry sky. This sea of stars was as complicated as the human heart. What are you going to do? Shi Chaolong asked. There is still some time before the next universe summit. If they don't know whether to live or die, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chun-Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Shi Chaolong reminded, the situation of this black spot wandering country seems to be a little wrong. Investigate slowly. Even if they are hiding in the black hole, I will dig them out. The dignity of the new humans cannot be questioned. Chinli had no intention of letting the other party go. Suddenly, Chinli sighed lightly. By the way, Lao Shi, the responsibility for this intelligence error is on me. After dealing with the black spot wandering country, and those ill-intentioned civilizations, I plan to resign. Shi Chaolong understood the system within the new human race. This mirror crystal incident was indeed a huge intelligence error, and he was fooled right under his nose. As the director of the Ghost Special Service, Chinli must be responsible for this anyway. Who do you plan to recommend as the successor? I have no interest in it. Shi Chaolong gave a warning first. After a moment of silence, Chinli mentioned a few candidates, but Shi Chaolong shook his head, obviously not agreeing with their abilities. To become the head of the Ghost Service, one must not only have a strong psychological quality, but also be keen on intelligence, have the ability to observe things, and have leadership. These are not something that can be achieved casually. If it doesn't work, I can only let the Supreme will make the judgment. How about Zhou Xinghua from the War Committee? Shi Chaolong mentioned a person. Zhou Xinghua? The number is 7583, 2531, 3654, 5200, 0191. Shi Chaolong said an identity identification code. The population of new humans is huge, and there are a lot of people with the same name. If you don't tell the identification code, no one knows who is who. After Chenli entered the identification code, a piece of information popped up on the virtual display screen in front of him. Zhou Xinghua, born on December 5, 305 of the New Era, born in the 1574th colony star in the Colin star zone of the Guangjing universe. After reading the resume, Chinli did not decide immediately. Is this guy Zhou Yuan's grandson? The resume is not bad, but the specific ability needs to be tested in practice. You can arrange it. I have to return to the alien zone in a few days. Hearing the alien zone, Chinli asked with concern, what is the situation in this universe? Shi Chaolong explained, vacuum decay has covered the entire black water hole. Now we can only hide in the alien zone. The zero detectors deployed in this universe were destroyed by space cracks by 37.61%. The loss rate is so high. There is no way. Space cracks are very difficult to deal with. The location, scale, and time of their occurrence cannot be predicted. Once they are touched, they can only be swallowed by vacuum decay. Shi Chaolong was also very helpless. What about the 3 advanced civilizations in this universe? They are still building zero spacecraft on a large scale, but the situation is not good. According to the prediction of the new human scientists, the scale and duration of the space cracks will gradually increase with the passage of time and reach the peak at the moment of the great tear of the universe. Judging from the current situation, the new human zero detectors have suffered heavy losses before reaching the peak. Once the peak of the great tear of the universe is reached, even the 3 advanced civilizations cannot ensure that they can escape unscathed. I trouble you for the time being in this universe. Don't worry, it's my job. Light Crystal Universe. In the 5-star systems of the Wild Wolf civilization. At this time, the Wild Wolf civilization is building spaceships and warships, and the mirror crystals they purchased are used to copy the Wild Wolf people. These copied Wild Wolf people do not have gene locks and soul locks on their bodies, so they can avoid some of the monitoring of the Ghost Special Service. However, the Wild Wolf civilization does not know that after the Observer reported it, all civilizations that have come into contact with the rat people of the Black Spot traveling country have been included in the red list of key observations by the Ghost Special Service. At this time, countless neutron robots are densely covering the entire Wild Wolf substar region, closely monitoring the Wild Wolf people. The leader of the Ghost Special Service responsible for monitoring the Wild Wolf civilization is Lin Kaiming, who is hiding in the nearby starry sky with a zero warship. The new humans who have harvested most of the intermediate civilization technology in this universe have achieved leapfrog development in many technological shortcomings. The ignorant Wild Wolf civilization thought they had done it perfectly, but they didn't know that their every move was under the watchful eyes of the new humans. As time went by, among the 5 intermediate civilizations that obtained the mirror crystal, except for the informant observer civilization, the rest chose to keep it secret. Lin Kaiming looked at the time. There were still 2 months until the 7th Cosmic Summit, but the Wild Wolf civilization had not repented at all. She glanced coldly at the Wild Wolf substar region on the star map. Those ignorant bugs, it seems that we are still too kind. The other 3 groups were in the same situation, and the Ghost Special Service could only kill them. Chapter 455. Light Crystal Universe Everest. At the Cosmic Summit in the Conference City, strange-looking cosmic people sat in their respective seats. It was just that the host had not appeared at the venue for a long time, which made the representatives of cosmic civilizations feel a little strange. Only the calm observer civilization representative, the eternal observer, more or less sensed some unusual atmosphere. At first, he thought that after seeing the intelligence, the new humans would be furious and annihilate the black spot traveling country and the civilization that purchased the mirror crystal. But the new humans have been keeping their troops inactive, as if nothing has happened. But the eternal observer knows that beneath this calmness, there is a surging murderous intent. If the civilizations that purchased the mirror crystals do not report the mirror crystals in time, they will definitely end up dead. Now it seems that the wild wolf civilization and the other civilizations will be killed to scare the monkeys. As for reminding the wild wolf civilization, the observer does not want to bring trouble to himself and do such a thankless task. In the silence, many civilization representatives also began to feel something unusual. After more than 10 minutes, the host Li Lion came late, but his face was calm at this time. He glanced at the civilization representatives present and slowly said, "Before the opening today, the new humans have one thing to deal with." As soon as he finished speaking, the seats of the representatives of the 4 civilizations, including the wild wolf civilization, automatically floated up and were pulled to the side of the podium. "Do you know why you were asked to come up?" Li Lian asked meaningfully. We don't understand." The representative of the wild wolf civilization quickly replied. The representatives of the other 3 civilizations also shook their heads and said they didn't know, but the representative of the wild wolf civilization always felt a little uneasy. It seems that everyone's memory is not very good. Do you know the mirror crystal?" "What?" The representatives of the 4 civilizations were shocked, and one of them was paralyzed by fear. The biggest secret of their civilization was revealed by Li Lian, and they were terrified to the extreme. Before they could explain, 4 large virtual display screens were deployed in the venue, marking the 4 subregions of the wild wolf subregion and the Guman subregion, and they disappeared into the void in an instant. The representatives of other civilizations at the venue were terrified by the sudden situation, and could not help but whisper to each other. "No." The representative of the wild wolf civilization looked at his civilization base turning into nothingness, and immediately fell to the ground with a dead look on his face. "You will disappear with us." Li Lian waved his hand lightly, and a neutron robot spread over, instantly disintegrating the representatives of the wild wolf civilization and other civilizations in the venue. "Gulu. What's going on? Why do you want to destroy the wild wolf civilization? Don't say anything. Maybe they did something that offended the master civilization. What is the mirror crystal?" The representatives of the civilizations present whispered and discussed in a low voice. After dealing with the representatives of the wild wolf civilization and other civilizations, Li Lian turned his head to everyone and said calmly, "In this world, there are always many people who are self-righteous and think they have done everything perfectly. The wild wolf civilization and other civilizations secretly studied the mirror crystal and tried to crack the gene lock and soul lock. This is their fate." "What? They are crazy. No wonder. They actually intend to crack the gene lock and soul lock. Now all civilizations understand. It can only be said that the wild wolf civilization is asking for trouble and was killed by the new humans. No representative of a civilization present would pity the wild wolf. If they succeeded, it would be another matter. The key is that they failed. Losers are not qualified to be pitied. The universe does not sympathize with the weak." At the same time as the stationed fleet annihilated the wild wolf civilization, near the distant Twilight Star Zone, the wandering black spot country was also surrounded by the fleet of the new humans. But before the new human fleet could take action, the generational spaceship fleet of the black spot country exploded in the void. On the battleship, the team leader of the Ghost Special Service, and Li Jia, looked at the black spot country that exploded in the void, but his face was extremely gloomy. This was not the result he wanted. "This is not the headquarters of the black spot country." And Li Jia said affirmatively. Another ghost agent said puzzledly, "We have checked the entire light crystal universe through the ghost system, and found no other traces of the black spot country." "Really?" Amway pondered. Chinli, who was on the Great Ghost Star, looked at Amway's report and his face became serious. "Start the cosmic screening system, and conduct a comprehensive inspection of all planets and star regions. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the black spot for me." "Understood." The Ghost Special Service was mobilized in full force. Whether it was the planets in the Great Wall of the Universe or the wormhole interference zone in the cosmic void, they were all covered by dense neutron robots and particle detectors. However, the traces of the black spot country were not found, but many primary civilizations were found to be making small moves. After eliminating the threatening civilizations, Chinli had to submit the primary and primitive civilization management plan to the supreme will of the new humans. Let the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau comprehensively monitor these civilizations and planets to ensure that there will be no fish like the Black Spot country that slipped through the net. Although the mirror crystals sold by the Black Spot country did not pose a serious threat to the new humans, the potential threats had to be taken seriously. Now, the universe is suffering from vacuum decay, and there will be a cosmic tear next. The light crystal universe has become the foundation of the new human beings, and there must be no mistakes. Even if it is a little troublesome, we must monitor these civilizations and planets. After careful analysis, the Supreme will pass this proposal and let the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau be fully responsible for monitoring these primary civilizations and native life planets. The Ghost Special Service is still cleaning up those restless civilizations while investigating the traces of the Black Spot wandering country. It's just that the Black Spot country seemed to have disappeared, and no trace was found. However, the Amway family who is responsible for investigating this matter did not think that this civilization had perished, because the culprit that caused the new humans to cleanse the light crystal universe, the mirror crystal, was still missing. According to the confession of the observer, the rat people obtained the mirror crystal on Jupiter, but the new humans screened every planet in the entire light crystal universe and found no trace of the mirror crystal. In this way, there are only two possibilities. First, there is no such thing as Gongmu star, and the mirror crystal is just something synthesized by the rat people themselves. Second, Gongmu star exists, but this planet is hidden by the rat people, or the mirror crystals have been mined. No matter which result, it shows that the Black Spot wandering country still exists. As long as the Black Spot wandering country is not found, this matter will always be a thorn in the new human beings, and they will always feel uncomfortable if they don't remove it. Moreover, the Amway family is becoming more and more interested in this Black Spot wandering country, which can avoid the supervision of the Ghost Special Service in the light crystal universe. Either this Black Spot wandering country has also obtained a channel to the alien universe, or the other party has special technology that can hide from the new humans. For this Black Spot wandering country, the Amway family is mobilizing the monitoring forces in various regions to search for the other party's traces. Chapter 456. On a dark green planet. On the planet, there stands an extremely huge dark green giant tree, with its roots intertwined all over the planet. What is even more bizarre is that, apart from this giant tree, there are no other creatures on this planet. Not only are there no animals and plants, there are no microorganisms either. This strange and uncharacteristic planet makes people feel creepy and uneasy. A spaceship slowly landed from outer space. The spaceship passed through the dark green tree canopy and landed in the root area of the tree. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and a rat man jumped off the spaceship. It was the Ratman band who had contact with the Eternal Observer before, but at this time, Bam was no longer as timid as before, but looked gloomy. He led a dozen rat men to a tree trunk, and suddenly a passage opened in the trunk, and they went directly into it. There was a cave inside the trunk, and once you enter the passage, the trunk will automatically close. The Ratman Ben walked in the long passage and reached the depths of the passage, which was a very wide underground hall. There are countless dark green crystals on the hall. If you look closely, you can find that the dark green crystals are slowly growing. These dark green crystals are mirror crystals. Ratman Ben and others did not stay, but opened a room on one side, which contained a batch of dense life support capsules. They opened the life support capsule silently and entered it. As the life support capsule door closed, the life support capsule in another room opened directly. A tall figure stepped out of the life support capsule. Master Madara, our clone division has self-destructed. I know. The tall silicon-based man Madara said, and walked to another area. There were countless life support pods along the way, filled with silicon-based people of the same race as him. He stepped into a deep room. You're back, Madara? An old voice sounded in the room. Master Dark God. Madara stood aside respectfully. The new humans are so powerful that we can't provoke them now. Let the other divisions lie dormant. Dark God ordered. Another silicon-based person in the room said respectfully, I will let all branches move underground completely. It's a pity that we can't open the last door, otherwise we wouldn't be so passive, damn new humans. Dark God said unwillingly. Lord Dark God, the ghosts of new humans are searching for us throughout the universe. I'm worried that the underworld will be exposed. Ben reminded worriedly. Dark God pondered. He understood the current situation. Originally they planned to sell the mirror crystals to those intermediate civilizations, and then cause these intermediate civilizations to rebel, so that the Black Spot country could fish in troubled waters. But they didn't expect the observer to tell them about the mirror crystal, which led to their failure. Dark God Breath made up his mind and said, "Stop the activities as much as possible. We need to crack the last door as soon as possible and obtain technology that can fight against the new humans." After that, Dark God Breath opened a projection, which showed some strange facilities. If you zoom out, you can see that these facilities are combined into a spaceship. It's just that in the deepest part of the spaceship, the main control data core is wrapped in special materials, and many silicon-based scientists are busy facing this core cabin. Even though the silicon-based scientists of the Black Spot country racked their brains, the level of technology in it was beyond their comprehension. But even if they cracked a little bit of it, the Black Spot country obtained the technology to escape the surveillance spacecraft of the new humans. Without that special technology, the Black Spot country would have no way to escape the large screening system of the Ghost Special Service. Therefore, Dark God Breath had high hopes for the last core cabin, hoping to obtain technology to fight against the new humans from it. "Wu, how far have you come in your research?" A silicon-based scientist replied, "Lord Dark God, there is no solution for the time being. There is a self-destruct system on it. I am worried that excessive probing of the core module will cause the self-destruct system to activate. We don't have much time. You should crack the core module as soon as possible. This is the last hope of our Hailu Empire." Dark God ordered seriously. "I will do my best." Wu was also very helpless. The pressure from the new humans on them was too great, and the civil strife plan failed. Now the new humans are searching for them all over the universe. Once the Black Spot's wandering nation is caught by the new humans, no matter their identity, as the remnants of the Hailu Empire or the sale of mirror crystals, the new humans will not let them go. Now all the Hailu silicon-based people have placed their last hope on the core cabin. After turning off the virtual projection, the breath of the Dark God became even more sluggish, and the people on the side were very worried about the body of the Dark God. However, the Hailu Empire was not well prepared at the time, resulting in the loss of many technologies during the escape, including the technology for maintaining silicon-based life, which was lost in the war. As a result, the silicon-based people generally have a long lifespan, but the Dark God Breath has existed for 5.77 million years, which has exceeded the lifespan limit of all the higher silicon-based people. Without special life-sustaining technology, the Dark God Breath cannot last too long. Now he is just forcibly supporting it. The vicissitudes of the Dark God Breath sounded in the room. "Ban, I have felt the limit of my life. I will soon reach the end. Now I declare that after I leave, the Dark God will be succeeded by Ban." "Yes, Lord Dark God." All the Hailu silicon-based people obeyed this order. Now is not the time to fight for power and profit. The Hailu Empire has reached the final moment of life and death. At this time, internal strife is just seeking death. And Ban is the most suitable candidate at present, and Dark God is also the only choice. On the other side, the Ghost Special Service is still investigating Omri, but Banyu seems to have evaporated from the face of the earth. The Ghost Special Service, which once suspected that the other party had fled to other universes, also focused on searching all the empty areas of the universe and carefully investigated the areas where there might be other universes. But in the end, they returned empty-handed. No second alien universe channel was found in any of the cosmic voids in the light crystal universe. Since there is no new alien universe channel, the Black Spot country should still be inside the light crystal universe, but it has been hidden using special technology. For this special technology, the Ghost Special Service also commissioned the Science and Technology Commission to conduct research, but nothing has been found. Putting down the documents in his hand, the Amway family couldn't help rubbing his temples. He still had no clue, and there was no way to find any traces. Suddenly, Li Jia thought of something, and he immediately connected Chen Li's number. "Li Jia, what's the matter?" Chen Li's projection appeared in front of him. "Director Chen, I hope to let the observer cooperate with us to investigate the Black Spot Tur country." And Li Jia said something that surprised Chen Li. Chen Li weighed the pros and cons for a while, and then nodded. "I can apply to the higher-ups, but the result is not guaranteed." "I understand." And Li Jia did not hold much hope. After all, the investigation of the Ghost Special Service involves some secrets of the new humans, and it is always inconvenient for the observer to join. Chapter 457. Light Crystal Universe, Observer Substar Region. In the Great Observer Star, the Eternal level among the three observers was looking at a message in surprise. The Eternal Observer was confused by the actions of the new humans. He asked curiously, "What do you think?" From the invitation letter of the new humans, they should have encountered some difficulties. The Eternal Analyst analyzed. Difficulties? The Eternal Observer was puzzled. The Eternal Analyst, who was running the core brain, gave a possible answer. It should be about the mirror crystal. The Wild Wolf civilization was destroyed, but there seems to be no news about the Black Spot country. No, our spy robot tracking the Black Spot country has sent back relevant data. The other party has self-destructed the fleet of generational spaceships. The Eternal Observer reacted. However, the Eternal Analyst did not agree with this result. He quickly shared a series of analysis results with the Eternal Observer and the Eternal Decision Maker. After browsing the analysis report, the Eternal Observer finally realized that something was wrong, especially that the generational spaceships of the Black Spot country self-destructed too decisively, and the most important mirror crystal was not found. No wonder the new humans didn't stop investigating. It seems that this Black Spot country has a big secret behind it, the Eternal Observer said. The Eternal Decision Maker, who was silent for a long time, said, "You go to the Great Ghost Star and fully cooperate with the new humans." "I understand." The Eternal Observer nodded. Although the new humans sent an invitation letter, the Observer civilization understood that there was no choice for them to refuse. And the Observer civilization didn't want to refuse. Being able to participate in the intelligence investigation of the new humans was not an opportunity for the Observer civilization. The spacecraft of the Observer civilization entered the temporary jump zone near the Great Ghost Star and appeared in the spaceport of the Great Annihilation Ghost Star. The Eternal Observer was taken into a special office by the Ghost Agent, and a virtual projection appeared in front of him. "Are you the Eternal Observer?" the virtual projection of the Amway family asked. The Eternal Observer did not dare to neglect it, and quickly replied respectfully, "My lord, I am. Due to some confidential issues, you can enter the life support cabin in the room and load a substitute robot over." Amway gave a simple and clear instruction. "Understood." The Eternal Observer nodded, then turned around and walked into the life support cabin in the room. After a moment, he activated the only substitute robot in the virtual world. He opened his eyes and saw the cockpit of a spaceship in front of him, and next to him was the new human who had just given him the instruction. "Here I am. You can call me Team Leaderin." "Yes, Team Leaderin." "Take a look at this intelligence first. You know the rules?" Amway casually shared an intelligence analysis of the Black Spot Tur country. "I will keep it secret." Naturally, they would not tell this data to others, otherwise the consequences would be unbearable for their Observer civilization. He carefully browsed the intelligence, and the more he read, the more surprised he was. He did not expect that this Black Spot country could avoid the new humans' cosmic screening system. Sure enough, there were some coincidences with their previous speculations. After looking through the new humans' investigation, they found that the Ghost Special Services investigation technology had used dozens of technologies. Even the Observer civilization, a civilization that originated from intelligence dealers, does not have the comprehensive detection technology of the new humans. After all, this is an advanced civilization that spans 2 universes, dominates the light crystal universe, and absorbs most of the intermediate civilization technology in this universe. Thinking hard, under such powerful detection technology, this Black Spot country can still hide, which shows that the other party's hiding technology must be unique. Hundreds of thousands of pages of investigation reports were all browsed in detail one by one. Judging from the situation in the report, the investigation of the Ghost Special Service has reached the extreme, and the Observer cannot do this. But how did the Black Spot wandering country do it? This question deeply troubled him. The new humans had already ruled out the possibility that the other party might be in another universe. In this way, there are only 2 possibilities for this Black Spot wandering country. First, it is really extinct. Second, it is still hidden in a corner of the light crystal universe. If it is the first possibility, then it is easy to say. If it is the second possibility, then the hidden things in it are definitely not simple. Understanding the concerns of the new humans, in the light crystal universe dominated by them, there is actually a civilization that is not monitored. No one can remain calm. What kind of technology can avoid all current detection technologies? Is it the legendary alien space technology? But alien space technology is not a simple technology. Even the new humans of advanced civilization have no clue. How did this Black Spot country do it? Suddenly, his expression moved and he thought of a plan. "Team Leaderin, I have a suggestion." And Legio raised his eyebrows and slowly said, "Tell me about it." Although the Black Spot country has disappeared now, their history is still permanently preserved in the universe. "Speak your mind." And Legio shook his head. "Do you want to use the light-chasing method? We have already used it, but we didn't detect any useful information." "Team Leaderin, I know that Ghost has used the light-chasing method, but the period is only about 20 years. I want to know all the light information from the birth to the disappearance of the Blackwater Nation. Huh? And Li Jiao was stunned, and reacted instantly. Your suggestion makes a lot of sense. The investigation team immediately applied for the light-chasing method investigation, covering the entire light crystal universe, and the time limit is from 200 years in the new era to the present. The new humans, who are powerful and the masters of the universe, are unscrupulous in their monitoring of the entire universe. The Ghost Special Services investigation ships and detectors are densely spread throughout the optical crystal universe, leaving no corner untouched. Time passed day by day, and soon some information about the Black Spot traveling country appeared in the light information. The idea is very simple. The Black Spot traveling country has hidden technology, but it does not mean that this is a technology that is born with it. From the situation of this civilization, plus the analysis of relevant intelligence, we can draw a conclusion that the other party's technology was definitely not developed a long time ago. The biggest possibility is that it was developed or accidentally obtained during the period after the new humans destroyed the Hailu Empire. In this way, there is a flaw in the Black Spot traveling country, that is, the other party must have left traces in the universe before obtaining this technology. As long as there is a little trace left, we can follow the clues and pull out their fox tail. Sure enough, hard work pays off. After 76 years of tracing back the light information of the entire universe, we finally observe some situations of the Black Spot traveling country. Good, very good, continue to follow the clues. The Amway family felt that they were getting closer and closer to the truth. The people on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. By capturing light information bit by bit, and then analyzing and splicing the information, many things about the Black Spot country gradually surfaced. The power of the light-chasing method in this matter, unless you cannot be reflected by photons, or become a race similar to the Ghost civilization. Otherwise, as long as you collect light information bit by bit, few civilizations can escape the pursuit of the light-chasing method. Chapter 458. The Ghost Secret Service, which turned the entire light crystal universe upside down, finally pieced together a complete thread. And Li Jiao looked at the analysis report in his hand, which showed 11 suspected areas that might be the secret base of the Black Spot traveling country. However, various detectors did not detect any traces. He was not surprised by this, but was extremely curious about how the Black Spot traveling country did it. He looked at these 11 suspected areas and thought about how to force the other party out. And Li Jiao did not believe that this technology was perfect, and there must be some flaws in it. After thinking for a long time, he turned around and asked, "What do you think?" Thinking, on the surface, these 11 areas may be the secret bases of the Black Spot U Kingdom. But he understood that the Black Spot U Kingdom's secret bases would definitely not be too many, but how to crack the current situation. Judging from the attitude of the Amway family, it is obvious that they do not want to directly kill the Black Spot U Kingdom, and they must hope to obtain the Black Spot U Kingdom's technology. This requirement increases the difficulty. Otherwise, directly dropping vacuum decay bombs may force the other party to reveal their true form. And if they want to keep some things, they certainly cannot use vacuum decay bombs, so they can only think of other solutions. And Li Jiao did not have much hope, because he had already applied for the assistance of the Science and Technology Commission, and the Science and Technology Commission would soon send top cosmologists and astrophysicists. Less than 2 hours later, 5 scientists from the Science and Technology Commission came to the investigation team office through stand-in robots. When Li Jiao saw 2 of them, he was immediately surprised. "Academician Huang, Academician Duan, welcome to our office." The people who came were Huang Mingzhi and Duan Zongfeng. After the Science and Technology Commission issued a task announcement on the internal network, Huang Mingzhi and Duan Zongfeng, who were interested, chose to come at the same time. "Don't be shy, start working," Huang Mingzhi said with a smile. "I understand." The person next to him was also very surprised. The person in front of him was one of the founders of the new human beings, known as the embodiment of truth, the pinnacle of human wisdom, the creator. This series of titles alone shows that the other party is not simple, not to mention that he has a deep understanding of the history of the new human beings. It was this miraculous human being who led the new human beings to develop from a primitive civilization to an advanced civilization in just over 400 years. Both this human being and the new human civilization are a cosmic miracle. Zongfeng, what do you think? Regarding this question, Duan Zongfeng did not speak nonsense. The scientist's caution prompted him to obtain enough data before he could infer some situations. "I need some time." "It doesn't matter. I haven't encountered such a challenging thing for a long time." Huang Mingzhi stretched himself and sat in front of the virtual display screen. After accessing the brainwave input system, all the information about the black spot country and the 11 suspected areas were stuffed into his brain. If it were an ordinary creature, the consequence of doing this would be to burst the brain directly. For the new humans who have undergone 2 evolutions, this amount of information can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. After sorting out all the information, he found that this black spot country was indeed weird. If it were not for the light-chasing method, it would be really difficult to capture useful information. The current situation is not ideal. After confirming 11 suspected areas, the Ghost Service is worried about alerting the enemy and forcing a breakthrough, which will make the other party choose to perish together. The Ghost Service is eager for that kind of strange hidden technology, and there is also the secret hidden behind the black spot country. Because from a series of intelligence obtained from the light-chasing method, the Ghost Service analyzed the source of the technology of the black spot country. The other party picked up the wreckage of a spaceship near the dust hole. After the wreckage of the spaceship was obtained by the black spot country, they began to obtain that kind of hidden technology, so the two are very likely to be related. The Ghost Special Service naturally hopes to obtain the wreckage of the spaceship. To obtain the wreckage of the spaceship, it is not necessary to take 2 obvious means. Wang Mingzhi browsed carefully, and from time to time mobilized the detector to detect 11 suspected areas. After obtaining these data, he stopped to list the formula. Several months of boring analysis passed. So that's it. Wang Mingzhi looked at the data in front of him and muttered to himself thoughtfully. Duan Zongfeng, who was standing by, was immediately refreshed when he heard Wang Mingzhi's words. Academician Huang, it seems that you have already figured it out. There is a little clue, Wang Mingzhi said, while turning on the virtual display and sending a report to Duan Zongfeng. After reading the report, Duan Zongfeng immediately noticed the abnormality. So that's it, the disguise of zero-point energy, a special zero-point energy wave, can make the zero-point energy in the surrounding space become flat. This special zero-point energy wave can make the covered area seem to be in an alien universe, and even gravitational waves cannot detect the abnormality. The other party's technology can make the covered area enter a state similar to an alien universe. Wang Mingzhi said with a smile. Rather than saying it is an alien universe, it is better to say it is a gap in space. Huh, that makes sense. Duan Zongfeng nodded. Although the Amway family on the side was confused, at least the abnormal area had been determined, which was in the suspected area number 5. He asked hurriedly, Academician Huang, how can we crack this technology? If it is more violent, we can directly use vacuum decay bombs, or create strong zero-point energy shock waves, which can directly break the opponent's hiding and force the space gap to collapse. Wang Mingzhi replied. For this answer, Amway frowned. Whether it is vacuum decay bombs or zero-point energy shock waves, they are too obvious. Once the black spot Yuguofa new human moves, he must feel that he has been exposed, and it is very likely that he will choose to destroy the jade and the stone, and destroy the wreckage of the spacecraft together. Wang Mingzhi suddenly reminded, in fact, you can find a way to open a small gap and send the neutron robot into the gap in space. Open a small gap? Amway thought about it. He opened the star map and looked at the situation around the black spot country. It is located at the junction of the ancient snake cosmic void and the ancient snake cosmic wall. There are only a few primary civilizations within a range of 10,000 light-years. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he obviously thought of a plan, so he hurried to prepare. Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zongfeng were immersed in their research. It was the first time they discovered that space cracks could be artificially created. Although the technology was quite crude, it was space technology after all. Wang Mingzhi even wrote a detailed report to report the potential of the technology to the Science and Technology Commission. Previously, they could only study related space technology through the space cracks of this universe. Now there is ready-made technology, and the Science and Technology Commission immediately took action. On the other side, after the Amway family reported the matter of the black spot traveling country to Chinli, the Ghost Special Service also took intensive action. An operation specifically targeting the black spot traveling country was being quickly arranged. The black spot traveling country had not yet realized that the danger was approaching, and was still desperately trying to crack the last core cabin. Chapter 459. New Era 416, July 15th. In the Great Wall of the Ancient Snake Universe, there is a middle-level civilization from this universe, the Yaching Federation, and a middle-level civilization native to the Light Crystal Universe, the Hell Country. Because of the discovery of a special resource star, a conflict has arisen. In the Light Crystal Universe, although large-scale cosmic wars are unlikely to break out, small-scale conflicts have never stopped. For this kind of thing, the new humans allow small-scale wars to exist as long as both sides do not launch a galaxy extinction attack and do not destroy each other's civilizations. Therefore, a cosmic war broke out between the Yachting Federation and the Hell Kingdom in the ancient Snake Space Wall. Because they were worried that the new humans would be held responsible for destroying the space wall, both sides tacitly chose to fight in the area on the edge of the space wall. Underworld Black Spot Wandering Kingdom. Lord Dark God, a cosmic war broke out between the Yachting Federation and the Hell Kingdom, and they are fighting nearby. The intelligence officer reported hurriedly. Hearing this report, the newly succeeded Dark God, Madara, was also very depressed and worried. Intelligence shows that the war zone between the two civilizations just covers the underworld. If the war spreads to the underworld, even if the Black Spot country is not afraid of the two civilizations, it must worry about the ghosts of the new humans. Ban ordered, strengthen the maintenance of the underworld system and be ready to fight and escape at any time. Understood. In the quiet room, Ben felt heavy and confused about the future of the Hylu Empire. Then he opened the virtual and checked the progress of the cracking of the core module. Every time he saw the stagnant progress, he was always disappointed. The Hylu Empire really needs a little hope, even if it's just a little bit. This hopeless suffering has made many Hylu people lose confidence. In the void, space warships are passing through wormholes, or stimulating wormhole interference zones, or using zero-point energy shock waves to carry out wave-riding assaults. The warships of the Yachting Federation and the Kingdom of Hell have a brutal cosmic confrontation in an area stretching for tens of thousands of light years. Suddenly, more than a dozen warships of the Kingdom of Hell jumped out of the wormhole and appeared more than 100 light years away from the underworld. The Yachting Federation warships that were tracking them also appeared in the nearby void, and the two sides started fighting as soon as they met. Seemingly inadvertently, a series of rapid zero-point energy shock waves spread in all directions. The warships of both sides were in full swing, and they actually approached the underworld less than 15 light years away. As the last three warships of the Hell Kingdom were destroyed, the Yachting warships also left the vicinity. The Hylu people who detected the warships leaving were relieved. But they didn't know that the zero-point energy shock waves released by those warships were quickly sweeping across the entire underworld, causing some loopholes in that special zero-point energy wave. Some uninvited guests had already been lurking outside the underworld, and as soon as they sensed the loopholes in the underworld, they rushed into the underworld at lightning speed. Successful, finally caught the foxtail of these guys, Amway said excitedly. Rows of virtual display screens were showing the situation after the neutron robot entered the underworld, and more than a dozen dosed agents were carefully manipulating the neutron robot. These little things spread silently to the dark green planet. Looking at the information in front of him, and Li Jia suddenly realized, so that's it, the mirror crystal is the resin crystal of this tree. Suddenly, a virtual projection appeared beside him. Have you entered the Black Spot travel country? Yes, Director Chen. And Li Jia replied quickly. Chen Li nodded with satisfaction. Finding the Black Spot travel country and entering it also meant a perfect end to his career. Time passed by, and the information of the Black Spot country was revealed bit by bit. The remnants of the Hylu Empire just escaped because of a secret mission before the new humans unified the Light Crystal universe. In the years that followed, this remnant of the Hylu Empire has been secretly lurking in the carbon-based alliance under the name of the Black Spot country, until they accidentally discovered the wreckage of a spaceship in a cosmic void, from which they obtained seeds of the Mirror Devil Tree and space hiding technology. At this time, the remnants of the Hylu Empire ignited their ambitions and thoughts of revenge. After the construction of the underworld was completed, the remnants of the Hylu Empire sold mirror crystals to the intermediate civilizations of the universe that had just arrived in the Guangjing universe in the name of the Black Spot Yua. They hoped to cause civil unrest in the Guangjing universe so that the Hylu Empire could fish in troubled waters. But unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Their plans were disrupted by the observers, which in turn aroused the vigilance and investigation of the new humans, and they had to go into a dormant state. It's just that the remnants of the Hylu Empire underestimated the patience and technology of the new humans, and the secrets of the underworld were completely exposed. Report, all Hylu people have been locked. Report, the souls of Hylu people hidden in other primary civilizations have all been locked. Report, the wreckage of the spacecraft has been identified, and the self-destruct device has been cracked. Listening to the report, Chen Li waved his hand. Let these Hylu remnants, along with the Hylu Empire, become history completely. Received. Ban, who was checking the progress of cracking the wreckage core cabin, suddenly felt a palpitation. But before he could react, he saw a horrifying scene. Wu, who was reporting the situation to him, disappeared like smoke. Exposed. Van's thoughts stopped, because his body also disappeared in the room. The higher people in various parts of the underworld disappeared without any signs, and were decomposed into cosmic particles by neutron robots. And the self-destruct device in the underworld was also disintegrated in an instant. The Ghost Secret Service did not leave a single higher person, because there was no need. The new humans only needed to obtain the wreckage of the spacecraft, the Mirror Devil Tree, and the Space Gap Generator. Everything else, just let it disappear completely. In addition, hundreds of thousands of souls of the Hailu people hidden in hundreds of primary civilizations were also destroyed instantly by the Ghost Special Service, without leaving a single one. The Yaching Federation and the Kingdom of Hell, which had been fighting fiercely before, also received a notice from the Ghost Special Service and called off the battle. Li Jia, you did a good job this time. You continue to be responsible for the finishing work. Qin ordered. Thank you, Director Chen, for your support and trust. I will handle the affairs of the underworld. Amway replied solemnly. Qin, smiling, disappeared in front of him, which also meant that Qin would immediately resign from the post of Ghost Service. Qin could find out the remnants of Hailu, who were behind the scenes, and this time, he could be regarded as a successful retirement. Amway immediately dispatched a space fleet directly under the Ghost Service, which appeared directly in the void near the underworld. After stimulating waves of zero-point energy shock waves, 10 warships in the fleet directly entered the underworld. They began to protect the wreckage of the spacecraft, the Mirror Image Devil Tree, and the Space Gap Generator. As for whether it needs to be moved to other areas, professionals are needed to come and investigate. In this regard, the Science and Technology Commission has set a professional team. In addition, the Ghost Service is also preparing to conduct an in-depth investigation of the wreckage of the spacecraft. After all, the technology above is not like the product of ordinary civilization. For this unknown spacecraft, it must be studied clearly. Chapter 460. At the junction of the light crystal universe and the current universe, the area where the two universes blend with each other is the alien zone. Here struggle the personnel of the Ghost Special Service, who are responsible for observing the situation of the current universe and guarding the portal of the alien zone. Therefore, they are called gatekeepers. Shi Chaolong stared into the distance, and the universe in the alien zone seemed bizarre. In these strange spots of light, it seemed that a brand new universe was being nurtured. In fact, the alien zone is indeed a brand new universe. When the alien zone completely swallows up the current universe and the light crystal universe, it will be a brand new universe. However, this process will take a very long time, and even when the universe returns to the singularity, it may not be possible to complete the merger. Team Shi, headquarters announcement. A girl with a single ponytail reminded. Okay. Shi Chaolong glanced at the virtual display screen, which had hundreds of announcements that had just been refreshed. These were all internal announcements of the Ghost Special Service. 3 of them caught his attention. Briefing on the handling of the remnants of the Hailu Empire, resignation application of Qin, director of the Ghost Special Service, approved. Announcement on Zhou Xinghua's assumption of the position of director of the Ghost Special Service. These 3 things also marked the end of the Qin era of the Ghost Special Service. As the second director, Qin played an important role in the development of the Ghost Special Service. But it is time for him to step down. After all, Qin has been the director of the Ghost Service for nearly 300 years. Except for the first director, Liaigua, Qin's influence in the Ghost Service is not insignificant. A key agency cannot be managed by one person for a long time. The remnants of the Hailu Empire, the underworld. So that's it. After reading the document, Shi Chaolong finally understood the cause and effect of the black spot to her country. As for the remnants of the Hailu Empire, Shi Chaolong did not intend to comment on anything. After all, there is no right or wrong in the universe. Everything is for survival. Just like the revenge of the Nibelung civilization on this universe, this is a question of opinion. For other creatures in this universe, the Nibelung civilization is naturally a heinous crime, but for the Nibelung civilization, they are taking revenge. So there is no right or wrong in the universe. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. Weakness is the original sin. Xiaoping, the deputy leader of the gatekeeper, walked in with a document. Shi Chaolong came back to his senses. Old Xiao, what's the matter? Something went wrong in this universe. Xiaoping handed over the document and explained. All the intermediate civilizations formed a union and asked the 3 advanced civilizations to share the Zero Shield technology. Oh, who gave them the courage? Shi Chaolong laughed sarcastically. Xiaoping spread his hands and explained. Who knows, They plan to coerce the advanced civilizations by dying together. If the advanced civilizations do not provide the zero shield technology, they will extract a large amount of zero-point energy to accelerate the arrival of the great terror of the universe. I guess, Traitor, Polar, and Light of Thought must have directly refused. Xiaoping nodded. That's right. Huh? Were we threatened too? Shi Chaolong said in surprise, after seeing a few pages of the report. Xiaoping also felt helpless. After all, now all the civilizations in this universe know that the new humans are an advanced civilization, so they naturally set their sights on the new humans. It's a pity that their calculations were wrong. Even if this universe was destroyed, the new humans didn't care, because the new humans had the light crystal universe as a backup, and these intermediate civilizations had no way to cross the universe. If it were the three advanced civilizations, they might be able to threaten the new humans, but now the starry sky around the alien zone has been covered by vacuum decay, and there are space cracks everywhere. Even advanced civilizations can't easily approach the alien zone, so how can the new humans care about these weak chickens? Don't answer them, let them self-destruct if they want to, anyway, it's not us who will die. Shi Chaolong ordered. Okay. Shi Chaolong turned his head and asked Yin Xijing, another deputy team leader in charge of the Zero Detector. Xijing, what is the situation of the space cracks? It's very bad. Even our alien zone can detect a small amount of space cracks. I'm worried that during the period of the Great Rip of the universe, the strength of the alien zone may not be able to withstand it. Yin Xijing replied with a serious face. Report the situation of the space cracks in the alien zone at any time. If the situation is urgent, we must make plans for retreat. Shi Chaolong ordered. Understood. In the coverage area of vacuum decay, there are not only zero detectors for new humans, but also zero detectors for traitors, polars, and the Light of Thought. The three advanced civilizations have actually been secretly watching the new humans. After all, the rise of the new human civilization was too sudden, which caught them off guard. Originally, they harvested the universe once every tens of millions of years, and it was almost impossible for an advanced civilization to be born during this period. Among them, the traitor civilization, which knew the new human civilization best, was even more surprised. The first time the new humans came to the territory of chaos for technical transactions, the new humans entered the traitor site. Traitors did not pay too much attention to a suddenly rising intermediate civilization. After all, there are many intermediate civilizations that suddenly rose in this universe. However, this is the first time they have encountered an existence that can be quickly promoted to an advanced civilization in a short period of time. If it were not for the sudden Nibelung revenge incident, it is estimated that the new humans would continue to lurk until the three advanced civilizations launched a cosmic cleansing, and then they might be exposed. Now that the new humans have been exposed, the three advanced civilizations are very depressed, because the vacuum decay at this time and the subsequent cosmic tearing have hindered their plans to test the new humans. In the starry sky that has not been swallowed by vacuum decay, the three advanced civilizations have joined forces, and have not found any traces of the new humans. In other words, the new human civilization at this time is very likely inside the vacuum decay area, but they can't figure out why the new humans stay inside the vacuum decay area. Perhaps feeling that there is some secret, the null detectors of the three advanced civilizations have also been secretly searching for information about the new humans in the vacuum decay area. It's just that in the terrifying vacuum decay area, wormholes can no longer be opened, so there is no way to jump through wormholes. With the curvature engine of the null detector, the fastest detector of the polar civilization can only reach 74,000 times the speed of light. This speed is like looking for a needle in a haystack in the vacuum decay zone, with a radius of 3.4 trillion light-years. Even if the three advanced civilizations dispatched hundreds of millions of null detectors, they would not be able to search for the intelligence of the new humans for a while. In addition, the terrible space cracks constantly destroyed the particle detectors of the three advanced civilizations, and it was difficult for them to play the advantages of advanced civilization in the vacuum decay zone. However, the three advanced civilizations are ready. After the cosmic tear, they will unite and suppress the new humans. There are three advanced civilizations in this universe, which is already very crowded. If there is another one to share the cake, no one wants to spit out the meat in their stomach. As for the new humans, they also know that if they are exposed, the three advanced civilizations will come to cause trouble sooner or later. For this reason, they are also actively making relevant preparations. Chapter 461. The universe in the vacuum decay region is pitch black. It is really pitch black here. Because there is only 0-point energy matter inside the vacuum decay region, and nothing else, naturally there will be no photons or the like. As the vacuum decay region expands, the space in the decay region is expanding wildly, and the expansion speed is getting faster and faster as time goes by. The fundamental reason is that there is only zero-point energy in the vacuum decay region, and zero-point energy is the root of universal repulsion. If there is only zero-point energy in a region, it means that there is only universal repulsion in that region. If there is no universal repulsion, the expansion of the universe will be accelerated without restraint. This is also the internal determinant of the great tier of the universe. When the universe expands to the extreme, the internal universe has no way to supply matter to replenish zero-point energy. The universe can only tear itself apart and pour part of the expansion force into the infinite universe. In the vacuum decay region at this time, there is nothing but darkness. Even the space cracks are dark. The null detectors on the voyage are wandering in such an area where dangers are everywhere. Those space cracks will appear around the null detectors without any signs. As long as they are touched by the space cracks, the null detectors will be instantly swallowed by vacuum decay. At the interface between the alien zone and the universe, a ghost agent is manipulating countless null detectors and throwing them into the vacuum decay area. However, the loss rate of these null detectors is too high, from a few percent at the beginning to the current 68.13%. As time goes by, the loss rate of the null detector will continue to rise until the peak of the cosmic tear is over, then it will decrease. Pay attention to the null detector and in-seizing in the alien zone, while eating and looking at the data. Although the new humans can survive even without eating, they still retain the habit of eating. Faced with such boring and tedious work, perhaps only eating constantly can alleviate the loneliness. Swallow a piece of dinosaur bone and meat in one gulp, and pick up a bottle of devil's blood, which is a blood-red acid drink. Huh, I've finished eating again. In-seizing exhaled lightly. Suddenly he saw a message. It turned out that a zero detector of the traitor civilization was approaching the alien zone. The monitoring of the surroundings of the alien zone by their Ghost Special Service can be said to be the most intensive area in the entire decay zone. Mizey, calculate the opponent's forward trajectory. Okay, sir. His artificial intelligence, Mizey activated the supercomputer automatic calculation system and analyzed the zero detector of the traitor. A moment later. Sir, if the other party does not change its trajectory, it is expected that we will meet in the alien zone in 1.4 years. In-seizing turned this question to the ghost agents, who were responsible for combat and defense. Soon, more than a dozen zero detectors appeared near the traitor's zero detector. The ghost zero detector did not use any weapons, but directly extracted the surrounding zero-point energy. As the density of the surrounding zero-point energy decreased, the space cracks here would become more dense. In an instant, the traitor's zero detector, which felt something was wrong, was cut by a space crack before it could react. Attacked, coordinates. As for the zero detectors that destroyed the other three advanced civilizations, the new humans would immediately choose to eliminate them as soon as they found them. However, in order to avoid exposing the alien zone, unless the opponent's detector is within 10,000 light-years of the alien zone, the Ghost Special Service will choose an irregular position when destroying the opponent's detector. Avoid being detected by the three advanced civilizations. Over the years, the new humans and the three advanced civilizations have fought countless times in the vacuum decay zone. Facing the attacks of the new humans, the three advanced civilizations followed suit and destroyed all the detectors of the new humans. Old Shao, why do you think these grandsons are bothering us? They might as well hurry up and build the Zero battleship. In-seizing complained. I guess they want to kill us in the bud to prevent us from sharing the cake. Xiao Ping shrugged and smiled. In-seizing sneered. They are looking for death. The three advanced civilizations want to kill the new humans, but the new humans also want to kill them. Now they are constantly sending zero detectors into the decay zone in order to severely damage the three advanced civilizations in the future. Once the universe is torn apart, the three advanced civilizations will have to enter the decay zone. At that time, the new humans will launch the strongest offensive and destroy the zero warships of the three advanced civilizations as much as possible inside the decay zone. Coupled with the dense space cracks in the decay zone itself, the three advanced civilizations will be in trouble even if they don't die. By the way, Seijing, get ready. The Science and Technology Commission will send some new toys over in a few days. Xiao Ping reminded. Oh, what are they? In-Seijing asked curiously. I don't know. The Science and Technology Commission didn't tell me. In-Seijing teased. Isn't your girlfriend in the Science and Technology Commission? Aren't you known as a smart person? You know all the old terms from hundreds of years ago? Old Xiao, I can take human history as an elective. It's too much if you don't know this. I guess my instructor will knock open my head and give my brain a sauna bath. Don't just focus on eating. Another probe of the polar civilization has appeared, Xiaoping reminded. Yin Xijing looked impatient. While operating the computer, he muttered, "Damn polar civilization, I wish you all don't." Ahem, polar civilization seems to reproduce asexually, it really doesn't, Xiaoping told a cold joke. At the same time, the headquarters of the traitor civilization in this universe. The jelly man in charge of the Decay Zone intelligence work is reporting the investigation to their leader Hai Lanqin. Gen, similar to the meaning of the director, this is the summary of the intelligence of the past 100 universe moments. Like a ball of sea blue jelly, Hai Lanqin stretched out a tentacle and placed it on a silver-white sphere, and read a series of intelligence in a moment. But soon, Hai Lanqin's blue jelly body began to change color from blue to black, which was a sign that his mood was changing towards gloom. There is still no definite intelligence. Are all those detectors useless? Captain Jean, the other party is very cunning, and we have no way to deal with it. The intelligence officer reported helplessly. New humans. New humans. This civilization will become a huge threat sooner or later, but it happened at this time. Damn it. The color of Hai Lanqin's body kept changing. After thinking for a long time, he used brain waves to inform the polar civilization, the light of thought, we must unite and force the new humans out. I will arrange a meeting immediately. A few days later, the intelligence departments of the three advanced civilizations held a secret meeting, and one of the key issues discussed was how to deal with the new humans. For this issue, the intelligence departments of the three advanced civilizations all tended to eliminate the new humans, and not let the new humans continue to develop. It's just that how to find the headquarters of the new humans is indeed a difficult problem among difficult problems. Suddenly, the intelligence department of the Light of Thought, the Psychic Investigation Bureau, proposed a plan. Including Hai Lanqin, the intelligence officers agreed with this plan. Chapter 462. New Era 452, November 14th. The Science and Technology Commission sent a batch of experimental products from the Light Crystal Universe to the Alien Zone. Shi Chaolong and others accepted this batch of experimental products, which mainly included some zero-sub warships, zero-sub detectors, and zero-sub materials. Over the years, the Science and Technology Commission has successively developed 8 types of zero-sub materials. These zero-sub materials can show different properties under certain conditions. And it happened that there was a ready-made experimental site in this universe, so these experimental products were sent over for relevant tests. Team Shi, these are the test items for this time. Yin Xijing asked curiously. Be careful, kid. Last time, you tested randomly and caused several data to not be tested in time. Shi Chaolong warned. Yin Xijing rubbed his head embarrassedly. I won't do that this time. Hurry up and prepare. Okay. Yin Xijing, who was operating the experimental spacecraft, suddenly had a bright vision. The speed of this experimental spacecraft was too fast. Their previous zero detectors or spacecraft were only 830 times the speed of light at the fastest. The spaceship he was controlling now had a speed of 4,500 times the speed of light, which was a huge improvement. Shi Chaolong, who had come behind Yin Xijing at some point, asked, How's the spaceship? Excellent, unprecedented speed. Be careful. Ha ha ha, my driving skills are. Yin Xijing's voice stopped abruptly. On the virtual display, the signal of the experimental spaceship had completely gone out, and it was obviously visited by a space crack. Yin Xijing explained awkwardly, Accident. Accident. Hee hee. Yin Xijing drove out the next experimental spaceship. This time, he didn't dare to be distracted and concentrated on operating the spaceship. Test the space gap generator. Understood. The experimental spaceship floating in the vacuum decay area emitted a special zero-point energy wave in all directions. As the zero-point energy wave covered the surroundings, the experimental spaceship seemed to merge into the void, but due to the influence of the curvature engine, some holes appeared in the space gap. Shi Chaolong, who was standing by, recorded the test results of the experimental spacecraft one by one. Stop and test the space gap generator. Received. Sure enough, after the experimental spacecraft stopped and used the space gap generator, it seemed to be completely integrated into the void. It seems that in the decay zone, due to the relative balance of zero-point energy, the space gap generator can also be used. Shi Chaolong was quite satisfied with the effect of this space gap generator. You should know that in the vacuum decay area, the main means of detection are zero-point energy waves, gravitational waves, and direct contact. The Zero battleship has no way to shield these detections, but after using the space gap generator, the spacecraft seems to be in an alien universe. Except for that abnormal zero-point energy wave, everything else cannot be detected. In this way, if the new humans set up a layer of space gap generators around the alien area, the detectors of the three advanced civilizations will find it difficult to observe the situation here. As for the abnormal zero-point energy wave, since the decay zone itself is very abnormal, it is estimated that it is very difficult to notice that little bit of abnormal zero-point energy wave. Unless you study it bit by bit, you still need enough time. Now, there are less than 340 years left before the arrival of the great tier of the universe, and there is not much time left for the three advanced civilizations. Quickly test this bomb. Received. A fast-flying miniature vacuum decay bomb was detonated directly in the vacuum decay zone. It feels silly to detonate a vacuum decay bomb in a vacuum decay area, but after the vacuum decay bomb is detonated, it no longer produces vacuum decay, but directly triggers a large-scale space crack. The dense space cracks instantly wiped out the detectors within tens of thousands of light-years around. The attack speed of the space cracks is really fast to the extreme. After all, the speed of space rupture is almost instantaneous, and there is no way to estimate it. As long as the power is sufficient, it may be affected by the space crack instantly even if it is tens of billions of light-years away. The attack mode of space crack is quite unsolvable. There is no way to defend for the time being, and it is difficult to predict and react. It may pass by in a snap, and the spaceship, warship, and planet will be cracked. This is also another major direction of the new human beings after the rule modification weapon. Sure Chalong quickly recorded the test data, nodded from time to time, or shook his head and sighed. He understood that after the great tear of the universe, the new human beings will usher in the most dangerous battle, facing the battle of the three advanced civilizations. This time, the new humans have no way to avoid it. Once the cosmic tear ends, and the vacuum decay completely subsides, that is when the war between the two sides will break out. Of course, the new humans are not afraid. For future crises, the War Committee and the Science and Technology Committee have prepared two sets of backup plans. If the technological level of the three advanced civilizations is really too much beyond the technology of the new humans can directly use those two trump cards. However, the new humans do not want to use that method unless it is absolutely necessary. The testing work is still going on. It is a long and boring job, but Yin Xijing enjoys it because testing the experimental product is at least better than staring at the virtual display screen every day. Huh? What is this? Yin Xijing felt a little strange about the experimental spacecraft he was operating. 3 spheres extended from the hull of this spacecraft, which looked strange. It is a space barrier generator, an experimental product. Can it resist space cracks? Yin Xijing asked with interest. I don't know, so I asked you to test it. Shi Chaolong slapped him on the head. Hee. I know. Yin Xijing also knew that he had asked a stupid question. He quickly controlled the spacecraft to fly far away, unfolding the 3 spheres while flying, and soon the 3 spheres produced a strange repulsive field. The Science and Technology Commission called this repulsive field Cosmic Crystal Wall, inspired by the special nature of the alien zone's resistance to space cracks. Because the physical rules of the alien zone universe are different from those of the current universe, the space cracks that appear in the current universe will be blocked outside the universe by the physical rules of the alien zone universe. This phenomenon is called cosmic rejection by new human scientists. The greater the difference in the basic physical rules of the two universes, the more mutual repulsion between the two universes will be caused. The alien zone is the child universe of the main universe and the light crystal universe. There are also some rules that are the same, which leads to the space cracks in the main universe. A small part can spread into the alien zone. However, the light crystal universe connected to the main universe is calm at this time. This is the phenomenon of cosmic rejection at work. Therefore, the new human scientists with great imaginations tried to create an artificial cosmic crystal wall as a space barrier for the spacecraft to block the threat of space cracks by imitating this cosmic rejection phenomenon. As soon as the spacecraft deployed the space barrier, it encountered a space crack. Blocked? Yin Xijing was very excited. No, it didn't, Shi Chaolong said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the experimental spacecraft was torn apart by the space crack after only blocking for less than 16 seconds. Yin Xijing sighed. What a pity. At least it's a good start. Shi Chaolong was not disappointed at all. After all, it was the first generation of experimental products, and it was very normal to have problems. Chapter 463. The gatekeeper is testing the experimental products of the Science and Technology Commission, and the Science and Technology Commission is also further improving the experimental products based on the feedback data. especially in terms of space gap generators. The Science and Technology Commission has improved very quickly. In less than 5 years, it has launched a series of space gap generators. Old Xiao, you should arrange the remaining space gap generators on the local universe surface in the alien zone as soon as possible. Shi Chaolong handed over a list. Xiao Ping looked helpless. I am really a hard-working person. I just dealt with more than a dozen detectors, and here comes another one. Let others handle it, but the density of detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations has increased recently. Shi Chaolong glanced at the data and was a little surprised. From the time bar chart, we can see the trend in recent years. 1,367,598 detectors were destroyed in the 472nd year of the new era. 1,863,711 detectors were destroyed in the 473rd year of the new era. 2,436,059 detectors were destroyed in the 474th year of the new era. In the year 475 of this year, in the first half of the year alone, the number of detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations they destroyed has been refreshed to 2,725,631. This surge trend is very obvious. Qingzi, investigate the reasons why the 3 advanced civilizations increased the density of detectors. Yi Qingzi nodded. Hi, senior. From the name and the tone of voice, Yi Qingzi is a typical naturalized person of the Japanese tribe, still retaining some Japanese habits. She used brain waves to control the supercomputer and quickly calculated the detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations, through the location, time, flight trajectory, etc. of the other party's appearance. Some things can be analyzed more or less. According to the motivations of the 3 advanced civilizations, Yi Qingzi resimulated the laws of the other party's detectors. Soon, they found something. The other party was very likely trying to test the location of the new humans. Report, we found 3 advanced civilizations trying to test our location. Yi Qingzi turned around and reported. Oh, tell me about it. Hey, the 3 advanced civilizations are conducting a comprehensive survey of the decay zone through the method of elimination, searching for our situation bit by bit. If no measures are taken, it is expected that the intelligence of the alien zone will be exposed in about 4 to 7 years. Shi Chaolong narrowed his eyes. It seems that the 3 advanced civilizations have joined forces. That's right. Shi Chaolong remained calm. Since the other party wants to play, we must accompany them to the end. Lao Xiao, please complete the deployment of the space gap generator in the alien zone as soon as possible. Understood. Xiao Ping was doing 2 things at the same time. While answering, he controlled the Zero warship through brain wave input and placed space gap generators around the alien zone. Shi Chaolong, who felt unsafe, turned around and ordered, Si Zheng. Yes, what do you want, Shi team? Launch the bait plan and the rabbit cave plan. Yin Xijing made an okay gesture. Understood, leave it to me. The new human Zero detectors and Zero warships densely distributed in the decay zone all took action. Deliberately appeared in front of the detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations, and then attract these detectors to certain areas and destroy them all at once. Or deliberately protect an area, creating the illusion that the area is the headquarters of the new human beings, so that the detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations have no way to find out the truth inside. Pa, the intelligence officer of the trader, Hai Lanqing, threw down a piece of intelligence viciously. The content on it was about the new humans in the decay zone. 18 suspicious areas. It seems that the new humans have discovered their actions. Are they trying to distract attention by creating multiple targets? Chief Jin, the mind hunter of the Light of Thought, by Shi of the Polar Civilization, has a communication request. Come in. The intelligence leaders of the 3 advanced civilizations suddenly appeared in a virtual room together. Is it about the new humans? Hai Lanqing asked first. The mind hunter's purple pupils were calm, and he said calmly, the other party is creating a false target, which means that the new humans have discovered us, and it also means that the other party is afraid of us. Then let's continue our screening plan. Bai Shi, the intelligence director of the GZ civilization, has a layer of fine golden lines on his body similar to a circuit board. Of course, the more the new humans obstruct us, the more they value our actions. If we continue to screen, we will sooner or later be able to investigate the secrets of the new humans. The mind hunter's logic is extremely clear. Okay. Agree. In the eyes of the intelligence systems of the 3 advanced civilizations, the reaction of the new humans was a sign of guilty conscience, and they immediately stepped up their screening efforts. However, they did not expect that Shi Chaolong had already completed the layout of the space gap generator in the alien zone, covering the entire alien zone in the space gap. At this time, even if the detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations passed through this area of the alien zone, they would not find anything. The reason why Shi Chaolong started the bait plan and the rabbit cave plan was to attract the attention of the 3 advanced civilizations and make them ignore some areas. Sure enough, after several detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations passed around the alien zone, the area became the so-called confirmed zone. The 3 advanced civilizations, which did not find any abnormalities in other areas, naturally focused their attention on those rabbit holes. Shi Chaolong stared at the star map. The hidden alien zone on the star map had been searched by several waves of detectors, and the new humans' zero detectors and warships were constantly attacking the enemy. It seems that our hiding has escaped the enemy's detection, Xiaoping said happily. But Shi Chaolong was not too happy. The space crack generator still has flaws. The space crack will destroy some equipment. Even if 10 times the equipment is deployed, it is not absolutely safe. There is no way for the time being. Unless the space barrier technology can be put into use, the space crack will be difficult to resist. Xiaoping could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness. Staring at the star map for a long time, Shi Chaolong calmly ordered, in this case, then increase the scale of the detector investment to completely muddy the water. Yes. For a time, the new humans invested about 30 times as many detectors, desperately blocking the detectors of the 3 advanced civilizations. This created a false image, causing the intelligence systems of the 3 advanced civilizations to focus on the 18 suspicious areas. The 2 sides have been engaged in a long tug-of-war in the 18 suspicious areas, while the real alien areas have become ignored areas. The 3 advanced civilizations, who thought they had found the secrets of the new humans, naturally went all out to attack those rabbit caves in the hope of obtaining the secrets of the new humans. Shi Chaolong was also willing to help, constantly cooperating with the other party, and leading the other party into a dead end. On the other side, the intermediate civilization alliance of this universe. At this time, the internal clouds were bleak. As the vacuum decay area expanded day by day, their living space was also shrinking. In addition, the 3 advanced civilizations continued to plunder resources and build zero warships and spacecraft. Many intermediate civilizations have been destroyed by the 3 advanced civilizations. And the new human civilization, which they thought was a soft persimmon before, didn't even pay attention to them. Despair, looking at the abyss-like vacuum decay zone, all the intermediate civilizations fell into deep despair. Although the new humans promised to help them preserve the fire, the remaining people, when they really face death, can accept death calmly. After all, only a few. Especially in some intermediate civilizations, the top leaders kept it a secret, boarded the escaped spacecraft of the new humans, and directly abandoned the rest of the people. This is the selfishness of human nature. Chapter 464. The Observer Civilization completely abandoned by the Eternal Observer, the Eternal Analyst, and the Eternal Analyst. After a series of intelligence analysis, he finally found out that he was betrayed, and it was his leader who betrayed him. In the temporary headquarters of the Observer, the new Eternal Observer looked at the intelligence in front of him in silence. It was not a good feeling to be betrayed by the person he trusted the most. There is a saying that goes, the person who knows you best will often cause you the most fatal injury. Haha. The Eternal Decision Maker laughed crazily. We have been completely abandoned. If we are all dead, what is the use of this universe? The Eternal Analyst and the Eternal Observer were silent. They were in despair, while the fugitives were in hope. Although rationally speaking, there was nothing wrong with the other party's actions. Why didn't I become a fugitive? Why didn't I tell them? And why did I become the one waiting to die? Human nature is the most difficult thing to estimate. Most people are selfish. In desperation, the idea of destroying everything madly occupied their minds like weeds. All members of the Observer Civilization head to the vacuum decay area. Even if I die, I will make those high-handed guys pay the price. At this time, the already crazy Observer Civilization broke out the last madness. They desperately built warships, and then put the half-baked vacuum decay bombs into use directly. Millions of warships suddenly appeared around the vacuum decay area, frantically extracting zero-point energy. Their actions naturally could not be hidden from the 3 advanced civilizations. In an instant, the behavior of the Observer Civilization seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. But the Observer Civilization no longer cared. They would die sooner or later anyway, so why not drag a few people down with them? When a person is ready to die, he will have no fear. They are not afraid of death. There is no way to stop them except to destroy them. A series of explosions ignited the entire starry sky, and vacuum decay was accelerated. Bang! Damn it! Hai Lanqing's body turned red, like a burning fire. The jelly body changed, and then he received an urgent order from the top of the traitor civilization to cooperate with the military to eliminate all intermediate civilizations. The polar civilization and the light of thought also made the same decision, to destroy these intermediate civilizations that wanted to cause trouble first. The Hades Star region. The secret stationing area of the Wild Wolf civilization. A wolf-headed man hurried into the chief's office. Report, emergency, 14th and 27th divisions were attacked suddenly, and all were wiped out. Before the chief of the Wild Wolf civilization could react, 2 more wolf-headed men rushed in. Report to the chief, 6th, 47th and 62nd divisions were attacked suddenly. Report to the chief. The chief's heart was racing, he was shocked and angry, and roared madly, "Damn advanced civilization, you forced me to start the death plan." Yes. The other senior officials of the Wild Wolf civilization also looked desperate and crazy. Since they were going to die anyway, they would not let the 3 advanced civilizations have an easy time. The Wild Wolf civilization frantically blew up its warships and planets, and frantically absorbed the surrounding zero-point energy to accelerate the development of vacuum decay. The starry sky was twisted and expanded, which was a sign of large-scale extraction and detonation of zero-point energy. Although it was not a vacuum decay bomb, in the case of a small amount accumulating into a large amount, and now the universe as a whole is turning to vacuum decay, this behavior will accelerate the evolution of vacuum decay. Not only the Wild Wolf civilization was self-destructing, but other intermediate civilizations were also self-destructing. For a time, the entire universe's normal starry sky was filled with intermediate civilizations self-destructing. Faced with the desperate intermediate civilizations, traitors, and polar civilizations, the light of thought was self-defeating. Thinking that these intermediate civilizations could be strangled, they did not expect that the rabbit would bite like a rabbit in a hurry, and these intermediate civilizations would counterattack wildly before they died. Leaving the deadline for the universe to tear apart, this universe is less than 127 blue star years away, which directly accelerated the time by more than 200 years. The new human zero detectors that are secretly lurking in this universe also observe the final madness of these intermediate civilizations. The stars in the starry sky are constantly extinguished. The void is twisted in patches. The final madness of those civilizations played the most exciting gravitational noise, ignited the most brilliant photon rays, and left the most tragic zero-point energy waves. At this moment, the 3 advanced civilizations in this universe are collectively silent. These insects that they look down on have hurt them again and again. Whether it was the Nibelung civilization that triggered the vacuum decay of this universe, the new human civilization that rose in secret, or these intermediate civilizations that committed suicide in the end, they were all hurt. It can even be said to be fatal. But there is no regret medicine in the universe, and time cannot start over again. They can only swallow the evil consequences they have caused. I didn't expect that these guys really dared to self-destruct. Shi Chaolong sighed. Xiao Ping, however, looked calm. The self-destruction of the intermediate civilization in this universe was a matter of time. After all, in the absence of hope, the living space was constantly decreasing. In addition, we have to face the attack of the 3 advanced civilizations, which would make anyone's mentality explode. But now, the time for us to contact the 3 advanced civilizations may be advanced. Shi Chaolong patted his forehead helplessly. There is no way, the iron must be hard, and we must strengthen our strength as soon as possible. Now the 3 advanced civilizations are probably also having a headache. Xiao Ping gloated. I will go back to the Guangjing universe in a few days. Senior, there is an emergency. Yi Qingzi said hurriedly. What's the matter? Some unknown zero warships and detectors were found in the 458 decay zone. Unknown zero warships and detectors? Shi Chaolong walked over and carefully browsed the detection data. Sure enough, they were some warships and detectors that he had never seen before. Whether it was the new humans or the other 3 advanced civilizations, warships, spacecrafts, and detectors, they all had their own styles, and a scan could tell which civilization they belonged to. But the styles of these warships and detectors in front of him were not like those of the 3 advanced civilizations. Shi Chaolong suddenly had an idea. Match it with the Nibelung civilization. Yi Qingzi reacted instantly. I understand. Soon, under supercomputer analysis, the style of these warships and probes matched the Nibelung civilization by as much as 74.61%. They are the warships and probes of the Nibelung civilization, but... Shi Chaolong stared at the data and thought silently. From all the signs, it is very likely that the Nibelung civilization, like the new humans, has also entered an alien universe. Things are getting more and more interesting. Shi Chaolong thought to himself. Just as Shi Chaolong reasoned, these warships and probes are indeed from the Nibelung civilization. With Gu Yahweh gone and never coming back, the new Nibelung civilization in another universe finally sent warships into this universe. According to the original plan, Gu Yahweh should have collectively withdrawn to the alien universe after causing the vacuum decay of this universe. However, Gu Yahweh did not return to the new Nibelung civilization in the alien universe at the agreed time. Worried about any unexpected changes, the new Nibelung civilization could only send a fleet into this universe again. Chapter 465. The Nibelung fleet, which had just broken out of the crystal wall of the universe, discovered that something was wrong. Originally, they thought that Gu Yahweh's plan had failed, but they did not expect that this universe had already entered vacuum decay. They were tricked by Gu Yahweh. This guy was so busy having fun that he forgot to inform the new Nibelung civilization that he had exploded in this universe. In fact, Gu Yahweh was also very helpless, because this universe and the Nibelung universe were not connected together, and the two universes were in periodic contact. Therefore, when Gu Yahweh's plan was exposed, he could only choose to self-destruct and cause vacuum decay, so he did not notify the Nibelung universe. The so-called periodic contact between universes means that two universes will collide and rebound at a certain time period. This is the main way of contact between most universes, and the type of mosaic contact like this universe and the light crystal universe is actually a very low probability event. Why can't the Zero battleship leave the universe without a collision? In fact, this aspect is mainly related to universe crystal wall. In the normal state of the universe crystal wall, it is difficult for the Zero warship to break through its defense. Only when two universes collide with each other will the universe crystal wall be weakened in disguise. This is the moment when the Zero warship passes through the universe crystal wall. But things are not that simple. If the two universes collide, the Zero warship can pass through. The three advanced civilizations of this universe have already entered other alien universes. In fact, after the collision of two universes, the probability of a situation suitable for the Zero warship to pass through is very small. This requires some basic conditions. For example, the rules of the two universes cannot be too different. If the difference is too big, the two universes will bounce off each other without direct contact. For another example, the contact time between the two universes cannot be too short, and the periodicity cannot be too long. There is also a very important condition, that is, the crystal walls of the two universes must be weak enough after contact, otherwise the Zero warship will not be able to pass through. A fleeing spacecraft of the Nibelung civilization also stepped on dog shit luck, and entered the Nibelung universe by mistake. The Nibelung universe and this universe have a typical periodic contact, and the two universes generally contact once every 17 to 18 blue star years. After entering this universe, the Nibelung fleet was detected by the detectors of the New Humans and the Traders. This time, not only did the New Humans discover the existence of the Nibelung civilization, but the Traders also discovered it. Moreover, the fact that the Nibelung civilization detonated vacuum decay was remembered by the Traders. Upon discovering this information, Hai Lanqin, who was busy looking for the headquarters of the New Humans, was stunned and immediately investigated the matter in detail. Soon Hai Lanqin discovered the location where the Nibelung civilization appeared. According to the analysis of the supercomputer, this location is the core of vacuum decay. The Yap civilization also appeared suddenly last time, and it also appeared suddenly this time. Could it be? Hai Lanqin seemed to understand something. He immediately reported the matter to the top executives of the Traders, and then the top executives of the Traders organized a team of top scientists to investigate the matter. As the investigation deepened, the situation of the Nibelung civilization began to surface. At the Traders' board meeting, 6 jelly men whose faces could not be seen were communicating with each other through brain waves. What do you think? An alien universe, this is an opportunity. No, it's not that simple. The Yapi civilization must have heavily guarded the entrance and exit of the universe, and it is difficult for us to break through. There is only one chance. We must take a long-term view. Agree. After communicating for a while, one of the jelly men suddenly raised a question. Do you think that the new human beings will also have an alien universe? Huh? This is very possible. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed that the new humans have invested no less in Zero detectors than us in recent years. Without a universe as a backing, there simply wouldn't be so many resources. It seems that we have to be careful of this new human. It feels that the other party is more threatening than the Japheth civilization. By the way, should we notify the Polar civilization and the Light of Thought? Haha, why should we notify them? That's right. If we can annex the universe of the Japheth civilization, Maybe we can be promoted to a higher level of civilization. The trader concealed this matter internally, and then began to secretly observe the location where the Nibelung fleet came out before. At the same time, a large number of warships were sent to venture into the decay zone. It was obvious that the traders were planning to attack the Nibelung universe. In the alien zone, Shi Chaolong had reported the discovery of the Nibelung fleet to the Supreme Will, and the Supreme Will instructed them to wait and see. The Nibelung universe was just an unnecessary thing for the new human civilization, and there was no need to risk fighting the Nibelung civilization. However, the Ghost Secret Service had discovered that the traders were taking action, and it was estimated that the other party was also planning to attack the Nibelung universe. In this matter, the new humans chose to wait and see. Whether the traders successfully invaded the Nibelung universe or failed, it was acceptable to the new humans. If the traders successfully invaded, it would mean that the other party would go to war with Nibelung. If the invasion failed, it would not be a big deal. However, Shi Chaolong also raised his vigilance to avoid exposing the alien zone. Even if it was to be exposed, he would delay it as much as possible. As time goes by, the new humans will become stronger and more prepared. It is not impossible to kill the three advanced civilizations, and the Nibelung civilization at that time. Old Xiao. Shi, what are your instructions? Shi Chaolong pointed to the area on the star map where the Nibelung battleship appeared. Closely monitor this place, and there is also the traitor civilization. No problem. Shi Chaolong turned around and looked at the bizarre alien void in front of him, and began to think about some things. For example, once the traitor successfully enters the Nibelung universe, how should the new humans respond next? For example, what should be done if the alien zone is exposed? All these things must be taken into consideration. Only by taking all the situations into consideration can the new human beings be invincible. In the Dark Decay Zone, there is nothing else except the 0 warships and 0 detectors. Although the 0 warships and 0 detectors are counted in trillions, they are placed in the Decay Zone with a radius of 16.43 trillion light-years. It is like a spoonful of gold sand poured into the Taklamakan Desert. On a cosmic scale, any man-made or natural celestial body is an extremely tiny existence. The Nibelung fleet also discovered that there were 4 civilizations detectors wandering in the Decay Zone, which made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. But they didn't know yet that they had been exposed and were being targeted by the traitors. Because there were many unexpected space cracks in the Decay Zone, the Nibelung fleet suffered heavy losses in the Decay Zone. Time passed year after year. Unknowingly, it was the time period when the Nibelung universe and the local universe collided and contacted again. The remaining warships of the Nibelung fleet took the opportunity to return to the Nibelung universe. However, the traitors who had been watching the Nibelung fleet did not take the opportunity to enter the Nibelung civilization because they were not ready yet. Chapter 466. In the Decay Zone, there is nothing but darkness. At this moment, in the center of the Decay Zone, which is also the area where Gu Yalwei detonated the vacuum decay before, countless 0 warships are secretly gathering here. The design style of these 0 warships is full of large arcs and spheres. This is a typical warship of the traitor civilization. The number of warships is as high as more than 70,000. The traitors had previously sent a total of 50 warships to the Decay Zone, but a large part of them were destroyed by space cracks on the way. 50 fleet commanders also lost 38 people. The reason why they did not use unmanned or remotely controlled stand-in robots is that their mission this time requires crossing to another universe. Since they have to cross to another universe, it is naturally impossible to use unmanned driving, artificial intelligence, and stand-in robots. Because traitors are not sure whether the communication system can be used after crossing the universe. If it cannot be used, using unmanned means is like throwing meat buns at dogs and never coming back. The 12 remaining fleet commanders quickly formed the Joint Fleet Command, with Hedge as the supreme commander. Flagship, money. Hedge looked at the star map in front of him solemnly. Before passing through the opposite alien universe, their joint fleet had lost 420,000 warships in the Decay Zone. And there was no way to suppress this loss. As long as the joint fleet was in the Decay Zone, they had to face the destruction of space cracks. Looking at the continuous loss of warships, Hedge also had a painful face, turned his head and asked, Duff, how long is it before the alien universe and this universe come into contact? There are about 13 universal rings of the universe, about 187 days. Adjutant Duff hurriedly reported. Heike's jelly body rolled over involuntarily. Damn, when will this day end? In the Decay Zone about 1.5 million light-years away from this traitor fleet, more than a dozen detectors are staring at these traitor fleets. feedback the other party's every move to the branch in the alien zone. Shi Chaolong, who had just returned from the Guangjing universe, paid attention to the trader fleet and the alien universe channel in the core of the decay zone. The Ghost Special Service is also highly concerned about this matter, although the Nibelung universe is something dispensable for the new humans. But no one would mind having a few more houses, and Shi Chaolong didn't want the traders to get their hands on him so easily. Silently watching the decreasing fleet of traders on the star map, he began to think about it. If he could cause some trouble for the traders, or take advantage of their misfortunes, Shi Chaolong would definitely not be soft-hearted. While thinking, a message popped up on the virtual display screen. Sir, the Space Barrier Laboratory of the Science and Technology Commission has sent 106 batches of experimental products. Please receive them in time. Shi Chaolong turned around and told Yin Xijing, who was operating the Zero Detector, Xijing, go to Mechanical Star number 5. There are a batch of new experimental products coming. Okay. Yin Xijing switched the operation page with his brainwaves, entered the page of Mechanical Planet number 5, and signed for the batch of experimental products sent by the Science and Technology Commission. Team Shi, we have signed for them. Do you want to conduct the experiment directly? Shi Chao did not even raise his head, just test it directly. You are responsible. Leave it to me. According to the foolproof operation guide of the Science and Technology Commission, Yin Xijing assembled these space barrier generators on the Zero sub-battleship. The space barrier generator looks like a flying saucer cap, which can be directly attached to the battleship. The combination part is completed automatically. He has conducted more than 100 tests on the space barrier generator. I wonder if it will be practical this time. Yin Xijing muttered to himself while operating the battleship. The battleship's zero-point energy curvature engine started quickly and began to distort space to fly forward. The battleship, which reached 8,000 times the speed of light, rushed into the decay zone against the repulsive field in less than half a day. As soon as he entered the decay zone, Yin Xijing activated the battleship space barrier generator, and the mature space gap generator completely disappeared in the decay zone. Except for the new humans' own detectors, the detectors of the other 3 advanced civilizations could no longer detect the new human Zero warships. There were a total of 30 warships tested, and the space barrier generators on them were divided into 3 improved types. After deploying the space barrier, the warship entered a low-speed cruise state. At this time, the density of space cracks in the decay zone was more than 10 times higher than before. In an instant, a space crack passed by one of the warships. The space crack did not tear the warship apart, but twisted strangely, as if it was rubbing against the warship. Yin Xijing was no longer surprised by this situation. Now the key was to check the strength of the space barrier generator, to see what level of space crack it could withstand. The strength of space cracks is generally assessed based on the local width of the space cracks. The width of microspace cracks is less than 10 meters, small space cracks are 10 to 1,000 meters, medium space cracks are 1 to 100 kilometers, large space cracks are 100 to 10,000 kilometers, super large space cracks are 10,000 to 1 million kilometers, and the width of large tearing space cracks is usually more than light years. Why according to width, not length? Because the length of the space crack does not have much impact on the destructive power of the space crack itself. A microspace crack with a length of several light years, and a large space crack with a length of millions of kilometers, the latter is obviously more destructive to the space barrier. In fact, the defense of the space barrier against the space crack is not to resist it, but to bounce it away. The space barrier uses its own artificial cosmic crystal wall to bounce itself to a safe area in the space crack. Therefore, the defensive power of the space barrier, in the final analysis, is the strength and speed of the rebound. Once the width of the space crack is too large, it may cause the rebound to fail, or the rebound speed may not be enough. The performance of the 3 improved space barrier generators in the test shows the characteristics of the artificial universe crystal wall. The greater the difference between the basic rules of the universe of the artificial universe crystal wall and the basic rules of the universe, the stronger the crystal wall repulsion it generates will be. The second improved model is good, it can withstand large space cracks. Yin Xijing tested it to himself, and his artificial intelligence auxiliary system helped record the data. Suddenly, a super large space crack flashed, and among the 30 test warships, only 10 of the number 2 improved models successfully withstood the attack. The other warships were torn apart by the space cracks and instantly disappeared in the vacuum decay zone, turning into pure zero-point energy. This kind of test cannot be done once. Yin Xijing assembled a batch of warships and space barrier generators from the warehouse and sent them into the decay zone of this universe. as he continued to test these space barrier launchers. Time was passing day by day, and in the decay zone without reference objects, the trader fleet was reduced again, with less than 27,000 warships left. The terrible space cracks were destroying everything unstoppably. But the trader fleet still stayed in the core of the decay zone, quietly waiting for the Nibelung universe to come into close contact with this universe again. Time was approaching the contact period, and the trader fleet was also ready to go, and had made all preparations. As long as the two universes came into contact, they would rush into the Nibelung universe. Chapter 467. Report: the alien universe has begun to contact this universe. Adjutant Dave hurriedly reported. Heike, who received the brainwave, suddenly blushed. All troops attack, act according to the predetermined plan. Received. The only 4 fleet commanders left, with the remaining 11,000 warships, quickly activated the repulsive field and zero-point energy curvature engine. All the warships rushed to the Nibelung universe. And on the other side of the Nibelung universe, the Nibelung fleet, which is responsible for guarding the space channel, will pay special attention to the situation here every time the space contact period comes. Alarm, alarm, abnormal signal detected. General Gu Haoshui of the Space Channel Defense Army stood up immediately, with blood vessels emerging on his light green skin, and shouted loudly, Level 1 alert. Understood. All units prepare for battle. Soon, their detectors detected a large number of abnormal signals and warships of unknown origin. Gu Haoshui made a prompt decision and ordered with a slightly hurried breath, Attack, indiscriminate attack. Yes. There were hundreds of millions of warships stationed around the cosmic channel, as well as densely packed planetary fortresses, vacuum decay bombs, and the like. In an instant, hundreds of vacuum decay bombs exploded near the entrance and exit of the cosmic channel. The trader fleet, which had just rushed out of the cosmic channel, encountered a fierce attack. Because they were not familiar with the cosmic rules of the Nibelung universe, the trader fleet was beaten to a pulp by the Nibelung civilization. However, the sacrifice of these warships also helped the trader civilization obtain first-hand intelligence, which was fed back to other trader warships. Gradually, the trader fleet, using the heritage of the old advanced civilization, quickly adapted to the rules of the Nibelung universe. Nibelung Universe Channel Defense Army Headquarters. Gu Haoshui's face was extremely ugly, and he slammed the table fiercely. Bayonet Corps, at all costs, destroy the enemy ships for me. One by one, the specially modified micro-warships launched crazy suicide attacks on the trader fleet. This method was necessary, because the trader fleet that had begun to adapt to the Nibelung universe was using the repulsive field to resist the powerful offensive of the Nibelung civilization. A fierce fight broke out between the two sides, but the Nibelung civilization still had some strength, coupled with the attack of a large number of unmanned suicide warships. Although the repulsive field can resist vacuum decay, the suicide warships using the repulsive field can also break through the defense. However, no one on either side noticed that several invisible Zero warships also rushed out of the universe channel. The 8 invisible warships that successfully entered the Nibelung universe quickly flew away in all directions. The traders and the Nibelung civilization, who were fighting fiercely, did not notice the new humans who were taking advantage of the situation. The battle for the universe channel was still going on cruelly. The traders' warships had collected enough Nibelung universe data, and the number of casualties was decreasing. After all, the old advanced civilization was an old advanced civilization. At least when dealing with some sudden problems, its reaction speed was very fast. On the flagship, the Money, Heike looked at the few remaining trader fleets. He knew that now was not the time to fight hard. Cover the Money. Understood. After sacrificing hundreds of trader warships, 6 trader warships successfully escaped into the Nibelung universe through space jumps. Damn it! Do your best to encircle and destroy those escaping enemy ships. Gu Haoshui roared in anger. The Nibelung soldier in charge of reconnaissance reported helplessly, General Haoshui, 2 of the enemy ships have escaped to the Raven Empire. Assholes, these damn high-level civilization rubbish. After Gu Haoshui got angry, he gradually calmed down. His expression changed several times, and finally he said, Notify the Raven Empire, and tell them that invaders from another universe have entered our universe. Okay. While strengthening the defense of the universe channel, Gu Haoshui reported the invasion of high-level civilizations in this universe to the Great Council of the Nibelung Civilization. Nibelung Universe, the capital planet of the new Nibelung Civilization. In the Grand Council Court. Of the 17 elders on the escaped spaceship, only 9 elders remained, excluding Gu Yaowei, who blew himself up, 3 who died of old age, and 4 who died in battle. The Nibelung people of the entire new Nibelung civilization are the descendants of these 17 people. As soon as the rotating Grand Council speaker Gu Keki received an urgent report from the Space Channel Defense Army, he immediately pressed the highest level of summons. After a while, in the Grand Council court, the virtual projections of 32 Grand Councilors appeared in their respective positions. Keki, what happened? Is the Raven Empire going to war with us too? With a serious expression, Gu Keki told everyone the story in a nutshell. Damn it! We were discovered by the advanced civilization of the original universe. What should we do now? What else can we do? We should do our best to eliminate those who have escaped the net, and communicate with the Raven Empire. But will the Raven Empire? Gu Keki said with certainty. As long as the people of the Raven Empire are not fools, they will know what to do. This universe is the universe of our two families, unless they want to have another competitor. Just as the Nibelung civilization had speculated, the Raven Empire immediately became anxious when it heard that a different cosmic civilization had entered this universe. They also mobilized all their forces to search for the traitor warships that had entered their control area. The appearance of the Nibelung civilization had already made the Raven Empire very dissatisfied, and now there was another one. As the native civilization of this universe, the Raven Empire would naturally not allow a third advanced civilization to take root here. The two advanced civilizations of the Nibelung universe were fully mobilized to search the universe for the 6 warships of the traitor. The warships of the traitors also knew that they could not fight against the Nibelung and Raven empires, which had the advantage of local operations. While running around, they studied the physical rules of the Nibelung universe, preparing to gradually grow in this universe by exploding ships and productivity. At the same time, the new human warships that also secretly lurked in the Nibelung universe were also lurking on the edge of a cosmic void. It has been 83 hours since the two universes came into contact, and the final window of passage is about to pass. The next encounter will be 17.3 blue star years later. For this situation, the Ghost Service has already mastered the physical rules data of the Nibelung universe. As long as the Science and Technology Commission conducts in-depth research for a period of time, the new humans can fully adapt to the Nibelung universe. Senior, quantum communication is interrupted. Yi Qingzi pointed to the communication system and said, "It doesn't matter, the data that should be collected has been collected." Shi Chaolong waved his hand, stroking the intelligence, and he didn't know what he was thinking. By the way, send the data of the Nibelung universe to the Science and Technology Commission. Yi Qingzi nodded. Yin Xijing, who was busy operating the zero-particle detector, turned around and said, "Ishigumi has found a detector of the polar civilization. What about the light of thought? There is no suitable one yet. It will take some time." As soon as possible. After more than 10 minutes, Yin Xijing spoke again. "We found a detector of the light of thought." "Okay, send the prepared data." Yin Xijing clicked the zero-point energy wave data transmission. Chapter 468. A detector of the polar civilization wandering in the decay zone. Suddenly received a piece of data transmission. The password used in the data was still the Universal 3 universe code of the previous universe. The intelligence center of the polar civilization. Hundreds of polar intelligence personnel sat in front of their own cubes, which were densely covered with fine golden lines, which were very similar to the lines on the bodies of polar people. Suddenly, the lines on the body of a polar person flickered slightly, and he opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his golden pupils. Bai Shimener just received a strange piece of information in the decay zone. Bai Shi, who was reading the information with his eyes closed, soon received that piece of information. Bai Shi opened his eyes involuntarily. It was obvious that he was also frightened by the information. Then he did two things at once. He asked someone to investigate the information of the traitor while analyzing the information. Received suddenly, in other words, this information was deliberately leaked by the new human. As for why it was the new human, because if it was the light of thought, the other party did not need to use this method and could connect with him directly. In this case, the light of thought should have received this information. As soon as Bai Shi thought about it, the intelligence director of the light of thought, Mindhunter, sent a connection request. With a slight movement of his mind, the two appeared in a virtual conference room. "You also received that information?" Mindhunter nodded. As senior leaders of advanced civilizations, the two were not fools. With a little reasoning, they could understand some of the problems. "Bai Shi, what do you think?" "I am waiting for the instructions of the Aurora Society. This is some information I just confirmed here. You can take a look." Mindhunter shared a file over. Bai Shi glanced through it, and his face turned ugly. The traitor civilization did secretly send a fleet of 500,000 ships to enter the core of the decay zone. And now the fleet has disappeared, and the place where it disappeared is the core of the decay zone. If it is really an alien universe, what should we do? I guess the new humans deliberately released the information in order to split the alliance of our three families. The Mindhunter expressed his own thoughts. In his heart, Bashir actually understood that this was alienating them, but facing a brand new universe, neither the polar civilization nor the light of thought would allow the traitor to monopolize it. The two civilizations were very dissatisfied with the fact that the traitor had concealed this matter. The traitor had already entered the alien universe. If the alien universe was occupied by the traitor, then what was the point of their play? This was Sher Chalong's conspiracy. He directly told the GZ civilization and the light of thought that the traitor had found a way out. The remaining problems were automatically figured out by the two civilizations. For example, the traitor had already occupied the alien universe. Would he take the opportunity to do something bad to them during the Great Rift? For example, traitors may obtain resources from other universes and thus be promoted to a higher level. These issues are not to be ignored. For the two civilizations, even if they know it is a trap, they have to jump in. During the discussion between Bashir and Mindhunter, more and more information was fed back, and their faces became heavy. The Aurora Society of the Polar Civilization, the omniscient leader of the Light of Thought, also held an emergency secret meeting. After a discussion, they believed that they could not communicate with traitors. The reason for this conclusion is that there are only 68 blue star years left before the great tier of the universe. According to the intelligence of the new humans, there are only 3 chances for the alien universe to contact this universe. If the traitors agree to share the alien universe on the surface, but set traps in the alien universe they don't understand, they will kill their power to enter the alien universe. Let the traitors be prepared and put themselves in their shoes. Traitors are definitely unwilling to share the alien universe. They may block the universe channel and make them lose the opportunity to enter the alien universe. Then, during the period of the great tier of the universe, they will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Even if they both perish together, the traitor will not lose money. Because the other party has a branch in the other universe, if they can sacrifice the branch in this universe and kill the two competitors, the traitor will definitely not show mercy. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the traitor has bad intentions. The Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought plan to join forces, secretly send warships into the decay zone, and then take the opportunity to raid the other universe. In fact, the guess of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought is not wrong. The traitor actually plans to transfer some important personnel to the Nibelung universe, and then take the opportunity to destroy the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought. There are no eternal friends or alliances between advanced civilizations, only eternal interests. As long as the interests are sufficient, and will not endanger their own foundation, selling out and betraying allies is just a common occurrence. The 3 advanced civilizations have their own ulterior motives. The GZ civilization and the Light of Thought found an excuse to encircle and suppress the new human civilization and invited traitors to send a large number of warships into the decay zone. The traitors did not have too many doubts about this proposal. So the GZ civilization and the Light of Thought took the opportunity to openly repair the plank road and secretly cross the Chinsong. Anyway, after entering the decay zone, the 3 advanced civilizations have their own areas. If they want to make a move, it is difficult for traitors to detect it. Report, a large number of fleets of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought have been discovered, with a number of about 10 billion. Yi Qingzi hurriedly reported. 10 billion? It seems that the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought are going to do something big. Xiao Ping smiled slyly. Sher Chalong, who smiled but said nothing, had already guessed the little calculations of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought, but this was his plan, so he naturally would not tell the traitors. It's better to let both sides fight to the death, so that the new humans can reap the benefits. Yi Qingzi was surprised and doubtful. Huh? The traitors also sent a large fleet, and the target is also the core of the decay zone. Could it be that the 3 parties have discussed it? Yin Sijing expressed his opinion. However, Sher Chalong shook his head calmly. Impossible, human nature determines that they can't be open and honest. Indeed, if the traitors shared the discovery of the alien universe with the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought from the beginning, they still had the possibility of cooperation. Now, Xiao Ping smiled and shook his head. Suspicion has been planted, and the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought cannot afford to gamble. They can only go all out and choose to raid the Nibelung universe. Because the traitors have entered the alien universe, they can no longer trust the traitors. For the safety of the civilization itself, they must act in secret. This is human nature. When suspicion arises, they can only trust themselves. Keep a close eye on them. Understood. Shi Chaolong turned around and instructed Yin Xijing and Xiao Ping. Soon the first batch of 0 warships equipped with space barriers will enter the decay zone of this universe for service. You are ready to receive them. Okay. Xiao Ping had been looking forward to these new warships. This time, I want to let these advanced civilizations know how powerful the new humans are. Yin Xijing said excitedly. Shi Chaolong said unhappily, don't be so arrogant. It's not the time to fight with the 3 advanced civilizations. Haha, just kidding. Yin Xijing waved his hand awkwardly. Whether it was the 3 advanced civilizations of this universe with their own ulterior motives, or the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire that were desperately trying to eliminate the invaders from the alien universe, they all underestimated the existence of the new humans. Chapter 469. While the 3 advanced civilizations in this universe are waiting for the next cosmic contact period, each with its own agenda. Nibelung universe. The 8 new human warships that have been lurking secretly have begun to take root in the Nibelung universe, and the artificial intelligence on the warships is operating autonomously. However, the situation in this universe makes the warships artificial intelligence. Fushi feel very familiar. Not only are the rules of the universe similar to this universe by 94.36%, but many of the universe's cosmic walls and cosmic voids are also somewhat similar to this universe. Complete calculation. Suspected mirror universe. Mirror universe is similar to parallel universe, but not completely similar. Parallel universe means that the physical rules between 2 universes are exactly the same, while mirror universe is similar. Fushi began to analyze the situation of this universe with big data, especially the situation of the Milky Way. After confirming the Great Wall of the celestial martial universe, the Milky Way was soon locked. Since the Milky Way has appeared, the solar system is about to appear. The solar system is discovered. The 3rd planet of the solar system is locked. The micro-wormhole is successfully deployed, and the neutron robot is projected. Fushi landed in the low Earth orbit of this blue planet through the neutron robot, and then entered the atmosphere. Countless electromagnetic waves filled the ionosphere. Discovered a branch of human civilization. Started detecting genes, 99.85% similar to the original human gene sequence. Started detecting soul sequences, 97.51% similar to the original human soul sequence. Time 2043 AD. Social processes at the initial stage of primary civilization, internal division state. Database search begins. No human beings identical to this universe exist, confirmed as a mirror universe, and begins to perform observation tasks. The neutron robot floated inside the blue planet, randomly selected a location, and appeared in a city. Fushi quickly forged his identity on the internet and added reasonable paper documents. He became a real person, a person who really existed on this planet, and no one could detect his situation. The city seemed a little strange, with holographic projection billboards everywhere. Tokyo? Fushi, wearing a thick woolen coat and beret, wrapped in a gray scarf, or Feng Taichin, this is his disguised name. It was the cold winter of the northern hemisphere, and the streets were deserted. Except for some salaried workers over 50 years old, Feng Taichin, who appeared in the appearance of a middle-aged man, seemed to stand out from the crowd. The breath advertising screen installed on one side of the building was playing some product advertisements in turn. Panasonic Fax Machine 2043, a must-have household appliance. Now, buy with personal ID card. The first one is 30% off. Dongli Automatic Rice Cooker, let you have fragrant rice as soon as you get home. Tesla Working Exoskeleton, make you full of energy. Fax Machine? Automatic Rice Cooker? Exoskeleton? Feng Taichin searched the internet briefly at that time, only to find that this country was still using the old antique fax machine. An old Toyota taxi slowly stopped beside him. The taxi driver, with his face full of age spots, asked with a trembling voice, "Would you like a ride?" Feng Taichin calmly opened the taxi door and sat in the back seat. Meiji Shrine in Shibuya District. Meiji Shrine in Shibuya? The old driver hurriedly used his trembling fingers to search on the car navigation system. Beep. Suddenly, 2 horns sounded from behind. It seemed that he was too nervous and made a mistake in operation, so he had to return to the homepage again. You can press the 3rd button on the left, that's voice input. Feng Taichin, who couldn't bear to watch, reminded him. I'm very sorry. The old driver pressed that button. Please tell me your destination. Shibuya. Shibuya. The old driver had forgotten a little, and looked embarrassed and anxious. Meiji Jingu Shrine. Feng Taichin reminded him again. After all the operations, Feng Taiching was wondering if this guy would die suddenly in the car. The hydrogen-powered Toyota taxi finally went from Idagawa district to Shibuya. Sir, you are a foreigner, right? How do you know? I am Yamada Hiro, but I have been a taxi driver in Tokyo for 34 years, and I have seen all kinds of people coming and going. The old driver boasted smugly. I am Chinese. Huh? Chinese? I haven't picked up people from your place for more than 10 years, and both sides have stopped flying for many years. The old driver looked a little puzzled. I am on a business trip. The taxi was still driving on the narrow road, and suddenly a crowd of people appeared in front of it. These people were holding some Japanese or English signs, and shouting some slogans. Most of the people in the crowd were Mulan or mixed race. The taxi had to stop by the roadside and wait for these people to pass. The veteran driver Yamada Pinji cursed in a low voice. Damn black trash, this is a conspiracy of white devils, Amaterasu. Please burn these trash to death. Some of the staff who maintained order, a quarter of them were also black, or dark brown. Feng Taiching looked at the holographic projection screen not far away, and the person, who was giving a speech in the parliament, was also a Mulan. Feng Taiching has learned some of the information about this situation through the internet on this planet. On the blue planet of the Mirror Universe, the historical development is highly similar to that of this universe. After 2020, the situation of bad money replacing good money in developed countries has become more rapid and intense. Even the highly xenophobic East Asian region has had to introduce a series of relaxed immigration policies under the pressure of public opinion and the aging of the population. In just over 20 years, the number of foreign populations has grown wildly, but these populations have not brought the so-called vitality. Instead, it brought AIDS, poverty, chaos and crime. This is what it means to reap what one sows. Feng Taiching has seen two universes. Among the thousands of primary civilizations, there are many with great potential, but they kill themselves. In his opinion, the situation of Mirror Blue Star is already terminally ill. It is the whole society, and the whole civilization that is sick. If there is no determination to cut off one's own arm, the humans of Mirror Blue Star will destroy themselves and become a thing of the past. But he was powerless. As an artificial intelligence, he could not go beyond his authority to save this Mirror Blue planet. Suddenly, bang, among the people who were marching, someone threw some glass bottles or bricks at the surrounding buildings and private cars. No, damn it. Yamada Pinji looked at his beloved car being hit by a brick, and he felt terrible. However, after hearing his angry curse, those people outside did not restrain themselves at all, but became even more aggressive. Crackling glass bottles, bricks, mixed with screams and cries, Feng Taiching, who was sitting in the taxi, had a calm face. The tyrannical face, the pleasure of violence, the trampling of the weaker, the dirt in human nature, filled the world at this moment. Boom! Ah! The broken taxi was hit by a Molotov cocktail, and the flames instantly spread to Yamada Hineo and Feng Taiching. In the taxi with flames rising to the sky, there were screams and strange calmness. This world is dirty. This was Feng Taiching's last sigh. In an instant, he abandoned the prosthesis and returned to the space battleship, leaving only some neutron robots to continue monitoring the planet. Chapter 470. Since Nibelung and this universe are in a non-contact period, even quantum communication cannot be used. Therefore, Fushi can only record everything in the mirror universe silently in the computer storage, and his other task is to monitor the specific situation of the Nibelung universe. Whether it is the Nibelung civilization, the traders, or the newly discovered Raven Empire, these civilizations are under Fushi's surveillance. Heike, who fled into the Nibelung universe with 6 warships, turned on the ship explosion mode, and produced warships along the way while fleeing everywhere. These warships also fled in all directions. In just a few months, the warships of traders expanded to millions, running all over the universe. Even if Nibelung and Raven Empire had the advantage in numbers, it was difficult to extinguish these trader warships. Especially since these trader warships kept replicating and producing, and did not gather together, they fought guerrilla warfare all over the universe, and Nibelung civilization and Raven Empire. And the single ships of Nibelung and Raven Empire were difficult to defeat the warships of traders in a one-on-one situation. For a time, traders began to develop rapidly in the Nibelung universe, like locusts, destroying the universe and attacking various star regions everywhere. On the edge of the unknown Great Wall of the universe, the trader fleet of 150 warships, the flagship Money is in this fleet. Hedge listened to the report of the adjutant Dave, and his jelly body was like a small yellow sun, which was a reflection of his very good mood. The jelly people of the Trader civilization are characterized by their jelly bodies changing color with their emotions. We already have 4.73 million warships, and 15 large vacuum decay bombs are ready. Duff reported the last piece of intelligence. Hedge immediately knew that the Trader could finally gain a foothold in this universe. Okay, immediately drop vacuum decay bombs into the control areas of the Raven Empire and the Yaf civilization, and let them see how powerful a real advanced civilization is. Yes, Commander Hedge. 2 large vacuum decay bombs are secretly stored in the Trader's fleet. The vacuum decay bombs that the Trader had before could not be used because of the difference in the rules of the universe. After several months of rederivation, the Trader scientists who came with the ship have readjusted the technology and can produce and use vacuum decay bombs again. As an old advanced civilization, the Traders have vacuum decay bomb technology, which can control the size of a large vacuum decay bomb to a radius of about 240 kilometers. For the Trader civilization that can easily drag stars, a celestial body with a radius of 240 kilometers is like a marble in the hands of humans. In the calm starry sky, on a Trader battleship, the jelly people are concentrating on finding their target. Report, Area 13069 can be dropped. The captain of the Jellyman immediately ordered, prepare to drop the vacuum decay bomb. The 6 warships surrounded the vacuum decay bomb, activated the repulsion field, and wrapped the vacuum decay bomb in the middle. The vacuum decay bomb exploded instantly, but due to the restraint of the repulsion field, the vacuum decay did not leak out. One of the warships opened a wormhole in front, and then the warship rushed into the wormhole. In an instant, due to the departure of the warship, a gap appeared in the repulsion field. Vacuum decay leaked out from the gap, then rushed into the wormhole, spreading wildly to the other side of the wormhole, and expanding the radius of the wormhole. Raven Empire, Yale Star Region. Shrill alarm sounded on administrative stars, satellite cities, battleships and spacecraft. Raven people look very strange, with big heads and small bodies, and because of the distribution of their 6 eyes, they look like they have 3 faces. The head of the Yale Star Region, who was floating in the air with mental power, looked extremely ugly. He directly ordered with brain waves, start the emergency retreat procedure immediately. Star Chief, we have started it, but... A Raven person fell silent at the end. Fuchsia, the star leader of the Yale Star Zone, naturally understood what it meant, because the attack speed of vacuum decay was too fast, and some areas that were too close had no time to dodge, and were swallowed by vacuum decay. Damn alien invaders. The Yale Star Zone of the Raven Empire was suddenly attacked. This was the first time that the Trader fleet attacked a star zone on a large scale. This incident caused a shock to the Raven Empire. Then the Nibelung civilization also received news that one of their star zones was also attacked. After attacking these 2 star regions, Heike immediately sent a clear code universe broadcast to the entire Nibelung universe. The capital star of the Nibelung civilization. In the Great Council Court, a group of high-level officials of the Nibelung civilization have received Heike's ultimatum, demanding a peace negotiation. What do you think? Impossible, we will never accept it. Stupid, if you don't accept it, the Trader civilization will be destroyed. With their technological level and survival rate, they are obviously higher than us. But the other party wants to share the cosmic channel of this universe, which is the reason for our rise. Finally, an elder spoke up. Well, if the new universe is also pulled into vacuum decay, it will be very disadvantageous to us. The Nibelung civilization finally chose to compromise, because Heike grasped the key point of the Nibelung civilization. If the Nibelung civilization does not agree to share the cosmic channel, then they will unite with the Raven Empire and destroy the Nibelung civilization first. Although the Raven Empire was also attacked by a star region, it is not impossible to turn enemies into friends in front of a cosmic channel. The universe is so naked. As long as the interests are sufficient, betrayal and alliance, fighting and peace can be transformed at any time and anywhere. After Nibelung and the Raven Empire found that they could not do anything to the Trader fleet, they had to accept Hedge's peace negotiations. The 3 parties started a negotiation meeting on an uninhabited planet near the universe channel. Hedge and Duff stand-in robots participated in this meeting. Nibelung and the Raven Empire also came with stand-in robots. We want 1/3 of the universe. The Nibelung representative slammed the table on the spot. Impossible, at most 1/10. We also think 1/3 is too much. The Raven Empire representative would naturally not agree. If the Traders were allowed to obtain so much territory easily, it might be a problem for who would have the final say in the universe in the future. Heike also held on tightly. The 2 sides argued over this issue for several days. In the end, they both took a step back, and the traitors obtained 1/5 of the area of the Nibelung universe. Of course, as the price of obtaining the territory, the traitors must stand on the same front with them, and block other advanced civilizations in the universe from entering. Obviously, the Nibelung civilization also knew that it was impossible for them to monopolize the universe channel. The condition for sharing the universe channel naturally required the Raven Empire and the traitors to also contribute to defending the universe channel. The Raven Empire and the traitors naturally had no objection to this condition, because they did not want other advanced civilizations to enter. The Nibelung universe is so small, and if more competitors come in, the pie will only get smaller and smaller. Heike actually had his own little calculations in mind, so he naturally agreed to it, because this matter was in line with their interests and plans. The three parties signed the New Universe Joint Convention, and then jointly deployed the Universe Channel. Chapter 471. In this universe, before we know it, it has been more than 17 years since the last encounter between this universe and the Nibelung universe. The Polar Civilization, which has been ready for a long time, immediately mobilized tens of millions of Zero warships near the core of the decay zone as time is getting closer. They rushed directly to the cosmic channel in the core of the decay zone. The traitor fleet guarding the cosmic channel immediately realized that the cosmic channel was exposed when they saw this. As soon as the two sides met, Chi-Sha, the fleet commander of the Polar Civilization, immediately broadcast to the fleet of the traitor civilization. Traitor civilization, you get out of my way immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Haishan Pal, the commander of the traitor fleet, also responded in an unyielding manner. This is the exclusive area of the traitor civilization, please leave immediately. The fleets of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought launched an attack without hesitation, and the traitor fleet, which had been on guard, immediately counterattacked. The fleets of both sides fought fiercely in the core of the decay zone, throwing vacuum decay bombs at each other one by one, causing endless space cracks. Because the warships prepared by the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought were more than 10 times larger than those of the traitor fleet was defeated for a while. Seeing that the cosmic channel was about to connect, the traitor fleet tried its best to block it, and with a fearless fighting style, it temporarily withstood the offensive of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought. The flagship of the Polar Civilization fleet, Chi-Sha, who was covered with golden lines all over his body, had already seen that the traitor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and immediately ordered, "Open a channel for me at all costs." Understood. The Light of Thought had the same idea. The frantic fleets of both sides slaughtered each other's warships. This fight at all costs even caused several large space cracks. The new human warships that had been hiding in the surroundings, even with the space barrier, quickly retreated at distance. Suddenly, a series of strange zero-point energy waves appeared in the core of the decay zone, which was the signal that the universe channel was successfully connected. In an instant, the traitor warships of this universe and the traitors of the Nibelung universe achieved quantum communication. Tens of thousands of warships carrying the top leaders of the traitor civilization immediately rushed into the cosmic channel at full speed, and the traitor fleet on the other side of the cosmic channel immediately received this batch of warships. Then the traitors of the Nibelung universe immediately joined forces with the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire to project countless vacuum decay bombs into the cosmic channel. Those warships of the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought warships that tried to approach the cosmic channel were immediately hit hard. Countless vacuum decay bombs rushed out of the cosmic channel and exploded wildly on the side of the universe on which the cosmic channel was located. These vacuum decay bombs created countless space cracks, and the warship of the Polar Civilization, the Light of Thought, which was in the front, was completely destroyed. The traitors' fleet of this universe, which received the news, immediately moved away from the cosmic channel and monitored the surroundings of the cosmic channel. On the flagship of the Polar Civilization fleet, Chi-Sha was furious, and the golden lines kept flashing. Damn traitors, rush over. Commander Chi-Sha, our warships have lost more than 68%. The adjutant reported helplessly. Damn it. The warships that desperately charged towards the cosmic channel were destroyed by the space cracks one after another, while the traitors on the other side, Nibelung, and the Raven Empire, obviously had no intention of showing mercy. They continued to project vacuum decay bombs into the cosmic channel, making the cosmic channel form an airtight space crack isolation zone, completely blocking the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought outside the universe. 17 hours later, the cosmic channel connection was disconnected. The traitors obviously judged that the cosmic channel had been disconnected through the interrupted quantum communication, and then stopped the attack. Unlike the last battle of the universe channel, in this battle of the universe channel, the traitors, Nibelung and Raven Empire, who were on high alert, did not give the Polar Civilization and the Light of Thought any chance. They completely blocked the universe channel, not to mention a spaceship. Even a particle from the universe could not pass through. In the alien zone, the warships lurking in the Nibelung universe reported a series of situations in the Nibelung universe to them through quantum communication. There is a blue star in the mirror universe? Xiao Ping looked at the virtual display screen in front of him in surprise. Shi Chaolong waved his hand calmly. It's normal, there's no need to make a fuss. Scientists from the Science and Technology Commission have long deduced that there are countless universes in the infinite universe. Among these universes, there are alien universes similar to the light crystal universe, mirror universes similar to the Nibelung universe, and there may also be parallel universes with exactly the same physical rules. Blue stars and human civilizations may exist in mirror universes and parallel universes. However, for the new humans now, even if there is the same human civilization, so what? The new humans will not let the other party join them. At most, they will make them their subordinate civilization, and it depends on their mood. For example, on the blue planet of Nibelung, this human civilization is not the new humans' cup of tea. As the new humans who are completely dominated by the Chinese race, they are extremely exclusive to non-Chinese races. For example, the group of people from other races who joined in those days have now been completely assimilated. Even their genes have been assimilated. It is obviously impossible for you to let the new humans accept a human civilization full of black and white. At most, take away the Chinese who are worth reforming, and then let the rest of the people fend for themselves. Shi Chaolong ordered. Let Fuxi inspect the mirror blue planet number 1 and take away the Chinese who are worth reforming. Understood. This is the reality. The new humans also have their own will, and cannot really accept everyone. Yi Qingzi, who was monitoring the core of the decay zone, suddenly said, Senior, the universe channel is interrupted. Shi Chaolong turned his head and took a look, smiling and said, It seems that the traitor has successfully blocked the cosmic channel. There will be a good show next. No need to continue, it has already started. Yin Xizhen pointed to the only remaining normal area in this universe. The monitoring system has detected that the extreme civilization, the light of thought, and the traitor are fighting. Being blocked by the traitor in the cosmic channel is equivalent to cutting off the retreat of the two civilizations. The extremely angry extreme civilization and the light of thought attacked the traitor without hesitation. Now both sides have really started fighting, and the rhythm is a bit desperate. After watching for a while, Shi Chaolong ordered, Notify the Guangjing Universe headquarters to prepare for the great tier of the universe. Understood. The desperate war of the advanced civilization will soon accelerate the arrival of the great tier of the universe, and the Zero warships prepared by the Guangjing Universe are already sharpening their knives. Once the great tier of the universe is over, that will be the time when the three advanced civilizations are at their weakest, and it will also be a good time for the new humans to make a move. After preparing for so long, the war committee is already thirsty. If we can take the opportunity to destroy the power of the three advanced civilizations in this universe, the new humans can dominate this universe. At that time, the new humans who have two universes can choose the opportunity to deal with the Nibelung universe, and completely unify the three universes. For this plan, the new humans have been preparing, just waiting for the great tear of the universe to come. Chapter 472. The continuous battle of the light of thought between traitors and polar civilizations has completely pushed the universe towards the great tear of the universe. When the last normal area was swallowed by vacuum decay, the universe fell into darkness. This is real darkness, because there is no photon in the entire universe. Even atoms, neutrons, neutrinos and electrons return to zero-point energy. At this time, everything dies, and the universe returns to chaos. In ancient mythology, the chaos of the void before the judgment of the universe may be the scene at this moment. In the zero-point energy ocean, the only survivors are the advanced civilization's Zero warships, which are like small universes, floating in the chaotic universe. The traitors' 120,000 flagships are all full of clones. The bodies of these jelly men have already passed through the universe channel and entered the Nibelung universe. These clones have only one mission. That is to kill the polar civilization and the light of thought in the chaotic universe at all costs. And the polar civilization and the light of thought also did not give up. They were tricked by the traitors, so they naturally would not swallow this breath. The cruel war is still going on. Even in this dark and chaotic universe, they have no intention of stopping. The traitors want to eliminate their opponents to prevent future troubles. But the polar civilization, the light of thought, has to fight. If they don't eliminate the traitors in this universe, they will become weaker and weaker under the interference of this traitor. But the traders can continuously support the fleet to come to this universe through the universe channel, so they must eliminate the trader branch of this universe as soon as possible, and then integrate their forces to block the traders of the Nibelung universe from coming to this universe. The irreconcilable contradiction made both sides do their best to attack each other. Although the universe has been completely swallowed by vacuum decay, there is still some time before the great tier of the universe. Because the universe needs a period of time to expand, and when the zero-point energy can no longer support the stability of space, that is when the great tier of the universe will come. On one of the motherships of the polar civilization, the elders of the Aurora Society, who have copied themselves millions of times, are presiding over an emergency meeting. Elder Huang Jing, the slightly dim golden lines on his body, showed that this polar person was already quite old. Pieces of pessimistic intelligence filled his core. Huang Jing sent out brain waves and asked, "How much did our fleet lose?" The clone of intelligence officer Baishur replied respectfully, "As of just now, it has lost about 27%. The golden lines flickered slightly, and Huang Jing was silent. "Elder, if we continue to lose at the current rate, our survival rate after surviving the great tier of the universe may be less than 1 in a trillion. Baishur continued to report. In fact, Baishur still has some data that he didn't mention. For example, as the war with traders continues, their loss rate will continue to rise. How many survivors there will be in the end can only be left to fate. We can't go on like this. The GZ civilization cannot perish in the hands of our generation." The golden lines on Huang Jing seemed to be a last gasp. But, as if he had made up his mind, Huang Jing sent out a decisive brain wave. "Start, GZ plan." "What?" Baishur was startled and quickly reminded, "Elder, GZ plan is not yet fully mature. After the transformation, it may cause irreversible damage. This is the decision of the Aurora Society. If we can't continue the civilization, what's the use of all this?" Huang Jing's brain waves contained extremely complex emotions. If they could choose, how could they make this decision? And Baishur was completely silent. He understood that the polar civilization had reached the most dangerous moment. The failure to fight for the Nibelung universe had made them lose their last retreat. Not only would the traders hunt down the warships of the polar civilization, but the new humans who had been hiding would probably also take the opportunity to attack. If they did not prepare a backup plan, the polar civilization might be destroyed. On the polar mothership, countless copies of the polar people walked silently towards a cabin. Inside this cabin, the walls were all covered with golden lines. In the middle of the cabin, there was a light golden beam of light, and a copy of the polar man stepped into it without hesitation. The moment the copy of the polar man stepped into the beam of light, the whole person seemed to turn into a torrent of photons. This torrent of photons rushed to another instrument and was bound in a gravitational field. In an instant, countless zero-point energies were infused into the photon body. In less than 10 minutes, the photon body gradually transformed into a zero-point body, and the zero-point body at this time emitted a series of zero-point energy waves. He was transmitting some information, but in this case, the thinking of the zero particle was chaotic, and the zero-point energy wave signal emitted seemed chaotic. The scientists of the polar civilization had to adjust these zero particles little by little to make them gain some logic. Then some established programs were implanted into the zero particles, and after completing these tasks, these zero particles were released into the decay zone. Countless zero-particle replicas were transformed into zero particles, and then placed in the decay zone. The head of the light of thought is similar to the supreme will of the new human beings, and is the collective will of all members of the civilization. He has calculated countless possibilities for the future, but among these possibilities, the possibility of the light of thought continuing civilization is very low. In a normal cosmic tear, the survival rate of the zero battleship of the light of thought should not lead to extinction. However, after adding the variables of traders and new human intervention, the possibility of the light of thought surviving the cosmic tear is very small, almost zero. The leader called all the senior executives of Light of Thought to hold a virtual meeting. "We have reached the final moment of life and death. What suggestions do you have?" The senior executives did not have any good plan. Suddenly, the chief scientist of Light of Thought made a proposal. The senior executives started a heated discussion. As the leader of the collective will of all living beings, after a fierce struggle of will, he chose to agree to that plan. After deciding on the plan, Light of Thought began to act. A large number of warships gathered in one area, and then lined up the warships to form a huge sphere, which stimulated a strong repulsive field around the sphere. As time went by, the repulsive field became stronger and stronger, and even began to tear the surrounding space. However, even if countless space cracks attacked the sphere and caused countless zero warships to be destroyed, the Light of Thought still did not give up, and countless warships rushed forward to ensure the integrity of the sphere. Time passed quickly, and the strength of the repulsive field of the sphere was also increasing day by day. The leader has already noticed from the data that the repulsive field has reached the critical point, and immediately ordered the other 0 warships on the periphery to form a new sphere to wrap up the old sphere. However, there is a layer of space between the two. The outer sphere is also releasing a repulsive field. The two repulsive fields repel each other and tear the space madly until the two combined repulsive fields reach the critical point. In an instant, the space between the outer sphere and the inner sphere was completely torn apart. The combined 0 warship group of the outer sphere instantly fell apart, and most of them were annihilated into 0-point energy. The outer sphere after the rupture revealed a huge hole with a radius of thousands of light years. The hole was a hole formed by a space crack. There was nothing in the hole. Even the 0-point energy disappeared. Chapter 473. Different area. Xiaoping, who was monitoring the entire universe, suddenly frowned. Team Sure, there was an intense abnormal signal just now. Abnormal signal? Shi Chaolong turned his chair. In Area 8691, there are many warships of the Light of Thought concentrated in this area. The abnormal signal is a super-large space crack. Xiaoping explained. Super-large space crack? Shi Chaolong's brain was spinning rapidly. He couldn't figure out what the other party was doing for a while. He could only record this incident temporarily and mark it with a 6.2 attention level. The battle between traitors and the polar civilization, the Light of Thought, is still in full swing, and both sides are ready to fight to the death. Boss, when will we join the battlefield? Yin Xijing asked impatiently. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until the universe is torn apart. Are you going to get beaten now? Shi Chaolong said calmly. Yin Xijing scratched his head awkwardly. Alarm, alarm, Alien Zone 574, encountering a large-scale space crack. The rapid alarm sounded in everyone's ears, and Shi Chaolong suddenly became serious. He unfolded the Alien Zone star map and found a dense space crack in Zone 574, which was estimated to be no less than 173 light-years in radius. Shi Chaolong made a prompt decision. It seems that the local universe side of the Alien Zone is no longer safe. Everyone, move to the light crystal universe side of the Alien Zone. Understood. Xiaoping and others responded in unison and began to prepare for the transfer. They had predicted this situation before, and the transfer work had actually been prepared long ago. The evacuation work was completed in less than half a day. After boarding the spacecraft, passing through the internal wormhole of the Alien Zone and entering the light crystal universe side of the Alien Zone, the situation here seemed calm. Although retreating to the light crystal universe side, the gatekeeper can still monitor the Alien Zone, the local universe side, and the local universe in real time. As for why the space barrier is not used to protect the safety of the Alien Zone, it is not that the new humans do not want to use it, but that they cannot do it. The radius of the Alien Zone has reached 1.87 million light-years. The current expansion speed has slowed down relatively, but it is still expanding at a high speed. This high-speed expansion will cause loopholes in the space barrier generator. If it is just a loophole, the scale of the loophole can be dynamically balanced by continuously replenishing the space barrier generator. The problem is that the Alien Zone is too big, and it is too difficult to fully cover the space barrier generator, and now the new humans don't need to worry too much about other advanced civilizations. Naturally, there is no plan to install a space barrier in the Alien Zone. Anyway, now the new humans can fight other advanced civilizations, so they are naturally bolder. In the Alien Zone, on the side of the light crystal universe. Before I could sit down, the alarm sounded again. Damn. Yin-Si was looking at the virtual display screen in front of him, and a large area of light spots representing the new human zero detectors were extinguished in an instant. Tens of millions of zero detectors were destroyed in one wave. This space crack has reached the level of the great tier of the universe. Xiaoping's expression also became serious. Everyone began to get busy because the great tier of the universe had arrived. The most intuitive situation was that countless space cracks appeared on the other side of the Alien Zone, tearing open the crystal wall of the Alien Zone's universe. Since the Alien Zone is a child universe of the original universe, its own physical rules overlap with the original universe, which intensifies the invasion intensity and depth of the space cracks. Alien Zone on the side of the universe, part of the space crack has spread tens of thousands of light years. However, the Alien Zone is a relatively independent universe after all, and these invading space cracks are also quickly repaired by the universe rules of the Alien Zone. The situation of both sides at this moment is like a tug-of-war. Even a relatively independent area, like the alien zone, has been attacked by the Great Tear of the universe, not to mention the interior of the universe. On the star map of the universe in front of Shi Chaolong, the old-fashioned zero detector of the new human, without space barrier, has been destroyed by 97.63%. Even though the new zero detectors were equipped with space barrier generators, nearly 27.14% were still destroyed. Space cracks with a width of more than light years, and a length of tens of thousands of light years appeared in the universe. A space crack passed by, and a flagship of the polar civilization was cut open without any warning. The moment the warship was cut open, it was completely annihilated in vacuum decay. Huang Jing-06 clone sensed that another clone of himself had died. The replica of Bai Shi at the side also had golden lines that were changing in brightness and darkness. The loss was too severe. The polar civilization had just encountered the Great Tear of the universe, and had lost nearly 94% of its zero warships. What a huge loss. You should know that the number of warships of the polar civilization is calculated in trillions. The proportion of 94% is like the ocean of the blue planet disappearing in an instant, leaving only those lakes and rivers. Let each warship create as many zero bodies as possible. This is our last hope. As long as we survive the Great Tear of the universe, the polar civilization will not perish. Yes, Elder. Bai Shi immediately used quantum communication to let each ship go all out to create zero bodies. Anyway, there is no need to fly now. Just stop the warship and wait for the judgment of fate. Because running around is more dangerous, it is better to save some energy and use it to create zero bodies. Every warship of the polar civilization is trying its best to create zero bodies, and then throw these zero bodies into the universe. On the other side, the Light of Thought, which has carried out the repulsive field sphere plan for 6 consecutive times, also gave up sailing and floated directly in the vacuum decay to accept the judgment of fate. Life or death, it's up to fate. Space cracks like death warrants took away countless zero warships. Faced with huge losses, the warships of the Light of Thought seemed powerless. When life develops to the advanced civilization stage, there are still cosmic disasters that are difficult to resist. Perhaps after transcending the universe, organisms may face even more cruel disasters. Death is not a kind of relief. In the face of the doomsday disaster of the universe, advanced civilizations also seem weak and vulnerable. In the Great Tear of the universe in this universe, the two commonest cosmic civilizations are the new humans and traitors. The warships of traitors left in this universe are still tirelessly looking for trouble with the extreme civilization and the Light of Thought. This kind of behavior of kicking someone when they are down is just commonplace for traitors, who are hunting their enemies madly. In the other area, the side of the light crystal universe, Huang Mingzhi, Duan Zonfeng and others also watched the Great Tear of this universe through the substitute robots. From the latest data obtained from some remaining detectors, it seems that our estimate is correct. The Great Tear of the universe will continue for about 5 years. Duan Zonfeng said calmly. Huang Mingzhi smiled and said, if the expansion power of vacuum decay is not removed, the Great Tear of the universe will inevitably continue. I don't know if the polar civilization and the Light of Thought can survive this. It is estimated that it is more likely to be dangerous. Even if it survives, we and the traitors will not miss this opportunity. Huang Mingzhi nodded. No matter whether it was the new humans or the traitors, they would not miss this golden opportunity. I almost forgot about the important matter. Duan Zonfeng patted his forehead. No hurry. Huang Mingzhi was still watching the rare scene in this universe. This was the Great Tear of the universe, an important stage of the universe, so he naturally had to observe it carefully. Chapter 474. Duan Zonfeng, Huang Mingzhi and others came here not just to see the Great Tear of the universe. As the top scientists of the new humans, they have no time to come here to appreciate the wonders of the universe. This time they came here to study the space cracks in the process of the Great Tear of the universe, to be more specific, to study the generation mechanism of space cracks. Space crack weapons are a technology that can be comparable to rule-modifying weapons, and the new humans will naturally not miss this opportunity. After looking at the data for a while, Huang Mingzhi thought silently that space cracks can actually be understood as true vacuums. Space cracks are the ultimate product of vacuum decay. When vacuum decay reaches its extreme, there is no matter to fill the expansion of the repulsive field, and space cracks will appear. Fortunately, the scale of this universe is large enough. According to the universe model of Huang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng, if the mass of the universe is less than 18% of the universe, once the big tear occurs, it will be really finished. A universe with too low mass is difficult to resist the big tear, and will eventually break into cosmic fragments, small universes. And a universe of this level would not feel good after experiencing the Great Tear of the universe. After this great tier of the universe, the mass of this universe will permanently lose about 10% to 20%. As for where did the lost mass of the universe go in the end, the new humans have not yet figured it out, but it is estimated that they have entered the infinite universe C, the so-called infinite universe C, also known as infinite vacuum ocean. All universes are wandering in the infinite universe C, but the specific situation is temporarily unknown to the new humans. Judging from the above situations, once the universe has multiple cosmic rifts, it will inevitably lead to continuous loss of mass in the universe. If the mass loss of the universe is excessive, in the end, the universe will be completely torn apart and turned into cosmic fragments. Academician Huang, if you want to create a space crack in a normal universe, it is estimated to be very difficult. Duan Zonfeng helplessly opened a piece of the paper. Wang Mingzhi smiled and shook his head. If it were that easy, space crack weapons would have been everywhere. That's true. Wang Mingzhi sat on a chair, holding his head with both hands, looking at a large amount of data, and thought without thinking. It is indeed not an easy thing to study space cracks, because the prerequisite for space cracks is vacuum decay. After all, vacuum decay to the extreme can trigger the generation of space cracks. In this way, it is necessary to produce vacuum decay on a large scale, and the consequence of large-scale vacuum decay will cause the universe to tear apart. Obviously, this method is not the result Huang Mingzhi wants to see. Although the universes known to the new humans now include this universe, the light crystal universe, and the Nibelung civilization, it is impossible that every attack will cause large-scale vacuum decay and cause a great tear in the universe. If this continues, this universe will be doomed. Once this universe completely collapses, the light crystal universe and the Nibelung universe associated with it will become an independent universe. An independent universe does not have to worry about invasions from other advanced civilizations, but if something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. It is better to occupy more universes and use them as spare tires than to hang a tree. Huh? This data is interesting. Duan Zonfeng's voice suddenly sounded. Wang Mingzhi turned his head curiously. What data? Some time before the great tear of the universe was about to come, 6 consecutive super-large space crack signals appeared inside the control area of the Light of Thought. Duan Zonfeng explained while sharing the file. Curious Huang Mingzhi flipped through the file marked with a 6.2 attention level, and soon he also saw some problems. The 6 signals are almost the same in size and intensity? Man-made? Duan Zonfeng nodded. Very likely. Why did they create the space cracks? Huang Mingzhi was puzzled, and then turned on the auxiliary supercomputer to remodel the 6 data. Gradually, he seemed to have discovered something. 6 super-large vacuum holes appeared on the holographic model in front of him. This is... Huang Mingzhi narrowed his eyes, as if he saw something incredible. It seems that we underestimated the Light of Thought. Oh, how do you know? What do you see from the progress of these 6 models? Huang Mingzhi did not answer directly, but pointed at the 6 models in front of him. Duan Zonfeng carefully observed the 6 models, and soon he also showed a shocked expression. They are creating a small universe. That's right. Through the repulsive field of the inner and outer spheres, they directly and completely tear apart the space and create a small universe. A real small universe. Huang Mingzhi exclaimed. But if you do this, once you get lost in the infinite universe, you will never be able to return to this universe. If they can find a new universe, or have a way to develop a small universe, this is a way out. Huang Mingzhi did not think that the scientists of the Light of Thought would not know about this. Although the possibility of finding a new universe or developing the technology of a small universe is very small. But at least the Light of Thought has left a backup plan. This courage to survive at the risk of death is enough to make the new humans admire it. And the 6 small universes torn out from the universe are the 6 civilization seeds of the Light of Thought. With the technological level of advanced civilizations, they can maintain themselves for a long time even in a small universe through internal circulation and population control. Record this plan. We can also study it and be prepared for any eventuality. Huang Mingzhi suggested. Duan Zonfeng agreed. Okay, this is a pleasant surprise. I wonder if the GZ civilization has a similar plan. Huang Mingzhi thinks that these advanced civilizations should not be underestimated. I guess they will not sit and wait for death. They must have some means or emergency plans. Duan Zonfeng also believed that as an old and advanced civilization, the Light of Thought could create a small universe to escape, and the polar civilization should not be any worse. As soon as the 2 people's research reports were submitted, the War Committee and the Ghost Special Service attached great importance to it. For a time, there were several opinions within the War Committee on whether to strike the Light of Thought and the polar civilization with all their strength. In the end, The Supreme will weigh the pros and cons, and decided to eliminate the remnants of the polar civilization, and the light of thought in this universe as much as possible. After all, one less competitor means one less threat. It is estimated that traders are also rubbing their hands, waiting for the next connection of the cosmic channel between the Nibelung universe and this universe. The new humans also hope to test the practicality of the space barrier, especially its practicality in war, and accumulate some experience in fighting with advanced civilizations. The great tear of this universe is still continuing. The scientific research team led by Huang Mingzhi and Duan Zongfeng also tried to create artificial space cracks by studying space cracks. However, the difficulty is really too great. It is possible to use the internal and external repulsive field scheme similar to the light of thought. The problem is that the space cracks created by this scheme can only be used to create small universes. If you want to use it as a weapon, this type of space crack is not practical. Time passed day by day, and the great tier of the universe began to enter its peak period. During this period, whether it was the polar civilization, the light of thought, or the trader, their warships in this universe suffered heavy losses. The loss rate was as high as more than 99.999%, leaving only a few fish that slipped through the net, and were still wandering in the vacuum decay. Chapter 475. In the dark vacuum decay, there is nothing but darkness, and endless darkness. That darkness is deeper than ink, purer than a black hole, and quieter than the long night. Who am I? Where am I? Why do I exist? In this empty and lightless vacuum decay, even the space crack that can destroy everything is so dark and so quiet. A shadow that is indistinguishable from the chaotic universe is floating aimlessly, and its memory is extremely chaotic, just like a broken glass painting. In the fragmented picture, the memory of billions of years is like a pot of thick stew, with thousands of flavors and colors mixed together. It can't distinguish these memories, nor does it have a clear will to lead and sort out these chaotic memory fragments. Suddenly a space crack passed. The body composed of zero particles was cut off by the space crack, which made it feel palpitations instinctively. The life instinct of fear of death prompted it to wander away from here. It's just that the appearance of the space crack seems to be disorderly. It may be here in the last moment, and there in the next moment. It wandered desperately, trying to escape from here, but it didn't know that the entire universe was a vacuum decay zone at this time, with space cracks everywhere, and there was no place to escape. More and more space cracks cut through its body, dividing its zero body. As time went by, it became weaker and weaker, and the zero content in its body became less and less. Am I going to die? However, by accident, as its zero body was constantly divided, this zero body actually completed the simplification in disguise. With fewer and fewer memory fragments, its will gradually became clearer. Who am I? In the depths of that memory, a creature with golden lines all over its body appeared in its mind. Manlin, my name is Manlin. The few remaining zero bodies seemed to be stimulated by something and rolled rapidly. Gradually, it began to absorb the surrounding zero-point energy to replenish its incomplete zero body. Manlin stimulated zero-point energy waves in all directions, sensing the surrounding environment and slowly sorting out his memory fragments. Although it was an incomplete memory fragment, the amount of memory information was reduced by several orders of magnitude, allowing Manlin to complete the memory sorting faster. Manlin sorted out the memory, and repaired the broken body by absorbing the vacuum zero-point energy. At this time, it was no longer afraid of the space crack. It wandered in the void, with indescribable loneliness in its heart. There was only endless darkness around it, and there were space cracks that appeared and disappeared. Suddenly one day, Manlin came to a new void, and he found a kind of person. Hello, my name is Manlin. Manlin was surprised to release the zero-point energy wave to the other party. However, the zero substance did not respond and continued to float on its own. Hello, my name is Manlin. Manlin asked again. The only response to him was dead silence. Hello, my name is Manlin. Manlin did not give up and continued to send zero-point energy waves to the other party, trying to get a little response, even if it was just a little bit. Time kept passing, but all of Manlin's calls were like a stone sinking into the sea. He began to slowly approach the other party, trying to replenish some zero-point energy into the incomplete body, but the body did not react at all. No, Manlin continued. While calling the other party, he replenished the zero-point energy, but unfortunately everything he did was in vain. The incomplete zero body still had no reaction. Am I really the only one left? Manlin rolled unwillingly. Suddenly a space crack crossed the zero body, and the already incomplete zero body was instantly torn into pieces. No, Manlin didn't care about getting hurt, he just spread his body, and wrapped up the fragments of the shattered zero bodies. Then he carefully gathered the fragments and tried to put them together again, but Manlin's actions did not achieve the expected results. He left with the fragments of the zero body and drifted into the unknown void. As time went by, Manlin encountered more and more zero bodies, but these zero bodies were all in a lifeless and broken state. Manlin wrapped them in his body one by one. Until one day, some strange memories appeared in Manlin's memory, and he found that the fragments of the zero body in his body were slowly merging with his body. Ankli. Yadu. Purple fire. Manlin sorted out these memories bit by bit, and he also found that with the integration of these zero body fragments, his thinking speed became faster, his logic became more complete, and his body strength was also improving. From the initial resistance, Manlin took the initiative to absorb these zero body fragments, even the wreckage and body. A relatively complete zero body was floating not far away. Manlin moved directly over, unfolded his body, and wrapped the other party. Become a part of me. This way you can survive. The loneliness and despair prompted Manlin to constantly devour those zero bodies. Those calls were always dead silence. Manlin was so eager for companions that he wanted to merge all the wreckage into his body. Countless memories did not bring him confusion. He turned the original owners of those memory fragments into secondary personalities. At this time, Manlin, in addition to the main personality Manlin, there are thousands of secondary personalities, and these secondary personalities share the same body with him. Manlin, there is something there. Shut up. By sure, do you have any data on this in your intelligence? Sorry, part of my memory was lost. That thing should be a zero warship. I don't know which civilization it belongs to. It doesn't matter. In Manlin's body, countless personalities are communicating, and there is some order in the chaos, which seems particularly weird. Manlin, don't touch him. I know. A new human zero warship is sailing in the void. The new human zero warship is the only warship that dares to sail here. The dense space cracks that appear and disappear mysteriously seem to be blocked outside by an invisible wall. The warship shuttles through the space cracks without any damage. Manlin, who observed this scene, was very surprised. After collecting the memory fragments of thousands of zero bodies, he almost knew his origins and the situation of the polar civilization. However, this technology that can resist space cracks is also a technology that the polar civilization in his memory has not mastered. If the polar civilization mastered this technology, there would be no need to release the zero body, and he would not be born in this dark chaotic void. The speed of the zero warship was not fast, as if it was searching for something, but Manlin vaguely guessed the other party's intention. This zero warship is very likely to be searching for the remnants of other civilizations, and then annihilate the other party in the void. Manlin split into several fragments, hanging far behind the zero warship. He was very interested in the technology that could block space cracks. The main body kept a distance from the warship because he was worried that he would be discovered by the other party. In the dark vacuum decay, the concept of time seemed to have lost its reference. Only by following the warship could Manlin more or less feel that time was passing. Chapter 476. Unmanned New Human Zero Warship. Slowly sailing in the vacuum decay zone of this universe, the artificial intelligence system on the warship is constantly scanning the surroundings. This warship numbered 15783671-1004 is just one of the warships sent into this universe by the new humans. The new humans have sent no less than millions of warships like this. However, the artificial intelligence Xing Tian did not notice that several zero bodies were sneakily following the warship about 28 light-years behind it. Since these zero bodies are the same type of matter as the zero-point energy ocean of the universe background at this time, they are equivalent to a water molecule in the ocean. Unless you pay special attention, it is difficult to detect the secrets in them. The mission of the warship is to enter this universe and hunt down the remnants of other civilizations. Whether it is the polar civilization, the light of thought, or the trader, they are all hunted by these warships. Alert! A space battleship was found in the 150063 area. The database match is completed. The 15 Type 0 battleship of the light of thought. Hunting program started, full speed ahead. Instantly, the new human warship burst out with an unprecedented speed, directly increasing the flight speed to 15 million times the speed of light. The reason why this speed can be reached is actually related to the current cosmic background environment and the space barrier technology of the new humans. In the universe in the Great Rip period, there is only a thin zero-point energy left in the universe, and it is easy to fly faster than the speed of light. And the space barrier, to a certain extent, is equivalent to allowing the spacecraft to enter another universe, ignoring many physical rules and restrictions of the universe. The new human warship, moving at full speed, immediately shook off those sneaky tails. Manlin immediately learned through telepathic resonance that the split body had lost the target. Manlin, forget it. Don't provoke the other party for the time being. By sure, you said this warship might be a warship of the new humans? Yes, in this universe, except for the mysterious new humans, I know more or less about the situation of other civilizations. Then give up tracking for the time being, and continue to look for the rest. Manlin's body was conducting a strange self-communication, and then floated in one direction. Although he couldn't catch up with the new warships of the new humans, Manlin, the zero body, was actually not slow, and could reach 919 times the speed of light at the fastest. He flew aimlessly, and whenever he saw a zero body, he would tentatively greet it. If there was no response, he would devour it. In fact, he was extremely eager to find a zero body with an independent personality, but he didn't meet one along the way. On the other side, the new human warship burst out at full speed, and appeared not far from the zero-body warship of the Light of Thought in a moment. As soon as the new human warship appeared, the zero warship of the Light of Thought reacted immediately. On the warship of the Light of Thought, Captain Gucci was shocked when he sensed the alarm of the warship intelligence, and immediately ordered, "Battle team, launch an attack immediately." The strange warship that appeared at this time was obviously malicious, so he immediately chose to launch an attack. Based on the idea of striking first, and then suffering, the warship of the Light of Thought directly launched 6 small vacuum decay bombs. The warship itself immediately burst out at an unprecedented speed and flew far away. Faced with the vacuum decay bombs fired at it, the new human warship did not dodge at all and rushed straight over. 6 small vacuum decay bombs were detonated around the new human warship one after another, causing dense space cracks. It seems that the enemy has been killed. The deputy captain of the Light of Thought breathed a sigh of relief. The scout on the side suddenly widened his eyes, and the deep purple pupils suddenly shrank, emitting a series of rapid brain waves. No, the enemy ship was not destroyed by the space crack. What? Captain Gucci immediately looked at the monitoring system. In the star map above, the blue light spots representing the enemy kept flashing. How is it possible? Gucci's brain waves became chaotic. But the new human warship approached instantly. Too fast. The speed of the new human warship was too fast, almost more than 10 times the speed of the Light of Thought warship. In an instant, 6 vacuum decay bombs were also launched from the new human warship and rushed directly to the Light of Thought warship. Quick, launch vacuum decay bombs to intercept. Gucci nervously sent out rapid brain waves. No, the enemy ship is too close to us. Even if the interception is successful, those space cracks will kill us. The deputy captain was extremely desperate. Because the new human warship is less than 0.4 light years away from them, this distance is just right in front of their face in the current cosmic background. It's like 2 people are less than 1 meter apart, and one of them suddenly throws a grenade under their feet, and it's a heavy fragmentation grenade. How to break it? It's simply an unsolvable dead end. As the 6 vacuum decay bombs detonated around them, the dense space cracks that followed directly covered the 2 warships. It can really be. Gucci used up his last bit of strength to send this information out. Instantly, the Gucci warship was devoured by vacuum decay and returned to the 0-point energy of the universe. The hunt is complete, and we continue to look for the next target. The new human warship continued to fly in one direction without hesitation. At the same time, the Light of Thought warship that remained in this universe immediately received the last intelligence sent by the Gucci warship. After the leader browsed Gucci's farewell intelligence, although it was a collection of wills, he still felt fear. Gather the remaining Light of Thought members in the virtual world to let them understand the seriousness of this intelligence. Can it resist the attack of space cracks? Which civilization is this? It is most likely the mysterious new human civilization. Damn it, are we really going to perish? The Light of Thought members panicked. After all, being able to resist the attack of space cracks means that the warships of the new humans can freely travel through the universe during the Great Rip. The Light of Thought, which was already destroyed by the Great Rip of space cracks like a candle in the wind, would be desperate if it encountered such a terrible enemy again. Too scary. How did this new human civilization do it? It seems that the new humans that we have not taken seriously are the most terrible enemy. All members of the Light of Thought understand that the new humans are at the match point this time. Whether it is the Light of Thought, the polar civilization, or the traitors who already have another universe, they may all become the new humans' prey. After all, the new humans who can resist space cracks and have another universe are invincible to a certain extent. The new humans can attack others without restraint, while others have to be restrained. As time goes by, It is not only the light of thought that discovers the horror of the new humans. The remnants of the polar civilization and the remnants of the traders in this universe also discovered that the new humans have the technology to defend against space cracks. Facing the new humans, this superstandard opponent, they all feel desperate, and even the traders who have entered the Nibelung universe are facing a formidable enemy at this time. However, the remnants of the traders in this universe have no way to contact the Nibelung branch, because the next time the Nibelung universe and this universe meet, there will be 9 years. Chapter 477. The crazy hunting is still going on. On the side of the light crystal universe in the alien zone, batches of new warships are constantly being deployed in the hunting missions of this universe. The scale of the new human warships rushing into this universe is increasing day by day. As the new humans continue to invest in warships, the remnants of the other 3 civilizations are also under increasing pressure. The ruthless new human unmanned warships are constantly searching and hunting warships and probes of other civilizations, destroying them as soon as they are found. In this terrifying atmosphere, although the remnants of the 3 advanced civilizations fought desperately, their resistance seemed insignificant in the face of the new human warships that could defend against space cracks. However, the light of thought and the polar civilization had left some backups, and they had long been mentally prepared for the demise of the remnants of this universe. However, the traders who thought they had made a good move before might be in big trouble. Judging from the backups of the 3 advanced civilizations, the new humans have not yet discovered the zero-body plan of the polar civilization, so they are safe for the time being. The wandering micro-universes of the light of thought have already created 6, and successfully split from this universe. Even if the new humans knew about it, they could not do anything to them. On the contrary, the traders who escaped to the Nibelung universe are the ones who are most likely to be attacked by the new humans. After all, the Nibelung universe and this universe meet once every 17 years, and the warships of the new humans can defend against space cracks, so the traders can't even block the door. The remnants of traders struggling to survive in this universe are obviously not fools. At this time, they have deduced the success rate of the new humans attacking the Nibelung universe through repeated simulation calculations. The 100% success rate made the remnants of the traders anxious, but there was no way to avoid it for a while. They couldn't even notify the Nibelung universe. In the virtual world of the remnants of the traders, one of the senior executives, the copy of Helida, was discussing this serious topic with the copy of the intelligence officer Hai Lanchin. Helida's jelly body was covered with various colors, which looked dazzling. Exion, what are the results of the analysis of the science and technology department? After a moment of silence, Hai Lanchin could only answer helplessly, Governor, the situation is not optimistic. The new humans have weapons to defend against space cracks. They only need to send a few warships into the new universe, detonate vacuum decay bombs, and let the new universe also enter the universe tear, and they can easily hit us hard. Is there any way to stop the other party from entering the new universe? Helida asked with a heavy heart. Unless what? Just say it. Helida was unhappy, and sent out brain waves. Hai Lanchin could only give a helpless answer, unless we can make the new universe and the current universe not in contact, or we also have the same technology. Hearing this answer, Helida was like a punctured balloon, and his jelly body suddenly became limp. If they can make the new universe and the current universe not in contact, what are they, the traders, afraid of the new humans? As for the technology to defend against space cracks, the traders also had no idea, and the current situation was that time waited for no one, and the new humans would not give them a chance to turn the tables. Damn the new human civilization, these guys had deep enough, and they didn't start until now. Helida was desperate and incompetent and furious. Hai Lanchin, who was about to express something, was suddenly stunned, and his jelly body trembled in an instant, and the color turned dark purple. Oh no, a large number of new human warships appeared near the channel between this universe and the new universe. Damn. Helida, who was rolling over, was angry and scared, but he was powerless at this time. The remnants of the traders in this universe suffered heavy losses from the attacks of the space cracks. The remaining warships were scattered all over the universe, and there was no way to gather them together. In fact, even if they succeeded in gathering together, they would just be sending themselves to death. If Helida really summoned warships, the new humans would probably wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Faced with the current predicament, the traders branch in this universe was also racking their brains to find a solution, but the situation was beyond their imagination. On the other side, wandering in the void of this universe, Manlin absorbed countless zero-point bodies along the way, but he did not find a zero-point body with an independent personality. Every time he was full of hope, but every time he was disappointed. Unknowingly, he came to a strange area. Because he is a zero-point body, Manlin can sense the zero-point energy in the void, and a unique zero-point energy wave in this area in front of him made him very curious. But as he kept getting closer, he soon discovered a situation that surprised Manlin. Warships, countless warships. These warships were exactly the same as the new human warships he had encountered before. Warships kept emerging from that strange area and then left in all directions. Manlin, it seems that this is the exit of the new human's alien universe. The secondary personality by Sure reminded. But what is the situation with that strange zero-point energy wave? It may be a special technology to cover up the passage. The secondary personality of a scientist explained. Manlin didn't dare to get too close, but he split into a dozen tiny split bodies and let them approach the alien zone. He secretly hid in the void near the alien zone, observing the warships of the new humans while analyzing the strange zero-point energy wave. Manlin, who was a zero body himself, soon discovered the purpose of the strange zero-point energy wave, which could make the covered area seem to be in an alien universe. So that's it, let's try it too. Manlin covered himself with a layer of hidden zero-point energy waves, and soon, he seemed to merge with the void. After experimenting for a while, Manlin immediately named this special zero-point energy wave Ghost Wave. Manlin, who was originally worried about being discovered by the new humans, used the blind spot of the lamp to cover the split body with a layer of Ghost Wave. Because the new humans used the space gap generator nearby, it was full of special zero-point energy. The split body, which was a zero subbody, used the same zero-point energy wave and was actually close to the alien area under the eyes of the new humans. I don't know how long it has been. Manlin, who was lurking not far from the alien zone, suddenly fluctuated. Is the number 06 split dead? It seemed to disappear in an instant. Was it discovered by the new humans? No, not likely. The secondary personality discussed in the consciousness space. A scientist who had studied cosmology gave an answer. It may be that the difference in the rules of the alien universe caused the split to be assimilated by the rules of the universe. Manlin manipulated another split, and slowly went deeper into the alien zone. Sure enough, when he entered a layer of bizarre film. After that, the split body will die after a period of time. This is the assimilation of the rules of the alien universe. The scientist's secondary personality explained. Manlin constantly splits out split bodies, and goes to the alien zone. Through the sacrifice of the split bodies, he constantly tests the cosmic rules of the alien zone. This kind of test, although very inefficient, is Manlin's only solution at this time. Obviously, he and his secondary personalities understand that as long as they understand the cosmic rules of the alien zone, he can enter the alien zone. Maybe he can explore the secrets of the new human beings and let the polar civilization rise again. Chapter 478. Manlin, who is lurking around the alien zone, is gradually understanding the rules of the universe and the alien zone by constantly sending split bodies to test the rules of the universe in the alien zone. Manlin, this is too slow. The secondary personality by Sure expressed his opinion. What do you have in mind? We don't have zero warships and other auxiliary equipment, and we are already very fast now. The secondary personality by Sure suggested, I suggest continuing to devour other zero bodies floating in the universe, so that Manlin's overall thinking speed and computing power can be enhanced. Manlin suddenly fell into deep thought. But we still need to be here. Stupid, Manlin can split. The secondary personality by Sure refuted. Manlin thought so too. His main body had to control those split bodies to explore the alien zone, but he could also split into advanced split bodies. At this time, Manlin was a collection of wills, and the split bodies he split out could be divided into several types. Primary split bodies were the ones he used to explore the alien zone or perform tracking tasks. This type of split body only had simple mechanical intelligence. Intermediate split bodies have a certain degree of autonomous consciousness and can perform relatively complex tasks. Advanced split bodies are relatively independent split bodies formed by Manlin injecting secondary personalities into them. They can act separately from Manlin for a long time. As for why advanced split bodies cannot become independent new zero people, the reason is very simple. They have only one core of life will, which is Manlin. Once Manlin dies, these advanced split bodies will also die. Without independent life, only relatively independent consciousness, advanced split bodies naturally cannot be considered a complete life form. Manlin's body rolled for a while, and 30 high-level split bodies split out from his body. You go to all parts of the universe and devour those unconscious zero bodies. If there is a conscious zero body, bring it back. Yes. The high-level split bodies immediately flew away in all directions. Since these high-level split bodies were split out by Manlin, they and Manlin themselves are one entity, and can communicate and contact through telepathic resonance. Without deliberately managing these advanced split bodies, Manlin once again focused his attention on breaking the cosmic rules of the alien zone. On the other side, as time went by, the peak of the cosmic tear officially passed, and the remnants of the 3 advanced civilizations remaining in this universe. After the crazy hunting of the new human warships, there are not many left now. Alien zone-like crystal universe side. On the Gatekeeper star. Senior, the cosmic crystal wall of the alien zone has begun to stabilize. Yi Qingzi reported to Shi Chaolong. Shi Chaolong looked at the data and found that the depth of the space crack invasion in this universe was gradually receding. From the invasion depth of 87,000 light-years 5 months ago, it has dropped to the current invasion depth of 46,000 light-years. Xiao Ping on the side judged. It seems that the great tier of the universe is gradually receding, and this universe will soon enter the post-vacuum decay period. Well, Lao Xiao, clear out the remnants of those advanced civilizations as soon as possible, and the era when we dominate this universe is coming. Shi Chaolong ordered. Don't worry, boss. We are making very fast progress. The War Committee has also sent a large number of people. We will definitely be able to completely eliminate this universe before the end of the post-vacuum decay period. Yin Xijing patted his chest and said, Don't be too sure. None of the advanced civilizations are easy to deal with. Who knows what they might have in store? Xiao Ping dared not take it lightly. Old Xiao is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. No one can know the result until the last moment. Shi Chaolong was also not too sure. After all, the Light of Thought, one of the 3 advanced civilizations, had already completed the Great Escape by creating a small universe. And the traitor still had another part in the Nibelung universe. Although the remaining polar civilization had not found any action, the calmer the other party was, the more worried Shi Chaolong became. People like Shi Chaolong who had been in the intelligence system for a long time were all severely persecuted delusions. They had a thought in their hearts that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm me. This occupational disease is something that intelligence personnel love and hate. Haruko. Yes, senior. Shi Chaolong ordered. Pay more attention to the polar civilization. I am a little worried about them. Understood. In this universe, although the peak of the Great Rip has passed, the danger has only been relatively reduced after entering the post-vacuum decay period. However, for the remnants of the 3 advanced civilizations, the pressure has not decreased, but has become more severe. Because the peak of the cosmic tear has passed, the new human warships can rush into this universe more recklessly. Faced with the new human fleets that are in groups and are not afraid of attacks from space cracks, the 3 advanced civilizations are suffering at this time. Crazy hunting, like a huge sieve, is filtering all areas of the entire universe. More and more new human warships appear in this universe, making the remnants of the 3 advanced civilizations, which were already in danger, fall into a desperate situation. This universe. In the unknown dark void, a warship of the polar civilization is fleeing quickly. Captain Qing Tang's deep purple pupils are filled with deep fear. The remaining warships of the polar civilization are in a terrible state. Through the internal communication system, he can see the remaining warships. Before the Great Rip, the scale of the polar civilization's warships was measured in trillions. At this moment, in his internal communication system, the number of remaining polar civilization warships is 294. If there hadn't been the attacks of the traitors before, and the hunting of the new humans later, the GZ civilization could have at least kept millions of warships. The current situation is really on the verge of extinction. And the new human hunting fleet, which has not given up, is chasing them all over the universe. In the vast dark void, there is no place for the GZ civilization to stay. Qingting is confused and desperate. Once upon a time, they were still an arrogant advanced civilization, the rulers of the universe, who dominated one side of the universe. For billions of years, no civilization has ever threatened the GZ civilization. They are high and mighty, and they look down on everything. But they never expected that they would become the prey of other civilizations today. At this moment, Qing Tang can finally understand the despair of those low-level and intermediate civilizations. Weakness has never been an obstacle to survival, but arrogance is. A new human being who has developed for hundreds of years can force them into a desperate situation. What an irony. Suddenly, the deputy captain next to Qing Tang melted his entire body and turned into a cloud of particles. In the cockpit, other Polarites were indifferent and numb. Too many Polarites, who could not accept the reality, chose to commit suicide. This has become a trend within the Polarite civilization. In the face of despair, whether it is a high-level civilization or a low-level civilization like an ant, they are no different. Even people in high-level civilizations are more psychologically fragile, because they have never failed, and they have been invincible for too long. Faced with a sudden desperate situation, a large number of Polarites could not withstand this sudden change in situation. Qingting gently pressed the internal gas cleaning system, and the action seemed familiar. The internal gas cleaning system cleared the particle cloud of the suicidal Polarites in a moment. Chapter 479. The atmosphere on the fleeing Qingting ship was extremely depressing. Even if there were artificial human technology, everyone was still very desperate when they saw their former comrades committing suicide one after another. Sometimes, despair is contagious. Almost all the polar people are filled with depression in their hearts. A little bit of stimulation may cause emotional collapse. The Qingting ship was floating in the dark void. The indescribable feeling of loneliness was constantly tormenting the polar people on the ship. Suddenly, a weak zero-point energy wave entered the communication system of the Qingting ship. Hello. What? Qingting's eyes narrowed. The code used in this communication is one of the codes of their GZ civilization. He immediately ordered the communicator to reply to the other party. Who are you? I am also a member of GZ civilization. Also a member of GZ civilization? Qingting immediately replied, where is your warship? I don't have a warship. Do you remember the Zero Plan? I am in the state of the Zero Body now. Manlin's advanced split body replied. Zero Plan? Qingting was stunned, then reacted, are you really the product of the Zero Plan? I am at your 0.6744 position, you can scan it. Qingting immediately started the scanning program, and after a careful scan, the state of the advanced split body was finally confirmed by the Qingting ship. Qingting was surprised and happy that the Zero Body had an independent will, and he immediately shared this matter with other warships. Suddenly, the GZ civilization was in a state of excitement. Even Huang Jing and others, who had been dormant for a long time, woke up from the life support capsule. In the virtual space, Huang Jing looked at the communication record between the Qingting ship and Manlin's advanced split body, and the despair in his heart was swept away. The flame of civilization seemed to burn again. Elder, the data has been prepared. The Baisher clone reported. Okay, send all the data to Manlin, this is the last hope of GZ civilization. Huang Jing sent out brain waves with relief. The Baisher clone hurriedly arranged the relevant work. The appearance of Manlin gave the GZ civilization the last hope. Because of the current situation, any rational GZ people know how dark and desperate the future is. There are only 294 escape warships left, which are not enough for the new humans to fill their teeth. Destruction is only a matter of time. And the existence of Manlin means that the fire of civilization of their GZ civilization has not been completely extinguished. Even because of Manlin's special state, it may rise again. Baisher sent all the information of the GZ civilization to Manlin, including technology, culture, and GZ soul sequence and gene sequence. In the future, Manlin can use this information to rebuild the GZ civilization. The data was transmitted for a long time. After finally receiving the last piece of data, the Qingting ship and Manlin's advanced split body also completed their respective goals. Goodbye, my civilization. Goodbye, Manlin, you must live. After both parties sent out the last farewell zero-point energy wave, they disappeared into the vast dark void. On the Qingting ship, Captain Qingting had a calm face, because he knew he was doomed. During the time they stopped, the new human warships had locked onto the Qingting ship. Perhaps this is fate. Qingting looked at the star map, and saw 3 new human warships appearing nearby. All the polar people on the ship had a calm face, and even showed a relieved expression. If it was before, they might have died in despair, but now they were full of hope. Without a trace of resistance, the Qingting ship was torn apart by a space crack, and the wreckage of the warship was instantly swallowed by vacuum decay. The advanced split bodies lurking around transmitted the last scene of the Qingting ship back to Manlin's body. In Manlin's consciousness space, hatred for the new humans boiled up, and at the same time, he became more obsessed with breaking the universe rules of the alien zone. He wanted to take revenge on the new humans, and make them pay the price. In the silent dark void, the tireless new human hunting fleet finally destroyed the last warship of the GZ civilization. And the traitors who had previously had serious internal friction with the GZ civilization and the Light of Thought, the remnants of the universe, perished earlier than the GZ civilization. In the entire universe, only a few dozen fleeing warships of the Light of Thought are left, struggling, but unfortunately they cannot escape death. The 5-year Great Rip period has finally passed, and the entire universe has entered the post-vacuum decay period. The so-called post-vacuum decay period is because the Great Rip has removed most of the force of space expansion, and the remaining vacuum decay is not enough to tear the space. According to the calculations of Huang Mingzhi and others, the post-vacuum decay period will last about 180 to 185 blue star years. During this period, the universe is still in vacuum decay as a whole, but the space cracks will gradually decrease until they disappear completely. When the post-vacuum decay period ends, the universe will enter the reverse vacuum decay period, which is specifically manifested by the appearance of normal areas in the universe. During the reverse vacuum decay period, the proportion of normal areas in the universe will continue to expand over time until the vacuum decay area disappears completely. Then the universe enters the blue shift contraction phase, and zero-point energy continuously transforms dark matter and bright matter, and the gravity of the universe continues to increase until the great collapse of the universe comes, allowing the universe to return to the origin and complete a cycle of the universe. However, it will take at least tens of billions of years to return to the cosmic singularity. Unless there is human intervention, the cosmic singularity will not arrive in advance. In fact, the current cosmic singularity has been advanced by tens of billions of years. Because the redshift expansion phase of this universe originally had tens of billions of years, but the Nibelung's detonated vacuum decay, causing this universe to enter the cosmic rift in advance. New Era 537. The last escaped battleship of the Light of Thought was destroyed in the void, and the New Humans completed the great cleansing of this universe. Of course, the New Human War Committee, who was worried, was still searching everywhere in this universe to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. On the other side, the War Committee and the Science Committee jointly blocked the cosmic channel between the Nibelung universe and this universe. The cosmic channel was completely surrounded by the New Human warships, and a huge encircling sphere was built. The combined sphere formed a super strong repulsive field and space barrier. Even if the cosmic channel was connected, the vacuum decay bomb dropped by the Nibelung universe would hardly cause large-scale vacuum decay, because this place has been isolated and formed a relatively independent area. And the New Human Nibelung Expeditionary Army is also sharpening its knives. After 4 years, the Nibelung universe and this universe are connected, and that is the moment when the New Human Army enters the Nibelung universe. And the traders in the Nibelung universe thought they were sitting on the Diaoyu Island, but they didn't expect that the situation in this universe was completely different. The end waiting for them is not the fruit of the harvest, but the sickle of death. The New Humans were making continuous movements near the cosmic channel, and Manlin was also lurking near the alien zone, while his advanced split body was floating in the universe, searching for traces of other zero bodies. As he devoured more and more zero bodies, his own computing power and thinking speed were also steadily improving. All this was happening under the eyes of the New Humans. Chapter 480. More than 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The 15 fleets mobilized by the War Committee are near the cosmic channel between this universe and the Nibelung universe. The fleet is on high alert, and the commander-in-chief of the joint fleet is a rising star in recent years, Major General Lin Yang. On Lin Yang's flagship. Report: abnormal fluctuations in the cosmic channel have been detected, and the cosmic channel has begun to connect. Report: a large number of warships have been detected rushing out of the cosmic channel. The soldiers reported the situation in an orderly manner. The traders who had just rushed out of the cosmic channel, the Nibelung and Raven Empire joint fleets, were also confused at this time, because the situation in front of them was completely different from what they imagined. The entire cosmic channel exit was wrapped by a powerful repulsive field and space barrier, and then there were countless repulsive beams. The repulsive beam is a new weapon developed by the Science and Technology Commission, specifically used to deal with warships with repulsive field protection. The repulsive beam can interfere with the formation of the repulsive field, causing loopholes in the warship's repulsive field protection. In the vacuum decay area, the repulsive field protection of the Zero warship has a loophole, which is undoubtedly fatal. The traders who just rushed out of the universe channel, the Nibelung and Raven Empire joint fleet, were instantly hit by thunder. Countless Zero warships were annihilated in the dark void. The Raven Empire's fleet commander Kekami suddenly looked extremely ugly, and his expression, which seemed to be 3 faces on one head, was even more ferocious. Damn traitors, they must have done it. Commander Kekami, what should we do now? The adjutant asked in horror. Kekami's face was gloomy, and he emitted a rapid brainwave. Send a message to the Empire headquarters immediately, and let them pay attention to the traitors. Go quickly. Understood. The adjutant hurriedly sent a message through the quantum communication system. As soon as they sent the message back, the warship was swallowed by vacuum decay, and the fleets of the other two civilizations also suffered heavy losses. In less than 10 minutes, the first wave of fleets that entered this universe was completely wiped out by the new humans, without even a wave. Lin Yang immediately ordered the first fleet of the expeditionary force advance at full speed to the cosmic channel. Yes! 100,000 new warships opened the space barrier and rushed into the cosmic channel under the drive of the curvature engine. And the Nibelung universe on the other side of the cosmic channel. Traitors, Nibelung civilization, Raven Empire, inside the virtual space of the Joint Command, the Raven Empire representative first angrily accused the traitors. Do you traitors want to start a war? You actually plotted against our fleet. The Nibelung representative on the side was also angry and glared at the traitor representative. If you traitors don't give an explanation today, then we will go to war. The traitor representative was confused, but soon he received feedback from his own civilization, and suddenly the jelly body rolled and changed color. Quickly notify your space channel defense forces that enemies are coming. What? The representatives of the three parties quickly figured out what was going on and immediately ordered the defense forces stationed at the space channel to project vacuum decay bombs to both sides of the space channel. The defense forces of the traitors even sent repulsive wave beams to the space channel. However, under their crazy attack, countless warships rushed into the Nibelung universe unscathed and immediately fought back against them. The first fleet of the new human expeditionary force launched vacuum decay bombs without hesitation, covering the traitors, the Nibelung civilization, and the Raven Empire's space channel defense forces. Both sides fought madly near the space channel. Even the veteran advanced civilization traitors still seemed powerless in the face of the powerful offensive of the new human fleet. As for the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire, it was even more difficult to resist. Gu Xing, the general of the Nibelung Defense Army, looked at his own warships on the star map, disappearing one by one, and the veins on his pale green face were bulging. Stop them, at all costs. Let the reserve Third Army join the battlefield. Received. Mobilize the 17 nearby legions, and have them come to support as quickly as possible. Yes. The three advanced civilizations of the Nibelung universe immediately mobilized a large support fleet to drive away the new human fleet at all costs. However, the battle situation was beyond their expectations. As more and more new human warships rushed into the Nibelung universe, the Nibelung universe joint army fell into a continuous retreat. The ferocious new human fleet, with the space barrier, almost killed gods and Buddhas. More than a dozen traitor warships concentrated their firepower and ejected a super-large repulsive wave beam, hitting a new human warship. Before they could react, the new human warship also fired back a repulsive wave beam, destroying the repulsive field of the traitor warship. At this time, the battlefield was full of dense vacuum decay areas, and the failure of the repulsive field protection meant that they would definitely die. Gu Xing looked at his own side, who was retreating step by step, and for the first time he felt that he was sitting in a well and looking at the world. They thought that the advanced civilization in this universe was at most at the level of traitors. Today, the new humans taught them a lesson that advanced civilizations are also divided into different levels. An unprecedented crisis looms over the three advanced civilizations of Nibelung at this moment, and even the traitors who were full of confidence before feel bad. After all, the new humans are too powerful, and the branch of this universe has lost contact, and it is estimated that the situation is not good. In this way, the traitors only have this branch of the Nibelung universe. Before, they could not care about the vacuum decay and the great tear of the universe in this universe, but now they can't do anything reckless. Once the Nibelung universe also enters into full vacuum decay and a cosmic tear occurs, they will definitely be completely destroyed by the new humans. Fighting desperately, the advanced civilizations of the three Nibelung universes all know that they have no way out. A steady stream of support fleets were deployed to the battlefield near the cosmic channel, but there was still no way to alleviate the one-sided situation. In the defense army headquarters of the Nibelung civilization, Gu Xing did not expect that he would encounter such a big crisis just after taking over the position of general. General Gu Xing, the third fleet has been completely wiped out. The communicator said in horror. Damn it! Gu Xing stared at the star map. His eyes seemed to be able to choose anyone to eat, and roared loudly. Where are the other support fleets? Let them enter the battlefield as soon as possible. The 16th fleet has joined the battlefield. Report, the 16 fortress stars in the 1368 star zone have been completely destroyed by the enemy. The 22nd fleet has been completely wiped out. In the command room, those reports were like a neutron star pressing on their chests. Too scary. The enemy in front of them is too scary. The traitors, Nibelung civilization, and Raven Empire tried their best, but still failed to stop the opponent's offensive. All their resistance seemed like a dying struggle, and they couldn't even destroy a single battleship of the opponent. Under such circumstances, the soldiers in the frontline battleships participating in the resistance simply couldn't muster the courage to fight. If they could destroy a new human battleship, they might not be so desperate. The problem is that they can't even break the defense of the new human battleship. In this case, anyone would collapse. The new human expeditionary force, which was unstoppable, drove straight and all the way, and broke through the defense circles of the three advanced civilizations of Nibelung. Chapter 481. The Cosmic Channel between the Nibelung universe and this universe. At this time, fierce fighting was erupting on the Nibelung universe side, but the situation was one-sided. Although the new human expeditionary fleet only had 1.8 million warships, the Nibelung civilization, traders, and Raven Empire had tens of thousands of times more troops than the new humans, plus a steady stream of support fleets. However, the joint fleet was still defeated by the new human expeditionary force. The Nibelung Civilization Space Channel Defense Command had to desperately retreat in the face of the brutal new human expeditionary fleet. On the flagship of the command, Gu Xing's scalp was numb, staring at the battle reports. The battle reports were all bad news, without even a glimmer of hope. Fleets were destroyed in the void one by one, as if snowflakes suddenly encountered the magma in the Earth's core, and were instantly turned into ashes. Adjutant Gu came and hurried over. His light green skin was actually a little purple, and he reported in horror, "General Gu Xing, there was a mutiny in the 39th Fleet, and some soldiers drove the warships to escape." "What?" Gu Xing angrily hit the dashboard with his fist, and he roared in anger, "Activate the self-destruct device of the battleship and eliminate all these cowardly deserters." They activated the wormhole jump, then abandoned the battleship, and are now hijacking a trading planet. Adjutant Gu came and replied with a gloomy face, "Damn it! Damn it! They are not worthy of being warriors of the EP451 civilization." Gu Xing's anger has not yet been vented. A Nibelung communicator turned around in horror and reported in a shrill voice, "General, large-scale enemy ships appeared in the 98253 star zone, the 95,540 star zone, and the 80,051 star zone. How is it possible?" Adjutant Gu Kamen was shocked and pulled open the virtual display screen, which showed that large-scale enemy ships had indeed appeared in the 98253 star zone, the 95,540 star zone, and the 80,051 star zone. The scale of these warships reached 150 million, and judging from the warship style, they were almost the same as those of the new humans. But what really shocked Gu Kamen was the location where these warships appeared. The 98253 star zone, the 95,540 star zone, and the 80,051 star zone were located in the rear of the Space Channel Joint Defense Zone. How could the enemy appear here? This is impossible. Gu Kamen found it difficult to accept this reality. Gu Xing, who was forcibly suppressing his fear, knew that the situation of the joint fleet was very dangerous. Once the new human fleet attacked from both sides, the entire Space Channel Defense Zone might collapse directly. Gu Xing, whose brain was a little hot, immediately mobilized the 18 fleets in the Ye Star Zone and the 15 fleets in the Delu Star Zone. Let all the above 163 fleets arrive at the designated location. But the adjutant hesitated slightly. "No buts, execute immediately." Gu Xing roared decisively. "Yes. These fleets are from the Nibelung civilization. They were previously focused on guarding against the Raven Empire and the border legions of traders. The withdrawal of these fleets means that the border is completely empty." But Gu Xing saw the current situation clearly. As long as the traders and the Raven Empire were not fools, they would not jump out at this time. Now they have a common enemy. It is estimated that the Raven Empire and the traders are also mobilizing troops. In fact, Gu Xing's idea is not wrong at all. Less than a moment after he gave the order, the representatives of the other two civilizations informed them that they were attacked from both sides by the new humans. They hoped to put aside their differences temporarily and cooperate to fight against the invasion of the new humans. The three advanced civilizations of the Nibelung universe were mobilizing troops, and the new human expeditionary force was not idle either. The main force of Lin Yang's expeditionary force focused on attacking the trader fleet. Hundreds of trader warships desperately launched vacuum decay bombs, ejected repulsive beams, or launched suicide repulsive field missiles at the new human warships. All attack methods, as long as they can be used, will be used without hesitation. Vacuum decay swept across the void, repulsive beams crisscrossed, and suicide missiles moved forward. However, all their attacks could not hurt the new human warships at all, because the two were in two different universes at this time. The new human warship is wrapped in a space barrier, which is essentially in another universe. Except for the space cracks of the universe's great tier level, there is currently no way to break the space barrier. On a trader warship, although the captain controls the warship through a substitute robot, he is still extremely afraid. Now they can use substitute robots. But what about in the future? According to the current battle situation, they can't stop the powerful offensive of the new humans at all. Sooner or later, the traders will have to face the new humans in person. What are the results of the supercomputer calculation? The captain emitted unstable brain waves. The analyst was very panicked, shaking his head and replying, "There is no way, the other party seems to be in another universe. Our attack can't affect the other party's warship." Damn, is this microcosmic space technology? The captain emitted unwilling brain waves. Not good. A swift repulsive wave beam disintegrated the repulsive field protection of the trader's warship, and the vacuum decay instantly swallowed the warship. The trader fleet, the Nibelung fleet, and the Raven fleet, which were attacked from both sides, suffered a crushing defeat. They were like butter, while the new human expeditionary force was like a red-hot knife. The new human expeditionary force easily tore through their fleets. Facing the terrifying new human fleet, the United Fleet seemed powerless to resist. A large number of the United Fleet were annihilated in the void, and turned into the original zero-point energy of the Nibelung universe. Despite the continuous support fleet, the new human expeditionary force has already gained a foothold in the Nibelung universe, and began to use the material energy of the Nibelung universe to increase its size. In addition, the Fushi artificial intelligence that had been lurking in the Nibelung universe not only built a large number of warships. At the same time, it also quickly occupied a radius of billions of light years, while the three advanced civilizations of the Nibelung universe were caught off guard. The new human expeditionary force, and the new human lurking force that soon joined together, then joined forces, and attacked cities, and plundered land in all directions. Even if the three advanced civilizations of the Nibelung had put aside their differences, and other small thoughts, and formed a closer coalition, they still had no way to resist. In fact, it was their bad luck. If the Nibelung civilization had not appeared in this universe for the second time, the new humans would not have discovered the problem so quickly. What was even more unfortunate was that the new human civilization had completed the innovation of space barrier technology, which could ignore most of the space cracks. This gave the new humans the means to attack the Nibelung universe. The headquarters of the trader. The atmosphere was depressing and dead silent, especially for the Jellyman executives, who were still dreaming of unifying the two universes one moment, and were hit hard by the new humans the next moment. Desperate situation, unprecedented despair. In the past, in this universe, facing the terrible vacuum decay, and the great tier of the universe, they were not as desperate as they are now. The enemy is too powerful, so powerful that they have no way to resist. If possible, they would rather face the great tier of the universe than fight with the new humans. A civilization that they once looked down on actually forced them into a desperate situation. This is really a great irony. Chapter 482. Turn your sight back to this universe. As the great rip of the universe passes, the vacuum decay of this universe becomes more and more stable, and the scale of the space cracks becomes smaller and smaller. However, this universe is still in the lonely darkness, because vacuum decay still shrouds the entire universe. In vacuum decay, there is no matter such as photons. In the unchanging dark void. In a dead void near the alien zone, a group of zero bodies composed of zeros are floating regularly. Swallowing millions of fragments of zero bodies made Manlin evolve more completely and more powerful. Suddenly he found a split body of himself, and successfully entered that area, and his consciousness instantly descended. Compared with the dark and empty universe, the situation here made Manlin obsessed, because he felt the long-lost photons, electrons, and neutrinos. This void was full of strange lights and colors, with only a few stars, and there were also extremely violent gravitational waves and repulsive waves. Is this the universe of the new humans? What a strange universe. The secondary personality by sure expressed his opinion. It is indeed very strange. It does not feel like a complete universe. The secondary personality of an astrophysicist also expressed his opinion. The secondary personalities discussed it all. As the first split body successfully entered the alien zone, Manlin followed suit, and sent hundreds of split bodies into the alien zone. After these split bodies entered the alien zone, they began to carefully explore the interior of the alien zone. Manlin was very interested in, and eager for the secrets of the new humans. especially the space barrier technology mastered by the new humans. If this technology can be obtained, Manlin's idea of rebuilding the polar civilization will be almost certain. The reason why he can enter the alien zone so quickly this time is actually related to Manlin's zero-body. Zero-body life itself is the smallest particle state of cosmic life. In addition, the alien zone is a sub-universe of the original universe, and there are parts where physical rules overlap. Therefore, Manlin was able to successfully complete the alien zone transformation of the zero-body in a short period of time and successfully enter the alien zone. Manlin and his secondary personalities controlled the split bodies to wander in the alien zone. Especially Baishur, who was once an intelligence officer, used his intelligence experience in this exploration. Soon the zero split body came to the first star system, an artificial star system. The reason why we can know an artificial star system is that all the planets in this star system are under control. On the star, there is a skeleton made of degenerate materials. This skeleton is similar to the Dyson sphere, but the functions of the two are different. The Dyson sphere is for energy, and the control frame, as the name implies, is for controlling everything in the star. Other planets in the star system are also semi-mechanical planets and fully mechanical planets. This is obviously an artificial star system. The zero split body drifted into the star system secretly, but Manlin saw the situation in front of him and had no idea where to start. Because the mechanical planets of the new humans are covered with airtight repulsive fields, zero blocking layers, and even space barrier equipment. You must know that whether it is Manlin's body or various split bodies, they are all life forms composed of zeros. The essence of the zero body is a substance that emits a repulsive field. When facing other repulsive fields, it can only be repelled and there is no way to get close. And he has no way to avoid it, because of the nature of the zero body life form, unless Manlin can be strong enough to directly tear open the repulsive field protection of the new human. But tearing open the repulsive field protection directly is also a road of no return. After all, the new human is not blind. He can enter the universe of the new human with the help of the zero body, which does not mean that the new human cannot find him, but it is because of the new human's ignorance that Manlin took advantage of the loophole. If we attract the attention of the new humans, all 100 Manlins will be defeated. What should we do? We need to find a way to get into the new humans, otherwise there is no way. The intelligence officer born by Shur's secondary personality was very helpless. Can we just wait slowly? If that layer of shell is not closed, we can only wait for the opportunity. Under no choice, Manlin's split body could only squat near various mechanical planets, quietly lurking and waiting for the opportunity. Unfortunately, he did not find any loopholes while waiting. Even the zero-point energy siphon device of the mechanical planet could directly enter the interior of the planet. The problem is that after these zero-point energies are absorbed, they are either transformed into matter or processed into energy for use. These two links are a fatal and destructive blow to the zero-point body. So after sacrificing more than a dozen split bodies, he had to give up the plan to enter through the zero-point energy siphon channel. And another plan is to secretly take a ride on a ship, follow the passing warships, spaceships, etc., and enter the interior of the planet. Unfortunately, this plan is also a dead end, because the new human warships and spacecrafts have to face layers of inspections when entering the interior of the planet, or entering the spaceport or satellite city, rather than docking casually. Since the invasion by particle robots from other civilizations, the new human beings have paid great attention to this aspect, even to the rhythm of strict defense. Those dozens of layers of inspections, let alone an atom, even his zero body may be exposed. In this situation, Manlin naturally did not dare to act rashly. Once exposed, his advantage would be completely lost. The concealment of the zero body is his trump card. Manlin does not want to expose it until the critical moment. Time slipped away day by day, but he never found the right time. Suddenly, a split body sent back some information that surprised him. Is this another universe? There is another universe. How many secrets does this new human have? The secondary personality by Shur felt that this was a breakthrough. Manlin, I think this universe is not the real base camp of the new human. After all, the radius of this universe is too small. By Shur, you think that the newly discovered universe is the base camp of the new human. Manlin's thoughts fluctuated slightly. Yes, from the intelligence collected during this period, there are not many new human planets in this universe, which is not enough to build a large fleet. Manlin made a prompt decision and sent more split bodies into the alien zone, and then sneaked into the light crystal universe side of the alien zone and began to secretly analyze the physical rules of the light crystal universe. Only by fully understanding the details of the new humans can Manlin prescribe the right medicine and formulate a strategy to deal with the new humans. When Manlin's split body secretly lurked in the alien zone, intending to analyze the physical rules of the light crystal universe and enter the light crystal universe, the situation in the Nibelung universe gradually became clear. Lin Yang's new human expeditionary force has expanded its sphere of influence to a radius of about 300 billion light-years, using the material energy of the Nibelung universe to mass-produce a large number of warships. Faced with the increasingly powerful new human expeditionary force, the three advanced civilizations of the Nibelung universe are increasingly unable to cope with it. What if they fight desperately? Their weapons can't break through the enemy ships at all, while the new humans can continue to hunt them. The power of both sides is increasing and decreasing. The balance of victory is tilting towards the new humans. The future of the Nibelung universe seems to have been destined. Chapter 483. Headquarters of Traitors. Azure Star. Hundreds of jelly people, who were difficult for other creatures to distinguish, gathered in a secret meeting room. Helida, is the front line really unstoppable? Helida's limp body was slightly depressed. The blows of the past few days were difficult for all the jelly people to accept. There is no way to stop it. The space barrier technology of the new humans has made all current attacks ineffective. The only means to hurt the opponent is a space crack at the level of the great tier of the universe. After listening to Helida's statement, everyone present was silent. They didn't know whether the space cracks of the level of the great tier of the universe could harm the warships of the new humans, but they were sure that they could destroy the traitors. Is there no way out? Damn it. I'm not willing to accept this. Who isn't? The brain waves in the conference room were filled with the anger, fear, and unwillingness of the jelly people's top leaders. Maybe there is a way. The appearance of this brain wave made the jelly people involuntarily quiet down. Helida looked at Herong, the chief consultant of the Joint Technology Development Department, who was emitting brain waves. Herong, what can you do? Do you remember that plan? 1055 plan? Herong reminded everyone. 1055 plan? Helida paused, then searched for the details of the plan in his memory, and the other jelly people also started to discuss it. Hasn't this plan been proven to be ineffective? One of the jelly people asked. Herong shook his head. No, it didn't fail, but succeeded. Then why? A weak brainwave sounded in everyone's mind. It didn't fail, but in another sense, it also failed. Grand Archon Hai Yandu, what does this mean? As one of the few insiders, and the Grand Archon, who ordered the sealing of Project 1055, Hai Yandu slowly explained. Because the product of Project 1055 was out of control, I finally ordered the project to be terminated. Out of control? Seeing that everyone was very puzzled, Hai Yandu waved his tentacles, indicating that Herong would share a confidential file with everyone. Soon, detailed information about the 1055 plan appeared in the memories of Helida and others, including some secrets that had been covered up before. After reading this document, the jelly people didn't know how to speak for a while. Obviously, there was an inevitable reason why the 1055 plan was sealed. About 56.81 million blue planets ago, a genius scientist appeared in the traitor, and this person was the proposer of the 1055 plan. If it weren't for today's crisis, no one in the traitor might have mentioned this plan. It turns out that the alien demon civilization back then was the product of this plan. Helida was unable to calm down for a moment. After all, the alien demon civilization incident back then may have caused a lot of trouble to traitors, and finally had to destroy a starry sky with a radius of 470 million light-years. That's why I ordered the plan to be sealed. I didn't expect that it would become our last hope now. Hyan laughed at himself. Although the jelly people didn't want to use the 1055 plan at this moment, traitors were no longer qualified to be picky. Survival and destruction is a choice question that is both simple and difficult. Herong, with the last hope of the traitor, began to arrange the spacecraft to go to various areas of the traitor's control area. He personally operated the spacecraft, and came to an ordinary red dwarf star. The spacecraft was in a photon-invisible state at this time, because he did not want to be discovered by the new humans. After all, as an advanced civilization, they are also very familiar with the backtracking of the light-chasing method, and naturally have a plan to avoid it. Herong watched the staff busy, and the spacecraft kept scanning the red dwarf, scanning every atom, neutron, proton, and electron of the red dwarf star into the spacecraft system. These scanned data were implanted into a model called the Future Evolution Model. After all the data were implanted, the Future Evolution Model started running. The future of this red dwarf, with 176.93697 billion blue stars, was calculated at this moment. Adding the data of this star system, the Milky Way, the Great Wall of the Universe, the Cosmic Void, and the Nibelung universe further corrected the future of the red dwarf. Then the staff selected a planet of the red dwarf as the associated planet. Start another model, the Traitor Civilization Evolution Model. Herong Consultant, the settings have been completed. After 343.62 million universal universe periods, a sub-civilization will be born on this planet. Start executing? Yes. The staff began to transform the red dwarf star to make it transform to the predetermined parameters. This is the 1055 plan of the Traitor Civilization, codenamed Civilization Regeneration Plan. After the improvement of this plan by Herong and others, the probability of the transformation of the red dwarf star system to give birth to the Traitor sub-civilization is as high as 86.47%. The only uncontrollable factor is this sub-civilization, which is uncontrollable. After they are born, they will inherit the civilization and technology of the traitors, but they will not be controlled. Moreover, they have no genetic and spiritual relationship with the current traitor jelly people. Therefore, the traitor civilization said that this was a failed plan, but now they are about to be destroyed by the new humans, and they no longer care about the difference between biological sons and adopted sons. As long as the cultural history and technology can be passed on, and the name of the traitor civilization does not disappear, Herong and others will be satisfied. There are hundreds of millions of red dwarf stars that have been secretly transformed by the traitor civilization, and by setting the time for the birth of life, everything becomes very natural. Obviously, the traitor civilization is casting a wide net. As for how many sub-civilizations can exist in the end, and whether there is a way to get rid of the slavery of the new humans, it depends on these sub-civilizations themselves. Bless you, children. Herong took a last look at the red dwarf star, which looked like a sleeping heart. The spaceship flew to the next destination without looking back. Herong had to race against time because the attacks of the new humans were getting more and more fierce, and they didn't have much time left. In order not to affect these red dwarfs, the traitor civilization is trying its best, burning all the traitors' power to stop the attack of the new humans. They do this to delay time, to prevent the war from spreading to the inside, and to make the traitor civilization die a worthy death. If the demise of the traitor civilization is too strange, it may attract the attention of the new humans. It can be seen that all of this is the good intentions of the traitor civilization, and everything is for the civilization to be passed on. Therefore, in the Nibelung universe, on the border of the new human occupation zone, you can see the warships of the traitors, who are willing to sacrifice their lives, like moths to a flame, launching a crazy attack on the new humans. Even the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire, who do not know the reason, are infected by the madness of the traitors, and are also desperately attacking the new human occupation zone. But they don't know that the traitors have already planted hidden cards, waiting to take root and sprout in the future. As for the new human expeditionary force, Lin Yang also did not notice the small moves of the traitor civilization. Every advanced civilization cannot be underestimated. In the last period of time, almost all members of the traitor civilization went out in full force and directly abandoned all defenses in the rear. In fact, there is no need to defend, because there is no jelly man in the traitor's control area. Chapter 484. Nibelung Universe. New Human Expeditionary Force, Commander-in-Chief Flagship. Lin Yang stood calmly beside the command desk. On the command desk, there was a cup of Tianshan tea, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Yang, who closed his eyes and listened to the report, stood silently. The above is the investigation of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Adjutant He Zhongnan reported meticulously. Pick up the Tianshan tea. Lin Yang took a sip of the tea soup with just the right temperature. In fact, his brain was running at high speed all the time. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let Huang Wuming continue to investigate in depth." Understood. Putting down the teacup, Lin Yang's eyes flickered. His military instinct told him to never underestimate any enemy. Although he was not a member of the Go Service or the Military Intelligence Bureau, which were in the late stage of persecution, he would still be alert and suspicious. Huang Wuming was transferred to the Nibelung Universe and served as the head of the Nibelung Universe Department of the Military Intelligence Bureau, which was also the intelligence system within their War Committee system. Recently, the Military Intelligence Bureau has naturally attached great importance to the three advanced civilizations in the Nibelung Universe. The traitors, who were willing to sacrifice everything, even completely abandoned the defense of the rear, as if they were determined to fight the expeditionary army to the death. And the various investigation results showed that the traitors really gave up the rear, and now there was no jelly man in the traitors' control area. For this situation, Lin Yang did not take it lightly, but asked the Military Intelligence Bureau to continue to investigate in depth. The existence of advanced civilizations is not ordinary. He Zhongnan had just gone to communicate with Huang Wuming about strengthening the investigation team, and an officer in charge of the battle report came to Lin Yang. Commander-in-Chief, this is the summary of the battle situation on the front line that has just been sorted out. Lin Yang took the file and flipped through the contents on it. The battle situation between the expeditionary army and the three advanced civilizations remained the same. Although the traders who tried their best slowed down the pace of the expeditionary army's expansion, this desperate struggle could not change their fate of destruction. To a certain extent, the space barrier technology is an insurmountable hurdle for the three advanced civilizations at this stage. In the starry sky where the battle took place, all the surrounding stars, even super-celestial bodies such as neutron stars and black holes, were annihilated here. The terrible war between advanced civilizations is truly devastating. In the blink of an eye, the galaxy is extinguished, the stars fall, and life withers. Advanced civilizations can also spread life, create star systems, and even galaxies, and the Great Wall of the universe. The destroyer of the universe and the creator of the universe are actually two sides of the same coin of advanced civilizations, which is consistent with the great creation and great destruction in ancient mythology, which are two sides of the same coin. After completing the transformation of the last red dwarf star, Hai Rong calmly looked at the time and stared at the bright starry sky on the star map. Although the jelly people don't have real eyes, their bodies can modulate photosensitivity and light analysis at any time. Their skin is their eyes, and they can see electromagnetic waves and light waves of all frequencies. Perhaps he has accepted his fate calmly. Hai Rong has no fear, nor hysterical madness, but only a deep attachment to this world. Let's go. Let's become the brightest light in the universe, like a supernova, and become the last glory of the traitor civilization. Hai Rong's brain waves are calm and resolute and unquestionable. Yes, Consultant Hai Rong. The spacecraft engine started, and a few gravitational waves rippled in the void. In an instant, the wormhole opened up, and the spacecraft rushed into the wormhole without hesitation. The wormhole suddenly shrank, and only the slightly fluctuating gravitational waves and repulsive waves told that a wormhole had appeared here. The spacecraft jumped to the edge of the front line. On the star map in front of Hai Rong, there was a very obvious dark area, like a hell that chose to devour people. In the surrounding void, there were countless trader warships and spaceships. Without a moment's hesitation, the trader's warship rushed towards the defense line of the new humans like a moth to a flame, and was disintegrated by the repulsive wave beam, and then annihilated in the vacuum decay. Hai Rong's spaceship also made the same move. The spaceship was fearless, and the people on the spaceship were also fearless. In fact, the traders could choose to surrender, but the dignity of being a high-level civilization made the trader civilization give up this plan. Surrendering to the new humans seemed to allow them to survive, and the civilization could continue to be passed on. But what is the difference between being alive and being dead? Rather than lingering on like a zombie, it is better to be reborn from the dead. Now they need to make the new humans think that the trader civilization is dead, so as to cover up everything about the 1055 plan. Hai Rong firmly believes that no civilization in the universe can be eternal, and the new human civilization will also have crises, and may be replaced by other civilizations. As long as those seeds are hidden, if 100 years is not enough, then 1,000 years, if 1,000 years is not enough, then 10,000 years, if 10,000 years is not enough, then 100 million years. Time can wear away everything, but it can also create everything. Hai Rong and his men placed their last hope on those seeds. A repulsive wave beam swept across Hai Rong's spaceship, and the spaceship was instantly exposed to the vacuum decay zone. Goodbye, my children. This was Hai Rong's last thought. He was completely swallowed up by vacuum decay, and turned into a piece of zero-point energy in the universe. Countless traders' warships and spaceships were annihilated in vacuum decay one after another. Even the new human soldiers, who were responsible for annihilating the enemy, could not help but feel depressed when facing the desperate charge of the traders. Lin Yang, who was hard-hearted, quietly watched the traders, who kept launching suicide attacks. He was a little confused. Huang Wuming appeared at some point. Did you find anything? Huang Wuming, with a slightly strange look in his eyes, shook his head and replied, I investigated all the control areas of the traders and found nothing abnormal. Are you sure? It's not that Lin Yang doubted Huang Wuming's ability, but that he was afraid of advanced civilizations. These are all investigation reports. I also randomly checked 6 cosmic walls and didn't miss a single particle, Huang Wuming explained. After flipping through the files, Lin Yang's expression became even more puzzled. Did the trader civilization just give up, but he always felt something wrong in his heart. It was too smooth, everything was too smooth. The light of thought before went crazy at the end, directly tearing off 6 small universes, and escaping to the infinite universe. And the backup of the polar civilization, the Ghost Special Service, is also investigating in this universe. As a veteran advanced civilization, the traitor has no reason to give up so easily, even if the traitor now detonates the Nibelung universe for a final hysteria. Lin Yang would not be too confused. But the situation at hand is that the traitors have mobilized all their forces to fight a doomed war with the new humans, which is very strange no matter how you look at it. I know you are very confused, and so am I. Huang Wuming was also confused. After thinking again and again, the cautious Lin Yang still spoke. Wuming, I suspect that the traitors must have left something behind, but we don't know it for the time being. You continue to investigate in depth, and don't miss any clues. Don't worry, I'm following up. Huang Wuming naturally did not take it lightly. Under the gaze of the two, the last wave of warships and spaceships of the traitors finally disappeared in the void. At this moment, the traitor civilization of the Nibelung universe has become 0-point energy without a single one left. Chapter 485. As the last wave of warships and spaceships of the traitors were annihilated, the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire, feeling grief over the loss of their partners, began to hesitate. After all, the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire had no backup plan, or they knew that their so-called backup plan was just a futile effort. Having no backup plan to pin their hopes on, naturally made them feel terrified. The madness of the traitors before did indeed arouse their courage to fight against the same enemy. However, at this time, the traitor civilization had been reduced to ashes, without even a single cell left. This kind of complete destruction made the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire begin to be timid. Nibelung civilization. The 1007th Fleet in the Aura sector is one of the last 2 garrison fleets in the sector. At this time, a desperate undercurrent is surging inside the 1007th Fleet. The home port of the garrison fleet, the city of Rifa. This is one of the public home ports of the 15 garrison fleets in the Aura sector. Usually, it is bustling here, and the consumption of a large number of soldiers makes the military supply economy here extremely prosperous. Especially in the past few years, due to the emergence of the traitor civilization, the military power within the Nibelung civilization has risen, and the income and status of soldiers have also increased significantly. However, at this time, the city of Lifa was dead and lifeless. There was no laughter and scolding as in the past, and no groups of soldiers on leave. In the commercial streets and entertainment areas, the merchants were also in a panic. Guyali Alev, one of the captains of the battleships of the 1007th Fleet, was in a very depressed mood. He sat beside the empty hot spring pool and drank the cup of dark green liquid in his hand. Damn war. The deputy captain next to him filled his cup. In the hot spring pool, there were only the captains and vice-captains of the other 2 warships, a total of 7 people. In the past, they would not be so quiet, and would even find some female Nibelungs to play happy group sports together. But now, Guy Rylev and others have no interest. When they think that they may be sent to the front line at any time, none of the Nibelung officers can stay calm. If it were in the past, Guy Rylev and others might rush to apply for battle, because only by gaining military merits can they climb higher. But now they are afraid to go to war, because their enemy is the invincible new human expeditionary force. Let alone the 1007th Fleet, even if the fleet is expanded 10,000 times, as long as it encounters the new human expeditionary force, it will still be defeated. In a war with no hope of victory, no one wants to die on the front line. Aleph, have you heard about the Tumun Star region? A mature captain asked in a low voice. Tumun Star region? Isn't that the area occupied by the condemned army? Could it be that? Guile Aleph's eyes flickered, and he looked at the other party deeply. Pawai, just say what you want to say. The mature Captain Gu Pawai looked cunning and whispered, I have an old classmate in Tumun, and they are preparing to surrender there. There? Gu Yali Alev narrowed his eyes. At this time, the object worthy of surrendering to the army was naturally the new human expeditionary force that was unstoppable. Will they accept it? Gu Pawai drank a cup of dark green liquid in one gulp, and then whispered, They will definitely accept it, because the Tumun army chose to surrender unconditionally and accept all orders from there. This? Guy Lee's eyes widened immediately. He didn't expect the Tumunban army to make such a choice. Don't think too much. We are destined to lose. Will they let us retain our privileges? We can only surrender completely, otherwise there is only one way to die. Gupawai reminded. Guy Lee seemed to agree. He asked, What are your plans? I have convinced the 15th team, and TF has also contacted the 85th and 86th teams. If we add your 27th team, we may be able to. Gu Pawai's eyes were full of murderous intent. Too few. If there are only so many warships, there is no way. Gu Yalialev shook his head. Gu Pawai, who was confident, said in a low voice, "Nothing is impossible. We are not going to destroy the 1007 fleet. We just need to gain control of the fleet." Gain control of the fleet? You want to behead Insi. Gu Yalialev understood it all at once, and also understood the other party's purpose of seeking cooperation with him. Do you want to do it? Gu Pawai stared at the other party. Gu Yalialev, who was lost in thought, struggled mentally. On one side was Gu Eans, the fleet commander who promoted him, and on the other side was his own life. In the end, the desire to survive overcame morality, and Gu Yalialev simply asked, "When will we act?" Gu Pawai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Gu Yalialev agreed to join the group. At the same time, the soldiers ambushed around the hot springs also evacuated quietly. He immediately told Guy Rival some detailed plans, and the two sides agreed on the time to launch the plan and the contact code. A murderous undercurrent was brewing in the city of Rifa and the 1007th Fleet. Near the military port of the city of Rifa, the temporary headquarters of the 1007th Fleet was in one of the buildings. However, due to the recent crisis, the fleet commander Guyans was not in the temporary headquarters, but on his own command flagship. Report, Guy Rival wants to see you. Gu Eans actually knew that there were undercurrents in the fleet, but he couldn't spare any time now. He still trusted Gu Yalialev, who he had promoted. Let him in. Yes. After a while, Gu Yalialev and his deputy came to Gu Eans. Commander Eans? Gu Yalialev saluted quickly. Calm Gu Eans asked, "Is there anything urgent?" "It's like this. Last night Gu Pawai and others invited me to the hot spring town. Gari Aleph looked at the other people in the command room. Seeing Aleph, who was hesitant to speak, Ean's eyes were solemn. "Everyone here can be trusted. Just say whatever you want to say." "Okay." Aleph had approached Eans unknowingly, and then whispered, "They want to plot to seize control of the fleet." Eans's face was bulging with veins. Just as he was thinking about what was going on, he realized that Aleph was too close to him, and a creepy sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. Aleph noticed Eans's eyes, but said calmly, "It's too late." All the officers in the command room felt that they had lost control of their bodies. Eans's face was extremely ugly. You, hateful. Don't struggle, this is a soul-disturbing element, and it is specially made." Aleph turned his head. "Do it, quickly." The Nibelung man disguised as an adjutant quickly landed on Gu Eans's host, and began to use some of the flagship's authority to transfer the fleet command to another warship. This function is actually used in emergency situations during war, when the flagship is destroyed or unable to perform its mission. After completing the transfer of command, Aleph was about to leave when the flagship exploded. Aleph, who was annihilated in the explosion, realized at the last moment that he was plotted against by Gu Pawai and others, and the other party had no intention of letting him live. Chapter 486. After the command of the 1007 Fleet was successfully transferred, Gu Pawai ordered without hesitation, "Activate the self-destruct device of the former flagship." "Yes." Gu Eans, the commander of the former flagship, and Guy Rylev and others were annihilated in the military port by the warship's self-destruction. Looking at the sudden self-destruction of the flagship, the faces of the other members of the 1007 Fleet suddenly changed, and they didn't know what happened for a while. Until Gu Pawai, who had obtained the command of the fleet, made an internal speech, announcing that the 1007 Fleet had officially left the Nibelung civilization. There was an uproar in the 1007 Fleet, especially those close to Insi, who tried to overthrow Gu Pawai's rebellion. But they failed. On a warship, the combat robots stored in the hangar were directly activated and rushed into the entire warship. Anyone who dared to resist or question along the way was annihilated by a soul annihilation cannon from the combat robots. Gu Pawai, who had been plotting for a long time, did not give these people any chance at all, and directly used thundering means to suppress the internal situation. A general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. For a hero like Gu Pawai, he doesn't care if others die, as long as he can survive. Speaking of internal rebellion in the Nibelung civilization, it is also an old tradition. Since the intermediate civilization era of this universe, they have often split internally, and they still cannot escape this curse when they come to the Nibelung universe. In fact, the Nibelung civilization should have been vigilant about the desertion incident before. Unfortunately, Due to concerns about the military's backlash or for the sake of stabilizing the military's morale, the Nibelung high-level officials did not take other countermeasures. Some situations within the Nibelung civilization are also quite bizarre. For example, there is no highest authority, making it difficult to directly detonate a warship remotely. There is also a bizarre hereditary system of officers. They are mediocre in favorable battles, but once they encounter adversity, it would be a miracle if they don't rebel. If it were a new human, let alone a rebellion in the fleet, even if the war committee wanted to rebel, it would be impossible. Because the highest will hold the highest authority, the captain of the warship has the third authority, the fleet commander has the second authority, and the war committee has the first authority. Moreover, the warship's artificial intelligence and supercomputer cannot be shut down inside the warship. Once in the contactable area, if you try to actively shut down the communication system, the artificial intelligence and supercomputer system will trigger the emergency mechanism. Therefore, it is impossible for the new humans to rebel. Any signs of rebellion will be extinguished at the source. 2 Star Region. On a planet where the Nibelung Judgment Army is entrenched. Commander-in-Chief, the 1007th Fleet of the Aura Star region has sent us a communication. Oh! After looking at the content of the communication, the Commander-in-Chief Gugu showed a satisfied smile. It seems that more and more people have seen the reality clearly. Notify the 1007th Fleet, and let them occupy the Aura Star Zone. Yes! Gugu looked at the star map in front of him again. In the control area of the Nibelung civilization, those areas covered by red fog are the areas where the Judgment Army is entrenched. With the demise of the traitor civilization, the concentrated firepower of the new human expeditionary force has greatly increased the pressure on the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire. And within the Nibelung civilization, more than 1/3 of the areas have experienced rebellions of varying degrees. Gugu didn't know about other areas, but the areas that were connected to him were as many as 84 star regions. It can be seen that the Nibelung civilization has reached the stage of disintegration. It is a mess inside, and has no intention of resisting the new humans. Instead, it is trying to promote itself, hoping to sell it at a good price, so that it can maintain some interests. As for the interests of the Nibelung civilization, they can all be sold. Sometimes everything can be sold, it's just a matter of price. The capital star of the Nibelung civilization. A group of Nibelung senior officials, in the conference room, looked at the frontline urgent reports and the star regions that announced their secession. They were angry and sad. Especially the elders, who had experienced the pre-Jaffa civilization era, their hearts were full of mixed feelings. The rebellion of the military forces was tearing the Nibelung civilization apart. Everyone, what do you think? An elder said bitterly, surrender, at least you can keep a little fire. The others were silent. They knew that this was the only way out. The Nibelung civilization had completely failed. The new humans were so powerful that they could not resist. The Nibelung civilization had no way to escape, because advanced civilizations could reach any area of the universe in an instant. There was no point in escaping. Unless this universe was infinite, but the Nibelung universe was obviously not, or any single universe could not be infinite. The only universe close to infinity was the infinite universe C that enveloped all single universes. The problem was that they had no way to enter the infinite universe C. In desperation, the high-ranking officials of the Nibelung civilization had to make a difficult decision for the continuation of civilization. New Era 544. The Nibelung civilization and the Nibelung rebel forces declared unconditional surrender to the new humans and expressed their acceptance of all arrangements made by the new human expeditionary force. Even if Lin Yang ordered these Nibelung people to commit suicide collectively at this time, the Nibelung people could only accept this fate. However, after discussing with Huang Wuming and others, Lin Yang decided to put the Nibelung civilization on the list to be observed. However, the Nibelung civilization at this time has been completely divided. In addition to the Nibelung headquarters, there are 3 rebel forces. Huang Wuming, who is in charge of this matter, will not help the Nibelung civilization to unify internally, but will divide them into 4 civilizations: East Nibelung, West Nibelung, South Nibelung, and North Nibelung. At the same time, Huang Wuming also began to harvest the legacy of the Nibelung civilization and copied all the opponent's technology. Speaking of which, the Nibelung civilization is still the first advanced civilization that the new humans have conquered. Although it is a younger brother among advanced civilizations, it is still an advanced civilization after all. Their technology can still be used as a reference for the new humans. If it is an intermediate civilization, it is no longer useful to the new humans. The end of the Nibelung civilization is disintegration and surrender, becoming a younger brother of the new humans. This incident is like a bolt from the blue for the last Raven Empire. The traitor civilization is destroyed. The Nibelung civilization disintegrates and surrenders. So where should the last Raven Empire go? As a native civilization of the Nibelung universe, the Raven Empire is actually very miserable. Being invaded by waves of advanced civilizations in this universe, they are now forced into a desperate situation. Either surrender or perish. The Raven people said that they would never surrender. Life is so sweet. Seeing that the Nibelung civilization surrendered, they also ran over in a hurry and said that they would surrender to the new human expeditionary force. As for the Raven people who insisted that they would not surrender before, they either had selective amnesia or directly denied it 3 times. You said that you would fight to the last soldier. Where is your dignity and backbone? Raven people, what is that? Can it be eaten? Then, they surrendered without hesitation. I wonder if the traitor civilization, which was reduced to ashes, would curse MP. Of course, even if the traitors knew about it, they probably wouldn't have any ideas, because they have their own plans and backup plans. Huang Wuming modified the plan for dealing with the Nibelung civilization before, and dealt with the Raven Empire. So far, the Nibelung universe has officially been incorporated into the territory of the new humans. Chapter 487. After completely ruling the Nibelung universe, the new humans have already owned 3 universes. This universe, the Light Crystal universe, and the Nibelung universe. In addition, 5 advanced civilizations have been added. The new humans who have unified the 3 universes are not arrogant, but pay more attention to the development of science and technology, and have not relaxed their vigilance against the universe outside. Zhou Xinghua, who succeeded Qinli as the director of the Ghost Special Service, has been very busy recently. The headquarters of the Ghost Special Service in the Light Crystal universe. Zhou Xinghua exhaled lightly, picked up the source juice beside him and took a sip, and immediately he was slightly refreshed. However, looking at the files to be processed on the virtual display in front of him, Zhou Xinghua was overwhelmed. The business of the Ghost Special Service is too heavy. As the director, he only needs to review some key files, but he still needs to browse more than 5,000 to 8,000 files every day. The information of the Light Crystal universe, the information of this universe, and the Nibelung universe that has just been included in the scope of rule, these information cannot be handled casually. Especially this universe and the Nibelung universe. In the former, due to the existence of the Light of Thought, the Pole civilization, and the traitor, although the enemies on the surface have been annihilated, the Ghost Special Service has not relaxed its vigilance. Not to mention the Light of Thought that has split the small universe and fled to the infinite universe C, the remaining Pole civilization and traitor should not be underestimated. On the Nibelung universe side, let alone the suicidal traitor, the surrendered Nibelung, and the Raven Empire, these civilizations need to be kept an eye on. Even in the base camp of Guangjing universe, the Ghost Special Service did not take it lightly. Zhou Xinghua did not forget the solemn reminder of the former director Qinli that the wreckage of the spaceship picked up by the Black Spot Yugua has not been investigated by the new humans until now. At least the origin of the spaceship has not been figured out. This problem is a big problem, which is related to the civilization of another advanced civilization. A series of subtle footsteps sounded from outside the office, and then an elegant middle-aged man appeared at the door of the office. Director Zhou, long time no see. Uncle Shi, how are you? The visitor was Shi Chaolong. He pulled out a chair and sat down directly, shaking his head helplessly. I came back to see the useless brat. Feeling that Shi Chaolong's purpose was not simple, Zhou Xinghua poured a glass of source juice and asked tentatively, Uncle Shi, your intention is not to go to the bar. After drinking a glass of source juice, Shi Chaolong put away his smile and looked a little serious. I found something over in the Nibelung universe. Zhou Xinghua's eyes turned, and he signaled to continue. It's about the information of a game. A game? Zhou Xinghua spoke with interest. Shi Chaolong explained in detail what he had discovered in the Nibelung universe over the years. Shi Chaolong, who has been the head of intelligence in the Nibelung universe for nearly 35 years, recently discovered a very strange game. Nibelung universe. Solar system, blue planet, mirror image. The time here has come to 2227, and 84 years have passed since Fuxi last observed this place. The development of this blue planet is all within Fuxi's calculations and predictions. In 2151 AD, racial conflicts triggered large-scale riots and uprisings. In 2156 AD, populism and extremism rose, and 3 federations were established by combining with the monopoly of big capitalism or using nationalism. In 2160 AD, the Third World War broke out completely. Although the 3 federations were relatively restrained at the beginning, as the war deepened, some extinction weapons were put into the battlefield. The Third World War, which lasted for 2 years and 7 months, came to an end with the explosion of the Yellowstone volcano. However, there was no winner in this war. Biochemical viruses, nuclear radiation, volcanic ash, and war remnants filled the planet. Then came radiation sickness, dust disease, famine, climate change, and superviruses. In 2183 AD, 20 years after the war, the world was a devastated doomsday scene. The population before the war was as high as 9.4 billion, but now there are less than a few million people left. Although the side effects of the war are gradually fading with the passage of time, it is a pity that the damage caused during the period has completely destroyed the pre-human society. Year 64 of the Waste Era, that is, 2227 AD. The short recovery of 64 years gave the surviving humans a chance to breathe, and the population also recovered to a certain extent. At this time, in the outer space of the blue planet, a satellite city with a radius of 53 kilometers is orbiting in the synchronous orbit of the blue planet. The satellite city is called Noah's City. This is a space station built by a dozen large consortiums of the former Europa Union and the North Atlantic Community before the Third World War. With the end of the Third World War, the social system of Blue Star completely fell apart, and the Noah United Board completely replaced other political entities, and became the only organization on Blue Star. In a cantilever cabin in Noah's City, a brown-haired white man stood quietly on the observation platform. The gray blue star was rotating in the distance. "What a beautiful blue," the brown-haired white man said with a fiery look. A blonde girl floated behind him, and said respectfully, "Mr. Musk, the routine board meeting will start in 10 minutes. Bell Musk turned his head, summoned an electromagnetic ephemera board, and went to the interior of Noah's City with his secretary. In Noah's City, in a conference room that blends science fiction and punk, 16 directors have appeared in their respective seats. They are one of the 17 founding consortiums of Noah's City. The previous name has been cancelled, and they are now collectively called the 17 directors of the Noah's City Joint Board of Directors. "Sorry I'm late." Bell Musk smiled and greeted. "Bell, let's start the meeting," an impatient white old man said bluntly. Bell Musk seemed not to care, but in fact, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He smiled and continued, "Okay, let's get to the point." As soon as he finished speaking, Bell Musk turned on the holographic projection system and called up a holographic projection, which was the Gray Planet. The 3rd Commercial Investigation Department has investigated the current situation of Blue Star through the equipment on Blue Star. The concentration of nuclear radiation on Blue Star is now very low, and the ecological environment on it is also gradually recovering. Are you planning to return to the Blue Planet? Don't forget the lessons learned the last few times. The old man who just spoke stared at Belmas with his eagle-like eyes. However, Belmas remained calm and smiled. "Director DuPont, we have made all preparations. I will not repeat the same mistake." "Can you guarantee success?" George DuPont questioned. "Everyone, you should understand the situation of Noah's City. Although the moon can provide some resources, it is still too far away, and our birth rate is a problem." At the end of his speech, Belmas glanced at everyone present. People were not too worried about the first question, but the second question was a serious concern. Without the real artificial gravity technology, Noah's City could only rely on centrifugal gravity chambers, but the space genetic disease still made it difficult for these space immigrants to reproduce. At the beginning, there were less than 17,000 people in the first generation of space immigrants, and now the population of Noah's City is only over 32,000. Chapter 488. Bell Musk, who is already a second-generation space immigrant, faces a low birth rate and an equally low rate of normal babies. He had to choose to return to the Blue Planet. In fact, with the growth of the third-generation space immigrants, the Noah's City Joint Board of Directors has already felt the crisis. Because of long-term living in the space environment, the human body has been exposed to long-term cosmic radiation, which in turn causes high gene mutations. Genetic diseases have become a huge problem. Although Noah's City has top medical technology, these technologies still cannot completely cure genetic diseases. "Everyone, returning to Blue Star is our only way forward. If we don't do this, Noah's City will lose its future." Bell Musk's voice became serious, and he immediately said, 64 years ago, my grandfather Elon Musk founded Noah's City, and today I will lead Noah's City back to our hometown." Looking at the unwavering Bell Musk, the other directors discussed in a low voice for a while, and finally agreed to the return plan. At the same time, on Blue Star, there is a deserted mountain range. In a valley in the mountains, the chimneys of some brick houses were spewing black smoke. A man in a tattered cotton coat poured a plate of unknown animal meat and a large basin of green-gray paste into a large earthenware pot. Then he took out some mineral salt crystals from a pot and sprinkled them on the surface of the paste in the pot. The man picked up a wooden stick and stirred the paste vigorously. On one side of the stove, a three-handed boy took a few pieces of coal from a basket of coal blocks and threw them into the blazing coal stove. The man wrapped in a tattered cotton coat coughed a few times and looked at the porridge in the pot with his only remaining eye. "Sure to, go open the door and hang the sign." "Okay, Dad." The boy got up quickly, opened the fenced door of the yard, and hung a board at the door. Then the boy hurriedly picked up a small bundle of leaves and quickly cleaned the 6 stone tables and stone pillars under the wooden shed in the yard. They are called tables and chairs, but in fact they are just piles of stones and stone slabs. The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for the arm behind his left back, he would look like an ordinary human. "Sure to, give me a bowl of meat paste." A middle-aged man with stubble walked into the yard and shouted. "Okay." Sure to hurried into the house, picked up a large ceramic bowl from the side of the stove, filled it with a large spoon, and then handed it to the stubble man. The stubble man also knew the rules. He took out 3 bullet shells from his pocket and put them on the stone table. Sure to accepted the bullet shells silently. But Sure to was holding the bullet shell, but was suddenly stunned. Survivor game loading. Loading completed. Found low-level civilization industrial artifacts. Can be analyzed. Do you want to analyze? Sure to was shocked by this sudden scene and turned his head and asked, "Uncle Who, did you see anything?" The bearded man who was eating raised his head and looked at Sure to in confusion. What's here?" Sure to pointed at the air in front of him and said at a loss, "It's here." "Is there something wrong with your brain? What's here?" "There are a few black-headed flies." The bearded man waved his hands impatiently. Fearing to anger the guests, Sure to could only swallow his doubts and fears. After a while, 3 more guests came into the yard. Sure to served the meat paste while observing their expressions. It seemed that no one noticed his abnormality or the abnormality in front of him. Those words seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, and there were some unfamiliar memories, as if he could understand these words. In fact, the one-eyed old man knew some words, but he didn't seem to have much talent for those words called English. And he found that he was different from his father and other people in the quarrying town. His father's skin was very pale, while his was slightly yellowish. Adding the 3 arms, the stone looked even more alien. The 64 years of vicissitudes made the society of the survivors after the war amazingly changed, and civilization almost regressed significantly. The internal division of the survivors is very serious. There are relic cities of the industrial age, where some sparks of modern civilization are entrenched. There are feudal lord fortresses, built by local sages among the survivors, who are both modern and feudal. There are violent tribes and revived slavery, taking root in corners. After the Third World War, the social order completely collapsed, and the continents almost lost contact. Even due to the existence of the strong radiation zone of cobalt bombs, many regions have become relatively independent regions. For example, Kaishur Town is a local sage association, affiliated with the Olive Society of the Olive Mountains, formerly Greece, Pindus Mountains. This is a typical semi-civilized society. Although it is a bit feudal, it is at least much better than the slavery and inhumanity of violent tribes. Sure to has always heard from the scavengers and machine hunters that there is a machine city from the last era on the other side of the West Sea, where there is endless food, clean water, and clothes. After a busy day, Sure to wiped the bowls and spoons, and took the opportunity when his father went shopping to sit on the stone pier and study the survivor game in front of him. Survivor game, he tried to use the unfamiliar memory method to unfold the panel of the survivor game. It was a very simple panel. Name, Brialta, Descent, East Asian Caucasian, age 14. Task 1. Complete industrial artifact data collection, 0/10, detailed task requirements. Task 2. Simple industrial product design, 0-1, detailed task requirements. Task 3. Sure to picked up a bullet shell and chose industrial artifact analysis. Soon, the first task became January 10th, and the relevant information of the bullet shell kept appearing in his mind. There are the raw material composition of bullet shells, production processes, and derivations of related functions. Of course, these data seem a little incomplete. Sure to picked up another bullet shell, but this time, there was no task prompt or memory. From the task details, he knew that different industrial artifacts were needed to complete the analysis task. Industrial artifacts? Does it have to be metal products like bullet shells, Suddenly he remembered some things in the morning and quickly picked up a ceramic bowl. Found industrial artifacts. Do you want to analyze? Sure 2 immediately chose to analyze, and soon his first task was completed February 10th. Sure 2 was a little excited for a moment, and immediately touched the things in the kitchen, and soon completed the first task. Congratulations to the survivor Brialta for completing the first task, and was rewarded with the primary creation hand, which can decompose matter and create simple elements, must be known elements. This, Sure 2 was surprised and happy, and quickly picked up a stone, which was soon decomposed into some powder, and then he combined some elements into a bowl. Finally, a translucent bowl made of single crystal silicon was formed. Holding the translucent bowl in his hand, Sure 2 trembled all over. He seemed to have realized that this was an opportunity to change his fate. But is it really that simple? All the gifts given by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Chapter 489. The sun sets. Although the dark volcanic ash weather of decades ago has become less and less, there are still patches of gray in the sky of the blue planet. The deciduous forests in the mountains have turned red at this time, perhaps dyed red by autumn, or perhaps the result of the sunset. Quarry Town. Except for the castle-like brick and stone building in the middle, the other buildings are only 1 or 2 stories high. It may be the influence of the coming of autumn. The streets are deserted, but the east side of the town is very lively in the evening. The one-eyed old man in a cotton coat was bargaining with hunters, farmers or adventurers at the small market. Gung Fu, this is the cheapest, 24 bullets per bullet. An old hunter was spitting with yellow teeth. But the one-eyed old man was about to turn around. No, Gung Fu, we have been dealing with each other for more than 10 years, 22 bullets per bullet. The old hunter was a little anxious. Here. The one-eyed old man took out a small animal skin bag from his pocket, counted 44 bullet shells from it, and handed it to the old hunter. Then he picked up 2 balu rats on the ground with one hand. This is a large groundhog that has been mutated by radiation. One can grow to more than 10 kilograms. You made a lot of money. This is the last batch of fat rats this year, the old hunter said with a smile. You talk as if you lost money, the one-eyed old man said contemptuously, and then ignored the old hunter's chatter and turned to a store. The store only had some ceramic jars, and the ceramic jars contained some white sea salt. He glanced at the price on the wooden sign and touched the bullet shells in the small bag. The store employee asked hurriedly, Gung Fu, do you want sea salt? This is just purchased from Haiyan Town. Too expensive. Beep. A series of urgent whistles sounded in the market, and the outside suddenly became chaotic. The one-eyed Gung Fu's face suddenly changed. He didn't care about purchasing sea salt, and immediately carried 2 balu rats and ran to his house. At this time in Kaisher Town, the urgent whistle was still ringing, and it seemed more and more impatient. Many young and middle-aged townspeople ran to the outside of the town with homemade flintlocks, crossbows, spears, machetes, etc. Sure 2, who heard the rapid whistle, was also awakened from his excitement, and immediately ran to the rest room, where he and his father were resting, and dragged out a large box from under the bed. There was a flintlock that was well maintained with animal oil, a longbow, some arrows, lead balls, black powder bags, etc. on it. These were the weapons of the father. He picked up a spear and machete, and was about to find the father, but almost bumped into the one-eyed Gung Fu, who rushed in. Dad. Sure 2, take your weapons and follow me. Understood. The father and son quickly put on their leather armor, and ran to the west of the town with their weapons, because the sentry smoke column was on the west side, and the enemy was coming from the west. Along the way, there were armed townspeople with guns and knives on their backs, and everyone ran to the west in a hurry. On the way, they also met the town's security team. Looking at the rifles and revolvers held by the security team, Sure 2 was a little envious. Soon, the group arrived at the west side of the quarrying town. This was a river valley plain. The armed townspeople who arrived in advance were waiting in trenches or behind stone piles. A sentry on horseback galloped over in the distance, came to the side of the captain of the security team, and muttered a dozen words. Standing dozens of meters away, Sure 2 and one-eyed Gung Fu could not hear clearly what was said, but he saw that the security captain had a very serious face and kept roaring at the people around him. Soon Sure 2 knew why the security captain was so irritable. In the fields in the distance, countless cavalry appeared in front of everyone, and what frightened Sure 2 even more was that the war horses were pulling some artillery. The muzzle of the cannon, which was as big as a bowl, brought great psychological pressure to the townspeople. From the opponent's bloody skull flag, Sure 2 knew that this was the Olive Society's mortal enemy, the Iron Blood Brothers. Of course, the townspeople generally called them blood skulls. The cavalry and artillery of the blood skulls stopped more than 600 meters away, and then pushed the artillery up, ready to launch an attack on the quarry town. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the rifles on the security team quickly fired at the blood skull army. But the blood skulls equipped with gun shields and steel carriages were obviously not something that rifles could easily deal with. Boom boom boom. Most of the blood skulls' artillery fired solid iron balls, and only a few fired shrapnel shells. Even so, the deterrent power of the artillery still suppressed the armed townspeople and the security team. Tu and Gongfu, who were hiding in the trenches, were not too nervous, or they often encountered such things. In the waste era, individuals, villages, and cities, fighting was almost everywhere. In his father's words, everyone from birth to death could not escape fighting, either survive or reach the end. Tu was looking at the virtual panel in front of him. Special mission, First Blood, kill an enemy, reward dynamic vision. Although he didn't quite understand what dynamic vision was, Tu didn't dare to show up. The iron eggs smashed the surrounding buildings into pieces. If they were hit, they would probably be finished. Suddenly, he saw a little giant more than 2 meters tall, whose arm muscles quickly tightened and threw a lit explosive pack towards the bloody skull. Boom! Fierce explosions, vibrations from the ground, and some screams. It seems that the explosive packs have hit the enemy team. Suddenly, the artillery fire from the opposite side stopped. He understood the 3 axes of the blood skull, and knew that the other side was pushing the steel carriages over. He stood up carefully from the trench and saw 7 steel carriages being pushed over by the blood skull soldiers through the gaps in the stone pile. There were also some shooting windows on the carriages, which could shoot at the positions on the side of the quarrying town. Tu calmed down, took out his longbow and arrows, felt the wind direction and wind force, and then glanced at the bloody skeleton soldier behind the carriage. He put the arrow on the bow, bent down, drew the bow and released the string in one go. After shooting the arrow, he went down without hesitation. At this time, the battlefield was filled with smoke, explosions, and screams mixed together, and people on both sides kept falling down. Perhaps he was used to facing death. Tu was not too compassionate about the deaths of the armed townspeople around him. Except for his father, he was indifferent to everyone else. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the mission. First Blood, the reward has been issued. Tu suddenly felt his eyes warm, and then he opened his eyes with concentration, and suddenly felt that everything in his eyes became slow. He could even see the iron eggs that were smashed, or the clay pot grenades thrown over, and the arrows shot in the air. In the solar system, the Zero detector hidden in the asteroid belt. It was conducting a comprehensive monitoring of the solar system at this time. Not only the blue planet after the Doomsday collapse, but also the space immigrants hiding in Noah's City, and the Shinjo Federation, Yanlong Republic, and Juxia Federation, who are currently living on Mars. Shinjo Federation, Yanlong Republic, and Juxia Federation, these 3 countries. It is the artificial intelligence Fuxi, who, according to the instructions of the highest will, took away the Chinese and their families after the Doomsday collapse and placed them on Mars, and formed a political entity spontaneously. Chapter 490. The probe left by the artificial intelligence Fuxi is still monitoring every move in the solar system. In fact, Noah's City knows the existence of Martians. After all, they have entered the sub-interstellar civilization stage, and there is no barrier of new humans on Mars, so they can naturally observe. But Belmusk did not dare to go to Mars. He looked at the 8 landing spacecrafts ready to return to the blue planet at the port. He couldn't help but recall the reminder given to him by his grandfather Elon Musk before his death. At that time, he was not the chairman of Noah's City. In the spotless sterile room, the old man, whose hair had already fallen out, spoke slowly and weakly. Hawk. Bell, remember not to. Do not rashly contact Ares. They have. The old man's pupils slowly dilated, and the electrocardiogram on the vital signs detection device beside him turned into a straight line. Belmusk, who was only 16 years old at the time, felt the fragility of life for the first time, and also heard the secret of Ares for the first time. Under the guidance of his father Hawk Musk, he gradually learned some unknown secrets, such as the Chinese, who suddenly disappeared in the Third World War, and the secret of Ares. Grandfather Elon Musk once tried to contact Mars, but Noah's City did not receive any response. The only 3 probe exchanges ended in destruction. In the following decades, Belmusk and Noah's City discovered a rule. As long as Noah's City or Blue Star did not send spacecraft or probes close to the orbit of Mars 30 million kilometers, the other party would not attack. Shi Chaolong, who returned to the Nibelung universe from the Light Crystal universe, was checking some intelligence. After the Gatekeeper mission was completed, the Gatekeepers went their separate ways. The ghost agents who followed him to the Nibelung universe were Yi Qingzi and Yin Xizhen. Of course, the Nibelung universe branch of the Ghost Service Bureau could not have only 3 people. The Nibelung universe branch under Shi Qiaolong's leadership had 86,000 formal staff. Senior, the intelligence you asked me to follow before. Yi Qingzi shared a file. Putting other things aside, Shi Qiaolong carefully browsed the report and soon felt the problem. Survivor game. It appeared in 186 primary civilizations and 6 intermediate civilizations. Could it be the traitor's backup plan? Shi Qiaolong said doubtfully. Yi Qingzi shook her head. We can't be sure for the time being. Judging from the targets that have been locked, the other party seems to be proficient in soul technology and particle technology. Shi Qiaolong, who was lost in thought, quickly calculated in his brain that being proficient in soul technology and particle technology could not lock on any civilization, because the foundations of advanced civilizations themselves were similar. The advanced civilizations that have appeared in the Nibelung universe, apart from the new humans themselves, are traitors, the Nibelung civilization, and the Raven Empire. Among them, traitors are the most suspicious, but it cannot be ruled out that the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire are doing something behind the scenes. Senior, should we take further action? Shi Qiaolong waved his hand. Let's wait and see for the time being. Even if we eliminate and capture those players now, the mastermind still exists, and it may be possible to alert the enemy. What really concerns Shi Qiaolong is the intention of this mastermind. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It seems that players have obtained technology, physical enhancement, treasures, etc. through tasks, but the game operators must have something to gain. The survey report shows that the analysis data obtained from game tasks are worthless to advanced civilizations. If the data obtained by analyzing a bullet or a kitchen knife is useful to advanced civilizations, then advanced civilizations would have been everywhere. You should know that only 6 advanced civilizations have been born in this universe, the Nibelung universe, and the Light Crystal universe since ancient times. Shi Qiaolong suddenly asked, Qingzi, what do you think the other party wants? Yi Qingzi was also puzzled. Obviously, this survivor game is the product of an advanced civilization, but the situation of the game seems a bit weird. Because the gains are not proportional to the input, it can't be that the people of this advanced civilization are bored and create a game for entertainment. Advanced civilizations sometimes sow some civilization seeds to harvest technological leaks. But for advanced civilizations, only leaks that have reached the intermediate civilization stage are eligible to be harvested. What the hell is a primary civilization? Do you expect the primary civilization to have a wild imagination? Obviously, this is unlikely. The problem lies here. Yi Qingzi and Shi Qiaolong do not believe that the other party would do such a useless work. There must be something fishy. Purpose? What is the purpose? Shi Qiaolong pressed his temple in pain. Maybe. Yi Qingzi seemed to have thought of something. Maybe what? After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Qingzi said, Senior, after excluding all impossibilities, the remaining possibility is nothing more than us. We? You mean they are plotting against us? Shi Qiaolong reacted. He had not thought of this idea at first, but after excluding other possibilities, the only possibility left was the new humans themselves. If they were plotting against the new humans themselves, it would be either intelligence theft or to eliminate the new humans. The former could be manifested as intelligence theft on gene sequences, soul sequences, technology, and strategic arrangements. The latter was to find the weaknesses of the new humans and find opportunities to plot against them. In Shi Qiaolong's opinion, the combination of the two is more likely, on the one hand to collect intelligence, on the other hand to choose the right time to eliminate the new humans. In this way, the other party's purpose is clear, and this so-called survivor game is very likely to steal the intelligence of the new humans. Why can the survivor game steal the intelligence of the new humans? Because these intermediate and primary civilizations are all subordinate civilizations under the jurisdiction of the new humans. These subordinate civilizations sometimes have contact with the new humans, and contact means that they can operate in secret, such as creating some emergencies and causing unexpected encounters. Especially for the Cosmic Summit held once every 10 years, the new humans will more or less send people to preside over the meeting, so this is a good time to take action. Shi Qiaolong, who is paying more and more attention to this matter, quickly asked, Qingzi, haven't you investigated the other party's spaceship or planet yet? I'm very sorry, the systems of those survivor games are all realized through particle robots, and there is only rigid mechanical intelligence inside, while the other party's communication system has very strong anti-reconnaissance technology. Is that so? Shi Chaolong also became distressed. If the opponent's position cannot be locked, then the only option is to activate the universe screening system. However, according to Yi Qingzi's report, the Ghost Special Service has screened the entire Nibelung universe and found no traces of related advanced civilizations. In fact, since the traitor committed suicide inexplicably, the new humans screened the Nibelung universe as soon as they unified the Nibelung universe. Logically speaking, the updated screening system cannot have any omissions. Shi Chaolong paid more and more attention to this mysterious advanced civilization. At least the other party could avoid the monitoring of the screening system, which was worthy of his attention. Chapter 491. Since it is temporarily unable to screen out traces of that advanced civilization, the Ghost Service gave up the plan to clear the Survivor game and adopted a close surveillance method to secretly observe the players of these Survivor games. On the other hand, Shi Chaolong quickly asked the Nibelung Universe branch of the Science and Technology Commission for technical assistance, hoping to find out that advanced civilization. Yi Qingzi is doing her best to conduct an in-depth investigation. Although the screening system has not found the other party for the time being, the Ghost Service will not relax its vigilance. The new humans in the Nibelung universe have already increased their vigilance against this advanced civilization in the dark. The Ghost Special Service, led by Shi Chaolong, is evaluating this advanced civilization. Since the other party is acting in secret, it means that technology is difficult to defeat the new humans in the front. At this time, the suspected targets in the Nibelung universe are naturally the Nibelung civilization, the Raven Empire and the traitors. Of course, other native civilizations or foreign civilizations cannot be ruled out. Without any clear clues, Shi Chaolong could only ask Yi Qingzi to conduct an in-depth investigation, and at the same time research new detection technologies to strengthen the prevention of the new human internal. The setting sun is like blood. Shi Tu, who fought bloody battles, and the one-eyed Gongfu, looked at the retreating blood skeleton army, leaning against the earth wall of the trench, panting with his chest rising and falling. After shooting and killing 5 blood skeleton soldiers in a row, Shi Tu's arms were a little sore, but he was cheering in his heart that he could repel the blood skeletons. Compared with the Lord Fortress of Kaishar Town, the nature of the Iron Blood Brothers is actually more like a bandit group. The other party relies on plundering other survivors' camps to maintain their living needs. The town of Quarry and the Ala society behind it are naturally very disgusted with this bandit group. Once the town of Quarry is captured, not only will the food and supplies be taken away, but the townspeople will also be turned into slaves and sold to other places by the Iron Brothers, or sent to mines, slave farms, and slave factories. Therefore, all the townspeople are unwilling to become slaves, and naturally they share the same hatred for the enemy. Good job. One-eyed Gongfu patted Shi Tu's shoulder. Shi Tu smiled and scratched the back of his head. Baron Koda, who was hiding in the castle, heard that the blood skeletons were repelled, and rode over on a horse to hypocritically comfort the families of the victims. Shi Tu was helping to carry some corpses, which had to be dealt with, otherwise it would easily cause plague. A blood skeleton soldier, who was hit in the cheek by a lead bullet, was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. He stripped off the clothes, weapons, and personal belongings of the other party, and put them aside. These spoils were jointly owned by the armed townspeople and Baron Koda. After all were gathered, they would be distributed according to the number of heads and whether there were casualties. Shi Tu took the opportunity to touch the flintlocks, grenades, machetes, and a pocket watch, and turn them into data in the database. The Survivor game is still running. The monitoring neutron robot of the Ghost Special Service is also monitoring Shi Tu on the scene, but it has not been discovered by Shi Tu and the operating civilization of the Survivor game. The Ghost Special Service will naturally not give up monitoring the players of the Survivor game, and the other party dared to make small moves in the mirror human civilization, which is undoubtedly a provocation to the new humans. Although the purpose of the game civilization was speculated, the Ghost Service would not jump to conclusions until the truth was revealed. No one knew whether the other party had other purposes. The Ghost Service could only monitor secretly for the time being without alerting the enemy. Shi Tu, who was assigned a machete and 5 bullet shells, returned to his home in the quarry town with these spoils. Suddenly he looked up and saw 8 streams of light falling from the sky in the south, and the streams of light disappeared in the eyes of the stone in an instant. As soon as he got home, Dad put the weapons back into the big box under the bed, and went to see the 2 Baru rats and prepare the meat paste for tomorrow. And Shi Tu was rubbing the machete in his hand, and studying some functions of the Survivor game. After completing the second Industrial Creation Information Collection, he obtained basic knowledge of chemistry, plus the previous primary creation hand, dynamic vision, and the reward physical strength enhancement of the second killing mission. He has currently obtained 4 rewards, which are rapidly improving Shidu's strength. But he didn't know that he had become a chess piece between advanced civilizations, and could be affected at any time. The danger was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was the sadness and helplessness of the weak, chess pieces that could be discarded at any time in the hands of advanced civilizations. Once the Go service started the removal process, these players would be finished in an instant. In the unknown void of the Nibelung universe, a group of zero bodies floated calmly in the void, just like ordinary zero-point energy. If you observe carefully, you can actually observe some abnormalities. For example, this group of zero substances has obvious rules and conscious floating movements. However, the zero-point energy detection system of the new human beings currently only detects the fluctuations and density of zero-point energy, and does not pay too much attention to the arrangement, combination, and flow of local zero-point energy. In Manlin's split body, the secondary personality by Sure is processing huge data at this time. The huge data of the Survivor game is not a burden for him. That's right. The Survivor game is Manlin's masterpiece, and one of Manlin's means to test the new humans. As for whether it will be discovered by the new humans, he doesn't care. As the successor of the Polar Civilization, Manlin holds the legacy of the Polar Civilization for billions of years. After entering the Nibelung universe, he began to act. Strange civilization? Huh? It is indeed very strange. The Doomsday Mother Planet, the Escape Star City, the Interstellar Colony, it is really strange. Baisher's secondary personality sent a message. Manlin, I found something more interesting. What is it? This strange Yanlong civilization. Their mother tongue is exactly the same as the new humans. Baisher will discover the shared whole. Is this a parallel universe? A scientist's secondary personality was a little surprised. It is indeed exactly the same. No wonder the new humans moved them to the colony planet, but why did they ignore the rest of the humans? It is normal. The new humans are just one of the branches of humans. They have no good feelings towards other branches. Shiraishi, who has worked in the intelligence system, naturally understands some of the situations. In the cosmic civilization, the internal unity is not necessarily achieved, and even the situation of killing each other is not uncommon. And he obviously has seen the origin of the new humans. They belong to the Hua branch of humans, and have no obligation to save other branches. Of course, this also depends on the situation. Humans can kill each other, and they can be destroyed by natural disasters in the universe, but other civilizations cannot invade human civilization, because this is human beings' own business. If other civilizations intervene here, the new humans will let the other party know what it means to be reduced to ashes in a minute. It seems that the new humans are very likely to have noticed the Survivor game. It doesn't matter. They can't find us. I will never forget the hatred of the GZ civilization. Baisher's secondary personality reminded Manlin, it's better to be careful. After all, we can't afford to lose. After thinking for a while, Manlin accepted Baisher's suggestion. Then be careful. If the new humans start to clear the Survivor game, let them clear it. Chapter 492. A zero-body split body shuttled quickly in the void, and its destination was a star system in the Milky Way, and it was a very desolate new star system. The split body numbered 008569, and its mission this time was to blend into the star system. Deep Blue Star. Half a month ago, due to the new star system just built by the service committee, on the side of a spaceship, there was a dark golden dragon totem painted. This was the spaceship of the Yanlong Republic. There were also spaceships from the Shinjo Federation and the Juxia Federation on the side. The spaceships of the three of them were similar in style. This time, they came together to participate in the Universe Summit. Although they didn't like each other internally, they still had awe for the universe. When they were outside, they all called themselves human civilization. After parking the spacecraft, they moved into a satellite city on a deep blue star, which was specially used by a group of primary civilizations. When the human civilization delegation arrived, many representatives of civilizations suddenly had their eyes flickering. In their hearts, these representatives of civilizations were envious and jealous, and also a little contemptuous. But they didn't dare to show it. First, this is a satellite city for the reception of the new human civilization, and second, there is a relationship between human civilization and the new human civilization. This is the so-called beating a dog depends on its owner. Even the advanced civilizations of Nibelung and Raven would not dare to do anything to human civilization. As for these primary civilizations, they dare not talk nonsense. Although the new humans have not accepted human civilization, it does not mean that these primary civilizations can oppress human civilization. Unless the representatives of these primary civilizations are fools, they know the consequences. The representatives of those primary civilizations hurriedly greeted the human representatives with a fake smile. Li Guozhang, the great governor of the Yanlong Republic, did not refuse anyone and played with the representatives of the primary civilizations. After arriving at the guest house, the leaders of the three families discussed this cosmic summit together in the box. Guozhang, why did the cosmic summit change the venue temporarily this time? A middle-aged man asked curiously. Li Guozhang shrugged. It's better not to guess what they are thinking. The old man drinking tea on the side was sipping tea by himself, without any intention of talking, as if there was some wonderful fortune in the teacup. The three of them knew that they were lucky. If it weren't for the intervention of the new humans, their fate would have been either struggling on Doomsday Blue Star, or the same as that of Noah's City. At first, there were still some people inside who thought they were also new humans and Chinese people, and hoped that the new humans would accept them. But the new humans ignored them, and didn't care about their ideas at all. They just threw them on Mars, transformed Mars, and left. As they joined the system of the subordinate civilization, the three families realized how wrong they were. The management of the subordinate civilizations by the new humans is both strict and lenient. On the strict side, they cannot violate the regulations on the management of subordinate civilizations of the new humans. For example, every time a primary civilization holds a cosmic summit, it must report its own technology. This is a dead rule that cannot be refused. On the lenient side, as long as it does not violate the human regulations, everything else can be decided within the civilization itself. Even if it is to self-destruct the mother planet or to fight with other primary civilizations, the new humans will not pay attention. The human civilization that wants to make a relative suddenly feels half disappointed. If it were not for the name of human civilization, it would have been destroyed by other primary civilizations long ago. Li Guozhang and others understand that the new humans only guarantee the safety of human civilization. If they commit suicide, the new humans will not care about their life or death. Because of the influence of the new humans, other primary civilizations generally do not provoke human civilization. Their development path is actually smooth before the advanced civilization. As long as their technological level reaches a certain level, they can be promoted to intermediate civilization. As for advanced civilization, it is not that Li Guozhang and others have no ambition, but that the difficulty is too great. You have to know that in the 3 universes ruled by the new humans, only 6 advanced civilizations have been born. Even if they can learn from the new humans, it is very difficult for them to reach advanced civilization. In the reception satellite city, an invisible split body floated carefully in the streets and alleys, and it penetrated the buildings without any obstacles. There was no trace of leakage along the way, just like a real ghost. Even some civilizations with more powerful soul technology could not detect the abnormal situation, and those scientific monitoring equipment also seemed to be blind. Along the way, this split body observed the new humans' hospitality satellite cities, not missing a single device. As long as there was no zero barrier or space barrier, the zero body could penetrate through. However, the technology used by the new humans in this open satellite city was all that of an intermediate civilization. After exploring for a long time, Manlin's split body felt bored. After all, these technologies were useless to Manlin, who had inherited a high-level civilization. Soon, this split body sneaked into more than a dozen other satellite cities, but the results were no different. As for the Nibelung civilization, the hospitality satellite city of the Raven Empire, Manlin did not dare to act rashly, lest he expose himself. Now the only place that has not been explored is the undeveloped Grand Conference Star. He let the split body lurk nearby, and wait for the Grand Conference Star to open. At the same time, more and more delegations of primary and intermediate civilizations arrived at the Deep Blue Star. And the Ghost Special Service, led by Shi Chaolong, was secretly making arrangements in the Grand Conference Star. Senior, among the delegations, there are 173 people who are boarded by the Survivor game. This is the specific list. After receiving Yi Qingzi's file, Shi Chaolong glanced at it and memorized the contents. He turned his head and asked seriously, "Are our people ready?" Yin Xizheng, who usually smiles, also became serious at this time. "It's ready, and the spacecraft has been arranged." Shi Chaolong nodded with satisfaction. The Ghost Special Service has estimated that the game civilization is likely to take advantage of this cosmic summit to cause trouble, so Shi Chaolong plans to play along with it. Now just wait for the conference planet to open, and see if the other party will take the bait. Both the Ghost Service and Manlin are waiting for the right time to carry out their plans, but they don't know who will win in the end. A repressive undercurrent is brewing in the Deep Blue Star, and the opening of the Grand Conference Star in half a month will be the beginning of this contest. If the primary civilizations didn't feel anything, the intermediate civilizations, the 4 Nibelung civilizations, and the Raven Empire felt something unusual. But they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the deep blue star is the territory of the new humans, so they can only wait and see. As time approaches the opening of the Grand Conference planet, Manlin's secondary personality, Baishar, also arrives at the deep blue planet through his split body. Baishar looks at the Grand Conference planet in front of him, and his intuition tells him that the sudden change of the new humans this time is most likely aimed at them. But Baishar is not afraid, because he wants to compete with the famous Ghost Secret Service to see if the intelligence system of the new humans is worthy of its name. New Era 594, May 5th. The Grand Conference planet officially lifts restrictions and is open to participants of the Universe Summit. Chapter 493. Deep Blue Galaxy. In the Conference Star, hundreds of thousands of delegations from primary civilizations, 157 delegations from intermediate civilizations, and 4 representatives from the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire arrived at the main venue of the Conference Star via special passenger ship. All kinds of strange cosmic people sat in their respective seats. However, the new humans did not show up. Regarding this situation, the delegations did not dare to ask and could only wait quietly. At the main venue of the Universe Summit, a representative of a primary civilization was observing the surroundings with some surprise. But he didn't know that the survivor game system on his body was also observing the entire venue through his body. In the crowded main venue, there were many players who were hosted by the survivor game system, and the Ghost Secret Service, which had been monitoring this place, also knew the trick inside. In the synchronous orbit of the conference planet, a spacecraft was circling the planet. The agents of the Ghost Service were inside the spaceship, concentrating on monitoring the Grand Conference planet. Shi Chaoyang was on the spaceship. "Boss, nothing unusual," Yin Xijing said with some doubt. Those cosmic people who were hosted by the survivor game were all under the monitoring range of the new humans. Obviously, their every move could not escape the eyes of the Ghost Service. However, these players did not behave too strangely at this time, which made Yin Xijing even more puzzled. "Continue monitoring, don't miss any details," Shi Chaoyang ordered calmly. "Understood." Countless neutron robots and monitoring equipment were densely distributed throughout the main venue of the Universe Summit. And Baishar, the secondary personality who descended into the deep blue galaxy through the split body, was collecting information about the Universe Summit through the bodies of those players. Of course, Baishar knew that this star system was being closely monitored by the Ghost Special Service at this moment, although he was confident that he could hide the truth with the disguise of the Zero body. But in doing things, he was still quite cautious, trying to reduce the possibility of being detected by the new humans as much as possible. Dozens of primary fission bodies, under the control of Baishar, slowly entered the conference star. The bodies of these fission bodies were disguised as zero-point energy, hidden in the zero-point energy wave, making it difficult for the detector to detect. It was like a drop of water hidden in the ocean. It was more difficult to distinguish it than to find a needle in a haystack. Of course, if the new humans discovered that the Zero body could form life or form a Zero robot, then Manlin's Zero body would most likely be directly exposed. Unfortunately, the new humans did not notice this problem for the time being, which gave Manlin an opportunity to lurk in the 3 universes. After entering the atmosphere, these cautious split bodies, on the one hand, lurked in the main venue and silently waited for the arrival of the new humans, and on the other hand, approached the new humans' various underground bases, hoping to obtain useful intelligence and related technologies. Especially the new humans' killer weapon, the space barrier technology. This technology Manlin has long coveted. If he can get it, he doesn't need to be sneaky. Unfortunately, the new humans are not fools, and the protection mechanism for technology is extremely strict. The possibility of Manlin obtaining this technology is very small. Under the control of the secondary personality Baishar, the entire conference planet was explored by the split body, but the harvest was almost zero. It seems that the new humans are already on guard against us. It is expected. After all, it is the trump card technology of the new humans. If it is easily leaked, other advanced civilizations will not be defeated. What to do? According to the original plan. After the discussion, the secondary personalities were not too worried, because they were confident that they could ambush the new humans as long as the new humans really appeared in the main venue. The belated arrival of the new Human Management Committee members. Finally appearing in the center of the main venue, 11 newcomers calmly sat on the UFO seats. They are the administrators of the new human-affiliated Civilization Management Committee. The chief administrator Zhang Tianyang calmly said to all the representatives present, "I am very happy to see you all. Today's meeting has 43 items." Zhang Tianyang's voice was very plain, but it was instantly and clearly transmitted to everyone. All the cosmic people present immediately listened carefully, fearing that they would miss a word. Especially for primary civilizations, this information is very important. If missed, it will have a great impact in the future. In addition, they don't want to leave a bad impression on the Overlord civilization. Perhaps only Nibelung and the Raven Empire can be careless at this time. After all, they are already advanced civilizations at this time, and cannot go further. First, the accumulation of science and technology is insufficient, and second, because they are controlled by the new humans, and they can't avoid the new humans if they want to make progress. Therefore, Nibelung and the Raven Empire appear indifferent, and they can just be salted fish quietly. The administrators on the UFO seats expressed their opinions one by one, and many of them were just formalities. Only for a few topics did the administrators give civilization representatives the opportunity to express their opinions. Although they were very domineering, the civilization representatives did not dare to complain. Baishur, who was manipulating the split body, slowly and carefully attached the split body to the new human administrator. The new human administrators did not feel anything, and the monitoring equipment of the Ghost Service also did not detect any abnormalities. The zero particle itself is very small, and is the smallest particle that can exist normally in the universe, second only to the foundation of the universe, the first particle. Although the new humans at this time have evolved to the extreme of physical genes, the soul sequence has also reached the extreme state, and the body and soul have reached the state of mixed and unified. In terms of the state of immortals, it is equivalent to a saint whose soul is entrusted to the way of heaven. After all, a small part of the soul of all new humans is stored in the highest will. As long as the body and the highest will cannot be destroyed together, every new human is an immortal existence. Even if a single universe is destroyed, the new humans can enter the infinite universe by transferring universes, or creating small universes. However, the new humans in this state still did not notice the zero body attached to their bodies, which shows the concealment of the zero life form. The cosmic summit is proceeding in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a representative of a low-level civilization froze, and his eyes became very strange, and the ghost agent, who was also monitoring these players, immediately discovered the problem. The body of this cosmic being was transforming at an unprecedented speed, and in an instant, it changed from a primary life form to an intermediate life form. He instantly burst out with tremendous power, and rushed towards the new human administrators in the middle of the main venue, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Zhang Tianyang glanced at the other party with his calm eyes, and the cosmic being who burst into the air in an instant seemed to be frozen in midair. What's going on? Damn, what is Yavin doing? Is this a fool? The representatives of the civilizations were shocked at first, then confused, and the civilization that attacked the alien was already scared. Zhang Tianyang snapped his fingers, and the alien was instantly annihilated into a hidden piece, deader than dead. Another administrator said calmly, "Continue the meeting." The representatives of other civilizations also realized that something was wrong. Chapter 494. Gu Zong, the representative of the Dong Nibiran civilization, looked at the old and alert new human administrator, and his mind raced. Although he was the younger brother of the advanced civilization was still the advanced civilization. How could he not see the problem? The representative of the primary civilization suddenly turned into an intermediate life form and tried to attack the new human. It was obvious that he was controlled by someone. The reaction of the new human made Gu Zong feel even more nervous. He and other members of the Dong Nibiran civilization looked at each other. Obviously, they all felt that something was wrong. The calm new human administrator did not deal with the primary civilization, which only meant that the new humans knew about this matter in advance. The other three Nibelung civilizations, and the Raven Empire all saw the problem. At the same time, Gu Zong was very curious about the mastermind who dared to provoke the new humans. Judging from the fact that the other party dared to take action at the Universe Summit, it is very likely to be an advanced civilization. Which civilization? Gu Zong first rejected his side. After all, he was one of the great archons of the East Nibelung civilization. If there was such a thing, he would not be unaware of it. Is it the other three Nibelung civilizations? Not likely. Gu Zong knew the details of the three brother civilizations. They didn't have the courage or the technology to do it. He glanced at the Raven Empire again. The Prime Minister of the Raven Empire also glanced at him. Both of them were full of doubts. Shi Chaolong, who was on the outer spaceship, saw all the small movements of the representatives of these advanced civilizations. He also looked at the feedback of the gene locks and soul locks on these representatives. Senior, there is nothing abnormal about their souls. There are only some surprises and speculations. Yi Qingzi reported. Continue monitoring. Shi Chaolong had no expression on his face. Yi Qingzi nodded. Judging from the situation just now, the possibility that the 4 Nibelung civilizations and the Raven Empire were behind the scenes can be basically ruled out. What do you think? The observer on the side organized his words in response to Shi Chaolong's question. The other party's actions are very strange. It is simply useless to manipulate the cosmic people of the primary civilization to launch an attack. Shi Chaolong gestured to continue. Since the attack cannot harm the administrator, it can only mean that the other party has other intentions and is covering up other plans. The observer explained. Openly repairing the plank road, secretly crossing Chinsong. Shi Chaolong also saw some problems. The opponent's actions made Shi Chaolong feel very difficult. He could not track them back through quantum communication, nor could he use the universe screening system to lock their tracks. The opponent's hiding technology was very sophisticated. Purpose? What is their hidden purpose? The observer who was thinking suddenly looked at the new human administrator in the main venue in a daze. An idea flashed through his mind, and he suggested to Shi Chaolong, Director Shi, I think the other party has hidden something on the administrator. Impossible. Our instrument did not detect any abnormality. Yin Xijing retorted. However, Shi Chaolong's eyes condensed. Don't trust the instrument too much. Since the other party can evade the screening system, it is very likely that they have hidden something on the administrator. Director Shi, I have an idea. The observer suddenly spoke. Shi Chaolong glanced at him. Go on. What is the basis of civilization in life? The observer asked a strange question. After thinking for a moment, Shi Chaolong spoke. Universe rules matter. Yes, this is the basis for the existence of civilization in life. It is known that civilization and life all follow this basis. What does it have to do with the actions of this advanced civilization? Yin Xijing couldn't help scratching his forehead. The observer quickly explained. Since all civilizations and creatures cannot escape this foundation, then this advanced civilization must also be within the scope. I understand. Shi Chaolong understood it immediately. Since all civilizations and creatures must have a material foundation, it means that the mastermind behind the scenes is also within the scope. Our detection system can observe almost everything in the universe, but the other party can still not be monitored by us. The only possibility is that it is in a place we ignore. The observer reminded again. Ignored places? Shi Chaolong's brain raced, and suddenly he was stunned, obviously thinking of something, and the idea came out immediately. The microscopic world of Lingzi and Chuzi. Zero and Chuzi? Could there be a life form of Lingzi? Yin Xijing was a little unbelievable. Shi Chaolong glared at Yin Xijing. As an intelligence officer, don't solidify your thinking. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yin Xijing, who was scolded, laughed dryly. According to this idea, Shi Chaolong asked Yi Qingzi and Yin Xijing to continue to follow, while requesting emergency technical assistance from the Science and Technology Commission. Wei Feng, who happened to be in the Nibelung universe, immediately organized researchers to develop equipment specifically for detecting zeros and first particles upon hearing about this. It's not that the new humans don't have relevant technical reserves, but they didn't pay attention to it before. The Science and Technology Commission sent the equipment to the Deep Blue Galaxy in less than 2 days. After receiving the equipment, he found that there was a problem with these devices, that is, the detection distance was very short, only about a few kilometers. Once the distance is exceeded, there is no way to detect the detailed situation. Generally, the detection range of the zero level is within 6 kilometers, and the detection range of the primary level is less than 50 meters. Faced with this situation, the Science and Technology Commission said that it would take some time to upgrade the technology before the estimated distance could be increased. Shi Chaolong could only make do with it, and immediately modified 11 spacecraft to prepare for the next plan. The Cosmic Summit is still going on. Until half a month later, the Cosmic Summit officially ended, and the delegations of the affiliated civilizations boarded their own civilization spacecraft and left the Deep Blue Galaxy. The 11 new human administrators also boarded their own spaceships, preparing to return to the new human interior. Zhang Tianyang passed through a series of tests, and finally entered the interior of the spaceship. Controlling the split body to possess Zhang Tianyang, Bai Shi watched the new human enter the spaceship safely without discovering the split body. However, Bai Shi didn't know that the cockpit had been transformed into a space barrier chamber at this time. As soon as Zhang Tianyang walked into it, the detector that could detect the zero and the first particle began to scan this confined space. The supercomputer of the spacecraft controlled the zero-point scanning system, and the primary scanning system was activated. Discover the zero-point structure with regular arrangement and combination. Shi Chaolong, who was on another spacecraft, saw this result and his eyes suddenly fixed. Start the high-speed zero-point energy wave. I want to see the true face of the opponent. Understood. In the confined space, Bai Shi, who was controlling the split body, suddenly felt an unpredictable zero-point energy wave filling the cockpit. Instantly, Bai Shi's consciousness in the split body was shocked. Exposed. Damn it. Bai Shi reacted quickly and activated the split body disintegration mechanism, and the split body's zero body instantly disintegrated into zeros. But it was too late. The detection system had already scanned the zero body, which lasted only 1.3 seconds, several times inside and out. Chapter 495. Bai Shi reacted very quickly and disintegrated the 11 attached bodies in an instant, but he knew that some of his secrets had been exposed. While dealing with the traces of the split bodies on Deep Blue Star, he reported the matter to Manlin. Manlin, we may be exposed, Bai Shi said helplessly. What? What did you do? It's over. What should I do now? The other secondary personalities suddenly became nervous. After all, their secrets were discovered by the new humans, and their future life would be difficult. Manlin, the master personality, did not expect the new humans to notice them so quickly, and was at a loss for a moment. After all, the new humans' hard power is too strong. If the secret of the zero body is exposed, the new humans will soon find out the situation of the zero body. Fear, panic, and impatience filled Manlin's heart. Will his ambition end in the hands of the new humans? No, I will not reconcile. I have not yet completed the hatred and revival of the extreme civilization. I cannot admit defeat. Manlin immediately cheered up again. He quickly got into a heated discussion with a group of secondary personalities, hoping to find a way out. On the other side, Shi Chaolong had already locked and intercepted the split bodies that possessed Zhang Tianyang and others through the Zero Sub-Scanner. Although Bai Shi had disintegrated the split bodies, the data of the split bodies was discovered by the new humans. The reaction was very fast, and almost in an instant, these Zero Sub-life forms exploded by themselves. Shi Chaolong's face was cold. He was really touched at his doorstep. This was a shame for the Ghost Special Service. Yin Xijing, who was standing by, was also terrified. He had previously suspected that the zero life forms did not exist, but the result was a slap in the face. The enemy quietly sneaked into the door of the new human race. If these zero life forms were really allowed to enter, the consequences would be disastrous. Once the technology of the new human race was stolen by the other party, it would lose its technological advantage, and the three universes that the new human race had worked so hard to obtain might also fall into turmoil. Suddenly, Shi Chaolong felt nervous. The Nibelung universe he was in charge of had discovered the enemy's conspiracy. But what about this universe and the Guangjing universe? Damn it, it has to be this time. Shi Chaolong angrily hit the table with his fist. The observers on the side also reacted immediately. The discovery of the enemy's conspiracy by the Nibelung universe did not mean that the matter was over. Because the Nibelung universe and this universe are now in the separation period, and there are still 7 years before the next meeting period. This universe is easy to deal with. What Shi Chaolong is really worried about is the base camp Guangjing universe. The Guangjing universe, which has not seen a war for a long time, may be mixed with zero life forms. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Nibelung universe branch of the Ghost Service was very solemn and depressing. Many ghost agents reacted, but they had no way to do anything at this time. Because quantum communication could not be used during the separation of the universe, they could only wait for 7 years. Shi Chaolong sighed, with a slightly depressed mood. We can only leave it to fate. I hope Xinghua can notice the abnormality, otherwise things will be troublesome. Boss, the most urgent task is to eliminate the zero life forms in the Nibelung universe as soon as possible and find out everything about the other party. Yin Xijing quickly reminded him. I understand. Quickly adjusting his mood, Shi Chaolong said, all department heads, immediately activate the first level alert state. Yes. Shi Chaolong immediately contacted other supervisors of the Nibelung universe. Whether it was the War Committee, the Science Committee, or the Service Committee and the Arbitration Committee, they were shocked when they heard about this. They immediately responded to the first level alert, and the crazy new human departments treated this incident as a major crisis. The War Committee prepared for war and mobilized 5 other advanced civilizations. At the same time, they deployed comprehensive defenses for the cosmic channels, so that if there was any disturbance in this universe, the Nibelung universe would not be too passive. The science committee conducted a comprehensive study on the zero life forms, hoping to find the opponent's weaknesses, and was also studying detectors that could detect zero life forms on a large scale. The service committee also urgently asked the new humans to conduct a large-scale investigation, leaving no corner untouched, to ensure that no zero life forms would be mixed in. Every colony, satellite city, and generation spaceship is undergoing a comprehensive investigation. The first generation of zero scanners are being mass-produced and put into use. On the other side, in Manlin's consciousness space. What should we do now? Some actions within the new human race have been discovered. My split bodies lurking within the West Nibelung civilization have all been cleared. Can we only wait for the new human race to destroy us? I'm so unwilling. Suddenly, a secondary personality responsible for strategic deduction put forward his own opinion. Instead of worrying about the attack of the new human race, it is better to take the initiative. But there is no way to break through the defense of the new human race's warships. What's the use of taking the initiative? From the data fed back from the discovered split bodies, the new human race's detectors cannot be used remotely for the time being. This is our opportunity. The strategic deduction secondary personality explained. Manlin calculated frantically for a while, and decided to adopt this plan. He was afraid of being discovered before, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Now he planned to give up disguise, and activate the particle robots hidden in the primary civilization. These particle robots are different from the particle robots that perform the Survivor game. In fact, they are another backup plan of Manlin. In a very remote star system, the Longhorn civilization has an unimaginable mutation at this time. On the battleship, the self-replicating particle robot quickly controlled and transformed the battleship. In the cockpit, a dozen horned people suddenly froze. In the invisible microscopic particle world, their gene sequences collapsed and reorganized instantly, and the gene lock set by the new humans in them also disintegrated. Then the soul sequence also collapsed and reorganized, and the soul lock set by the new humans also disintegrated and disappeared. In terms of gene technology and soul technology, the polar civilization, as an old advanced civilization, is slightly more advanced than the new humans. And Manlin is not controlling these horned people, but using these horned people as raw materials to clone polar people, which can naturally destroy the gene locks and soul locks. These polar androids completed the reorganization of their bodies and souls in less than a few seconds. For the glory of polar civilization. Revenge, revenge. The clone Captain Cheong quickly manipulated the warship, and the unfortunate Longhorn civilization became the sacrifice for the resurrection of the polar civilization. In fact, it was also the Longhorn civilization that was unlucky, because their body composition was very similar to that of polar people, and they naturally became Manlin's target. The same thing happened in hundreds of primary civilizations, and the polar civilization instantly exploded tens of millions of warships. The changes in these primary civilizations, the highly alert new human fleets, quickly discovered the abnormal situation and rushed over immediately. The urgent alarms kept ringing, and Lin Yang saw the style of those warships, and knew who the other party was, which was obviously the style of the extreme civilization. Although the warships of the extreme civilization were just a one-sided massacre in front of the new human warships, Lin Yang's face was very ugly. Because the warships of the extreme civilization are elusive, they often appear in areas that are difficult for new humans to monitor. Manlin took advantage of the zero body and built warships in various parts of the universe, when the new humans could not detect them over long distances. Chapter 496. Crazy Manlin completely tore off his disguise. One after another, the split bodies split out from his body, and were continuously released in all directions. These split bodies have three functions. The first is to disrupt the vision of the new humans and blur the existence of the original body. The second is to immediately attach to the planet and use the planet's resources to build bases, warships, and clones. The third is to self-split, constantly devour zero-point energy, and create more split bodies. In less than 10 days, Manlin's actions completely disrupted the entire Nibelung universe, and countless galaxies were destroyed in the battle between the two sides. Although there is no way to deal with the new humans, Manlin's polar civilization can deal with other intermediate and primary civilizations. In the prosperous Dig Star region, a split body rushed out of a fist-sized wormhole. The moment it rushed out of the wormhole, the split body immediately absorbed the surrounding zero-point energy and began to split itself madly. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 4, 4 gave birth to 8. The split body split once every 5 seconds. In less than a few hours, the scale of the split body increased to billions. Cancer cell plan continues to be implemented. Parasite plan started. Start looking for a suitable planet. Seeding plan started. Countless split bodies are still splitting madly, like disordered and unlimited cancer cells, swallowing the surrounding zero-point energy as their own nutrients, and splitting and multiplying without restraint. A small number of the fission bodies parasitized on the asteroids, and used the resources of the asteroids to quickly build a micro-wormhole expander. Then the micro-wormhole was opened, and the fission bodies were continuously projected to various places in the universe. In addition, these fission bodies continued to fly in all directions. Found an Earth-like planet, suitable for the parasitic plan, and began to parasitize. Hundreds of fission bodies rushed into the desolate Earth-like planet, and particle robots appeared on the Earth-like planet in a moment. The particle robots replicated themselves, while quickly building related equipment. A huge fortress city rose from the ground in an instant, and the fortress was filled with rolling particle robots. Inside the mechanical fortress, the antimatter annihilation energy furnace began to supply tremendous energy, and the particle robots carried countless atoms and molecules. In a huge cabin, the particle robots rolled like mercury, and soon a life-cloning cabin appeared. The life-cloning cabin lit up a blue indicator light, and the light blue liquid in the translucent cloning cabin rose rapidly until the light blue liquid completely submerged the life-cloning cabin. The clone generation begins. The particle robot in the auxiliary cloning chamber uses the appropriate raw materials in the light blue liquid to combine atoms into gene chains, which form chromosomes, and then cells are generated. At the same time, the situation in the soul modulation chamber next to it is similar, and the artificial soul sequence is quickly formed. Then the artificial soul is injected into the artificial body, and the golden lines of the polar man in the cloning chamber light up, which means that the clone has been activated. The light blue liquid descended. Puff! The clone hatch popped open, and the polar man floated out, working according to the memory and tasks in his brain. The technology of advanced civilization is so abnormal. Discover the remnants of polar civilization. Activate the emergency mechanism. The neutron robot of the new human hidden on this planet also discovered the abnormality instantly, and activated the emergency mechanism immediately. The neutron robot of the new human and the particle robot of the polar civilization, which were also splitting madly, continued to fight in the void and on the planet. Suddenly, a new human warship appeared nearby, and a vacuum decay came directly from the wormhole into the star system. In an instant, the star system was annihilated into zero-point energy, but the new human warship did not leave, because within a few hours, the polar civilization had used the resources of this star system to build 158 warships. The two sides started fighting without saying a word, but unfortunately the polar civilization did not master the space barrier technology, and the new human warship was almost invincible. Powerful repulsive waves swept around. The polar warships, which had no way to jump through wormholes, could only use curvature flight to fight with the new human warships. Super strong space contraction and expansion is the essence of curvature flight, and repulsive waves can not only disintegrate the repulsive field of the warship to a certain extent, but also interfere with curvature flight. On the new human warship, Captain Zhang Wei commanded the warship to move forward at full speed without restraint, and instantly caught up with a polar warship. The super strong repulsive wave tore open the opponent's repulsive field, and vacuum decay followed closely, swallowing the polar warship into zero-point energy. Even though the new humans only had one warship, the 158-strong polar fleet still had no way to resist. In the case of speed and defense, the polar warship had no choice but to die. However, after completely destroying 158 enemy ships, Zhang Wei was not too happy, because those zero life forms were still lurking here. Fuck, start the maximum power repulsive beam, and clean up this area. Understood. On the new human warship, countless rapid and violent repulsive beams were shooting in all directions, and those zero bodies were immediately hit hard. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei had a gloomy face. The repulsive wave beam could strike within a range of several hundred light years, but there was no way to lock on those zero sublife forms. If there was no way to lock on, there might be fish that slipped through the net, and if there were fish that slipped through the net, the enemy would soon revive. He had annihilated 6 enemy-occupied areas before, but 3 of them soon revived. Nibelung Universe, War Committee Branch. Lin Yang was also very distressed. The zero sublife forms that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and were difficult to eradicate had caused great trouble to the entire Nibelung Universe. Academician Wei, is there any way to quickly lock these zero life forms? Wei Feng shook his head and thought, technology upgrades must be carried out step by step, unless there is a ready-made technology to learn from. Damn it, are we just going to passively eliminate these polar civilizations? Lin Yang clenched his fists. Sure Chalong on the side also looked very ugly. The inability to completely lock these zero bodies allowed the polar civilization to always take advantage of loopholes and raid various parts of the universe. Now, even if the new humans and the other 5 affiliated advanced civilizations take action, there is still no way to completely eliminate the other party, and they can only passively defend. This was the first time that the new humans had encountered such a frustrating thing. The entire Nibelung universe was in turmoil, with countless new human warships shuttling through the starry sky, annihilating the forces of the polar civilization that rose and fell one after another. What made Sure Chalong even more worried was that they didn't know the situation of this universe and the Guanjing universe. Report: the subordinate intermediate civilization Bay's civilization was invaded by the polar civilization. Report: traces of the polar civilization appeared in the Devil Star region. In the headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn and depressing, and Lin Yang was now even more furious, but unfortunately, there was no way to find the zero body. Wei Feng also kept communicating with other researchers, hoping to develop long-distance monitoring equipment and weapons specifically targeting zero bodies as soon as possible. In the fierce war, the new humans themselves did not suffer any losses, but they felt very disgusted. The real victims were those low-level civilizations, who were directly affected. Anyway, in the eyes of the polar civilization, the Nibelung universe was not their territory, so they naturally destroyed it to their heart's content. Chapter 497. Nibelung Universe. Manlin, who was entrenched in the unknown void, could sense the movements of these split bodies through countless split bodies. Although many split bodies were annihilated by the new humans, the speed at which the split bodies multiplied was too fast, faster than the speed at which they were eliminated. He understood the current situation. He could only discuss the new humans by relying on the elusiveness of the zero bodies, but the new humans' basic base did not suffer any loss. After all, the new humans were an advanced civilization, and a top-level advanced civilization. It was obviously wishful thinking to really hurt the basic base of the new humans with Manlin at this time. We must find a way. We can only delay time temporarily. Once the other party develops a long-distance detector, our advantage will be gone. A secondary personality that is doing strategic deductions expresses his own ideas. Manlin, I think we can do this. Other secondary personalities are immediately excited when they hear this plan. Obviously, this plan is too amazing. If it succeeds, Manlin may be able to fight against the new humans. Okay, let's follow this plan. Manlin starts to act. He splits his body into 300 and then sends them to various places in the universe, starting a crazy self-splitting. On the other side, Manlin's war subpersonality also commanded the split body to hunt the primary civilizations crazily and destroy various star systems everywhere. An unprecedented fierce battle broke out with the new humans in the Nibelung universe. Although the warships of the polar civilization had no way to resist the new humans, it was difficult to guard against guerrilla warfare and sneak attacks. But Lin Yang still underestimated Manlin. The crazy split body kept multiplying itself. Although the radius of the Nibelung universe reached 22.6 trillion light-years, the problem was that Manlin's splitting speed was too fast. With the multi-point blossoming, the entire Nibelung universe could detect the wandering of the zero bodies for a while, and the new human warships annihilated one wave after another, like an endless wave. This terrifying proliferation speed allowed Manlin's body to occupy 1.34% of the Nibelung universe in less than 43 days. Nibelung Universe. The office of the director of the Ghost Secret Service. A rapid alarm sounded, and then the observer and Yin Xijing rushed into the office together. What happened again? Sure Chalong asked hurriedly. The observer hurriedly reported, a very scary discovery. When my team was monitoring the null bodies, they found that these areas were all null bodies. After that, the observer unfolded the virtual display screen and pulled out a star map of the Nibelung universe, on which a large dark purple area was marked. These dark purple areas are the coverage areas of the null bodies, some of which are large and some are small. The largest one has covered more than a dozen star regions. Sure Chalong's heart sank, especially when he saw that these areas already accounted for 0.24% of the volume of the universe. His face turned black. I estimate that the area actually occupied by the zero bodies may be much larger than the area we monitor. The observer added. Sure Chalong said nothing, staring at the star map in front of him. His intuition told him that he could not let the polar civilization completely occupy the entire Nibelung universe, otherwise there might be big trouble. He quickly contacted Lin Yang of the War Committee and the senior executives of other departments. For a time, the atmosphere within the new human race became solemn. The War Committee immediately mobilized all its troops, and also mobilized the 4 Nibelung civilizations and the Raven Empire to clear these zero bodies throughout the universe. They even destroyed the Great Wall of the universe on a large scale to strangle the crazy expansion of the polar civilization. However, Manlin's splitting speed was too fast. Even if the new humans went all out, there was still no way to curb the opponent's development, unless they directly detonated the universe and triggered a great tear in the universe. Time passed little by little, and the proportion of zero bodies in the universe was also increasing day by day. In less than half a year, Manlin's null bodies have been connected into one piece, occupying 89.71% of the Nibelung universe. The new humans can only use another method to encircle the material-rich cosmic wall, and use space barrier technology to completely wrap up the river systems one by one. Manlin, who has expanded to the extreme, only then felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Unprecedented strength, and unprecedented clarity. I am the universe, and the universe is me. His body has been connected into one piece, and can produce very amazing abilities. In this state, Manlin can even change the local rules of the universe. Because his body covers almost the entire universe, he can monitor all parts of the universe, and the neutron robots that the new humans had previously deployed in the universe were also annihilated. The current situation is that Manlin occupies nearly 90% of the area of the universe and about 67% of the matter, while the new humans occupy 10% of the area and 33% of the matter. Of course, Manlin's occupation of so many areas and materials does not mean that he can defeat the new humans. On the contrary, in the battle between the two sides, the new humans are still in an advantageous position. The new humans who reacted also found a plan to contain Manlin, which was to plunder Manlin's body mass on a large scale, and completely control these masses. In the void, countless new human warships were strangling Manlin's fleet with all their strength, while the new human spaceships behind were devouring the starry sky. The spaceships absorbed the surrounding zero-point energy and matter, and then after several reduction processes, they turned into new zero-point energy, dark matter and bright matter. Then these materials are transported to an area, which has a space barrier area. After some inspection and cleaning, the spacecraft enters the space barrier area. Those materials are released inside the space barrier area, and the particle robot reuses them to continuously manufacture space barrier generators, and the produced space barrier generators will be put into use immediately. The range of the space barrier continues to expand, and the radius is rapidly expanding from hundreds of millions of kilometers until it grows to a radius of 200,000 light years, and the space barrier area stops expanding. But this does not mean that this small universe does not devour matter. On the contrary, the small universe devours more matter, because the new humans are building a huge galaxy inside the small universe. First, a super large black hole is generated as the core of the galaxy, followed by star systems, which are added to the galaxy cantilever. Then planets, asteroids, comets, cosmic dust and the like are added to those star systems. This is a plan to kill the enemy that the Science and Technology Commission has developed. Since the polar civilization can continuously proliferate itself through the matter of the universe, it will completely cut off the other party's material basis. After all, zero-substance life forms also need to rely on material foundations to exist. Once the material foundation is lost, no matter how powerful the creatures are, they will be doomed. The new humans' move of cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot can be said to be a naked conspiracy. The new humans have the technical advantage of space barriers, and can directly extract cosmic matter and fill it into the small universe in the space barrier. Although Manlin knew the intentions of the new humans, he had no way to destroy the space barrier and take back the lost matter. The new humans' wanton extraction of cosmic matter and creation of small universes also caused a terrible impact on the Nibelung universe. That is, the universe solidified. Once the new humans drained all the matter in the universe, the Nibelung universe would lose the power to expand and contract. For this consequence, the new humans cannot stop. If they don't kill Manlin, they will be unable to sleep and eat. Chapter 498. Damn it! Damn the new humans! What should we do? They are constantly extracting our substances. Once we lose our substances, we will surely die. Hurry up and find a solution. Solution? I was thinking too. The secondary personalities were panicking. They hadn't been proud for a few days when the new humans' countermeasures came out immediately. They directly cut off Manlin's fuel. How could they not be anxious now? In less than 12 days, humans had already extracted 21% of Manlin's substances. Once the matter is completely drained, Manlin's split body will definitely die. And even more terrible things will follow. The new humans extracted the matter of the universe on a large scale, which led to the contraction of the universe. After all, the material basis of the universe determines the state of the universe. When the matter of the universe continues to decrease, the overall scale of the universe will continue to shrink. Although the overall mass of the Nibelung universe has not been lost, the mass of the main universe has been swallowed up by the small universe on a large scale. The microcosm is an artificial universe, under the complete control of the new humans, so it will not expand or contract naturally. When the main universe is devoured by the microcosm, it also means that the main universe will lose its expansion and contraction. Unless the new humans release the microcosm again and return the mass to the main universe, the Nibelung universe will be solidified. Of course, Manlin is not concerned about the solidification of the universe, but is worried about his own life. As time goes by, the new humans control the microcosm and frantically devour the Nibelung universe. Lin Yan also became ruthless. Even if solidifying the universe might cause some side effects, he had to eradicate the Jizi civilization. For the current situation, Lin Yang, Shi Chaolong and others did not intend to fight a war of attrition with the Jizi civilization, but chose to cut the Gordian knot. Because they were worried that if the space barrier technology of this universe and the Guangjing universe was really stolen by the Jizi civilization, the advantages of the new humans would no longer exist. In this way, a clean Nibelung universe is very necessary. Southern Nibelung civilization. At this time, they have been moved to a part of the small universe and started to recuperate again. The small universe just created is a standard size, with a radius of 200,000 light-years and a river system inside. Of course, the control of these small universes is in the hands of the new human civilization, and the core inside is also managed by the new humans. There is actually a difference between these small universes open to subordinate civilizations, and the small universes used by the new humans themselves. For example, the new human's own microcosm is a large spiral galaxy, while the open microcosm is 5 to 8 dwarf galaxies. In addition, there are 3 more microcosms at the core of the open microcosm. The radius of these 3 microcosms is 1,000 light-years. They are wrapped inside the large microcosm as the control core. The South Nibelung civilization was assigned to a dwarf galaxy at this time, and is transforming its own territory. Gu Shan is one of the great archons of the South Nibelung civilization and a top astrophysicist. In fact, none of the members of the advanced civilization have low IQs. What a big move, creating a small universe. Another great archon, Gu Hai, looked at the distant starry sky. It seemed that the starlight in this small universe was dim, and the space was dark. In fact, this was an illusion. Because all the stars were just created, the distance between the stars was more than light years, so naturally the bright starry sky could not be seen now. It is estimated that it will take hundreds of thousands of years before all the starlight can be seen in various places inside the small universe. I wonder what the situation is outside. Gu Hai was slightly worried. Gu Shan seemed calm. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, there are still new humans. That's true, the space barrier technology is really too powerful, that Jizi civilization will probably be beaten to death. Gu Hai also had a new understanding of the power of the new humans. If it was the Nibelung civilization, it would probably kneel directly under Manlin's attack. But the new humans can quickly reverse the situation and suppress the Jizi civilization. If there is no accident, the Jizi civilization will still die. Gu Shan, an astrophysicist, raised a question. However, turning the entire Nibelung universe into a small universe may cause a sudden change in the rules of the universe. We can only look to the new humans. Gu Hai spread his hands. After all, they are now living under someone else's roof, and the new humans are the real decision makers. By the way, complete the task over there as soon as possible. I have arranged it. For the Nibelung civilization and the Raven Empire, the new humans did not let them sit idle. Instead, they were given a civilization-seeding mission to restore the primary civilization of the Nibelung universe collected by the new humans in the small universe. These primary civilizations, because they were implanted with gene locks and soul locks by the new humans, all of them were backed up inside the new humans. Therefore, they can be cloned again with the backup. As for those intermediate civilizations, they were not destroyed, and they were also placed in the small universe. However, according to the readjusted management plan, the primary civilization can only be in one small universe, the intermediate civilization can be in 10 small universes, and the advanced civilization can be in 1,000 small universes. These civilizations are mixed together, and no one civilization can occupy the entire microcosm alone. Outside the microcosm. As time goes by, under the situation of one gaining and the other losing, Manlin suffered a huge blow. The microcosm of the new human beings devoured matter crazily, And these substances were Manlin's body, or controlled matter. The continuous loss of matter not only eroded Manlin's vitality, but also eroded the Nibelung universe. In less than 54 days, only a small part of Manlin's body remained, less than 14% of the mass at its peak. The radius of the Nibelung universe also suddenly shrank to a radius of 8.3 trillion light-years, and the impact of the solidified universe has already appeared. Even if Manlin hysterically started vacuum decay and tried to cause a cosmic tear to resist the encroachment of the new humans, he was powerless to save the situation. Because the small universe devours the mass of the main universe, this process itself is shrinking the universe, and vacuum decay also requires a cosmic material basis. If there is no matter, then what can produce vacuum decay? The general trend of the universe at this moment is blue shift contraction. No matter how many vacuum decay bombs are detonated, it will be useless. Because the new human small universe will soon devour these substances. Once the substances are lost, the rules of the universe will no longer exist. Without substances, what can promote the expansion of the universe and vacuum decay? This is a dead cycle, and there is no solution. Unless Manlin masters the space barrier technology, he can only watch. The Nibelung universe is shrinking crazily, and Manlin's living space is also shrinking. No, I am not willing. Manlin's split body became hysterical, but unfortunately the new human's material extraction system swallowed the last trace of Zero body. Manlin in the Nibelung universe completely disappeared. The Nibelung universe is left with only one layer of cosmic crystal wool, inside which are small universes squeezed together. These small universes are the material of the entire Nibelung universe. At this time, the Nibelung universe can no longer accept wormhole expansion and curvature flight, because it has dense artificial cosmic crystal walls inside. Spacecraft must pass through crystal walls before they can travel. Chapter 499. Light Crystal Universe. Ghost Secret Service Headquarters. Zhou Xinghua looked at the urgent report in his hand, and his heart tightened. He quickly asked Yi Jianfeng, who was in charge of this universe branch, to come over. A moment later, a figure was projected in the office. Director Zhou. Zhou Xinghua asked directly, Jianfeng, let's make a long story short. What is going on with the Nibelung universe and this universe? Director Zhou, according to the time of the opening of the previous 7 universe channels, this time the universe channel should be opened between February 5th and April 14th this year. Yi Jianfeng explained hurriedly. He looked at the time, and saw that it was already April 16th. In other words, the encounter period between this universe and the Nibelung universe has passed. What about the researchers who are responsible for the cosmic channel? What do they say? Zhou Xinghua had a bad feeling. Yi Jianfeng spoke again. The researchers are at a loss for the time being. This is the first time we have encountered this. Looking at the report in his hand, Zhou Xinghua stood up and walked back and forth. After working in the intelligence system for so many years, he already had the acumen of a professional. This incident quickly alerted him. The meeting period between the Nibelung universe and this universe had arrived, but the meeting did not happen as expected. What exactly happened, the headquarters of this universe has no idea, but one thing is certain, that is, there must be something wrong with the Nibelung universe. It can cause problems in the meeting period of the two universes. This problem is definitely a big problem. Jianfeng. Here. Zhou Xinghua ordered with a serious expression. You immediately notify the War Committee of this universe, block the exit of the universe channel, and then let the War Committee prepare for battle. Yes. Yi Jianfeng's projection disappeared instantly, and Zhou Xinghua, with his hands behind his back, reported the matter to the Supreme Conference while summoning the heads of various departments of the Ghost Special Service. Nibelung Universe. In the completely solidified universe at this time, in the headquarters of the Ghost Special Service, in the Nibelung Universe, in a special small universe. Shi Chaolong, Lin Yang and others also held meetings in the virtual space, which has been their normal practice in the past few years. It seems that the second benefit of solidifying the universe has come out, Shi Chaolong said worriedly. Wei Feng beside him was also helpless. The reason why they chose to solidify the universe was first to kill the remnants of the Jizi civilization, and the second purpose was to affect the encounter period of the universe channel. Because the Nibelung universe was solidified, the radius was reduced to 2.4 trillion light-years, which was only about 1/10 of the previous radius. Since the radius of the universe was reduced, it meant that the distance between this universe and the Nibelung universe was lengthened in disguise. Under the premise of unchanged speed, the time for the two to meet would be delayed. This plan was proposed by Wei Feng, and it can achieve the effect of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it is actually killing 3 birds with 1 stone. because the backhands that traitors had arranged in the Nibelung universe before, and the outbreak of the Star War and the Devouring War, caused the state of the Nibelung universe to change dramatically at this time. It can only be said that the fight between Manlin and the New Humans accidentally killed the backhands of most traitors, and now the backhands of the remaining traitors are less than 1%. What's even more annoying is that the river system wrapped in this small universe will interfere with the operation of the river system for the second time. This unintentional act will have an irreversible impact on the birth of the civilization seeds of traitors in the future. Even if the traitors left a large margin of error when they arranged these civilization seeds, they probably didn't expect the situation today. This drastic change can be said to be earth-shaking. If the traitor civilization is resurrected, it is estimated that they will want to kill Manlin. The backup plan that they worked hard to lay was completely destroyed by Manlin's accident. Sure, Chaolong and others have not done nothing in these years, but have been actively preparing. Whether it is intelligence, war, or technology, they are preparing as much as possible. As soon as the two universes meet, they will immediately share intelligence with the universe to minimize the loss. Because they know that the universe, and even the light crystal universe, may have been infiltrated by the remnants of the Polaris civilization. After all, the Polaris civilization itself was born in the universe, and the light crystal universe has always been connected to the universe. Since the Polaris civilization can infiltrate the Nibelung universe, there is no reason why it cannot enter the light crystal universe. This universe. Manlin's original body. Manlin, something has happened. The secondary personality by Shur sent out an anxious thought. Instantly, Manlin understood the details of the matter. The split body that was responsible for lurking near the universe channel did not sense the signal of the universe channel connection. What is the reaction of the new human? The secondary personality by Shur explained. The other party has blocked the entrance to the channel and mobilized a large number of warships to defend nearby. Is there something wrong with that universe? Manlin thought doubtfully. Could it be that our split body in that universe failed? Impossible. Don't be too confident. If we are really discovered, we will be finished. As the secondary personalities argued endlessly, Manlin also became cautious and began to speed up his pace to seek the space barrier technology of the new human beings. His consciousness descended directly on the split body of the light crystal universe. At this time, Manlin's split body had successfully attached to a new human being. This new human administrator is responsible for managing primary civilizations and is affiliated with the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau. But Manlin was unlucky. The new human administrator he possessed could indeed enter the new human, but because the light crystal universe was too safe, there were not many spaceships or planets with space barrier generators. The spaceship of this new human administrator and the planet he was on did not have space barrier generators installed. In this way, Manlin lost the opportunity to contact the space barrier generator, and he did not dare to forcibly control the body of the new human. Although Manlin could kill the new human without intention, it was almost impossible for him to control him. As a high-level civilization, Manlin knew that the new human had a powerful force hidden inside its body and a strict protection program. Moreover, the new human had a common will. If one of them was touched, it would immediately trigger the attention of the new human. Therefore, although his split body had figured out the planet, the spaceship, the personnel, and all the split bodies were left behind, and he also figured out the relevant situation, he still had no way to obtain the truly valuable things. For example, the space barrier technology that Manlin dreamed of. This technology determines his future fate. If he succeeds in obtaining it, Manlin's polar civilization can make a comeback openly. If he fails to obtain it, he can only continue to hide. Once discovered by the new humans, the danger will rise sharply. And the abnormality during this universe encounter period forced Manlin to consider the problems after being exposed. If the Nibelung universe is really exposed, Manlin must obtain the space barrier technology as soon as possible to compete with the new humans. After weighing the pros and cons, Manlin has made a decision. He can't wait any longer. Once the universes meet, anything may happen. In order to survive, and for revenge, he must take a risk. Chapter 500. Light Crystal Universe, Chinzhou Star. The branch of the Civilization and Biological Investigation Bureau of the new human race is located on this planet, and this branch is responsible for 150 star regions. At this time, the investigators and administrators coming and going in the branch are busy with the intelligence of various star regions. As a large intelligence agency, there are more than 6,000 staff members here. Gao Jiandong, who was eating in the restaurant, suddenly felt a little strange in his heart, feeling that he had not contacted his good brother for a long time. While he was eating absent-mindedly, he dialed the number of his good brother Huang Wenbin. After a while, Huang Wenbin appeared in front of him, and the two began to chat as soon as they met. Wenbin, I happen to be on vacation tomorrow, are you free? It just so happens that I will also be on vacation the day after tomorrow. A total of 5 days off. How many days will you take off? Huang Wenbin asked in surprise. Gao Jiandong's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, I can adjust my vacation and arrange 4 days. Great. The two people were in high spirits, discussing where to go on vacation, but they didn't know that there was another figure beside Gao Jiandong. Although Manlin's split body cannot directly control the new humans, it can still guide them with some small actions. He collected a series of intelligence about this planet, and selected Gao Jiandong as the most suitable target. The other party happened to be on vacation, and had a military officer friend who he hadn't seen for a long time. Moreover, this officer named Huang Wenbin was the communicator of a new warship. Manlin found the right time, and used weak brain waves to affect Gao Jiandong's brain, making him miss Huang Wenbin, and then reasonably let the other party contact Huang Wenbin to take a vacation together. Of course, Manlin had done these little tricks before, but he had never succeeded. Because either the person on leave had no relatives or friends serving in the army, or the time was just wrong, or the other party had something to do. Gao Jiandong was his 13th target. The gears of fate were slowly rolling, and everything was moving in an unknown direction. Manlin took a desperate risk, and tried to sneak into the new human warship and steal the new human technology. On the other side, the Nibelung universe and the current universe were also approaching, and soon the two universes would meet, and the Ghost Secret Service was also highly alert, but their attention was drawn to the universe channel. Before they knew it, Gao Jiandong and Huang Wenbin, along with a few other good friends, had been on vacation in the universe for 3 days. On the spaceport of the food planet, Huang Wenbin gave Gao Jiandong a bear hug and patted him on the back. Let's make an appointment next time. A mission? Gao Jiandong already felt that Huang Wenbin was a little anxious. No way, the higher-ups urgently summoned me. Gao Jiandong spread his hands helplessly. Gao Jiandong expressed his understanding. Then you should go back quickly. Next time we come out, be careful. Bye, let's go. After saying that, Huang Wenbin trotted to a passenger ship, and then the passenger ship opened a wormhole and disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing passenger ship, Gao Jiandong suddenly had an idea, as if he had a bad premonition. Is Wenbin's mission this time dangerous? Gao Jiandong frowned slightly, and couldn't think of any problem. At this time, the new human should not have any enemies. Gao Jiandong didn't know that it was he who brought danger to Huang Wenbin. On the other side, after 2 ship transfers, Huang Wenbin finally rushed back to the fleet's home port. His organization was affiliated with the 1766th Squadron of the 18th Main Fleet of the New Human Army Light Crystal Universe. At this time, a large number of soldiers and officers at the fleet's home port had suspended their vacations and returned to their posts in the fleet. The fleet also entered a second-level alert state. As soon as Huang Wenbin returned to the battleship, he realized why they were so anxious to recall them. It turned out that the Nibelung universe had lost contact for 7 days. Following Huang Wenbin on the battleship's split body, after successfully getting on the battleship, Manlin, who controlled the split body, handed the matter over to the intelligence handling secondary personality Bai Shi. Bai Shi immediately brought his consciousness to this split body. A fortress is often most easily breached from the inside. Inside the battleship, the split body began to move, and Bai Shi's target was naturally the space barrier generator. Vacuum decay bomb bay. 0-point energy siphon device. Curvature engine. Living material storage cabin. Bai Shi touched each cabin, each device, and each weapon. Found it. Bai Shi felt a device through the split body, which was the space barrier generator of the new human. He immediately began to examine it carefully, and pulled several scientists' co-personas over to study the device together. Scientists from advanced civilizations. With samples, the gap in technology level between the two sides was not too big, so the situation of the space barrier generator was naturally figured out by Manlin's co-personas. Haha, I finally got this technology. Manlin was ecstatic. Manlin, let's digest the technology as soon as possible and make it ours. Bai Shi reminded quickly. Yes. Manlin also knew that now was not the time to be happy. Once the new humans reacted, it would be a big trouble. Manlin quickly conducted a comprehensive study and transformation of the technology of the space barrier generator, turning it into a technology suitable for the use of the polar civilization. In a race against time, Manlin completed the initial integration of the space barrier technology in just 3 days, forming the polar civilization's own space barrier generator. At the same time, The cosmic channel between this universe and the Nibelung universe finally entered a connected state. As soon as the two universes came into contact, Yi Jianfeng, the Ghost Service branch of this universe, instantly received Shi Qiaolong's urgent top-secret intelligence and took a look. Yi Jianfeng's face changed instantly. He opened his drawer, smashed the tempered glass with one fist, and hit the red button hard with his fist. Immediately, the highest will of this universe, the War Committee, the Science Committee, the Service Committee, etc., all received the crisis alert from the Ghost Service. In less than a few seconds, not only this universe knew the situation, but the Guangjing universe also received the crisis alert. Even Huang Mingzhi, who had already retired, had a grim look on his face. The Supreme Will of the New Humans immediately pulled all the senior officials into the virtual space. Li Chansheng, chairman of the War Committee, said decisively, "Immediately activate the emergency mechanism, especially the Guangjing universe. All people should be screened and go all out to produce space barrier generators and zero-body detectors. The war has begun. Our Science Committee fully supports you." Fang Ge also agreed without hesitation. "Damn it, I failed in my duty this time," Zhou Xinghua said with self-blame. Zhang Yanning, the chairman of the Service Committee, although his face was ugly, knew that now was not the time to change the generals in the battle, and took a deep breath. "Xinghua, the most urgent task is not to blame yourself. Immediately eliminate the internal enemies." "I understand." The New Humans took action immediately. Although they did not know the level of infiltration of the polar civilization, from Shi Qiaolong's intelligence, the security of this universe was higher. Soon, on the warships of this universe, the latest zero-body detectors researched by the Nibelung Universe Science and Technology Committee were mass-produced. Then a large number of warships guarded the alien zone, and the fleets in this universe rushed into the Guangjing universe in large numbers. The split bodies lurking in the alien zone were instantly eliminated by the New Humans, and Manlin was also awakened. Chapter 501. We have been discovered. Let's start the war. The other universe's splinters should have been destroyed. We can't wait any longer. Manlin made a quick decision and started to activate all the splinters. Whether it was the splinters in this universe or the splinters in the light crystal universe, they were all activated quickly according to the previous plan. It was just that the splinters in the Nibelung universe were completely eliminated, so they did not obtain the new human intelligence in the Nibelung universe. This universe. In a dark chaos, it is still in the late stage of cosmic vacuum decay, and the normal universe has not yet appeared. A split body began to extract zero-point energy to split itself, and then build particle robots, and then use particle robots and zero-point energy to build warships. However, at this time, the warships of the polar civilization have been installed with space barrier generators, and have the same defensive power as the new human warships. Such situations appear everywhere in this universe. The moment the polar civilization appeared, the New Humans discovered the appearance of the enemy ships, and a large number of new human warships immediately rushed over. However, due to the same space barrier, the warships of both sides could not do anything to each other. However, the warships of the New Humans did not stop, but surrounded the enemy ships and continuously hit each other. At the same time, the other warships, spaceships, and artificial planets of the New Humans also took action quickly. They were frantically extracting the zero-point energy of this universe, and then used the zero-point energy to build small universes, spaceships, and warships. At first, Manlin did not notice the problem. He did not know about the Nibelung universe, but the New Humans knew the information about the Nibelung universe. The purpose of the New Humans is very simple, that is, to extract the mass of the universe and the light crystal universe as soon as possible, and solidify the two universes. Once the universe solidifies, the zero body will lose its living space, and at the same time, it can reduce the universe mass obtained by the polar civilization. In addition, after the universe solidifies, the small universe, spaceships, warships, etc. will lose the ability to jump through wormholes and fly in curvature, and can only move through an artificial crystal wall. In this way, the warships of the polar civilization can be completely controlled. Once the opponent is fixed, the New Humans can slowly find a way to eliminate the opponent. Shi Qiaolong had already prepared a lot of emergency plans for this universe, the light crystal universe. When it was discovered that the polar civilization had obtained the space barrier technology, the War Committee did not hesitate to launch the universe solidification plan. On the other hand, a large number of new human warships were produced, equipped with equipment that could detect zero bodies, and weapons that could destroy zero bodies, and they were clearing out zero bodies throughout the universe. Manlin was also not to be outdone, and produced warships crazily, especially in the light crystal universe, and took advantage of the previous lackness of the new humans and successfully used thousands of primary civilizations as nutrients to create a huge control area. In the light crystal universe, the emergency mechanism of the new humans has been activated. A large number of star systems and galaxies are wrapped by space barriers to form independent small universes. Many people of the observer civilization who are recuperating in their own star system have been recruited by the new humans to the intelligence department. They are also relatively special existences among the affiliated civilizations of the new humans. The Eternal Analyst and the Eternal Decision Maker were also frightened by the sudden situation and were at a loss. What happened? The polar civilization has revived. We must prepare as soon as possible and retreat to the small universe. Understood. Soon, the new humans' warships came over, checked the members of the Observer several times, and then sent them into the Generation spacecraft. In an instant, the entire star system was completely destroyed, and then the new humans began to mass-produce space barrier generators, zero-body detectors, etc. on their Generation spacecraft. By constantly absorbing the mass of the universe, small universes expanded wildly. More and more civilizations affiliated with the light crystal universe were migrated to small universes by the new humans. As for those civilizations destroyed by the polar civilization, they could only consider themselves unlucky. As for Manlin, although he was elusive at the beginning, as soon as the new humans reacted, they were surrounded by the superior forces of the new humans. Although the defense of the space barrier cannot be destroyed for the time being, the warships of the new humans can still interfere with the expansion of the scale of the polar civilization. The crazy new humans temporarily suppressed the polar civilization by numbers. Manlin's explosive warship speed obviously could not keep up with the new humans. For a time, the new humans grew bigger and more. Manlin, who already had the body of a polar man, heard Baishir's report and soon knew that the new humans were constantly building small universes. What do the new humans want to do? A polar man in strategic deduction quickly told Manlin some speculation results. Lord Manlin, the new humans are very likely to want to plunder the mass of the entire universe. When he heard this possibility, Manlin became a little nervous. Do the new humans really want to plunder the mass of the entire universe? The possibility is very high, because this can compress our living space. Manlin has realized the seriousness of the matter. No, we can't let the new humans plunder the universe. But our productivity is only about 1% of that of the new humans, and we haven't yet fully mastered the large-scale space barrier generator. Another technological polar person hesitated. Damn it. Manlin was very distressed. In this confrontation, although the new humans had stolen the space barrier technology, their reaction speed was very fast. The polar civilization could only burst out its productivity as much as possible and join in the plunder of the universe mass. Unfortunately, the war committee would not let the other side have a chance to breathe and kept suppressing the polar civilization with all its strength. Time passed day by day. The number of small universes of the new humans increased, and the universe mass plundered by the new humans also increased. The main universe and the light crystal universe were also shrinking day by day. As time went by, the warships of the GZ civilization finally had to face the small universe of the new humans. They were surrounded by the small universe of the new humans. The first universe to be filled was the child universe of the alien zone, then the local universe, and finally the light crystal universe. October 15th, 597th year of the new era. When the light crystal universe was completely filled, the local universe, the alien zone, and the light crystal universe were all solidified. At this time, the GZ civilization was divided into various parts of the universe, and the small universes squeezed from all directions. The new humans obtained the entire alien zone, 99.97% of the local universe, and 98.6% of the light crystal universe. At this time, the new humans and the polar civilization have no way to destroy each other, and can only temporarily solidify together. This situation is actually very unfavorable for the polar civilization, because the mass of the universe they occupy is very small. When the strength is almost the same, the impact of resources on both sides will increase, and the space barrier technology of the new humans is powerful in itself. If they go all out, maybe the new humans will find a technology to restrain the space barrier, which will be a disaster for their polar civilization. But Manlin was helpless now. The move of the new humans disrupted his plan. He originally planned to harass the new humans while growing stronger, and finally divide the universe with the new humans. As a result, the new humans did not play by the rules, solidified the universe directly, and divided the warships of the polar civilization. Now, except for a few fleet gathering areas, other warships are scattered. With these resources alone, excluding the energy to maintain the space barrier, and the operation of the warships, the resources they can use are very few. Chapter 502. Alien Zone. Xiaoping, who is in charge of this area, has been busy from the outbreak of the war to the solidification of the universe. Before he could even sit down, another urgent email came. He looked at the content and found that it was from the team responsible for the crystal wall of the alien zone. The crystal wall of the alien zone is weakening rapidly, and it is weakening on both sides at the same time. Xiaoping was shocked and quickly read the content of the report carefully. The crystal wall monitoring team reported that after the solidification of the universe was completed, the crystal wall of the universe weakened rapidly in less than 3 days. It was not very obvious at first, but as time went by, the weakening of the universe crystal wall did not stop or recover. What exactly happened? Xiaoping became more and more nervous and quickly reported the situation to the headquarters. He also quickly asked the crystal wall monitoring team to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the crystal wall in the alien zone. However, the results were not optimistic. The crystal wall of the entire alien zone was weakening, or melting, like crystal universe. In the small universe of the Go's Secret Service headquarters, Zhou Xinghua pressed his temples to relieve the swelling of his head. He was really stressed these days. The Go service failed to monitor the existence of the Zero Body, which led to the theft of the space barrier technology. He must be responsible for the main responsibility. If the situation was not urgent, he would have thought of resigning. Suddenly, a message popped up on the virtual display screen. It was a message with a very high priority index. He immediately opened it. After the first glance, Zhou Xinghua was instantly uneasy. The universe crystal wall was melting? What was going on? He quickly browsed it carefully. After a while, he didn't care that it was late at night, and immediately contacted the Astrophysics Research Institute of the Science and Technology Commission and reported to the Supreme Will. Zhou Xinghua felt that he was really unlucky. During his term of office, things happened one after another, and they were big things. The Astrophysics Research Institute of the Science and Technology Commission also acted very quickly after receiving Zhou Xinghua's urgent communication. After all, the cosmic crystal wall is related to the foundation of the universe. If there is a big problem, it may affect the new human beings. Immediately organize elite troops to conduct a comprehensive study of this situation. Before, Wei Feng returned to the universe through the universe channel by virtue of the encounter between the universe and the Nibelung universe. And he is now in the alien zone. Mingzhi, I didn't expect it to be like this. Huang Mingzhi on the side was also very helpless. After all, this is the first time we have practiced the situation after the universe is solidified. On the universe star map in front of the boundaries of the universe, the light crystal universe, and the alien zone universe are gradually blurring. This situation was unexpected by Wei Feng. He solidified the universe in the Nibelung universe. Since the Nibelung universe is a single universe, not a composite universe on the side of the universe, he naturally did not discover this situation. When the new humans devoured the mass of the universe, the light crystal universe, and the alien universe, a dramatic change followed. The crystal wall boundaries between the three universes are rapidly merging with each other. According to Huang Mingzhi's calculations, if the new humans do not return the mass, the three universes will be completely integrated after 16.84 blue star years. But now the new humans want to suppress the polar civilization, so it is naturally impossible to return the mass. In this way, the fusion of the universe is unstoppable. In fact, the reason why the three universes merge so quickly is mainly because the small universe plundered the mass of the main universe, and mass is the foundation of the physical rules of the universe. Without the material basis, the physical rules will no longer exist. At least in the advanced civilization of the new human, the material basis is indispensable. When all the mass of the universe is plundered and enters the small universe completely controlled by the new human, it means that part of the physical rules of the main universe are plundered by the new human. At this time, in the main universe, only the areas between the universe and the universe, between the universe and the infinite sea of universe, these remaining areas maintain the simplest and most fundamental rules. Therefore, the rules of the three universes are unified. When the rules are unified, the crystal walls of each other stick together again. As a result, the crystal walls between the three universes will achieve cosmic fusion because of the consistent rules. Duan Zongfeng, who was traveling with the two, studied for a long time before speaking calmly. After the fusion of the universe, the impact on the interior should not be great. After all, the crystal walls of the universe in other areas have not melted. Wei Feng also knew that the fusion of the universe was probably unchangeable. The most urgent task is to find a way to solve the GZ civilization as soon as possible, and not let them continue to be stuck in the universe. Shioga has already set up a space barrier cracking project team, so we should also stretch our muscles, Wang Mingzhi said with a smile. Okay. I also want to compete with the GZ civilization, Wei Feng replied with high morale. After studying the crystal wall of the alien universe, the group submitted a research report, confirming that after the fusion of the universe, the impact on the new humans is not great. The Science and Technology Commission also agreed with the research report of Wang Mingzhi and others, and temporarily let the Institute of Astrophysics follow up. Wang Mingzhi and others were assigned to the Space Barrier Cracking Project team. Although there are countless scientists in the Science and Technology Commission, Wang Mingzhi and other great scientists are still the mainstay of the new human scientific community. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Duan Zongfeng and others joined the project team, which immediately boosted the morale of the project team. Cracking the space barrier is crucial for the new humans at this time, because the space barrier technology is no longer the exclusive technology of the new humans, and the GZ civilization has also stolen this technology. If the space barrier is not cracked as soon as possible, the polar civilization will be killed in its infancy, and the new humans may change. After all, many things are uncertain. It is better to be safe than sorry. If the polar civilization develops the space barrier cracking technology before the new humans will be overturned by the polar civilization. Therefore, Wei Feng said that this matter is a top priority. They can't take it lightly. It was because they were too lighthearted before. Although they repeatedly warned each other internally, as time went by, powerful enemies fell one by one, and a sense of pride and complacency filled the new humans. Now the Science and Technology Commission has decided to do its best to complete the space barrier cracking technology in the shortest possible time, and completely kill the polar civilization, the biggest threat, in the bud. On the other side, on the polar civilization warship surrounded by the new humans microcosm, Manlin did the same thing. His heart was like a mirror, and he understood the situation of the new human and the polar civilization. The two civilizations can't do anything to each other for the time being, but this is a temporary situation. Once one side breaks the space barrier first, the other side will suffer a catastrophe. This is a race against time crisis. Manlin naturally has to go all out. 99% of the polar people he cloned are scientists. Most of the resources are also used in scientific research projects. The purpose is to complete the cracking of the space barrier as soon as possible and get the key match point to defeat the new humans. Although most of the resources are invested in scientific research, the resources controlled by the polar civilization are less than 1% of the new humans. In this competition, the polar civilization is inherently behind the new humans, and the space barrier technology itself is used by the new humans first. Manlin knows that they must fight hard. They can't afford to lose this competition. Losing means the demise of the polar civilization. Both sides are racing against time, hoping to get ahead. Chapter 503. Space Barrier Decryption Project Team. In the 15th laboratory, Wang Mingzhi calmly looked at the warship in front of him, which was projected in the air using a space barrier. He understood that the essence of space barrier technology was the mutual repulsion caused by the differences in the rules of the universe. If it was the first generation of space barrier technology, it would not be difficult to crack it. Since the principle of the space barrier comes from the difference between the two spaces, universes, as long as the difference between the two spaces disappears, the space barrier can be cracked. The first generation of fixed-rule space barrier generators can indeed be cracked in this way, and the Science and Technology Commission has also conducted relevant technical verification. However, the space barrier technology used by the new humans at this time is the second-generation technology, variable space barrier technology. This second-generation technology, its space barrier generator, can quickly change the internal physical rules, thus causing the same rule penetration to fail. The technology obtained by the polar civilization is naturally the second-generation technology. How to crack it? Wang Mingzhi pondered. Hundreds of other laboratory researchers were also pondering, hoping to break the space barrier as soon as possible. But you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Inspiration is not something that can be obtained overnight. Time is like flowing water. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Duan Zongfeng and others exchanged inspiration and direction from time to time. In fact, there is another relatively violent method to break the space barrier, that is, to use super-large space cracks to continuously destroy the space barrier and then break the space barrier. Unfortunately, this technology is not just difficult, but extremely difficult. So far, the new humans have not yet fully mastered space cracks. The space cracks that can be generated in the laboratory are all below the centimeter level in width. Space cracks of this level can only tickle the space barrier, let alone tear it apart. The space cracks generated by the great tier of the universe do meet the standard. However, the space cracks generated in this way are, first, uncontrollable, and second, there is no way to create the great tier of the universe under the current solidified environment of the universe. Without a powerful and controllable space crack technology, there is no way to destroy the space barrier. Huang Mingzhi was also very helpless. The days of research were long and boring. As time went by, the crystal wall between the alien universe and the local universe, the crystal wall between the alien universe and the light crystal universe, and the crystal wall between the local universe and the light crystal universe were all melting rapidly. The Astrophysics Research Institute, which was responsible for monitoring and research, watched the crystal wall melt rapidly, and knew that the three universes would soon merge into one and become a larger universe. The data they collected were also continuously fed back to the Science and Technology Commission. The Science and Technology Commission was very concerned about the fusion of the universe. Even though Huang Mingzhi and others had confirmed that there was no problem, no one could guarantee that there was really no problem until the last moment. Huang Mingzhi could also get the latest data of these data and related research reports through the Science and Technology Commission. As for the fusion of the universe, due to the barrier of the microcosm, the polar civilization did not detect it. In fact, the battleships of the polar civilization were very miserable, because they were surrounded by the microcosms of the new humans. As a result, the warships of the polar civilization cannot communicate with each other, and can only communicate with each other through quantum communication technology. Huang Mingzhi put down the document, which was a research report from the Institute of Astrophysics. The content was naturally about the research on the ablation of the crystal wall in the alien zone. Just after putting down the document, Huang Mingzhi felt a sudden inspiration. His brain was turning rapidly, trying to grasp the vague inspiration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he picked up the document again with wide eyes. Alien zone? Alien zone. Why didn't I think of the alien zone? Huang Mingzhi was excited. He turned on the virtual display screen, mobilized the computing power of the supercomputer, and concentrated his mind through the brain wave input system. On the virtual display screen in front of him, a rapid torrent of data suddenly appeared, and numbers, text symbols, formulas, and virtual models were generated crazily. It took 15 hours for a model to appear on the virtual display screen in front of him. The model was like a small sphere wrapped in a large sphere. This is the inspiration Huang Mingzhi got from the alien zone. The existence of the alien zone comes from the fierce collision between the main universe and the light crystal universe, which caused the two universes to break the universe crystal wall. After the two universes tore the crystal wall, the rules of the collision area blended with each other to form the alien zone universe. Since the collision of universes can tear the crystal wall, by the same token, the weaker artificial crystal wall space barrier can naturally achieve the purpose of tearing the crystal wall through mutual collision. However, after reviewing the internal combat records of the War Committee, Huang Mingzhi realized that ordinary collisions could not tear the space barrier. Just like two steel balls, when they collide with each other, they are more likely to bounce off each other than merge together. When the two are of equal size, the kinetic energy required to smash each other is very huge, and from the combat records of the War Committee, Huang Mingzhi clearly noticed the problem. The relative speed between warships has sometimes reached hundreds of millions of times the speed of light, but they still have a way to smash each other. There are two reasons for this. The first is that the relative speed is not enough, and the second is that they are not aligned, causing them to slide apart during the collision. However, Huang Mingzhi did not intend to use the collision plan, but the encirclement and oppression plan. This plan is to use a large spherical space barrier to wrap up the opponent's warship or small universe, and then increase the mutual repulsion by changing the physical rules. This repulsive force will continue to oppress the internal space barrier. As the repulsive force increases, the internal space barrier will not be able to withstand it and will collapse. Huang Mingzhi immediately asked other researchers to prepare for the experiment. With the full cooperation of the Science and Technology Commission, soon in a small universe, all the equipment needed for the experiment was ready. A warship with a space barrier on top was wrapped inside by a larger space barrier. The experiment began. The physical rules of the outer space barrier suddenly changed rapidly. At the same time, there was another space barrier in the outer space. Under the double pressure, the space barrier of the warship was under unprecedented pressure, and had to increase the mutation of the rules to improve its own pressure resistance. However, the consequence of doing so was directly counterproductive. As the repulsive force of the outer space gradually increased, the space barrier of the warship finally could not withstand the terrible pressure. The space barrier generator was overloaded and exploded directly. The collapse of the space barrier made the warship face the repulsive force directly. No matter how strong the material is, It can't withstand the concentrated crushing of the repulsive force. In an instant, the warship was crushed to zero-point energy state. Success? Clap. A group of researchers were ecstatic. Now they don't have to worry about the polar civilization. Wei Feng smiled and said, "You are still better." Huang Mingzhi smiled but didn't say anything, while the researchers around him, especially the new generation of researchers, couldn't help but admire him. The success of the space compression technology once again told everyone that the man who stood at the pinnacle of human science is still a bottomless legend. The experiment of space compression technology is being rapidly improved and tested. In the near future, it will be the demise of the polar civilization. Chapter 504. The crystal wall between the three universes has finally completely melted away. This also means that the local universe, the alien universe, and the light crystal universe have officially merged into one. For this result, the new humans can only choose to accept the reality. The fusion of the universe is almost an irreversible process. If you want to separate the three universes again, you may need to continuously perform the great tier of the universe, and then divide the universe through the plan of dividing the small universe by the light of thought. However, unless the new humans are bored, they will do such a thankless task. Since the three universes have been integrated, the previous universe divisions are naturally unnecessary. The light crystal universe and the organization of the alien zone are all merged into this universe. At the same time, under the leadership of Huang Mingzhi, the space compression technology has matured. In order to avoid more trouble, the War Committee decided to take the initiative. The War Committee wrapped up all the warships of the polar civilization. Even the concentrated areas of several fleets of the polar civilization could not escape the wrapping. Manlin and a group of polar people still did not develop the technology to crack the space barrier. They did not know that they were about to face a disaster. Suddenly, a quick communication entered Bai Shi's mind, and the golden lines on his body suddenly flickered. How is it possible? Bai Shi, who was extremely frightened, turned his head and looked. The golden light spots representing the warships of the GZ civilization suddenly dimmed in large numbers. The meaning behind it is self-evident. What's going on? The new humans have developed weapons that can restrain the space barrier? Damn it! The terrified Bai Shi emitted panicked brain waves. Man Lin, who was in the laboratory, came to the headquarters through a substitute robot. The single warships of the GZ civilization had completely disappeared from the star map. Manlin was silent. Because he was also at a loss at this time, he was so confused and helpless. The small-scale gathering of polar warships on the star map also began to disappear. In the headquarters, the urgent alarm was wailing, disturbing everyone's heart. No matter how hard-hearted the polar people were, facing the desperate situation of civilization being completely destroyed, no one was not sad. Is this the fate of polar civilization? Since polar people were born, why did humans exist? I am not willing. It's over. All the polar people were emotionally broken, either stunned with despair, or roaring hysterically, or directly ending their lives. As for surrender, all the polar people knew that the new humans would not let them go, and what was the difference between surrender and extinction? Manlin stared blankly at the star map, and the light spots representing the polar civilization disappeared little by little in less than 10 minutes. There were only 6 large-scale gathering areas left, and the polar scientists soon knew the methods of the new humans. A polar scientist was a little crazy. So that's it, we lost from the beginning. Space compression technology, even if the technology is given to us, it is almost impossible to use. Another polar scientist laughed at himself. Since the new humans solidified the universe and occupied most of the mass and area of the universe, the polar civilization has planted the seeds of destruction. Because the new human small universe surrounds the polar civilization. In this way, the new human space oppression weapons are easy to use. As the polar scientist said, even if the polar civilization develops space oppression weapons, it is difficult to use them against the new humans. The seeds of destruction have been planted from the beginning. In the 6th battleship gathering area, under the extreme space oppression, battleships were crushed and smashed, and they had no power to resist. The war between advanced civilizations is so cruel, so simple and clear. Finally, we arrived at the last gathering area, which is also the headquarters of Manlin and his team. The last light of civilization of the polar civilization is like a candle in the wind, about to go out in this universe. We lost, maybe this is fate. Manlin was very calm, maybe this is the relief before death. Manlin, I'm sorry. A polar scientist sent out brain waves in shame. However, Manlin did not roar hysterically, but was calm as a well. You are not wrong. We just picked the wrong opponent. We are just too confident. If we endure it, maybe. Suddenly he stopped and shook his head with self-mockery. There is no if in the universe. This is the fate of the polar civilization and me. The outer warships were crushed by the space barrier, the warships, and everything. Exceeding the pressure inside the black hole, all matter instantly collapses towards the middle, as if to create a cosmic singularity. In fact, it is not wrong to say that it is a cosmic singularity, because the compressed area itself is an independent small universe space, and the matter there is compressed to the extreme, so it is naturally a cosmic singularity. What is a cosmic singularity? It is the ultimate force of the universe that is enough to destroy most of the matter. Except for the cosmic crystal wall, everything inside the universe will completely return to the singularity. This is the situation in the area where the polar civilization gathers at this time. The superpressure generated by the repulsive force pushes all matter to the center. Molecules disintegrate into atoms. Atoms break into neutrons and protons, and particles suffer more and more pressure, disintegrating into zeros. As zeros also disintegrate into primary particles, this area is artificially compressed into a cosmic singularity. At this time, the four forces of the universe are combined into one, and the superforce is born. Wang Mingzhi, who is at the Institute of Astrophysics of the Science and Technology Commission, is looking at the singularity on the virtual display screen and the new data on the side. Is this the superforce after the four forces are combined into one? This is the superpower we have always dreamed of. Wei Feng's tone was also slightly excited. The new humans have gone through 600 years of ups and downs. For the ancient humans, this was a long time of vicissitudes, but for the new humans and the universe, it was just a blink of an eye. Although Wang Mingzhi completed the grand unified theory of mechanics, superpower has never been created by the new humans. This time, the space compression weapon accidentally opened the door to superpower, and we can only sigh that fate plays tricks on us. Suddenly Wang Mingzhi had a feeling. Since space compression can create singularities, could the current universe be created by a higher-level civilization through technology? This sudden reverie made his heart tremble. Although it was a bit worrying, looking at the artificial singularity, he had to think about the possibility. While he was lost in thought, the space compression ball began to slowly reduce the repulsive force, and the artificial universe singularity also expanded. As the pressure became smaller and smaller, the singularity began to fall apart. The singularity finally turned into a sea of particles filled with particles. The War Committee, still worried, directly emptied these particles. These particles were crushed again, and then filled into the microcosm. At this point, the GZ civilization was completely destroyed, and it was also the first advanced civilization to be officially destroyed by the new humans. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others were summoned to the virtual space again. They needed to discuss the problem of the microcosm model. For the microcosm solidified universe model, the new humans need to come up with a reasonable solution and study the pros and cons. This matter is also the first thing that the new humans need to deal with after the demise of the GZ civilization. Chapter 505. In the virtual space, Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Duan Zongfeng and other top scientists are discussing the solidification of the universe under the watchful eyes of the Supreme Will. Academician Huang, if the universe is solidified all the time, will there be some serious consequences? Wang Daoyuan, vice chairman of the service committee, asked directly. Wang Mingzhi looked at the virtual space in front of him, and his mind unfolded a universe model, which was a brand new universe after fusion. The current universe has been fixed, with a radius of 9.736 trillion light-years. Judging from the research in these years, there are pros and cons to solidifying the universe. Duan Zongfeng on the side continued, everyone has already understood the advantages. Everyone nodded. The solidification of the universe is conducive to the new human beings to control the universe and achieve precise control of the universe. At the same time, it can avoid the cycle of the universe. As for the disadvantages, a few that can be confirmed for the time being are that the impact on traffic is very large, almost disintegrating wormhole jumps, and high curvature flights. Duan Zongfeng said calmly. As for the disadvantages in other aspects, the Science and Technology Commission has not yet studied them. In fact, the solidification mode of the universe is consistent with some situations in microscopic physics. If the universe is likened to an atom, then the solidified universe is like the degenerate state of neutrons. Everyone does not need to worry too much for the time being. The great enemy of the polar civilization has been eliminated. Zong Feng and I will continue to follow up on this matter, Wang Mingzhi said. Everyone present was slightly relieved by Wang Mingzhi's words, but Wang Mingzhi said again, actually, I have something else to say at the meeting today. Please speak, Academician Huang. Wang Daoyuan's tone was quite respectful. Wang Mingzhi looked around at the audience, his face extremely serious, Before, I didn't speak because of the polar crisis, but today I have to speak. The new generation, including Wang Daoyuan, couldn't help but feel solemn, and obviously had guessed what would happen next. Arrogance is an obstacle to the development of civilization. Over the years, enemies and opponents have fallen one by one. Do you think everything is fine? Faced with those calm words, no one dared to refute, and many people even lowered their heads in shame. Wang Mingzhi still said calmly, "You know there are always people outside the sky. As an advanced civilization, do you think there are only a few universes in the infinite sea of universes?" The calm voice was like a deafening sound of a bell, making many people sweat and feel that they were too complacent. Wang Mingzhi's words were not wrong. You know, there are definitely many universes in the infinite sea of universes. Since this universe can give birth to a new human civilization, can't other universes, even in the previous universe, the light crystal universe, and the Nibelung universe, 6 advanced civilizations were born, and other universes will have more or less advanced civilizations. Even if this universe is rich in talent, and is 1 in a million in the infinite universe, we cannot underestimate the creatures in other universes. You should know that the Science and Technology Commission has confirmed more than 1,644 alien universes through studying cosmic voids. There are so many universes that are in contact with this universe, the light crystal universe, and the Nibelung universe. The number of universes that are not in contact can be imagined. Being too confident is not a good thing. We have gone through great efforts to destroy the GZ civilization. Don't forget the fleeing light of thought, the missing trader, and the spaceship we obtained. Finally, Wang Mingzhi said, "Take care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in the virtual space. The new generation of senior executives felt ashamed. Returning to his body, Wang Mingzhi opened his eyes from the life support capsule. Soon, Duan Zonfeng, who was standing nearby, also came out of the life support cabin. He smiled and greeted him, "Academician Huang." Wang Mingzhi directly suggested, "Zonfeng, let's go check out the situation of the cosmic crystal wall." "No problem." Duan Zonfeng nodded, and he did not mention a word about Wang Mingzhi's reprimanding of a group of senior officials in the meeting. In the eyes of the elders, it was indeed time to rectify this matter, and it was just the right opportunity to calm down the anxious and complacent atmosphere within the new human race. The two came to a laboratory not far away, where many researchers were busy, and the instruments and equipment were closely monitoring the crystal wall of the universe. At present, Duan Zonfeng is in charge of the Astrophysics Research Institute of the Science and Technology Commission, and Wang Mingzhi is just here to do odd jobs temporarily. This laboratory is the 1769 laboratory of the 23rd Institute of the Astrophysics Research Institute, which specializes in the study of the collision between the cosmic crystal wall and the alien universe. The reason why Wang Mingzhi came here is because of his scientific intuition that the cosmic crystal wall is usually not obvious, and only in the collision of the universe will there be abnormal conditions. To study the impact of the solidified universe, we need to study the cosmic voids in the cosmic collision zone, and perhaps we can get some useful data from it. Huh? Duan Zonfeng was surprised. Any discovery? Duan Zonfeng quickly replied, "The data of the 1099 cosmic void is different from before." Expand the situation of the 1099 cosmic void. Due to the impact of the solidified universe, the cosmic voids in this universe are no longer in a void state. The 1099 cosmic void is just an old name. The current state of the 1099 cosmic void is actually a cosmic collision zone. Hundreds of small universes are inside this area, and the crystal wall ripples produced by the collision of the universe are constantly acting on the artificial crystal wall of the small universe. It seems that the impact of the solidification of the universe is gradually appearing in this universe. Wang Mingzhi said after reading it. "I don't know whether this situation is a blessing or a curse." Duan Zonfeng was a little melancholy. Wang Mingzhi was not too worried. If the side effects of the solidification of the universe are really very large, the new humans can only dissolve the small universe. Moreover, the Nibelung universe will soon dissolve most of the small universes, allowing the mass to return to the Nibelung universe, and some data can be obtained at that time. In addition, it can also be compared with this universe. Of course, it can also provide a normal universe as a research site for new humans. After all, the size of the small universe determines that many experiments cannot be carried out, and the Science and Technology Commission needs a normal universe. If there were no problems with this universe and the light crystal universe, the new humans would not choose to solidify the universe, which implies some risks. Duan Zonfeng discovered another problem with the cosmic void. Academician Huang, the 576 cosmic void also has abnormal data. After some calculations, Wang Mingzhi found the problem. Due to the influence of the solidification of the universe, the physical rules of the universe have changed dramatically, and the change of the physical rules of the universe will have an impact on the contact area or collision area between the two universes. This impact can be big or small. It may be the same as before, with little change, or it may not pass before, but pass now, or it may pass before, but not now. For this situation, he and Duan Zonfeng paid more attention. If the passages between this universe and other universes are opened, if we are not prepared, we may get into big trouble. Wang Mingzhi studied these cosmic voids in depth, and asked the small universes near the cosmic voids to prepare for battle. After studying all the cosmic voids, he found 2 cosmic passages that seemed to be passable. Chapter 506. Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng were immersed in research, investigating the suspected cosmic channel in depth. Because the radius of this universe and the Nibelung universe has shrunk, the situation of the 2 universes once every 17 years has also changed. 8.3 years after the extinction of the polar civilization, this universe and the Nibelung universe collided again and connected the cosmic channel. Duan Zonfeng, who was in the laboratory, soon received the relevant research report. Academician Huang, it seems that the situation is as expected. Wang Mingzhi, who didn't even raise his head, was also browsing the newly released research report. There are many changes. It seems that the previous plan to restore the Nibelung universe to normal needs to be considered in the long run. Duan Zonfeng also nodded carefully. From the reconnection of the universe channel this time, we can see some problems, some of which are very serious. The encounter period of the 2 universes has temporarily changed from 17.34 to 17.40 years to 21.15 years. In addition, the location where the universe channel connects has also deviated by billions of light years, and the duration of the channel has changed from 16 to 17 hours to 34 hours. Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng are not fools. The last time the 2 universes were successfully connected, they were lucky. Now the 2 universes can be successfully connected, which is due to the solidification of the universe. After the universe is solidified, the underlying rules of the universe will become exactly the same, allowing the 2 universes to be successfully connected. If they make the Nibelung universe become a normal universe next, who knows if they can reconnect? If the universe channel cannot be successfully connected, the consequence is that the Nibelung universe and the main universe will be completely separated, which is not a good thing for the new humans in the 2 universes. Considering that the rules of the Nibelung universe will change after the mass of the small universe returns, Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng can only jointly recommend to the Science and Technology Commission to suspend the plan. After weighing the pros and cons, the Science and Technology Commission can only suspend the mass return plan of the Nibelung universe. Wang Mingzhi put down the reply letter from the Science and Technology Commission. He turned his head and looked at the laboratory. Several staff members were concentrating on operating the detector. The destination of the detector was the 3 suspected cosmic channels that had been discovered recently. After the detector entered the first suspected cosmic channel, countless data were continuously fed back, and Duan Zonfeng was also checking it. What's the situation? Duan Zonfeng raised his head. It is a small universe, with a radius of only 567.7 billion light-years, and an overall mass of about 0.1206% of this universe. Hey, the cosmic channel actually lasted for 76 hours. Wang Mingzhi was slightly surprised. According to the data, the channels between the 2 universes should be able to last for 300 to 500 hours. Duan Zonfeng explained with an electronic pen. Wang Mingzhi looked at the other 2 cosmic channels again. The number 2 cosmic channel did not successfully enter, and the detector had difficulty rushing into the interior. There was no problem with the number 3 cosmic channel, but the time between the 2 universes was very short, less than 27 minutes. After the new humans sent the detector in, the 2 universes separated not long after. The separation of the universe means that quantum communication will lose its function. In fact, the Science and Technology Commission has conducted a lot of research on the problem of quantum communication being unusable, but has not yet figured out the reason. The Science and Technology Commission only knows that quantum communication cannot be used during the separation of the universe, but has not yet figured out why it cannot be used. Wang Mingzhi has some guesses that it may be the influence of the material basis. Since the infinite universe is in a true vacuum state, the universe is floating in the vacuum ocean. Quantum communication may require the contact of matter from 2 universes to achieve quantum entanglement resonance. Universe channel number 1. This is another universe. More than a dozen detectors equipped with space barriers rushed in here silently. Since it is an alien universe, the Science and Technology Commission has not acted rashly for the time being. The data obtained by these detectors are not only being studied by the Science and Technology Commission, but also by the Ghost Special Service and the War Commission. After all, it is another universe. If there is an advanced civilization, the new humans don't want to be exposed directly, so it's better to sneak in quietly. 18 detectors, 3 of which stayed near the exit of the universe channel, and the remaining 15 flew in all directions. Near the universe channel, as Huang Mingzhi expected, was a typical cosmic void area. Soon the detector used quantum wormhole detection technology to roughly detect the entire alien universe. Alien civilization discovered, automatically numbered, technological level determined to be primary and elementary. Alien civilization discovered, automatically numbered. One alien civilization after another was discovered by the detector, and the astronomical conditions of this universe were also preliminarily investigated. What really concerns the new humans is whether there is an advanced civilization in this universe. If there is an advanced civilization, then fighting is probably inevitable. However, Huang Mingzhi and his team seem to be lucky. After a rough search, they did not find any traces of advanced civilization. After looking at some of the data fed back, Huang Mingzhi quickly knew the situation of this alien universe and verified some conjectures. The universe is too small, which may indeed affect the level of civilization development. Duan Zonfeng responded, I agree with this view. The cycle of this alien universe is too short, and it may not be enough for the original civilization to evolve into an advanced civilization. The so-called cosmic cycle is singularity, explosion, expansion, tear, contraction, collapse, singularity. In this cosmic cycle, the expansion and contraction periods occupy 99.99% of the entire cycle, which is also the stage for the development of life. Under natural conditions, if there is no human interference, the length of the cosmic cycle is determined by the mass of the universe itself. The mass of the alien universe is only 0.1206% of the mass of this universe, so the cosmic cycle is naturally only about 0.1206%. Under normal circumstances in this universe, a cosmic cycle is about 153.9 to 155.7 billion years. Therefore, this alien universe has a maximum cycle of 200 million years. It is actually very difficult for ordinary civilizations to develop into advanced civilizations in 200 million years. Unless the civilization of this universe, like the new humans, can become a top-level advanced civilization in a short period of time, and then use the small universe technology to solidify the universe. Otherwise, there will be a mass extinction every 200 million years, and it is absolutely wishful thinking for those protozoa to develop. After all, although the civilization period of the new humans is short, there is still a long pre-evolutionary stage. If these stages are taken into account, the starting point of the development of the new humans must be traced back to the ancient times before the Cambrian period. And the situation in this universe is that because the cosmic cycle is too short, let alone advanced civilization, even intermediate civilization has not been seen. The civilizations searched by the detector are all primary civilizations and primitive civilizations. For such a universe, it can probably only be used as an experimental site. After sorting out the physical rules of the universe, Huang Mingzhi and Duan Zonfeng asked the others to follow this universe, and the two of them focused on another universe. That is, universe number 3. Although it was only a dozen minutes, the detector had already figured out a lot of data. For example, the size of this universe, and some physical rules. The next step is to wait for the next universe encounter. Chapter 507. In a vacuum far away from the universe. A lonely little universe is floating in the vacuum ocean. The radius of the little universe is very small, less than 573 light-years, and inside the little universe are dozens of mutually balanced star systems. In one of the star systems, spaceships come and go, shuttle around mechanical planets, or park at the spaceport. Ximing is a glorious warrior of the light of thought. He is checking countless devices, which are important instruments for detecting the outside of the universe. "Old buddy, when do you think we can find a new universe?" The experienced companion beside him muttered, with endless melancholy in his tone. "Who knows, it's good enough to survive," Ximing replied casually while checking. The companion suddenly approached him and whispered, "Have you heard about that incident?" Ximing's deep purple pupils glanced at the other party. "What happened with Dean?" "That's it, what are your plans?" the companion asked cautiously. However, Ximing shook his head. "You should know the current situation. We only have so many resources. The super spaceship they want to build requires at least 1/5 of the mass of the universe." After hearing this, the companion's eager heart became heavy. Ximing's words were very realistic and helpless. That super spaceship requires at least 1/5 of the mass of the micro-universe, and the current light of thought has no way to do it. If the plan fails, the small universe may permanently lose 1/5 of its mass. The resources of this fleeing small universe are already stretched thin. They can't afford to gamble, and many people don't dare to gamble. Suddenly, the two of them paused, and the detector in Ximing's hand almost fell off, because he saw a very horrified scene. A spacecraft directly crashed into a planet not far away, and the shock wave on the atmosphere of the Earth-like planet could be seen with the naked eye. Damn it! Ximing's family was also on the planet. The companion beside him was also shocked and angry. He couldn't understand why such a thing would happen in the universe without enemies. A series of rapid alarms sounded, followed by a large number of armed personnel rushing into the satellite city. One team of soldiers was holding a soul annihilation gun and rushing towards the two people. Damn it, Tonga, something is wrong. Ximing reacted instantly. But the companion beside him looked even uglier. He said in a trembling voice, "It's Dean's people." "What? Quick!" Ximing was about to run away, but he was surrounded by armed robots, so he had to put down the detector in his hand. The two were tortured by armed robots. As for resistance, don't even think about it. Armed robots have many weapons that are specially used to restrain ordinary people. Resistance will only lead to death. The Great Criticism Army quickly controlled the satellite city. Ximing, who was taken into a special spacecraft, watched many people being controlled. Soon, through the virtual network, they quickly learned the cause and effect of the incident. The radical Dean, with the support of some military generals, directly launched an armed coup. They have controlled 67 star systems in the thought universe, while the conservatives currently only have 15 star systems. In the small universe, this sudden coup has completely torn apart the already very fragile society. On a mechanical planet, Dean is a short man, and his calm deep purple pupils seem to not care about what is in front of him. Even if his wife is among the people participating in the OD conference, a high-level meeting of the light of thought, Dean still destroys the planet in front of him without hesitation. Because only when these people die can he obtain the highest authority and control the entire microcosm. "Dean, you devil!" A hysterical voice sounded behind him. It was a female Odie, the sister of Dean's wife. She looked at the man in front of her with hatred, a cold-blooded devil. Dean turned his head, his eyes were calm, without a trace of guilt or sadness. He waved his hand, "Take her down." "Yes." The soldier quickly pulled the female Odie away. Dean, who had obtained the highest authority of the light of thought, immediately used his authority to lock the weapons of the conservatives. Instantly, a large number of warships and armed robots occupied the remaining star systems, and this small universe completely fell into Dean's hands. He immediately launched his own plan and readjusted the interior of the light of thought, changing it from the previous enjoyment of life to a labor rationing system. In the previous light of thought, everyone could obtain resources for life and entertainment unconditionally, but Dean did not want this situation to continue. Looking at the interior of the light of thought, which was in a state of drunkenness and dreaming, these people had obviously been escaping from reality due to the glory of the past and the sudden upheaval. "Dean, is it really okay for us to do this?" "Zaylee, immersing ourselves in the glory of the past will only lead to the complete destruction of the light of thought. If this is a mistake, let me bear the responsibility alone." Dean was so calm and so tough. Zaylee and Dean looked at each other. He understood the other's determination, and also saw the big problem inside the light of thought. Due to the immortality and the limited resources of the microcosm, the OD people in the microcosm are still the same people as before. For more than 100 years, the light of thought in this microcosm has not added a single new population, and many resources have been wasted in useless places. The resources that were originally stretched to the limit were used for enjoyment and entertainment, while the investment in scientific research did not increase. If they were still the arrogant overlord of this universe, there would be nothing wrong with doing this, but at this moment, the light of thought has fallen into a desperate situation of life and death. Dean has been working hard to change some of the internal problems, but unfortunately the conservatives are very powerful. His voice seemed to be in a state of impotent rage. He was constantly excluded by the conservatives. Even ordinary OD people did not like him very much. In the end, he chose a bloody path, a path destined to be lonely. Together with the military forces that were also excluded, he launched an armed coup to completely destroy the rule of the conservatives. Those corrupt conservatives were swept into the garbage dump of history. The light of thought in this small universe has entered a new page. Although the OD people were not very willing to accept the new model at the beginning, they would be completely abandoned without labor and contribution. The ruthless Dean directly threw hundreds of millions of troublemakers into the particle conversion furnace, and turn them into fragrant vegetables, fruits and meat. Faced with this brutal shock, the remaining OD people directly plunged into work, and they worked very enthusiastically and hard. After the readjustment, the resources of the small universe generated can sustain 1.8 trillion people, thousands of times more than before. Dean readjusted the population, most of them scientists and soldiers, because he had to find a way. The small universe has been drifting, and the vacuum ocean around it is endless darkness and loneliness. The civilization of the light of thought is like a boat without a sail, drifting alone in an unknown direction, perhaps light, perhaps eternal darkness. Chapter 508. Wang Mingzhi and Duan Zongfeng were busy studying the cosmic crystal wall and the impact of solidifying the universe. On the other side, Wei Feng was studying another thing, another technology derived from the space compression technology developed by Wang Mingzhi, the artificial cosmic singularity. This thing can be said to be a state of the universe, but the things implied by the cosmic singularity are definitely not just the cosmic singularity itself, because the cosmic singularity can also be derived in several directions. For example, the material state of the cosmic singularity is related to the research and development of new materials. Another example is the force of the cosmic singularity itself, which is what humans often call the force of the beginning of all things, or the force of the end of all things. This force is superforce. Wei Feng used more than a dozen small universes in the remote areas of this universe to study the various properties of the cosmic singularity and related derivative directions. In a small universe, the center of the space compressed to the extreme, the pressure generated by the repulsive force instantly compressed the core to the extreme. Molecules disintegrated, atoms broke, protons, until the zero collapsed into the first particle. At this moment, only the first particle was left inside the compressed core. All the primordial particles gathered together, and the cosmic singularity was born. Although the mass inside the core was very small, the primordial particles gathered together still became a singularity. There is a difference between artificial cosmic singularities and natural cosmic singularities. Teacher, please take a look at these data. Wei Feng turned his head and looked at the data, with a hint of surprise in his heart, and then ordered, Wen Dao, ask the 6th team to modify the repulsion parameters. Teacher, how do you need to modify it? Li Wendao picked up the virtual display screen and asked. Reduce the repulsive force, a little bit at a time. I want to see where the critical point is. Wei Feng spoke a few words. Understood. By constantly adjusting the magnitude of the repulsive force, Wei Feng soon made a new discovery that superforce has a wavelength frequency. And Wei Feng and others found something even more surprising. During the cosmic singularity test, a very strange scene appeared. Superforce can penetrate the space barrier. Wei Feng looked at the rows of data in front of him. That was the situation dozens of small universes away from the cosmic singularity. In these distant and small universes, the superforce signal can still be clearly detected. It seems that I have discovered something incredible. Wang Mingzhi, who was studying the cosmic crystal wall, rushed over immediately after reading Wei Feng's paper. He was also very curious about this situation, and at the same time had a very bold idea. After more than a week of in-depth communication with Wei Feng and others, in-depth research on cosmic singularities and superforces was also gradually progressing. Fengzi, the next cosmic encounter will soon be here, Wang Mingzhi reminded. Wei Feng reacted immediately after hearing this, and his expression was slightly excited. Do you want to communicate across the universe? That's right. Wei Feng pondered for a while and nodded. I agree with this experiment, but our institute alone is not enough. Of course, I will explain the situation to Xiaoda and let the Space Communication Research Institute cooperate with your work. That's good. Wang Mingzhi suddenly reminded, but there are still a few problems. Problems? Wei Feng was stunned. What problems? Safety issues. At this time, Wei Feng had already reacted. Since superpower can penetrate the space barrier, the people and objects inside the space barrier will naturally be affected by superpower. If superpower is fatal to the human body, then the problem is serious. Wei Feng's expression gradually became serious. If he didn't pay attention to this aspect, if something went wrong during the large-scale experiment, he would be responsible for it. Wen Dao. Teacher. Li Wendao hurried over. Wei Feng immediately ordered, I give you a task. Immediately conduct safety tests on the various frequencies of superpower. I want to know the impact of superpower on organisms and instruments and equipment. Understood. I prepare it right away. Li Wendao also reacted and hurried to arrange this matter. After all, if they don't understand the safety of superforce, they will be the first to suffer if the experiment goes wrong. Under Wang Mingzhi's reminder, the Cosmic Singularity Research Institute conducted a comprehensive safety assessment experiment on superforce. In the intensive experiment, the physical properties implied in the superforce of various frequencies were tested by Li Wendao. As expected, when the frequency of the superforce wave breaks through a certain limit, the lethality to organisms rises sharply. Even the body of the new human at this time has no way to resist some ultra-high frequency superforce waves. Some ultra-high frequency superforce waves can destroy the structure of the null, and cause the null to collapse. As for the dark particles, photons, electrons, and the like above the null, that is even more of a problem. In an experiment, when a cosmic singularity was born, the superforce waves that were instantly stimulated instantly killed dozens of small universes. You read it right, it killed the small universes. Ultra-high frequency superforce waves can disintegrate all matter, and bombard all matter into the most primitive primordial particles. This frequency of superforce waves is similar to gamma rays and light waves. Li Wendao ordered it as N superwave. The N superwave means the power of the end of all things, which means that this superwave can end all things. In fact, except for the cosmic singularity, nothing can stop the attack of the N superwave. Of course, the N superwave is not without weaknesses. This wave has amazing destructive power, but it also weakens very quickly, especially in the mass-rich universe, where the weakening speed is even faster. But its destructive power is indeed very terrifying, affecting dozens of small universes in an instant, annihilating these dozens of small universes into the first sun. Any known creature is a pale and powerless ant in the face of this power that ends everything. Wei Feng's hands were shaking as he held the endpoint superwave report. If it weren't for Huang Mingzhi's reminder, they would have gotten into big trouble this time. When he thought of the terrifying power that could destroy dozens of small universes in an instant, his scalp suddenly went numb. Mingzhi, thank you very much. Huang Mingzhi smiled and replied, this thing is indeed terrifyingly powerful. It is an ideal use as a weapon. It is estimated that only singularity bombs or the like can be used. The laser cannon design is too difficult. Wei Feng pointed out the shortcomings. The destructive power of the terminal level is amazing, and it can break almost anything. If you want to use it as a laser cannon, you must have a way to converge the terminal superwave and let the terminal superwave go in one direction. Otherwise, like in the experiment, the indiscriminate sweeping in all directions will not result in mutual destruction. After figuring out the basic physical properties of each frequency of the superforce wave, Wei Feng selected 5 frequencies as the initial communication frequencies. With the assistance of the Space Communication Research Institute, the superwave communicator was soon produced. The first generation of superwave space communicator was very large, a small universe with a radius of 3,500 light-years, and countless control devices were set on the outside. After Wei Feng and his team developed the superwave space communicator, it was less than 100 days before the Nibelung universe and this universe met. They quickly placed 2 space communicators near the space channel and prepared technical data. Once the space channel was connected, the technical data would be transmitted to the Nibelung universe. The reason why the communicator was sent directly was mainly because the communicator was too large, and it was not convenient to transport it. Chapter 509. The encounter between this universe and the Nibelung universe connected the cosmic crystal walls of the 2 universes. Wei Feng, who received the signal, immediately started the plan and sent a spaceship carrying the technical data of the Superforce Wave communicator directly into the Nibelung universe. The Science and Technology Commission in the Nibelung universe also received Wei Feng's communication, immediately received the spaceship, and then took out the technical data on the spaceship. Soon the 2 universes separated again. Wei Feng, Li Wendao and others were quietly waiting for the signal from the Nibelung universe inside the laboratory. 17 days passed unknowingly, and suddenly a strange superwave appeared on the superwave receiver. Superwave signal received, signal analysis completed, content. This is the Nibelung universe. Please reply if this universe receives it. Okay. Wei Feng stood up excitedly. Pa. A group of researchers also applauded excitedly or cheered. After the excitement, Wei Feng immediately ordered, reply to the Nibelung universe immediately. Yes. Li Wendao suppressed his excitement and turned around to arrange a reply. In the small universe, where the Superforce Wave communicator was installed, the space compressor regularly suppressed the cosmic singularity, allowing the cosmic singularity to emit specific superforce waves. These superforce waves quickly passed through the cosmic crystal wall and entered the vast and boundless infinite cosmic sea. The speed of superforce waves was very amazing, reaching hundreds of trillions of times the speed of light. The reason why this speed can be reached is actually related to the nature of superforce waves. Superforce belongs to the power of termination, which can penetrate space barriers, cosmic crystal walls, and destroy material structures. To a certain extent, the inability to maintain a constant upper speed limit is also one of the characteristics of superpower. Generally speaking, the higher the frequency of superpower waves, the greater the power implied by superpower waves, and the speed will also increase. This characteristic gives superpower speed, and also gives superpower destructive power. Laboratory. The communication experiment between the Nibelung universe and this universe is still ongoing and is gradually being improved. Although the first generation of superpower wave communicators is very large, the Science and Technology Commission did not dislike this technology. If the scale is too large, it can be improved through technical upgrades and then reduced in size. With the first generation, we can naturally innovate the second and third generations. Wei Feng put down the test report of the first frequency band and told Li Wendao, start preparing for the communication test of the second frequency band. Understood. Huang Mingzhi came in from outside, and came here through a substitute robot. He greeted Wei Feng. Fengzi, it seems that you have won the first battle. While Wei Feng was speaking, he turned on the virtual display screen. Yes, the communication quality is very good, and the communication speed is also very fast. In addition, I also calculated the dynamic distance between the Nibelung universe and this universe through the communication speed. Oh! Huang Mingzhi looked at the data, and found that the distance between the Nibelung universe and the current universe was 25.367 trillion light-years. From this distance, the relative speed of the two universes is not small, and it can be seen that in the infinite universe, the drifting speed of the universe itself is very fast. Less than 20 days have passed since the encounter between the current universe and the Nibelung universe, and the distance between the two universes has expanded to more than 25 trillion light-years, with an average speed of 1.25 trillion light-years per day, which is quite terrifying. Mingzhi, let me show you something good. Wei Feng pulled out a confidential document. Huang Mingzhi glanced through it and frowned. Is this a super wave from another universe? Wei Feng nodded. This is the super wave our institute obtained from the infinite universe through a super wave receiver. Have you found any useful or special super waves? Huang Mingzhi asked carefully. Nothing has been found yet. They are all super wave signals generated by natural cosmic singularities. Huang Mingzhi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If a regular superforce wave signal is found, it proves that other civilizations have mastered superwave communication technology. The pre-technology of superwave communication technology is space barrier technology and space compression technology. Such a civilization is definitely a leader in advanced civilization. No regular superforce wave signal is found, which means that there may be no advanced civilization around that masters this technology. If possible, the new humans do not want to deal with this level of advanced civilization for the time being, and Huang Mingzhi has the same idea. The new humans are advancing too fast, and they need to settle down for a while to clarify the technology and future direction. For example, the current superwave communication technology, superwave bombs, superwave beam guns, primary materials, etc., all need time to be perfected. Only by digesting these technologies and enhancing the technical foundation of the new humans can they enter the infinite universe without fear. Huang Mingzhi has repeatedly emphasized the dangers of the infinite universe and reminded the Space Exploration Department not to be careless, so as not to attract strong enemies. Passive superwave signal receivers have been deployed in various places in this universe, and in the Nibelung universe as well. The purpose is to fully understand the situation of the infinite universe C. Before understanding the situation, the new humans will not rashly enter the infinite universe C. During the discussion between Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, the tests of the other four frequencies were also carried out in an orderly manner. Looking at the superwave signals, Huang Mingzhi asked, Fengzi, what is the communication distance of the superwave? After thinking for a moment, Wei Feng replied, theoretically, the distance may reach millions of trillions of light years, but the band we are currently using can only reach tens of trillions of light years at most. After listening, Huang Mingzhi weighed the pros and cons for a while, and carefully reminded Wei Feng, maintain this communication distance for the time being. After all, we are monitoring the infinite universe, and other civilizations may be doing the same thing. Wei Feng's heart trembled. He understood Huang Mingzhi's concerns, and this situation was still very likely. He nodded immediately. I will strictly control the communication distance to avoid exposing the location of this universe. Well, I hope you understand. The communication test between the two universes is still going on. Another group of researchers began to study how to reduce the size of the communicator. After all, the current size is too large. It is okay for communication between universes. If it is used on a spacecraft, then this size is obviously not suitable, so they need to make improvements to reduce the size of the communicator to a reasonable range. Wang Mingzhi communicated with Wei Feng for several months, and then returned to his research institute. He and Duan Zonfeng were both conducting research on the cosmic crystal wall. The cosmic crystal wall was related to many things, and one of the most important directions was how to leave the universe. You know, up to now, the spacecraft of the new human still cannot leave the universe, and can only cross the universe through the cosmic crystal wall and the cosmic channel. And Wang Mingzhi understood that if the new humans wanted to advance to the great god-level civilization, the next step would probably be to study how to enter the vacuum ocean. Only by entering the vacuum ocean can the new humans understand the situation of the infinite universe, and the universe around this universe. The only case that can be used as a reference is the escape of the light of thought from the small universe. However, Wang Mingzhi knows that this way of entering the infinite universe is a road of no return. Looking at the endless galaxy, where is the road? Chapter 510. New Era 10,000 Years. Near the ancient blue star of this universe, a vicissitudes of life figure stood in the observation deck of the spacecraft, calmly looking at the blue mother star in front of him. 10,000 years ago, he led mankind out of the mother star, and 10,000 years later, the new humans occupied 17 universes. Wang Mingzhi sighed slightly. 10,000 years have long erased the traces of mankind on this planet, and those places of interest and historical sites cannot withstand the ravages of time. Although the new humans have the technology to keep these items forever, except for some of the monuments of human civilization that have been protected, everything else has evolved naturally. The Mediterranean Sea has become an inland lake, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers have changed their courses several times, and Central America has sunk to the bottom of the sea. The Himalayas are still rising, Yellowstone Park has been swallowed by lava, and the Great Rift Valley is already sparkling. 10,000 years of spring and autumn are like morning and evening, and the vicissitudes of life have left the right path. Wang Mingzhi took a last look at the blue star, and signaled the ghost to return to his research institute. "Sir, don't you want to go down and take a look?" The ghost, who has already obtained a human body, asked. "No need, people can't always cherish the past, the future is the most important." Wang Mingzhi shook his head and smiled. "Okay, sir." The ghost controlled the spaceship and instantly opened the cosmic crystal wall. The spaceship directly entered the infinite vacuum ocean and flew directly to another universe. Wang Mingzhi, with his arms crossed, looked at the infinite universe map in front of him. It showed the universe controlled by the new humans, and some surrounding uncontrolled universes. On the infinite universe map, there are millions of universes that have been discovered. The situation of the infinite universe C and the situation of the single universe are actually somewhat similar. The universe has the Great Wall and the Void. The infinite sea of the universe has the cosmic archipelago, the cosmic continent, the vacuum lake, and the vacuum ocean. The cosmic archipelago is composed of small-scale clusters of single universes, and the cosmic continent is composed of large-scale clusters of single universes. The vacuum lake is the vacuum area inside the cosmic continent, and the vacuum ocean is a large-scale vacuum area that wraps the cosmic archipelago. These concepts, to a certain extent, belong to the theoretical settings of new human scientists, and are theories derived from the Great Wall and the Void of the universe. The dozen or so universes ruled by the new humans are located inside a universe archipelago, or an isolated universe island, which is called the New Human Universe Island. The size of the New Human Universe Island is 760,000 squares. 1 square equals 1 trillion light years in the longest area and 340,000 squares in the narrowest area. The shape of the island is like a cone, with dozens of large and small universe islands distributed around it. The few universe islands closest to the new humans are Dawang Universe Island, 1.44 million squares away, Yanhai Universe Island, 1.87 million squares away, Sanlum Universe Island, 2.45 million squares away. The distances to other cosmic islands are all over 4 million grids. With the speed of the new human spacecraft at this time, it will take 8.7 billion years to reach the nearest great wilderness cosmic island. As for how to detect distant areas in the infinite cosmic sea, this still needs to start with the space compression technology developed by Wang Mingzhi. In the infinite cosmic sea, whether it is electromagnetic force, gravity, repulsion, or other strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, there is no way to use it. The only force that can be used is the origin of all things, the superforce. This starting force, formed by the fusion of 4 forces, is currently the only force that can be used in the vacuum ocean. After the new humans entered the infinite universe, they used superforce for communication and detection. Even the power used by the infinite spaceship is closely related to superforce. Huang Mingzhi's spaceship soon arrived in the vacuum ocean 736 grids away from this universe, and the physical rules of the spaceship's space barrier changed instantly. Resonance with Qingyang Universe is successful, communicating with the tower. This is the Tower of Qingyang Universe Area 57. Please report the universe pass permission for incoming ships. As a universe ruled by new humans, it is natural that foreign spaceships will not be allowed to shuttle freely. There are strict management systems inside each universe. On the crystal wall of the universe, there are weapons that can destroy spaceships and even the universe. If there is no pass, it is impossible for the spaceship to enter the universe unless the technology is more powerful than that of the new humans. It seems that the communication is very complicated, but in fact it only takes a few seconds for Huang Mingzhi's spaceship to directly penetrate the crystal wall of the Qingyang universe. Returning to his own research institute, Huang Mingzhi said hello to several researchers and changed into special lab coats in the locker room. The self in the floor-length mirror has not changed much from 10,000 years ago. He has gradually adapted to the long life, the vicissitudes of life and loneliness. Although he has a family, he has always had a regret and an unspeakable secret in his heart. After washing his face, Huang Mingzhi walked out of the locker room and came to a laboratory, nodding slightly to the familiar or unfamiliar researchers along the way. 10,000 years of vicissitudes have changed too much. Duan Zonfeng, who had been his partner for 173 years, parted ways after the two of them developed an infinite spaceship. In the years that followed, Huang Mingzhi's partners kept coming and going, which was also a normal situation within the Science and Technology Commission. Researchers often moved between various research institutes and research institutes. This was because as time went by, the scientists of the new humans had learned all the knowledge of the new humans. With a long life, even a pig would become a spirit, not to mention the new humans who had evolved to the extreme. The scientific accumulation of the new humans was integrated by all scientists. Therefore, the current new human scientists are all all-rounders, which naturally caused personnel mobility. This situation also reflects another problem from the side, development bottleneck. The development bottleneck of the new human beings began around the 7,600th year of the new era. After the 7,600th year of the new era, the science and technology of the new human beings entered a long winter. During this period, the relevant scientific achievements are decreasing year by year, and sometimes there are no major achievements for decades. Even top scientists such as Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Duan Zonfeng, and Fang Gu have encountered the same bottleneck period. Many technologies and theories have reached the point where they can no longer be improved. Although it seems that the new humans have developed and researched science to the extreme, Huang Mingzhi and others are very clear-headed. This is just an illusion. At this moment, Huang Mingzhi finally understands the loneliness of each advanced civilization. The stagnation of development for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years can wipe out the enthusiasm of a scientist, and even more destroy the enterprising spirit of a civilization. Now, the stagnation of development for more than 2,000 years has caused frequent strange phenomena within the new humans. It is hard to imagine how terrible it is for a civilization to stagnate for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. Inside the laboratory, Ma Xinfeng, who had been his partner for 577 years, saw him return to the institute and asked with a smile, "How is it over there on the ancient blue planet?" "It's still the same." Huang Mingzhi shrugged and replied. Ma Xinfeng asked somewhat dejectedly, "Academician Huang, do you think our technology has really come to an end?" "Science has no end. Don't forget time and dimension," Huang Mingzhi said calmly. "I know time and dimension, but unfortunately, I have no clue about these fields now." Ma Xinfeng was very distressed. Ma Xinfeng's confusion is also the mainstream of this era. Chapter 511. New Era 10064. Ah! A sigh, a sorrow that cannot be expressed. Since the last time he returned to his home planet, another 64 years have passed, and Huang Mingzhi has been immersed in research work and family affairs. Looking back on the past, it seems like yesterday, and suddenly he feels that the 64 years of spring flowers and autumn moons are as pale as water, and there is no result at all, which turns into a slight sigh. Outside the window of the laboratory, the Yunnan early cherry tree grafted from the hometown has grown into a towering tree. Perhaps it is a place of affection or a long-lasting yearning. Huang Mingzhi used the gene sequence of silicon-based organisms to transform this Yunnan early cherry tree, giving it a life of tens of millions of years. The ancients said that if one person is enlightened, all his family members will be promoted to heaven. Perhaps this is the situation here. Walking under the pink cherry tree, The petals are falling to the earth at a speed of 5 centimeters per second, and occasionally fall on him by chance. Looking at the starry sky, there is a little monotony, and the grandeur in it always makes people unable to stop, but it is out of reach. At this moment, Huang Mingzhi has reached the point where he can pick the stars with his hands and rewrite the fate of the universe in an instant, but he still feels insignificant and powerless. The more knowledge he has, the more low-key he becomes, and the more he feels ignorant. Thousands of years of stagnation can destroy a person, but it can also sharpen a person. At this moment, Huang Mingzhi is like an ordinary person who has returned to his original nature, quietly watching the flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard. Suddenly a laugh broke the tranquility under the tree and also made Huang Mingzhi's thoughts sober. "Mingzhi, long time no see." Turning around, Huang Mingzhi saw Wei Feng, whom he had not seen for 200 years, and Wei Feng's disciple Li Wendao. "What brings you here?" "I have nothing to do. Why don't you come to see an old friend?" Wei Feng said with a smile. Huang Mingzhi shook his head. "Don't come here, you kid. You don't come here for no reason. What's the matter?" "We have also been stuck in a bottleneck period for more than 2,000 years. This is not a solution. I plan to go out for a walk." Wei Feng explained his purpose. After a moment of silence, Huang Mingzhi slowly spoke. "Are you planning to go to other universes?" The other universes he mentioned refer to those universes that are not under the control of the new humans. So far, the new humans have only controlled 17 universes. In fact, it is not that they cannot increase the number, but they do not want to expand on a large scale for the time being. You should know that there are quite a few alien universes in the new human universe island, but the new humans dare not act rashly because they know some of the situations. Wei Feng nodded. "It is this universe." Looking at the file shared by Wei Feng, Huang Mingzhi quickly learned some of the information. This universe is 6,774 grids away from the current universe, and 5,716 grids away from the Qingyang universe. The name of this universe is Hongguang Universe, and its mass is 41.63% of the current universe. It is in the stage of cosmic blue shift contraction. The specific situation inside is unknown. The detectors of the new humans only collected some physical rules, and did not really go deep into it. "Are you going there in person, or?" Huang Mingzhi asked directly. Wei Feng told his plan. "I plan to send the split body over. Are you interested in joining us?" After thinking for a while, Huang Mingzhi was also somewhat tempted. After all, it was not a good idea to work in the laboratory behind closed doors. After much thought, Huang Mingzhi made up his mind. "Count me in. Then I plan to leave in half a month." "Okay." The two chatted for a while before going back. Back in the laboratory, Huang Mingzhi directly opened his account and applied for a split body quota from the Special Review Agency through the virtual network. The so-called split body is actually very similar to a clone, but it is also obviously different from a clone. The Professional Review Agency with vast work efficiency completed the approval rules in less than 5 seconds and sent a document agreeing to split body manufacturing. After getting the consent document, according to the activation code above, open your own life source. The so-called life source is actually the gene and soul of the human body, the product of high evolution. The biological computer system used before has been eliminated by the new human beings, and it has been changed to use the new human being's own life source. The life source is equivalent to the new human being's own secondary personality, and its function is very similar to that of the biological computer. Eliminating biological computers is actually a historical necessity, because no one likes to have a foreign body in their body, and this foreign body has a certain self-awareness. Opening his own life source, Huang Mingzhi entered the activation code on one of the operation interfaces. Suddenly, the genes and soul in his body seemed to open some kind of restrictions. A granulation appeared in the palm of his left hand, and the cells in the granulation instantly divided wildly, as if they had turned into cancer cells. The cells formed bones, organs, and other body tissues. This process took less than 10 seconds, and a body exactly like Huang Mingzhi appeared next to him, and the palms of the two were connected. Huang Mingzhi then copied his soul, and implanted it into the clone. After the clone was implanted with the soul, it opened its eyes, and made a piece of clothing. Unlike clones, the clone and Huang Mingzhi are the same person. The souls of the two are quantum connected, and the clone and the original body are always sharing feelings. It feels like one person with two perspectives. If it is not for the cooperation of the highly evolved life source, this mode will sooner or later lead to personality split. Another difference between clones and splits is that clones will not die when the original body dies, but splits will die when the original body dies. As for why clones are not used, it is mainly because clones are creatures with independent personalities. After they are created, they will not accept the control of the original body, and the new human law does not allow clones to be controlled. Splits are different. When they are not needed, the soul and body can be directly annihilated or merged into the original body. In this way, there will be no ethical issues, and there is no need to worry about losing control, because the split is part of the original body, and the two are theoretically one person. It is a bit similar to a stand-in robot, but the technology is more advanced. On the palm of Huang Mingzhi's split left hand, a one-symbol tattoo appears on the back of the hand. This is the mark that distinguishes the original body from the split body, and this thing cannot be removed. Even if the hand is cut directly, this one will still appear in other parts, and even the soul has this symbol. 1. I trouble you to go to Hongwang Universe. No problem. By the way, I want to take Ghost with me, the clone said. After thinking about it, Huang Mingzhi agreed, okay. After Ghost was given a new human identity by him, he has been following him. He has been working for Huang Mingzhi for thousands of years. He is even used to Ghost's existence. The clone naturally hopes to take Ghost with him. The Ghost quickly generated a clone and followed Huang Mingzhi's clone, preparing to go to Hongwang Universe together. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Feng also found dozens of people with ideas to participate in this exploration. They gathered in Area 458 of Qingyang Universe. There were 5 spaceships in total, all of which were the latest super spaceships. These spaceships not only have scientific research bases, but also have very powerful combat capabilities. It is easy to destroy an ordinary single universe. When all the people arrived, Wei Feng immediately announced the departure. Chapter 512. Hongwang Universe. After 14 years of flight, the exploration fleet finally arrived near this universe. Sending exploration spacecraft, or probes, to explore the universe and the infinite sea of universe around is what the new humans have been doing. After all, although the super wave can detect some situations, it is not omnipotent. There are always some places that cannot be detected. The person in charge of the fleet command is Luo Feng's clone. Looking at the universe map in front of him, he knows that Hongwang Universe is close at hand. Analyze the Hongwang Universe crystal wall. Received. The Universe Crystal Wall Analysis System is activated. The target is Hongwang Universe. Analysis is successful. Wei Feng looked at the data and did not rashly choose to enter directly, but continued to order, leave 3 vacuum detectors nearby. Understood. One of the spacecraft projected 3 vacuum detectors nearby, and these vacuum detectors automatically attached to the outside of the Universe Crystal Wall. Luo Feng waved his hand. Enter the Hongwang Universe. The 5 spaceships quickly resonated with the cosmic rules of the Hongwang Universe. Under the same cosmic rules, the spaceships were like wanderers returning home. Without too many obstacles, they successfully passed through the crystal wall of the Hongwang Universe. As the last spaceship sank into the crystal wall of the Hongwang Universe, the exploration fleet officially entered the interior of the Hongwang Universe. After entering the Hongwang Universe, Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others also woke up from their sleep and began to prepare for related exploration work. Although they easily passed through the cosmic crystal wall of the Hongwang Universe, Luo Feng did not take it lightly. As soon as the fleet entered the Hongwang Universe, they did not lift the space invisibility. Report, the analysis of physical rules is complete, and wormholes and zero robots can be created. Luo Feng immediately ordered the processing plant inside the spacecraft to produce a large number of zero robots. This Zero robot is an ultramicro particle robot newly developed by the new humans based on the Zero life form of the polar civilization. Through micro wormholes, these Zero robots are spread throughout the Hongwang Universe. As these Zero robots spread throughout the universe, the fleet soon received a steady stream of data, which is the intelligence of this universe. The analysis of these data was initially sorted out by the supercomputer, and then handed over to Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others. Strange, the situation in this universe is a bit interesting. Huang Mingzhi saw the problem at a glance. Wei Feng also saw the problem. The age of this universe has been artificially interfered with. According to the age of the crystal wall, this universe has existed for 371 billion years. There is an advanced civilization here, but I don't know to what extent it has developed. It can interfere with the age of the universe and extend the cycle of the universe. This is definitely a means of advanced civilization. The age of the crystal wall is 371 billion years. And based on the mass of the universe, the single cycle of the Hongwang Universe is only about 180 billion years at most. The difference between the two means that there are traces of human interference inside the Hongwang Universe. No crystal wall monitoring or crystal wall defense system was found, so it should not be at the God level. Wei Feng analyzed. While everyone was discussing, The fleet also slowly flew towards a cosmic wall. The speed of the fleet was actually not slow. The so-called speed is a relative concept. Because inside the universe, the speed of the spacecraft is naturally much slower than in a vacuum ocean. But this slowness can reach tens of billions of light years per second, because the spacecraft of the new human beings is in a sub-vacuum ocean state. The so-called sub-vacuum ocean state is actually similar to being inside a wormhole channel, where most of the rules of the universe itself can be ignored. This is also why wormholes can be used inside the universe, but in the vacuum ocean, wormholes cannot be opened. This is because the wormhole itself connects 2 points in the universe, thereby shortening the relative distance. In the vacuum ocean, the level of space is higher, and the stability of space is also very strong. It is very difficult to distort space to achieve wormhole crossing. If jumping through a wormhole in the universe is like swimming in seawater, then jumping through a wormhole in the vacuum ocean is like swimming in granite. The difficulty of the two is definitely not on the same level. The fleet flew towards the Great Wall of the universe. However, the civilization of this universe did not monitor any abnormal situation, because the two were in different spaces. Unless they had a super wave detector, it would be possible to capture the signal of the spacecraft. Obviously, the advanced civilization of Hongguang universe did not have this technology. The high-speed exploration fleet stopped near a star system after more than 10 seconds. Luo Feng began to command the crew to conduct a careful detection and data collection of this star system and the river system. The physical rules that are different from those of this universe have created a unique starry sky in Hongguang universe. The river systems here are not like the spiral disks, spheres, and rods in this universe. Instead, most of them are cone-shaped river systems, and each river system is like a vortex cone, wandering in the void. Since Hongguang universe is now in the state of cosmic blue shift contraction, this universe is gushing out light matter and dark matter everywhere. This is a major feature of cosmic blue shift contraction, and the cosmic repulsion and zero-point energy are transforming into cosmic gravity and light and dark matter. Specifically, dark matter and bright matter continue to appear in the void, strengthening the overall gravitational strength of the universe. The increase in the overall gravitational strength of the universe further promotes the transformation of zero-point energy into bright and dark matter. Like the expansion of the universe's redshift, the contraction of the universe's blue shift is also a process towards the great destruction of the universe. Mingzhi, take a look at the creatures on this planet. Wei Feng pointed to a piece of data and said. Wang Mingzhi turned his head and took a look, and then he found that the life in this universe had undergone adaptive evolution due to the influence of the universe's blue shift. Zooming into the interior of the planet, life forms similar to insects are wreaking havoc, or slaughtering the native life of the planet. Soon, the life on the planet was devoured by insects. A super large insect cracked its chitinous shell and sprayed tiny fungi in all directions. Once these fungi touched the ground, they quickly took root and sprouted, then split and multiplied wildly, and soon the light blue fungal carpet spread around. In less than half a day, the planet completely turned light blue. Is this a subordinate race of one of the advanced civilizations? Wang Mingzhi looked at the report in his hand. He knew that this insect race was a subordinate race of a 100-quality civilization in the Hongguang universe, and could also be said to be an experimental product. Wei Feng shrugged and smiled. It is probably a tool insect used to slaughter low-level civilizations and increase the consumption of light and dark matter in the universe. Wang Mingzhi certainly understood the meaning of this statement. The fact that the Hongguang universe can be maintained for so long is naturally inseparable from the manipulation of advanced civilizations. In order to prolong the arrival of the cosmic collapse during the blue shift contraction phase, one must either directly solidify the universe, like the new humans, or constantly destroy the universe's light and dark matter to maintain a balance between zero-point energy and light and dark matter. However, this approach must constantly destroy the universe and lead to constant wars in the universe. The exploration fleet that just entered the Hongguang universe detected that wars were breaking out everywhere in this universe, and those advanced civilizations even regarded war as a form of entertainment and recreation. This is a universe full of malice. Chapter 513. In the star system where the fleet is staying. Alarm, wormhole expansion signal detected. Luo Feng took a look and was suddenly surprised. The wormhole expanded from a few hundred meters at the beginning to a radius of more than 500,000 kilometers in less than 20 seconds. A huge monster rushed out of the wormhole, a real monster, which is almost impossible to exist according to the physical rules of this universe. What does this thing eat to grow up? Li Wendao on the side couldn't help but complain. Wei Feng said calmly, existence is reasonable, don't make a fuss, this is the Hongguang universe, not this universe. That huge creature is 670,000 kilometers long and about 180,000 kilometers wide. The scales on its body are larger than the Qinghai Tibet Plateau on the blue star. The dark red cracks covering its body emit amazing heat and gamma rays. After the starry sky red striped beast rushed out of the wormhole did not close, and 6 starry sky red striped beasts of different sizes came out immediately after it. Suddenly, the largest starry sky red striped beast swung its tail and turned its head towards the void not far away. The tentacles on its head seemed to be sensing something. Sensing the movements of the leader starry sky red striped beast, the other starry sky red striped beasts also turned their heads and sensed with their tentacles. Suddenly, the leader starry sky red striped beast flipped its body. It looked abnormally large, but it was a little too flexible. The red lines on the starry sky red striped beast glowed brightly, and in an instant, a huge mouth stretched out from its back, and a terrifying dense beam of zero particles swept into the void. These giant beasts are quite sharp. Luo Feng smiled. The area swept by the zero beam was exactly where the exploration fleet was hiding. Unfortunately, the attack of the starry sky red striped giant beast was useless. Because the exploration fleet and them were not in the same space, unless the attack of the starry sky red striped giant beast could tear the crystal wall. After 3 consecutive zero beams, the leader of the starry sky red striped giant beast stopped moving, but it still felt a little scared and prying in its heart, as if it was being stared at by something. For the starry sky red striped giant beast, this was the first time it had such a feeling. Even the best of the cosmic civilizations did not scare it. Is this the specialty of the Hongguang universe? Huang Mingzhi looked at the giant in front of him, and showed a hint of interest. Yes, Academician Huang. Luo Feng replied respectfully. The starry sky fierce beast, after the exploration fleet entered the Hongguang universe, the data collected contained this aspect. They are one of the specialties of this Hongguang universe. Including the starry sky red striped giant beast, there are a total of 156 species. There are 3 characteristics of the star beasts: planetary bodies, free life in the universe, and a certain level of intelligence. The top species can even resist vacuum decay and tear open wormholes. Even the advanced civilizations in this universe are reluctant to provoke these big guys. Obviously, the star beast with red stripes is the best among them. Huang Mingzhi did not expect that these star beasts can also detect the existence of the exploration fleet through danger perception. Wei Feng asked with interest, Mingzhi, are you interested in catching them for research? Collect the genes and soul sequences, and forget about catching them. I'm not interested in raising a pet like this. Huang Mingzhi waved his hand in disdain. Then let's follow them, and see what's going on with these big guys. Luo Feng quickly commanded the fleet to hang behind the group of starry sky red striped beasts. These starry sky red striped beasts were a small population. Under the leadership of the leader, they rushed into the star system. But the leader of the starry sky red striped beast was a little restless, as if he felt that something was following him. But they didn't find any enemies, so they could only fly quickly to the core of the star system, to the red star. This group of starry sky red striped beasts soon surrounded the star, constantly devouring the star's energy and matter. For giants like starry sky red striped beasts, stars are their favorite food. The poor star, under the destruction of a group of starry sky red striped beasts, began to dim and shrink. The majesty of the Creator is indeed unpredictable. Wei Feng sighed at the star beast in front of him. The Zero robot quickly lurked in the body of the star beast and began to collect the gene sequence and soul sequence of these giant beasts. Huang Mingzhi was a little surprised. It's not a silicon-based creature, but a rare heavy element creature. It seems that we can't use the rules of this universe to look at other universes. Indeed, heavy element creatures are discovered for the first time. Wei Feng agreed with this view. Alarm, large-scale wormhole expansion signals are found. The number is 5,600, respectively in. What's going on? Huang Mingzhi turned his head and looked at the star map, which showed that the star system was surrounded by these wormholes. The starry sky red striped giant beast, which was having a full meal, also sensed the surrounding wormhole expansion signals, and it rolled over frantically. It opened its bloody mouth, and a sphere popped out of its mouth. The sphere was connected to the starry sky red striped giant beast through a tentacle. Instantly, the black sphere was surrounded by waves. As soon as Huang Mingzhi saw these data, he knew the function of this black sphere, which was used to expand the wormhole organ. The black sphere trembled violently for a long time, but the wormhole only opened to a width of less than a few kilometers. Obviously, this width could not allow the starry sky red striped giant beast to pass through. The exploration fleet figured out the reason. Someone was interfering with the void here. making it difficult for the wormhole to open. The 5,600 wormhole signal showed a large number of warships, or creatures in the form of warships. These warship creatures rushed towards the starry sky red striped giant beast. After matching the database, Luo Feng soon knew who these warship creatures were. They were the main fleet from the Baiji civilization. Luo Feng and others had no intention of intervening in this emergency, as the gene and soul sequences had already been collected. If it was not necessary, the exploration fleet would not intervene in such matters. The main fleet of the Baiji civilization was stronger than the Zerg detected before, and they were truly advanced civilizations. And this hunting operation was obviously a premeditated plan. The wormhole was completely blocked, and the 7 starry sky red striped beasts had become trapped. If nothing unexpected happened, they might be hunted here. The starry sky red striped beast, which found that it could not open a wormhole, angrily opened its bloody mouth at the biological warships that surrounded it, and fired terrible zero beams around. And those 100-element biological warships seemed to be very aware of the situation of these starry sky red striped beasts, and the two sides fought in the star system. However, the attacks of both sides seemed to have no way to break through the defense of the other side. The starry sky red striped beast was enough to fight against advanced civilizations just by its physical resistance to vacuum decay, but those 100-element biological warships seemed to have some plan. Soon, the 100-element biological warships exposed their intentions and directly destroyed everything in this star system with vacuum decay bombs. Some warships desperately besieged, while others extracted the surrounding matter. The outbreak of fierce fighting, these starry sky red striped beasts could still hold on at first, but as time passed, the energy in their bodies was rapidly depleted. Suddenly, the alarm sounded again inside the exploration fleet. Chapter 514. The red striped beast that was fighting had already fallen into a dangerous disadvantage in the face of an increasingly thin material environment. But at this time, inside the exploration fleet hidden in the dark. Alarm, abnormal signal detected. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows, and saw rows of data popping up on the virtual display screen. These data were zero-wave beams. Wang Mingzhi, who was also paying attention to this matter, also narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned his head and asked, "Fengzi, what do you think?" Wei Feng, who was touching his chin, was also very surprised by these zero beams, because the frequency of these zero beams was very different from before. Before, these red-striped beasts ejected dense zero beams from the 6 cavities on their bodies, and these zero beams were like laser cannons. At this time, the red-striped beasts did not eject zero beams through the cavities, but used the scales on their bodies to stimulate the strange zero beams. On the scales of the red-striped beasts, special dark purple patterns flashed, and in the nodes of these patterns, there were dark purple spheres, and the strange zero beams were stimulated from the spheres. Through the zero sub-robot lurking in the body of the red-striped behemoth, the exploration fleet obtained the internal changes of the red-striped behemoth. It's interesting. These zero sub-beams have some special rules. Look at more than a dozen frequency bands. Wei Feng said, while extracting 15 zero sub-wave frequencies from the data. Wang Mingzhi also saw something, but he didn't know the purpose of the red-striped behemoth, and what exactly was the purpose of stimulating these zero sub-beams. To academicians, there is something. Luo Feng exclaimed. Wang Mingzhi turned around immediately after hearing the sound, and saw that the 100-quality warships surrounding the red-striped monster were swept by the strange zero-substance beam. The 100-quality warships built of zero-substance materials were like wood being splashed by concentrated sulfuric acid. The 7 red-striped monsters gathered in one direction and rushed towards the 100-quality fleet. Their huge bodies were too flexible, and their speed was thousands of times faster than the speed of light. The 100-quality fleet that encountered the strange zero-substance beam attack, the shell built of zero-substance materials, was already riddled with holes. The red-striped beast opened its bloody mouth and swallowed more than a dozen warships in one gulp, just like a killer whale eating sardines. The 100-quality fleet, which encountered the strange zero-wave beam, also reacted quickly, but they were not scared by the red-striped beast, or they had already understood the red-striped beast's methods. The fleet was still desperately besieging, and the attack was more intensive and fierce. Alarm, wormhole expansion signal detected. The number is 8400. Come again? Wang Mingzhi and others were still watching the battle. Wei Feng turned his head and ordered, "Wen Dao, start the zero-wave laboratory and analyze the zero-wave beam emitted by the red-striped beast." Yes. Li Dao closed his eyes tightly, and emitted dark sub-waves to manipulate the laboratory's supercomputer system. The latest generation of supercomputers uses zero sub-waves as the internal information carrier of supercomputers, allowing the supercomputer system of New Humans to run at superluminal speeds, breaking the computing power limit of supercomputers. The supercomputer calculated frantically, using software and formulas to deeply analyze the strange zero subwave beams of the red-striped behemoth. The fight between the red-striped behemoth and the 100-element fleet also entered a white-hot stage. The red-striped behemoth that killed into the fleet used the strange zero subwave beam stimulated by its body to continuously destroy the warships of the 100-element fleet. Although the red-striped beast is powerful, it will be exhausted to death sooner or later if it cannot escape from the endless fleet of 100 elements. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Wei Feng asked curiously. Huang Mingzhi explained. The warships of the 100 elements fleet are adapting to the attack of the strange zero beam. After looking at the data, Wei Feng indeed found some tricks. The first batch of destroyed warships only blocked for about 16 seconds, and now, the warships of the 100 elements fleet can block the zero beam for 38 seconds. Advanced biological civilizations should not be underestimated. Wei Feng was a little surprised. Huang Mingzhi nodded calmly. Indeed, if they can continue to evolve adaptively, biological civilizations may also evolve to the level of gods. I would like to see if these red-striped beasts can give us a little surprise. Wei Feng smiled. Others were also slightly excited. The purpose of exploring the alien universe was to inspire inspiration, and see if they could draw inferences from one instance to another. The strange zero beam of the red-striped beast was the first small gain of their trip. If they could obtain some useful theories, they might be able to break through their bottleneck period. The exploration fleet hidden in the alien space silently watched the fight between the two sides. The red-striped beast seemed unstoppable, but the 100-element fleet relied on its superior strength to attack while adapting to the attack. Facing the endless 100-element fleet, the red-striped beast seemed to feel a little uneasy. Obviously, these big guys were not brainless beasts. They found that the enemy was adapting to the attack, and suddenly the scales of the leader red-striped beast burst into light, and the surrounding zero-point energy was instantly drained. A zero sub-beam that was more than 10 times larger than before swept in all directions. In an instant, the 100-quality fleet that was attacked by the zero sub-beam was like a fortress on the beach, swept by the surging waves. Hundreds of thousands of warships were melted into the void in a moment. After the explosive attack, the purple lines on the leader red-striped beast disappeared directly, and the red lines were very dim. Through the monitoring of the Zero robot, the exploration fleet knew that these giant beasts were exhausted, and their energy reserves had dropped a lot. But the leader, the red-striped giant beast, did not stop. It opened its bloody mouth, spit out the wormhole ball, and immediately opened a wormhole. Then, the other 6 red-striped giant beasts drilled into the wormhole, and the leader red-striped giant beast rushed into the wormhole last, and the wormhole closed in a moment. Exploration fleet. Academician Wei, Academician Huang, what's next? Luo Feng asked. Wei Feng thought for a moment. Follow them. Understood. Luo Feng commanded the exploration fleet, and through the positioning of the Zero robot, they arrived not far from the group of red-striped giant beasts a dozen seconds later. Other exploration fleets can also open wormholes, but the traces of opening wormholes are too obvious, which is not conducive to the hiding of the exploration fleet. Although the exploration fleet can dominate the entire Hongguang universe, it is unnecessary, and Luo Feng does not want to cause trouble. The group of red-striped giant beasts appeared in a star system, quickly devouring the energy and mass of the star, but the leader red-striped giant beast seemed to feel that weird sense of prying again. It used the zero wave to order other red-striped beasts to replenish their energy as soon as possible. Under full-scale devouring, these red-striped beasts devoured about 20% of the mass of the red dwarf in less than an hour. The restless group of red-striped beasts opened the wormhole again, jumped to the next star system, and continued to devour the star to replenish energy. It was just that kind of weird peeping, still surrounding them like a shadow. After more than 2 months, this group of red-striped beasts had jumped through more than a dozen star systems in a row, spanning tens of billions of light years. The secret tracking of the exploration fleet made these red-striped beasts very irritable, and they gradually got used to the existence of that feeling. Through these days of tracking and investigation, the exploration fleet also discovered some unexpected things. Chapter 515. On the virtual display screen. Through supercomputing analysis and Li Wendao's research, the physical properties of the strange zero beams have been listed line by line. However, after a series of studies, Li Wendao found that these zero beams do not work alone, but can only dissolve zero materials after being combined. It turns out to be like this. Li Wendao became more and more excited. He soon discovered some characteristics of the strange zero beams, which are somewhat similar to the new human research on zero rapid waves. It's just that the new human's zero-sub beam is equivalent to brute force cracking, while the red stripe beast's zero-sub beam is a skill that destroys zero-sub materials and repulsive fields. The two have different technical routes, but they have the same goal, which is to destroy zero-sub materials and repulsive fields. For this special set of zero-sub beams, Li Wendao compared the new human's own technology and found that this set of zero-sub beams has very low energy consumption. Under the same effect, it only needs a few hundredths of the energy of the new human technology. It's a good technology, but unfortunately it's not very useful to us. Wei Feng shook his head and said. Li Wendao also understood the meaning of his teacher's words. This technology is indeed very threatening to advanced civilizations. However, for the new humans at the god level, it can only be used as a technical reserve or used to deal with advanced civilizations. In front of the god civilization with space barrier technology, this technology can only be said to be a piece of chicken ribs, which is a pity to discard and tasteless to eat. However, Wang Mingzhi on the side did not think so. It is too early to draw conclusions now. Oh! Wei Feng looked at Wang Mingzhi in surprise, and he asked curiously, "Does Mingzhi have any ideas?" Wei Feng did not dare to underestimate Wang Mingzhi, who has been creating miracles. This is a man who can create miracles. Since the zero particle can produce such a wonderful effect through the arrangement of the beam set, what about the super force wave of the first particle? Wang Mingzhi asked calmly. Wei Feng reacted immediately. Huh? That makes sense. Mingzhi, your idea is very feasible. Maybe we can really draw inferences from one instance to another. In addition, we can study these red striped beasts. They can sense the anomalies in space and vaguely discover the existence of the exploration fleet. The potential of this race is extraordinary. For this idea, everyone nodded in agreement. The red striped beast race is indeed somewhat extraordinary. The exploration fleet has not been following the red striped beast group for several months. During this period, it also observed 155 other star beast species. After comparing the data, it was found that these star beasts were also divided into different levels, among which the red striped beasts were 4 types that could rival advanced civilizations. These 4 star beasts were included as key observation targets by the exploration fleet. After devouring the energy and matter of the stars, the red striped beasts rested in this star system. A relatively small red striped beast was rolling and soaring inside the star system, although compared to the leader red striped beast, this red striped beast was only 340,000 kilometers long. But the size of this thing is already amazing. The abyss opened its huge mouth and swallowed a rock satellite in one gulp. The rock satellite was a circle larger than the moon, but it was swallowed in one gulp. The rock satellite shattered at the entrance, and the lava of the mantle gushed out like exploding cheese, and the core full of radiation and heavy elements shattered like a chocolate ball. The little red striped beast crushed the rock satellite and swallowed it into its stomach in a short while. Other red striped beasts were also in the star system, eating planets everywhere, as if they were chewing fruits, eating with relish. Fortunately, the red striped beasts are not large in number. There are only 3,765 red striped beasts in the entire Hongguang universe. If their population is large, the planet will probably not have enough food. For example, another high-level species of star beasts, the gold-eating bugs, are a group that wins by numbers. They gather together in large numbers like locusts, wreaking havoc in the starry sky, and leaving a dead silence wherever they go. Wang Mingzhi and others, who were studying the red striped beasts, soon made a new discovery. Incredible? Is this thing man-made? Wei Feng was very surprised. Wang Mingzhi was also a little uneasy. You should know that in the Hongguang universe, more than 300 billion years have passed in this era, and before the birth of the oldest civilization, these star beasts had already wreaked havoc everywhere. The history of the Pejequan civilization can be traced back to 5.7 billion years in this era of the Hongguang universe. It is the oldest civilization in the Hongguang universe. Li Wendao said in surprise. Pejequan civilization is a transliteration name, which means floating seaweed. This civilization was born on a planet where the ocean occupies 96%. The main race of the civilization is blue-skinned plant people, so they can be called floating grass civilization. They are also one of the advanced civilizations, and together with the Baiji civilization, they dominate the Hongguang universe. According to the historical records of the Fuzuo civilization, the star beasts already existed in the Hongguang universe before they became advanced civilizations, and they were a disaster to the universe. Whether it was the Fuzuo civilization or the Baiji civilization, they were attacked or hunted by these star beasts before they became advanced civilizations. Since the time of the birth of the star beasts is longer than that of the two advanced civilizations, and they are man-made products, there are only three possible explanations. The first possibility is that before the floating grass civilization and the 100-element civilization, there was an advanced civilization in the Hongguang universe, and it was this advanced civilization that created the Starry Sky Beast. The second possibility is that the Starry Sky Beast came from other universes and entered the Hongguang universe through a short cosmic channel to reproduce. The third possibility is that other civilizations that span the universe have come to the Hongguang universe and left the Starry Sky Beast here, or created the Starry Sky Beast. It seems that there are some secrets hidden here, Huang Mingzhi said calmly. Wei Feng looked at the gene sequence and soul sequence of the red striped beast. A civilization that can create star beasts is at least an advanced civilization. The water here is quite deep. Huang Mingzhi thought for a while and said, we need to investigate the genes and souls of other star beasts, and also investigate the universe around Hongguang universe. The matter of the universe channel and the alien universe will be handed over to the 6th team. We will study these star beasts. Hearing Wei Feng's words, the leader of the 6th team quickly replied, no problem, leave the cosmic channel and the alien universe to us for investigation. After the genes and souls of the red striped beast were found to have traces of artificial modification, the exploration fleet immediately launched an in-depth investigation. First, a comprehensive survey of all the star beasts was conducted. After an in-depth investigation, the result was that all the star beasts were confirmed to be the product of artificial modification. However, the 6th team did not find any traces of the existence of star beasts in the investigation of the cosmic channel and the alien universe. There were no traces of the existence of star beasts in the hundreds of universes around. This situation makes the truth even more confusing. However, Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others have discovered some things while studying the genes and souls of the star beasts. These things all point to a possibility that in the early period of the Hongguang universe, a civilization once visited here and left the star beasts here. Chapter 516. The gene sequence and soul sequence of the red striped beast. It was shown to everyone through holographic projection, but everyone was not happy at all, and even looked a little solemn. In the gene sequence of the red striped beast, the traces of artificial modification were on 2 of the gene chains. The gene chain of the red striped beast, a heavy element creature, is composed of neutrons and protons to form the first layer of gene chain. Outside the first layer of gene chain, uranium is the main element, forming the second layer of gene chain at the atomic and molecular level. The problem lies in some of the gene fragments, which are mercury-based gene fragments formed with mercury as the core. These gene fragments appear to be extremely abrupt and strange. After unfolding the surface of the mercury-based gene, Lin Sha, who is in charge of the gene laboratory, unfolded the inner neutron-proton gene sequence of the mercury-based gene. Alarm, alarm, abnormal superwave signal burst. After the rapid alarm appeared, there was a dead silence on the spacecraft responsible for the biological experiment. Oh no, something went wrong. Huang Mingzhi did not see the inner layer of the mercury-based gene, but Lin Sha and others in charge of the laboratory did. Luo Feng also reacted immediately and grabbed the communicator, Yiling. But there was no response from the other side. Luo Feng, who was about to take emergency measures, was suddenly stunned, and the faces of others also changed. Because their main body notified an emergency message through soul quantum resonance, the clones of Lin Sha and others were completely dead. This news made everyone look extremely solemn. Mingzhi, what should we do now? Wei Feng also felt very difficult. After thinking again and again, Huang Mingzhi spoke. The spacecraft is not completely destroyed. We can use the substitute robot to enter the interior of the ancient, but we need to be careful. I go over. Luo Feng stepped forward directly. Huang Mingzhi shook his head. You are the commander of the fleet. Let Ghost take a few people over. Okay, sir. Ghost immediately turned around and took several other people into the life support cabin. Luo Feng activated the stand-in robot auxiliary system of the ancient through remote control. Ghost and others appeared directly inside the ancient through the stand-in robot. At this time, there was a dead silence inside the ancient. Some equipment near the biological laboratory had been scrapped. Opening the cockpit, all 7 crew members, including Captain Yiling, were killed. The cautious Ghost used the Zero robot to check the bodies of Yiling and others. Yiling's expression was twisted and hideous, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying and suffered a terrible shock. This is... Ghost's pupils shrank sharply. Yiling's soul was not dead, but completely confused, just like a mess of tangled threads. No wonder his expression was distorted and hideous. Captain Ghost, they all died because of the confusion of their souls. A middle-aged man, with a beard said with a heavy expression. Ghost thought for a while and waved his hand. Go to the laboratory. Okay. The 5-member team walked towards the biological laboratory of the spacecraft. There were corpses with distorted expressions all along the way. All of these crew members died because of the confusion of their souls. The closer they got to the laboratory, the more horrifying the distortion of the corpses and the confusion of their souls became. The bearded man pried open the door of the laboratory with force, and what came into view was a pile of extremely distorted corpses, which had even turned into a mass of flesh. Damn, what on earth is this? The bearded man looked very bad. Ghost and others began to check carefully, and there was nothing wrong with every place. Wang Mingjie and Wei Feng, who were on the flagship Galaxy spacecraft, looked at the data sent back by Ghost and others and fell silent. As a new human being that has evolved to the extreme, whether it is the genetic body or the soul, the strength is not something that can be destroyed by ordinary things. However, 185 people on the ancient wasteland were killed in an instant, and the cause of death was soul confusion. After a long silence, Wang Mingjie flipped through the data before Lin Sha and others died. These data were copied from the database of the ancient wasteland. Abnormal superwave signal? He pressed his temple and thought about this strange situation. Judging from the frequency of these superwaves, it is impossible for the damage to the human body to confuse the soul in an instant and achieve the effect of killing with one blow. But the death of Lin Sha and others is an indisputable fact. What exactly killed Lin Sha and others? Wei Feng on the side was also thinking hard. Could it be that kind of bean collection? Li Wendao said uncertainly. Bean collection? Wang Mingjie's eyes lit up, and he flipped through the data of the abnormal superwave signal. He indeed found that there were some indescribable rules hidden in this superwave signal. It's very likely. How are these superwave collections generated? Too weird. Wei Feng raised a question. Wang Mingjie's brain started working at high speed, filtering out possibilities one by one, and finally locked the target on the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene. I suspect it is the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene. Wei Feng nodded. The possibility is very high. Academician Lin encountered an accident after unfolding the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene. It seems that everything is related to the mercury-based gene. Will you be attacked when you unfold the gene sequence? Li Wendao swallowed his throat. On the ghost side, after cleaning up the bodies of the victims, he repaired the equipment of the spacecraft and notified others to come over. Wang Mingjie and Wei Feng decided to temporarily stop the research on mercury-based genes. The two were communicating with the local Science and Technology Commission, hoping to use the power of the Science and Technology Commission to figure out this matter. Especially how to prevent the terrible super beam after the gene is unfolded. This thing is simply impossible to defend against. As long as the gene sequence is unfolded, it will launch an attack. If you don't find a way to defend, there is no way to conduct in-depth research. After preliminary in-depth research, Wang Mingjie finally made a new discovery. The barrier layer composed of primordial materials can block the super beam. This discovery came from the internal investigation of the ancient. According to the data of the ancient supercomputer, when Lin Sha unfolded the mercury-based gene sequence, the super beam that burst out was enough to affect hundreds of light years around. However, the other 4 spacecrafts that were close at hand did not receive these signals and were not attacked. Therefore, it can be seen that it was the primordial barrier layer of the ancient that was working, blocking the super beam inside the ancient. Since the primary material can block the super beam, we can build a completely sealed laboratory. Wei Feng suggested. It's not that simple. Wang Mingjie was a little worried. His worry was the deployment of this mercury-based gene. Lin Sha deployed it through holographic projection, but as soon as it was deployed, the chaotic soul super beam broke out. Even if they built a cage of primary material, they needed to observe the gene sequence during the research process, otherwise how could they study it? If it is unfolded and observed, a chaotic soul super beam will burst out, and there is no way to study it. This is a gene sequence that cannot be looked at directly. Faced with a gene sequence that cannot be looked at directly, they are stuck in a dead end. Unless they can resist this super beam, there is no way to conduct in-depth research. This is a dead end that is difficult to break. For a while, Wang Mingjie, Wei Feng and others fell into deep thinking, hoping to study a feasible plan. Chapter 517. Inside the Galaxy. Wang Mingjie, Wei Feng and others felt a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene, which was like a hedgehog. However, they also felt that this mercury-based gene could become a nutrient for the further development of new human technology. Now Wang Mingjie is not afraid that this thing is difficult to crack. Difficult to crack means it is useful. If it is easily analyzed, It is estimated that the technological value inside can only be equivalent to the advanced civilization stage. For the new humans now, the technology of advanced civilization level can only be said to be useful, but not enough to be a killer or trump card. While everyone was thinking, Ghost came to Huang Mingzhi and whispered, "Sir, the laboratory built with the primary material has been completed." Huang Mingzhi tapped the table lightly, turned his head and said to Wei Feng, "Fengzi, I plan to restart the experiment. Is it too risky?" Wei Feng hesitated. Huang Mingzhi had already planned for Wei Feng's concerns. "I plan to apply for another batch of split quotas, and use split operations for experiments." After listening to Huang Mingzhi's plan, Wei Feng nodded. "Split? That's the only way." However, just in case, after the two applied for the split quota, they did not plan to conduct the experiment together, but split into 3 groups. Being vigilant about the unknown is their long-standing habit, and this habit has avoided the outbreak of many crises. The gene sequence that can instantly confuse the soul naturally requires extreme caution. Although they are all split, they still need to be careful where they should be careful. The new laboratory is still set up inside the ancient. The barrier layer made of 3 layers of primary material is enough to block any super beam from leaving. This time, the experiment is hosted by Huang Mingzhi's number 2 clone. In the innermost layer of the laboratory, the cells of the red-striped giant beast are placed. The gene sequence they analyzed by the Zero robot before is not a complete gene sequence. At first, Huang Mingzhi and others did not find this problem. Later, when they were replicating the gene, they found that the gene sequence was incomplete. Then Lin Sha extracted the cells, and in the process of developing the mercury-based gene, she was suddenly attacked by the chaotic soul beam, resulting in the death of all the crew members of the ancient wasteland. For this incident, we can also think of the floating grass civilization and the 100-element civilization. These 2 native civilizations of the Hongguang universe probably suffered a great loss in this regard. The newly arrived exploration fleet has studied the gene sequences of the star beasts. There is no reason why the floating grass civilization and the 100-element civilization, which have been entrenched in the Hongguang universe for hundreds of billions of years, would not study them. Especially for the 100-element civilization, which focuses on biological evolution, the gene sequences of these star beasts are a huge treasure trove. In the strictly guarded laboratory, Huang Mingzhi and 4 other researchers were outside the 3rd layer of the primary barrier. "Academician Huang, you can start the analysis," a researcher said nervously. "Let's start," Huang Mingzhi ordered calmly. "Understood." The modified equipment also added anti-super beam materials. The super beam released after the gene sequence was unfolded can destroy most things. As expected, as soon as the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene was unfolded, the strange super beam suddenly appeared in the innermost layer of the laboratory. Superwave signal detected, frequency 1.58477. Superwave signal detected, frequency 0.77423. Superwave signal detected, frequency 1.10477. Superwave signal detected, frequency 3.7281. Detected. A steady stream of superwave beams continuously erupted from the virtual display screen that unfolded the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene. This situation was simply incredible. Because the superwave beams were not stimulated by the red-striped giant beast cells themselves, but were ejected from the photons of the virtual display screen. Huang Mingzhi stood outside the laboratory. After seeing this situation, he immediately stopped the researcher from projecting the gene sequence. Because he discovered a very scary situation. After the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene was unfolded, it was constantly modifying the nature of the projected photons, and then turning these projected photons into chaotic soul beam emission devices, while quickly consuming the mass of these projected photons. On the supercomputer system, if the auxiliary system had not continuously replenished the projected photons, the inner gene chain projection after unfolding would have collapsed instantly. This situation was very different from his previous guess. Huang Mingzhi initially thought that after the inner gene chain was unfolded, it was the cells of the red-striped beast that were at work, but he did not expect that it was the unfolded projection that was emitting the beam. Moreover, the beam emitted by the projected photons had an endless rhythm. As long as the projection system continued to project, the beam would never end. Huang Mingzhi's expression was solemn. "It's terrible. It turned out to be like this. This is troublesome. In this case, there is no way to observe directly." "Academician Huang, I have an idea," Li Wendao said. Huang Mingzhi gestured to continue. "Tell me about it." "We can observe the gene sequence through the primary particle barrier layer." Li Wendao said his idea. "Primary particle barrier layer?" Huang Mingzhi thought for a moment and shook his head. "Are you going to use the secondary projection method?" I don't think it will work. This gene sequence should be able to act on other particles. Please let me try, Li Wendao said firmly. Wang Mingzhi thought again and again after looking at Li Wendao, who was determined, and finally agreed to the other party's plan, but he carefully reminded, if the situation is not right, don't force the experiment. Okay. Li Wendao went down to arrange a new experiment. At this time, there were only Huang Mingzhi and a few others in the laboratory. He didn't expect that the situation of this gene sequence would be like this. He felt very difficult. According to the initial guess, it should explode in an instant after it was unfolded, and then the gene sequence would not pose any threat. But now, if the gene sequence does not disappear, the chaotic soul beam will not end, which means there is no way to observe it. Wang Mingzhi looked at the chaotic soul beam in front of him, and observed it calmly. He was also very curious about this technology of collective beams, which can achieve specific functions by editing the combination of specific frequencies. Wei Feng and others who did not participate in the laboratory were studying this aspect. This was a very strange attack method. For civilizations below the Great God civilization, it was almost a fatal attack. Without the mastery of the primary material, there is no way to resist. Even if the mastery of the primary material, Wang Mingzhi still felt very difficult, there was no way to view it, and even the supercomputer could not display the gene sequence on the computer at will. The inner gene chain of this mercury-based gene is, to a certain extent, equivalent to a gene lock. Any creature that peeks into the genes of the star beast will be killed instantly by the chaotic soul beam as soon as this section of the gene is unfolded. Without observation and exploration, this section of the gene sequence has no way to clone the star beast. No wonder the starry sky fierce beasts have existed in the Hongguang universe for more than 300 billion years, but no civilization has been able to clone these big guys. Obviously, the gene lock of this mercury-based gene is protecting their gene sequence. Those civilizations that try to get their hands on the starry sky fierce beasts' genes will definitely not have a good end. After all, without protection, the chaos soul beam can instantly reach a radius of tens of billions of light years. With this lethality, even an ordinary intermediate civilization could be wiped out if they are not careful. Chapter 518. On the other side. With an experimental assistant, Li Wendao quickly prepared a new experiment. Still in the laboratory of the ancient, after layers of protection, a special photon information reading system was prepared. Li Wendao pressed the switch, and the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene was immediately unfolded in the laboratory, and the inner gene chain was projected inside the laboratory. As if a certain mechanism was triggered, countless chaotic soul beams were stimulated from the projected photons, and sprayed in all directions. The situation was exactly the same as the last experiment. Although it was not the first time they had seen this situation, Wang Mingzhi and Li Wendao still felt it was amazing. This mercury-based gene sequence was indeed very scary. It could be used as a weapon after some modification. For example, the cells of the star beast could be directly installed on an unmanned spacecraft. When needed, the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene could be directly unfolded. All creatures within hundreds of light years would be wiped out by the chaotic soul beam. Through these days of research, Wang Mingzhi knew that the chaotic soul beam was very harmful to the dark soul and the zero soul, but it was not very harmful to the organisms with atomic and molecular genes. But for a creature, the soul is the most important, especially for the new humans who have evolved to the current stage. The soul can even be directly separated from the body, which is not much different from the original spirit in myths and legends. Even if the body is shattered, even if the body disappears completely, as long as the soul exists, the new humans can extract zero-point energy, dark matter, and bright matter at any time to achieve body reconstruction. Therefore, the soul is the key life of a creature. If the soul is destroyed, a creature will definitely die. The civilization that created the Starry Sky Fierce Beast clan obviously knows soul technology and biotechnology very well, and created such a terrifying gene-lock technology. The road to the great god civilization of the new human beings is still a long way to go. In the laboratory, the photon information reading system began to work, and the target of reading was naturally the projected photons showing the mercury-based gene. In the annihilation and supplementation, there was pure malice, and countless chaotic soul beams were constantly stimulated. If it were not for the obstruction of the primary barrier layer, this experiment would not be able to proceed at all. Even with the primary barrier layer, the experiment still seemed difficult. Soon, the photon information reading system read some signals one after another, and then the system reorganized these signals. Using nanorobots, the super-large mercury-based gene sequence was generated little by little in the second layer experimental area. When the last segment of mercury-based gene was filled into the gene model, the entire model suddenly underwent a drastic change. Instantly, the atoms of the gene model began to undergo internal changes, and then the chaotic soul beams burst out directly, and countless chaotic soul beams filled the second layer of the laboratory. Damn, it still doesn't work. Li Wendao clenched his fists. Wang Mingzhi had expected this situation, so he was not too surprised. It was just a pity that they had one less possibility to analyze the mercury-based gene. Wang Mingzhi, who was lost in deep thought, suddenly looked at the data of the experiment just now and found that as long as the last gene was not added, the chaotic soul beam attack of the mercury-based gene would not be triggered. Perhaps this is a research direction, Wang Mingzhi thought to himself. After finding the direction, he discussed it with Li Wendao, Wei Feng and others. Wei Feng felt that it was still not safe. After a careful discussion, he decided to study it in sections. The inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene was divided into 15 parts, and then the three groups studied them separately. They quickly got busy according to the plan. Wang Mingzhi's group got 5 gene sequences. Sure enough, after the segmentation, the strange soul chaos beams seemed to disappear. Looking at the 5 mercury-based gene sequences on the virtual display screen, Wang Mingzhi fell into deep thought, his brain working at full capacity, analyzing the rules hidden behind each gene. These genes are different from the genes Wang Mingzhi has seen in the past 10,000 years. Most of the gene sequences he has seen are spiral gene chains, and only a small number are heteromorphic gene chains. The gene sequence in front of him is more like a rune map than a gene sequence. The dark pieces on it are arranged to form a strange pattern. Because there is only 1/3, Wang Mingzhi still feels very awkward and obscure even though his brain is working at full capacity. It's too difficult, unless you piece it together, but Wang Mingzhi hesitated. Putting together the other parts of the mercury-based gene sequence would cause the chaos soul beam to be excited as much as possible, which was an irreconcilable contradiction. For a moment, he didn't know how to start. There was no way to complete the cracking of 1/3 of the gene sequence, and the entire gene sequence could not be looked at directly. Unconsciously, he fell into the research that he couldn't stop, and more than a week passed. After a meal, Wang Mingzhi was planning to go to Wei Feng to discuss something. Suddenly he felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he was very angry about everything around him, and then he felt very hungry. What happened? Wang Mingzhi immediately suppressed his anger and appetite. He felt that something was wrong with him. Logically speaking, even if he had 7 emotions and 6 desires, he should not be on the verge of losing control like he is now. You rubbish. If you dare, say it again. Just say it, you rubbish. In the restaurant, several researchers in Wang Mingzhi's team were full of anger and started to quarrel with each other, completely without the usual humility and peace. Be quiet, Wang Mingzhi shouted angrily. The 4 researchers suddenly came to their senses and felt incredible about their behavior. They were no longer impulsive and irritable, and after 10,000 years of hard work, they rarely showed their emotions. He was full of trash talk and almost started a fight, as if he had become a different person. Wang Mingzhi's eyes flickered as well. If he was alone, he could explain it by saying he was upset. But if people in the same group all lose control of their emotions, then there will be a big problem. He immediately went to find Wei Feng and Li Wendao, and sure enough, they also had problems, and the team members all lost control of their emotions. Inside the office, Wang Mingzhi suppressed his anger. Mercury-based genes will amplify the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the heart. Mingzhi, take a look at this. Wei Feng unfolded the virtual display screen, and the soul sequence appeared on it. This is my soul sequence, look here and here. Following the 3 soul sequence fragments circled by Wei Feng, Wang Mingzhi cried out in surprise. How is it possible? A part of the soul sequence was actually changed. Wang Mingzhi turned on the virtual display screen again, called out his own soul sequence, and then retested the soul sequence. The 2 were compared with each other, and 2 soul sequences were also tampered with. Damn, these mercury-based genes will also modify the observer's soul sequence. Wei Feng also suppressed his destructive and sexual desires, and said with a gloomy face, we must find a way to solve the soul problem, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Use the soul adjustment cabin to modify the tampered soul sequence back first. Wang Mingzhi made a prompt decision. Everyone hurried into the soul adjustment cabin. Chapter 519. Inside the soul adjustment cabin, Wang Mingzhi activated the soul detection, and then readjusted the 2 soul sequence fragments marked with abnormalities. Suddenly, his anger and appetite seemed to have lost their roots and disappeared directly. Then he checked it several times inside and out. Fortunately, he and the main body disconnected the soul quantum resonance, so the information of the mercury-based gene was not transmitted, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. And on the other side of the split one, it was also found that a soul sequence fragment was tampered with silently in the soul sequence. As soon as Huang Mingzhi came out of the soul adjustment cabin, he saw Wei Feng and others, who were also frowning. The weirdness of the mercury-based gene was beyond everyone's expectations. They had divided the mercury-based gene to avoid overall research and avoid the stimulation of the chaotic soul beam. But they did not expect that the mercury-based gene fragments after division could quietly tamper with the soul sequence and make the observer's emotions and desires out of control. The danger level of this mercury-based gene was raised to another level by Huang Mingzhi. Wei Feng said with an ugly face, "Mingzhi, the situation is a bit bad. After I cleared the soul sequence just now, I found that the soul was stirring again." Without Wei Feng's words, Huang Mingzhi also felt something was wrong. After being tricked once, he was now paying close attention to his soul. The mercury-based gene fragment information in his memory was constantly affecting his soul. If it was not controlled, the two abnormal soul sequence fragments would appear in his soul again in less than a week. From the beginning, I found that the mercury-based gene fragment information in my memory was constantly invading the soul sequence. This thing is the root cause. Huang Mingzhi was in a bad mood. Wei Feng said unwillingly, "The only solution now is to delete these memory information." "This is the only way." Huang Mingzhi nodded. "If this problem is not solved, the tampering of the soul sequence will continue." Huang Mingzhi opened his life source and found a specific memory about the mercury-based gene fragment. He deleted these memory information directly and completely. Others could only make up their minds and delete the results of a week from their memory. If they did not do so, their soul sequences would be tampered with by these memory information. They could not tolerate the state of uncontrolled emotions and desires. The people on the galaxy could only choose to clear their memory information and delete the part about mercury-based genes. After deleting the mercury-based gene information, Huang Mingzhi found that the weird infiltration and tampering finally disappeared. On the ancient, Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others sat in the office in a dull mood. The effort failed at the last moment. This mercury-based gene is too weird. Li Wendao couldn't help but feel dejected. The others were also in a very low mood. They thought they could uncover the mystery of the other party, but they didn't expect that in the end, it was all in vain. Wei Feng was extremely distressed. "In this case, we have no way to study it." As Wei Feng said, the inner gene chain of this mercury-based gene has no blind spots. Overall observation will be attacked by the chaotic soul beam, and segmented observation, the information of those mercury-based gene fragments will tamper with the observer soul sequence. The tampering effect of mercury-based gene fragment information is equivalent to a computer virus. This thing can be called a soul virus. Moreover, this soul virus is very difficult to deal with. As long as the information of mercury-based gene fragments is retained in the memory, the tampering attack will follow like a shadow, making it difficult to defend against. And Huang Mingzhi and others must remember the information in order to study mercury-based genes. As long as they remember, they will be attacked. Faced with this situation, there is no way to conduct research unless their souls can ignore the tampering of the other party. However, judging from the experience of Huang Mingzhi and others, they obviously have no way to be immune to the soul virus. How can we study the technology hidden in it if we can't see or remember? For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. There are always people who are better than you. Huang Mingzhi sighed. How can we study it now? If we can't observe or remember, can we just watch? Wei Feng smiled bitterly. After thinking for a long time, Huang Mingzhi suddenly clapped his hands. I have a few ideas. First, to solve this problem fundamentally, we need to strengthen the soul to the extent that it can resist the soul virus. Wei Feng frowned. It's a good idea, but it's too difficult to implement in practice. I know, but we have to go through this process sooner or later. Huang Mingzhi said calmly. What about other plans? Huang Mingzhi continued. In live experiments, we can't observe and remember the information of mercury-based genes ourselves, so we can use other organisms to do it. After listening to Huang Mingzhi's plan, Wei Feng's eyes lit up. This plan is good, I won't believe it. I will grind out this mercury-based gene bit by bit. The last idea is that I plan to start with the Starry Sky Fierce Beast clan. Well, this is a good starting point. Wei Feng understood immediately. The person who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. Since the mercury-based gene came from the Starry Sky Fierce Beast clan, the Starry Sky Fierce Beast clan must be hiding some secrets. Whether it is the civilization that created these Starry Sky Fierce Beasts, or the Starry Sky Fierce Beasts themselves, they are all worthy of in-depth research. With their minds open, everyone became active again. According to Huang Mingzhi's 3 ideas, they improved and demonstrated them, and formulated preliminary plans one by one. Regarding the re-evolution of the soul of the new human, this is a big project, which cannot be completed by the exploration fleet alone. Therefore, the work in this regard was fed back to the headquarters of the Science and Technology Commission, and the Seoul Research Institute was asked to lead the work in this regard. In addition, Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng also reported on the mercury-based genes, chaotic soul beams, soul viruses, and suspected great god civilizations. These discoveries, for the new humans who are in the bottleneck period, are like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves, causing waves within the new humans. Influenced by this incident, many people have devoted themselves to the research of beam aggregation, primordial soul, super wave, information feedback law, etc., which has brought a bit of vitality to the previously lifeless new human scientific community. And Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng's exploration of the alien universe has also made many people think about it, and prepare to explore the surrounding universe. The ups and downs within the new human race, but the exploration fleet is calm. Under the control of Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, they are preparing in an orderly manner. Luo Feng led the exploration fleet to select suitable experimental subjects in the Hongguang universe, and prepare to control the 2 advanced civilizations. Once the floating grass civilization and the 100-element civilization are conquered, the exploration fleet will capture the star beasts and study these star beasts. For the exploration fleet, the most difficult part of all this work is to study the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene. And conquering the floating grass civilization, the 100-element civilization, or capturing the star beasts, is not difficult for the exploration fleet. After all, the technology of the exploration fleet is already at the stage of the great god civilization, and it is difficult for advanced civilizations to fight against the great god civilization. Time passed day by day, and the first target of the exploration fleet was the floating grass civilization. Chapter 520. Hongguang Universe. Qinghai Star, the capital star of the floating grass civilization. This is the ancestral star of the floating grass civilization, so the floating grass civilization has never moved its capital star. Of course, the capital star of Qinghai Star is just a symbolic meaning. The real political core area of the floating grass civilization is in the Dongchang Star region on the side of the Qinghai Star region. But for some reason, every ruler of the floating grass civilization will sit in the ancestral star Qinghai Star. The 6,772nd ruler of the floating grass civilization is sitting quietly on the throne, as if he is resting his eyes. In fact, there is a device attached to the back of his head. The things inside and outside the floating grass civilization were transmitted into his brain through this device, and he processed these things quickly. After reaching the peak of advanced civilization for 300 billion years, the floating grass civilization and its old rival, the 100-element civilization, have dominated the Hongguang universe for too long. Apart from the 100-element civilization and the Starry Sky Fierce Beast clan, there was nothing else that could attract the attention of the floating grass civilization. Although it was caught up by the 100-element civilization in terms of development, as the first advanced civilization in the Hongguang universe, the floating grass civilization had a very strong foundation and controlled 64.3% of the area of the Hongguang universe. Qinghai Star seemed particularly peaceful today. Lord Hong Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in surprise, "What's going on?" The left priest Songji, who was standing by, stood up quickly upon hearing the Lord's voice. "Supreme Lord." The Lord Hong Chongqing, whose heart was in turmoil, looked more and more surprised, and even showed a trace of panic. "Songji, activate the defense system immediately, and prepare the guard fleet for battle." "What?" Left priest Songji was unable to react for a while. "The situation is urgent. Execute immediately." The Lord Hong Chongqing has quickly controlled the internal system through his consciousness, and notified the military leader in charge of the Qinghai Star Domain Defense Mission. "Yes." The left priest Songji did not dare to neglect it. At this time, he had already known the seriousness of the matter through the system. Around the Qinghai Star Domain, an invisible barrier, like a curtain covering the sky, completely closed the Qinghai Star Domain. Except for quantum communication, everything else has no way to enter or leave the Qinghai Star Domain. The defense fleet responsible for the Qinghai Star region was caught off guard by this sudden situation, and the fleet commander Kosha hurriedly mobilized the warships. Small-scale fleets rushed to the Qinghai Star region from various star systems. On the flagship of the defense fleet, Kosha's sea blue skin was slightly purple, and his mung bean-like eyes were filled with surprise and solemnity. "Commander, the 7th Scout Team has arrived at the abnormal area. Investigate the situation immediately." Kosha waved his hand quickly. However, The exploration actions of the various scout teams were like a stone sinking into the sea. No matter which direction their spacecraft flew, they could not break through the invisible wall. Time passed by. Not only was the Qinghai star field in action, but the surrounding floating grass civilization control area also discovered the abnormality of the Qinghai star field. The entire Qinghai star field seemed to have disappeared in the Hongwang universe. If it were not for the quantum communication system that could still communicate, they would have doubted whether the Qinghai star field still existed. The projection of Lord Hong Chongqing appeared on the flagship of the defense fleet. Hong Chongqing looked extremely ugly and asked in a low voice, "Kesha, what's the situation?" "Supreme Lord, we only know that the Qinghai star field is wrapped by an invisible wall." Kesha dared not breathe. "Can it be cracked?" "For now?" Kesha hesitated. Seeing his expression, Hong Chongqing knew there was no way. He stared at the star map and communicated with the scientific research department with his consciousness, asking them to study the strange situation in front of them as soon as possible. In a star system of the floating grass civilization that is responsible for scientific research, a large number of floating grass scientists were urgently summoned. The floating grass scientists, who looked similar, were confused by the sudden summons, and there was a lot of noise at the scene. The person in charge of the scientific research planet said briefly, "Everyone be quiet. There is an emergency problem in the Qinghai star field of the ancestral star. We need your help. I will share the information with you." As the documents were handed over to the scientists, the noisy venue gradually quieted down. One of the scientists in the field of space stared at the document with wide eyes, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. "Space, it is a space blockade. Hongxia scholar, do you know about this situation?" The person in charge asked hurriedly. The scientist named Hongxia replied with a short breath, "This is the space technology one have been studying. I didn't expect it to have been created by other civilizations. Is there any way to crack it?" The person in charge asked immediately. However, Hongxia shook her head with a bitter expression. "With our current technology, it is impossible to break the space barrier." Scientists in other related fields also expressed their opinions, but the result was that there was no way to break the space barrier at present, at least in the short term. Kosha, who did not believe in evil, commanded the warships inside and outside the Qinghai star field to launch a tentative attack. But their attacks did not play any role. Whether it was vacuum decay, antimatter annihilation, or black hole bombs, there was no way to break the space barrier. When the floating grass civilization was helpless, the space barrier surrounding the Qinghai star field suddenly changed. Report, the space barrier is shrinking. As soon as Kosha saw the shrinking speed of the space barrier, he felt something was wrong. The shrinking speed of the space barrier reached several thousand light-years per second. The Qinghai star field, with a radius of only 67 million light-years, would soon be compressed to a point by space. As for the impact of the space being compressed to a point, Kosha knew the crisis without thinking. "Damn it, what should I do?" Kesha was so anxious that he could not sit still. The Lord Hong Chongqing and others, who were paying attention to this matter, also had extremely ugly faces. If the space was compressed to a certain point, all of them in the Qinghai star region would not be able to escape death. Suddenly, a figure appeared directly in the palace of the Great Lord. The anxious left priest Sanji's eyes blurred, and then he opened his eyes involuntarily. At first, he thought he was dazzled, but when he looked closely, he found that there was another person in front of him. Gulu. Just as he was about to move, the figure looked at him with a half-smile. The calm eyes made the left priest Songji feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Luo Feng slowly spoke in the language of floating grass. "I give you two choices, surrender or perish." However, Luo Feng did not give the other party time to think or refute. He directly constructed a golden sand hourglass in the hall. "If you don't make a decision before the hourglass runs out, I will destroy the floating grass civilization. If you choose to surrender, I will turn the hourglass over." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng disappeared in the hall. Lord Hong Chongqing, who had just returned from the virtual world, saw the golden sand hourglass as soon as he opened his eyes. "Songji, where did this thing come from?" Left priest Songji spoke with a heavy heart and told Lord Hong Chongqing everything. After listening to left priest Songji's description, Hong Chongqing's face changed drastically. Although he had guessed that there was a civilization behind the space barrier, when the other party really appeared in front of him, Hong Chongqing was at a loss. Especially the gold sand on the golden sand hourglass was constantly decreasing, leaving them with little time to consider. Chapter 521. Left priest Sanji, and several other high-ranking officials, who hurried over, looked at the golden sand hourglass that suddenly appeared in the hall. After listening to Left Priest Songji's explanation, they were immediately trembling with anxiety. Lord Hong Chongqing had to pull other high-ranking officials into the conference hall through virtual projection. Hundreds of high-ranking officials of the floating grass civilization were also frightened and at a loss when they heard about this. What should we do? Damn it. At worst, we can fight. Fight? What can we use to fight? Then what do you say we should do? The high-level officials started arguing, and the whole hall was noisy for a while, but they couldn't come up with a solution. In fact, many people understood that at this moment, they had only one way to surrender, but they were unwilling to do so, and hoped that this unknown civilization would be willing to come out and negotiate with them. Unfortunately, Luo Feng didn't have the leisure time, and it was impossible to negotiate. He gave the floating grass civilization two choices, either surrender or perish. As for bargaining, forget it. Hong Chongqing, the master in the hall, was facing the desperate situation in front of him. The space barrier around the Qinghai star field was shrinking rapidly, and he became more and more irritated. Facing the new humans with space barrier technology, the floating grass civilization had no power to resist. Judging from the means that could appear silently in front of them, even if they wanted to study a countermeasure, it would not be completed in a short time. And the new humans did not give the floating grass civilization time at all, and directly used the space barrier to oppress them. Looking at the situation in front of him, Hong Chongqing sighed inwardly and said somewhat dejectedly, "Those who choose to surrender stand on the left, and those who choose to resist stand on the right." This Left Priest Songji wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Other high-level officials were also extremely helpless. Many people had already stood on the left side silently, about 1/3 of them. The rest of the people looked at each other for a while, and more than half of them made up their minds to stand on the left side. As time went by, among the hundreds of high-level officials, less than 10 chose to resist, and the rest chose to surrender. It was obvious that people who were afraid of death would not show any obvious difference just because of the high level of civilization. Forget it, Songji, turn the hourglass. After saying this, the Lord Hong Chongqing seemed to have aged a lot, and his spirit had also declined a lot. The left priest Songji suppressed his inner grief and turned the hourglass over. Suddenly, a document projection appeared in the hall. It was the regulations on the management of new human subsidiary civilization. The document was written in floating grass characters and Chinese, and 2 copies were displayed in the air. The floating grass civilization was not too surprised by the regulations on the management of subordinate civilizations. As 2 advanced civilizations in the Hongguang universe, they also had subordinate civilizations. Song Chongqing signed a series of documents on behalf of the floating grass civilization. At the same time, the compression of the space barrier also disappeared. However, Luo Feng did not take it lightly, and directly released the Zero robot to cover the entire floating grass civilization, and set gene locks and soul locks for all members of the floating grass civilization. After subduing the floating grass civilization, Luo Feng followed suit, and used the same trick on the Baiji civilization. Faced with the unsolvable space barrier technology, the Baiji civilization tried every possible means, but still had no way to crack it. For example, using the Star Beast gene, the Mercury-based gene released the chaotic soul beam, but this weapon did not pose any threat to the space barrier. After all, the new humans had long discovered the problem of Mercury-based genes, and had long been prepared for the chaotic soul beam. After being compressed to the end by the space barrier, the Baiji civilization had no choice but to surrender. Luo Feng also set up gene locks and soul locks for them, completely controlling all members of the Baiji civilization. So far, the 2 advanced civilizations in the Hongguang universe have surrendered to the new humans, and they can't resist at all. This is the suppression of the great god civilization on the advanced civilization. The gap caused by space technology cannot be made up by quantity and scale. The exploration fleet is anchored near the ancestral star of the Futsou civilization. At this time, Wang Mingzhi and others landed in Qinghai Star through substitute robots. Originally, the exploration fleet had no interest in coming to Qinghai Star. But a new discovery interrupted the exploration fleet's plan. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others, led by the left priest Songji, entered a space deep underground in Qinghai Star. This, Wang Mingzhi's eyes flickered. In the space deep underground, a very large head appeared inside, with a height of about 6 kilometers and a width of about 5.4 kilometers. The upper part had traces of being cut by a sharp weapon, and there was still an eyeball in the remaining single eye. If it weren't for the detection of the Zero robot, Wang Mingzhi would have thought it was a sculpture. While reading the research on the floating grass civilization, Wei Feng said, "The huge leader that existed at the beginning of the Hongguang universe Could it be related to the Star Beast clan? Huang Mingzhi shook his head. I don't know. The research data of the floating grass civilization is not very useful. But one thing is certain, the genes of this creature are at the primary level. No wonder it can be immortal. The floating grass civilization discovered this skull a long time ago. In fact, the development of the floating grass civilization is also related to this leader to a certain extent. Those star beasts seemed to be very afraid of this head, and did not dare to approach the Qinghai star region. It was the blessing of this head that allowed the floating grass civilization to have a period of quiet development in the early days of the Hongguang universe, when star beasts were rampant. Although the floating grass civilization did not know it at first, they accidentally discovered the giant head when they were testing the strata. Then during several transfers, they found that the giant head could drive away star beasts, but they did not know the reason. Huang Mingzhi and others quickly discovered some of the secrets, such as the primary gene sequence, which will continuously release low-frequency super waves. Wei Feng continued. The Futsao civilization searched the Hongguang universe and did not find other parts of the giant, and the Baiji civilization did not have any relevant information. Operating the Zero robot, Huang Mingzhi tested the strength of the giant leader and found that the strength of this head was extremely high. The origin of this creature is questionable. According to the strength of this head, let alone vacuum decay, even the cosmic singularity may not be able to destroy this head. Huang Mingzhi analyzed. Do you suspect that this head has existed for a very long time? Huang Mingzhi nodded. Since it can be immortal for 300 billion years, another 300 billion years will not change anything. Wei Feng couldn't help but agree with this situation. However, the terrifying nature of this giant creature also surprised the two of them, and the enemy who could kill this giant was even more terrifying. Listening to the conversation between Huang Mingzhi and the other person, the left priest Song Ji seemed cautious. However, Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng did not bother to pay attention to him, but instead discussed among themselves that the value of the entire floating grass civilization was not as great as this giant head. After all, this was a creature with primary genes, which played a very important role in the evolution of new humans. And the technology mastered by the advanced civilization of the floating grass civilization was not very useful for the new humans, and at most it could only fill in the database. Chapter 522. The giant head under Qinghai Star was soon confiscated by the new humans, and the floating grass civilization did not dare to say anything. This is the law of the jungle, and only the strong can dominate everything. The giant head was moved to the newly built microcosm of the exploration fleet, and several layers of zero-substance barriers were used to place the giant head in it. After subduing the two younger brothers, Luo Feng ordered the floating grass civilization and the Baiji civilization to prepare some intelligent creatures as experimental subjects. Such a small matter was naturally handled by the Futsou civilization and Baiji civilization immediately. They selected tens of thousands of clones of intelligent biological species from their subordinate civilizations and sent them to the small universe. The experiment of mercury-based gene development, transplantation, partial observation, and partial transplantation is currently under the charge of Li Wendao. Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng are studying the primary gene sequence of the giant head. Luo Feng led the fleet to capture the star beast. On the other side, in the new human homeland, a large fleet was immediately dispatched to support the exploration fleet. Time passed day by day. In the laboratory where the giant's head was placed, both Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng were extremely cautious in their research work on these higher-level creatures. Although the giant was dead, and only a scarred head remained, many things could not be thought of using common sense. For example, if they had not used split research and carefully explored the inner gene chain of the mercury-based gene before, something bad would have happened long ago. The strange situation of mercury-based genes made Huang Mingzhi pay more attention to the safety of the experiment. In this small universe, the new humans working are all split, and the small universe is equipped with a self-destruct device and a space compression attack system. As long as a problem is found, he will definitely extinguish the danger as quickly as possible. The supercomputer in the laboratory controls various precision instruments and detects the data of the giant leader. Opening a virtual page, Huang Mingzhi pinched his chin and thought. Sure enough, the strength of the giant leader is amazing. According to his calculation data, the cosmic singularity pressure of the Hongguang universe is not enough to destroy the giant head. To destroy the giant's head, at least 16 times the mass of the Hongguang universe is needed, and the cosmic singularity caused can destroy the giant's head. According to the Infinite Universe C detection database of the new human beings, none of the universes discovered so far can reach such a large mass. Unless it is a man-made cosmic singularity, it is possible to reach the pressure to destroy the giant's head. Huang Mingzhi suddenly said, I am more and more curious about the existence of the one who killed the giant. This supersized creature may be our enemy, and the direction of our evolution. This is the detection data of the giant head. From the incision and eyeball, we analyzed some useful things. Wei Feng shared a file. Wang Mingzhi flipped through the file and looked at the gene sequence. Although he was the owner of the giant head and had evolved to a very high level, he still belonged to the category of living things. As long as it is a living thing, there are always some universal rules. These genes seem incomplete. Wei Feng nodded. This is the surface gene. After the inner gene is unfolded, it will be the same as the mercury-based gene of the star beast. So, the creator of the star beast may have something to do with the giant, Wang Mingzhi said while thinking. It's hard to tell. Because the giant gene discovered the advanced gene lock, Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng became more cautious in their research. After all, the mercury-based genes of the star beasts, even if they are split and observed, will be silently tampered with. And there is no reason why the more advanced giant genes will not have similar means. This also shows that the Great God civilization has a very complete genetic protection mechanism for its own race, ensuring that other civilizations will not obtain the genes of its own race. It was extremely difficult for Wang Mingzhi and others to obtain the surface genes from the giant's head, and it was even more difficult to obtain the inner gene chain. Especially the hundreds of test subjects who died directly after being forced to observe the inner gene chain of the giant, so Wang Mingzhi was even more cautious. The floating grass civilization was simply lucky. If they read the surface genes of the giant before the arrival of the new humans, the consequence would be that they were killed by the chaotic soul beam. In the laboratory, after a test subject read the surface genes of the giant, he was sent to the lounge. After a few hours of rest, the experimental subject did not show any changes on the surface, but Wang Mingzhi, who was tracking the experimental subject through the soul detection system, saw the unknown side. The soul of the experimental subject was changing rapidly. The speed of change was so fast that even the soul lock set on the soul by the new human was alienated. The other dozen experimental subjects who lived with the experimental subject did not find any problems at this time. However, Wang Mingzhi soon discovered the problem. As long as he was touched by the experimental subject, even if he did not see the surface gene of the giant, his soul would also be alienated. On the third day, all 15 test subjects in the lounge were transformed by their souls, but they did not show any violence. Instead, they became quieter and quieter. The first test subject who saw the giant surface gene had a dull look in his eyes and muttered something. Are they praying? Wei Feng frowned slightly. The soul has been transformed, and it is a complete transformation. Now the soul is transforming the body of the test subject, but the appearance of the body has not changed much. Wang Mingzhi was calm. Wei Feng analyzed. It is probably to prevent the infected from becoming an obvious alien, so that the soul virus can infect more creatures. Even advanced civilizations may be affected by this trick. If you are not careful, you may even be wiped out. Wang Mingzhi's eyes were a little cautious. For example, the highest will mode adopted by the new humans. Once a new human is infected with this soul virus, and then infects other new humans through the highest will, it will definitely be a catastrophic result. It seems that I need to report this matter to the local area and strengthen the soul and information screening of all members. Wei Feng nodded. That makes sense. After all, soul viruses are hard to prevent. It is better to be careful. Among the 2 soul viruses currently discovered, the emotional desire soul virus discovered from the mercury-based gene of the star beast has obvious outbreak characteristics and can be prevented in a targeted manner. The believer soul virus extracted from the giant's head has a latent period and no obvious violent characteristics. In addition, the characteristics of contact transmission are extremely weird. Wang Mingzhi also discovered that this believer soul virus not only infects intelligent creatures, but also other animals and plants. For example, the pots of indoor plants placed in the experimental subject's lounge were directly infected by the soul virus. After being infected, the creatures are very normal on the surface, but they will have a kind of missionary suggestion similar to that of a missionary, and will actively contact normal creatures. In addition to the appearance of the infected, in the middle and primary civilizations, as long as they come into contact with the infected, it is estimated that the planet will be directly destroyed. With the in-depth study of the soul virus, Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng became more cautious and more wary of the giant civilization. Chapter 523. After writing a report and sending it back to his home country, Wang Mingzhi turned around and looked at the experimental subjects locked in the lounge through the monitoring system. The experimental subjects, who were talking to themselves, like zombies, sat on the bed and muttered some weird words. Through the monitoring system, Wang Mingzhi could clearly hear the voices, but he only understood the meaning. Suddenly he felt a little dazed. Alarm, abnormal information detected is trying to tamper with the soul sequence and is being prevented. Wang Mingzhi woke up all of a sudden. Mingzhi, are you okay? Wei Feng also looked frightened. Obviously he had also encountered the soul virus. Wang Mingzhi shook his head. It's okay, but we underestimated this soul virus. Yes, even hearing the prayers of the infected will be infected by the soul virus. This thing is too weird. Wei Feng's face looked a little ugly. Wang Mingzhi also fell into deep thinking about this situation. The infection mechanism of the soul virus is actually not complicated, it is just a simple information transmission. But it is this simple thing that is enough to cause catastrophic consequences. Because of the existence of living things, matter is the root of the existence of living things, and information is the root of the development of living things. The two can be described as the root of death and the root of life. Matter carries information, so dead things change living things, and information represents rules, which makes the life of all things possible, and is also the foundation of civilization. Matter, information, and rules can be said to be the foundation of the universe. If one of them is lost, the universe will no longer exist. The infection mechanism of the soul virus is based on information transmission. Compared with general material weapons, rule weapons, and information weapons, it is more bizarre and powerful in terms of concealment, use, and attack intensity. It is like a person who sees a time bomb and a book on the table. His biological instinct will subconsciously fear the time bomb, but he will not be too wary of the book. The believer soul virus studied by Wang Mingzhi is a soul virus that spreads quickly using information. Whether directly observing the gene sequence, physically contacting the infected, or hearing the infected's prayers, you will be infected. The speed of infection is even more amazing when the believer's soul virus infects those races that use brain waves. As long as you communicate with the infected through brain waves, the result is direct infection. This is a terrible infection mechanism. As long as the infected sends information, it contains the believer's soul virus, and the creatures that receive this information will be infected silently. A civilization that has mastered information weapons only needs to edit the soul virus into an electromagnetic wave and send it to the corresponding object. In the endless vacuum ocean, a small universe of light of thought that has been wandering for more than 10,000 years. This is one of the 6 small universes that escaped that year. In this small universe, billions of OD people are immersed in a life of drunkenness and dream. There is no hero like Dean here, so naturally there is no change. These OD people still live a peaceful and luxurious life. The quiet life also wore away the ambitions of these OD people. Many people spent their long lives on entertainment and art to fill their empty hearts. One day, inside a research base, a weak ultrasonic signal was received and is being analyzed. The analysis was successful. The researcher in charge of the project looked at the analyzed data out of boredom, and before he knew it, he fell into silence. His eyes gradually became empty, and countless strange information was transmitted to the researcher through the analyzed characters. As the researcher continued to watch the analysis data, he became drowsy, as if he had entered a dreamlike new century, and the protection mechanism in his soul seemed to have lost its effect, allowing strange information to invade and tamper with it. Rita, what are you daydreaming about? A colleague beside him patted him on the shoulder. At this time, the researcher woke up from his dream, but he didn't say anything, but continued to watch the data. After the shift change, he returned to his dormitory, but he lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a dull look, as if he had entered a dreamlike world. A week later, everyone in the research base was quietly infected by the soul virus. As the first infected person, Lita posted some articles containing the soul virus on various websites within the light of thought through the internal network system. The disaster spread silently to the entire microcosm. According to the 6 degrees of separation theory, any 2 people in the world can be connected through a friend chain within 6 layers. That is to say, through the information transmission of up to 5 people, one person can pass the information to people all over the world. The developed network system inside the light of thought accelerated the speed of transmission. In addition, those infected with the soul virus have a mechanism to actively spread the soul virus. In this way, the spread of the soul virus in this small universe will break out uncontrollably. At the Grand Council, apparently, some abnormal situations have attracted the attention of the top leaders of the OD people, and an intelligence officer hurried over. He looked extremely solemn, and whispered in the ear of the Grand Speaker, Saru, "Speaker, we have found a large number of soul mutants inside. Have you found out the reason?" Chairman Saru asked angrily. The intelligence officer shook his head helplessly. Many members of my intelligence system have also experienced soul mutations. This sudden bad news made the OD leaders very angry, but they did not find the root cause for a while. Even with large-scale isolation, the speed of the increase in infected people did not show any downward trend. After all, the infected people have an incubation period in the early stage, and without confirming the source of infection, the OD people obviously did not notice that the network can spread soul viruses. Soon, even the top leaders and the army suppressing the infected were infected in large numbers. Now the light of thought was on the verge of losing control. In the streets and alleys, countless OD people were wandering around like zombies with empty eyes, while those who were still in a normal state were holding weapons and guarding against the zombies in front of them. Go to hell. A normal person who couldn't bear it picked up a soul annihilation gun and fired in all directions. A large number of zombies were swept down in an instant, but unfortunately, these infected people did not show fear or other expressions. They prayed with pious expressions. Praise the Lord of Origin and Destruction, Immortal God and Legato. The strange prayer sound, like the sound of the netherworld, made those normal people involuntarily infected with the soul virus. More and more infected people appeared, and the great speaker, Saru and others had retreated to a top-secret planet. Ordered to kill the infected without mercy, one planet after another was directly annihilated, but soon the top-secret planet also had infected people. Although the population was replenished on a large scale through cloning, this strange soul virus still took root in this small universe of the light of thought. Unless they completely formatted the network system and eliminated all the infected, the infection would continue to exist. Chapter 524. Huang Mingzhi, who was studying the soul virus, didn't know that countless civilizations in the distant vacuum ocean had been attacked by the soul virus. Mingzhi, there are some discoveries. Wei Feng's slightly excited voice sounded in his ears. Turning around the chair, he asked, "What discovery?" It's Wen Dao sighed. He successfully decomposed some specific symbols from the gene sequence of the emotional soul virus. This is the specific situation. Wei Feng shared a research report. Each researcher present had a copy. After reading the research report, Huang Mingzhi had understood the above content. The infection mechanism of the soul virus is based on information transmission. So how does the soul virus use information to achieve the effective encounter? The answer is rules. To create a soul virus, you must understand the rules of the universe. This rule is the rule of the infinite universe, and it may even be the rule of dimension and time. After understanding these rules, symbols containing special rules are created. These symbols are called rule runes. Rule runes can be combined to produce a variety of specific effects, such as the soul virus discovered by the new humans, which may be a trivial technical application. Rule runes are like atomic elements, and products such as soul viruses are equivalent to molecular compounds composed of atoms. These rule runes created using rules, and soul viruses modulated by rule runes are more difficult to deal with than general cosmic rules, and can be applied to the entire four-dimensional spacetime. This terrible adaptability allows this rule information weapon to be used throughout the infinite universe. The rule rune can be understood as a zero compound composed of the first particle, but the function has realized the control and application of the universe rules. After reading the 167 rule runes cracked by Li Wendao, it is these 167 rule runes, zero bodies, that constitute the emotional soul virus. Huang Mingzhi's heart moved, and he turned to Wei Feng and said, "Fengzi, let's analyze the rule runes of the giant gene." Hearing this, Wei Feng nodded. With Li Wendao's experience, they quickly completed the analysis rules of the giant's genes and found a series of rule runes. Looking at the virtual display screen, two sets of projections of rule runes were suspended in the air. One set was analyzed from the genes of the star beast, and the other was analyzed from the genes of the giant. Although there were some similar rule runes, from the analysis of the supercomputer, it was unlikely that the two came from the same civilization. There are 167 runes for the beasts, and the runes for the giants, so far, have been analyzed to be as many as 6455, and there are many hidden genes in the giant genes. It seems that the possibility that the star beast civilization and the giant civilization are not the same civilization is quite high. Wei Feng put down the teacup. Huang Mingzhi frowned. There is one very strange thing. According to my understanding, the creatures of the great god civilization should be able to be reborn directly by dripping blood even if there is only one drop of blood left. But how did this giant die? It's really strange. Wei Feng also fell into deep thought. Not to mention the great gods, who already have the genes of the first and zero subsubs. The existence of the zero and dark subsubs, like the new humans, can be reborn by dripping blood. There is no reason why creatures with a higher degree of evolution cannot be reborn by dripping blood. But the giant head in front of him has retained a huge part of the death. There should be something that can directly kill the creature, so that the giant cannot be reborn by dripping blood. Huang Mingzhi analyzed. Wei Feng agreed with this idea. This possibility is very high. The number of rule runes of the Star Beast civilization is too small. We should focus on studying the rule runes of the giant civilization. That makes sense. Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng joined Li Wendao and decided to study the giant rule runes in depth. Their first step was to find out the physical rules of each rule rune and the effects it can produce, and the effects that can be produced after combining with other rule runes. Although Huang Mingzhi studied these rule runes in depth, he did not intend to apply them, because these rule runes were imported and belonged to the products of the giant civilization. After being promoted to the Great God civilization, the new humans became more and more wary of other Great God civilizations. If they did not study them clearly, they would use the products of other Great God civilizations casually, which might leave some disadvantages. If the new humans encounter the giant civilization in the future, the giant civilization can definitely reversely disintegrate the rule information weapons of the new humans through this set of rule runes. Therefore, the giant civilization's rule runes can only be used as a reference, and must not be used directly. The zero bodies composed of primary particles were analyzed bit by bit under the full calculation and analysis of the supercomputer. In order to enhance the computing power, Huang Mingzhi also built 20 small universes to store supercomputer planets. With the support of hundreds of millions of supercomputer planets, the analysis of the giant rule runes has made rapid progress. 13 years later, when the support fleet arrived at the Hongguang universe, the exploration fleet had already completed the analysis of the giant rule runes. After in-depth research on the giant's head, a total of 673,691 giant rule runes were found. Using this set of rule runes, Huang Mingzhi discovered a lot of things. Among them, there are 7,364 basic laws of the four-dimensional universe, rule rune manufacturing technology, 1069 basic structures of rule runes, rule rune primary genes, etc. These things are all derivatives of rule runes, and Huang Mingzhi has not only analyzed them blindly over the years, but also tried to develop some new things based on this knowledge. The support fleet from this universe includes 1.5 billion researchers. After entering the Hongguang universe, Luo Feng brought these people to the direct area of the new humans, where a large number of small universes and living facilities have been prepared. Huang Mingzhi, who was immersed in his research work, was awakened by a voice. "Teacher, how are you?" Feng Ge greeted with a smile. "Xiao Ge, Sister Xia, long time no see." Huang Mingzhi put down his research work. Lin Xia shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I am so unlucky. I didn't expect that my clone would be sent away by the chaotic soul beam as soon as it arrived in Hongguang universe." Huang Mingzhi was also very helpless about this. If Lin Xia's clone had not been killed, Lin Xia would definitely have contributed to the research results of these years. "Now that you are here, start researching. You should have read the relevant papers in the spacecraft. Let me tell you about the latest progress." With the introduction of Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, Feng Ge, Lin Xia and others quickly caught up with the research progress. After a month of trial research, the research work was officially put into use. For the research of rule runes, the relevant foundation has been completed by Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others, which makes the next work easier to arrange. Feng Ge and Lin Xia will be responsible for the research of the genes of the first child and the zero child, while Huang Mingzhi and Li Wendao will be responsible for the creation of the new human rule runes, and Wei Feng will be responsible for the research and development of rule rune products. These three are the main directions, and there are thousands of other small directions. These projects are not carried out separately, but are closely related to each other. With the arrival of the support fleet, the research force in Hongguang universe has grown unprecedentedly, and the progress of related research is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Chapter 525. The long river of time flows slowly, and all things in the universe struggle in it. After laying a good foundation, Huang Mingzhi's project team borrowed from the giant rule rune and the Star Beast rule rune and invested in the creation of new rule runes. The underlying physical rules of the four-dimensional universe are actually the same, which is also the foundation for the existence of the infinite universe C. If the underlying physical rules are different, the infinite universe C will not exist. Whether it is the giant rule rune or the Star Beast rule rune, they are all derived products based on the rules of the four-dimensional universe. Huang Mingzhi used the four-dimensional universe rules to create rule runes that belong to the new humans according to functional needs. Only the rule runes that belonged to the new humans were their own. 100. 1000. After creating 1436 new rule runes, Huang Mingzhi stopped creating and stared at the rule runes in front of him in silence. Li Wendao, who was standing by, was confused. The creation progress was good. Why did it suddenly stop? Wendao, do you think the rule runes we created seem chaotic? Li Wendao carefully observed the rule runes in front of him, and indeed felt that they were chaotic. He replied indifferently, the rule runes of the giant civilization are also like this. This should not have any impact, right? But Huang Mingzhi shook his head. No, I think our rule runes should have rules and rules, not like this now. Although this is Huang Mingzhi's personal feeling, he believes in his intuition. After some thinking, he discussed with others for more than half a month, and finally decided to start over with the previously created rule runes. After readjusting, thanks to the first experience, they quickly completed the second creation, and also created more than 1,000 rule runes. Huang Mingzhi once again stopped the creation work. Wendao, don't rush to create. Let's use the rule runes to create some information zero bodies first, and see if there is any difference. Hearing Huang Mingzhi's words, Li Wendao immediately understood the meaning. They contacted the Wei Feng project team and used the giant rule runes, the first set of rule runes, and the second set of rule runes to modulate 5 types of information zero subbodies with the same functions. In the laboratory, the 15 information zero subbodies modulated by the 3 sets of rule runes showed huge differences as expected. Among them, the information zero subbodies modulated by the giant rule runes were the most stable, and used the least number of rule runes. The stability and number of runes of the second set of rule runes were in the middle. The first set of rule runes has the worst stability and the most usage. It is very obvious that the individual and overall rule runes are related. We must take advantage of the fact that the rule runes have not been put into use yet, and come up with the most complete set of rule runes. Huang Mingzhi said calmly. Li Wendao finally understood Huang Mingzhi's good intentions. After determining the direction of creation, the rule rune creation project team fell into a painful and happy research career in the following days. After repeated revisions, improvements and refinements, the new human rule runes are approaching perfection. Creating rule runes is a bit like designing a computer language, so Huang Mingzhi and others are very cautious. After all, this set of new human rule runes will eventually be applied to the genes of new humans, so they must be perfect. They used Chinese as a reference and integrated the philosophy and science of new humans. They created a rule rune framework unique to new humans. This framework consists of 3 layers, 50 source runes, 3,000 base runes, and countless derivative runes. The source rune is the source of everything, that is, the root physical rule in the 4-dimensional universe rules, and the base rune is the next level of the 4-dimensional universe rules. The last derivative rune, which is composed of the source rune and the base rune, is some derivative runes, and these derivative runes are divided into 3 levels. They are derivative rune 2-dimensional level, derivative rune 3-dimensional level, and derivative rune 4-dimensional level. As the name suggests, you can know the difference between these derivative runes. Among them, the 2-dimensional level and the 3-dimensional level are not difficult at present. The only thing that has not been created is the 4-dimensional level derivative rune. The 4-dimensional derivative rune not only involves space, but also time. This level of derivative rune is just Huang Mingzhi's idea, and cannot be developed for the time being. After having the rule rune framework, with the assistance of huge computing power, the new human rule rune creation project team led by Huang Mingzhi has made rapid progress. After creating and perfecting 50 source runes and 3,000 base runes, 170,000 derivative runes have also been created. Wei Feng's rule rune application project team. In the laboratory, the information zero subbody modulated by the latest rule rune is not only very powerful in function, but also better in stability than the giant rule rune, and the number of runes used is also less than the giant rule rune. Based on the new human rule rune, Wei Feng and others created the first information zero subbody that can be put into use. The information zero subbody was implanted into the body of an experimental subject, and then the experimental subject was allowed to watch the gene sequence of the soul virus. The experimental subject did not feel any discomfort, and the burst of chaotic soul beams was also blocked outside the body by the information zero body. Huang Mingzhi asked with interest, "Is this your latest work?" "Yes, I call it the first Sun Rule base armor, which can be integrated with the user, allowing the user to gain the ability to resist soul viruses and chaotic soul beams." Wei Feng explained excitedly. "It is more suitable as a transitional product." "That's my plan," Wei Feng said with a smile. He knew that the new human beings would evolve into the first Sun Zero gene sooner or later, and then they would be able to resist soul viruses and chaotic soul beams. The Zero Rule base armor is always an external object. The new humans do not want to rely too much on external objects. Their own strength is the real strength. Just like the creatures of the giant civilization, whether it is the chaotic soul beam, the soul virus, or the cosmic singularity, it is difficult to hurt the giant. These giants are estimated to be able to cross the infinite universe sea with their own strength, and it is also possible to destroy the single universe. According to the new human rule runes created by Huang Mingzhi, in theory, when the new humans evolve to the first Zero gene, they can rub black hole bombs with their bare hands, open wormholes directly, and fly at superluminal speeds. These are more than enough. However, Feng Ge and Lin Shao's evolution project team did not have a fast development progress. After all, it involved the genes of the new humans. This kind of thing cannot be sloppy, and must be done carefully and slowly to avoid problems. Other information Zero bodies will not have too many problems in upgrading and transforming, but there are many problems to consider in upgrading and transforming the genes of the new humans themselves. Therefore, Feng Ge, Lin Sha and others' research progress on the new human evolution plan naturally slowed down. In addition, in this evolution, the new humans will no longer have a distinction between body and soul. The soul sequence and gene sequence will be completely integrated together to create the immortal body of the new humans. Completely integrating the soul and the body is a huge challenge, and it is also the only way for the new humans to advance to a higher level of life. The Chuzi Rule base armor developed by Wei Feng was soon equipped on some researchers for the research of soul viruses. Chapter 526. 276 years later, the time came to the 10,969th year of the new era. The number of new human rule runes created by Huang Mingzhi's team has reached 1,736,942. However, these rule runes are all two-dimensional and three-dimensional derivative runes, and no four-dimensional derivative runes have been created. After all, the four-dimensional has already involved the rules of space and time. Even if the team led by Huang Mingzhi is an elite scientist among the new humans, it is obviously not something that can be done in a short time to create a four-dimensional derivative rune containing the rules of space and time. Wei Feng's research and development progress is also very fast. Whether it is the first Sun Rule base armor, the brand new first Sun Rule gene lock, or the Rule information weapon, they are all booming. The new human equipped with the third generation of the first Sun Rule base armor, the strength surpasses the previous body by a lot. In a small universe test field, Luo Feng's clone, equipped with the third generation of the first Sun Rule base armor, looks no different on the surface, but in fact there is a world of difference. 20 unmanned spacecraft, under the control of the supercomputer, go all out to attack Luo Feng. Hundreds of repulsive beams burst out from the spaceship. Luo Feng floated in the void without any protection. The repulsive beams that were enough to tear the repulsive field, and the Zero shield directly hit Luo Feng's body. Under the powerful repulsive beam attack, Luo Feng did not use other measures, but relied on his body to resist the attack. The Zero beams were like raindrops hitting hard rocks, causing waves in the repulsive field of the void. Undoubtedly powerful, Luo Feng's body looked very weak, but he was like a giant standing tall, and he directly ignored the bombardment of the Zero beams. Seeing the situation, the unmanned spacecraft immediately gave up the bombardment of the Zero beam and started the attack of the primary beam. At the beginning, the high-frequency primary beam was still common, but the high-frequency primary beam still could not do anything to Luo Feng's body. Then the unmanned spacecraft gave up the high-frequency primary beam and used the combined primary beam, similar to the chaotic soul beam, but this weapon also did not hurt Luo Feng at all. Great, let the attack come more fiercely. Luo Feng roared in all directions through the primary signal. Wei Feng, who was at the control center of the test field, was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He turned around and ordered, "Increase the intensity of the attack and use your best skills." Understood. The staff controlled the system with their minds. The unmanned spacecraft immediately received the command. One of the unmanned spacecraft directly launched a lot of primary beams at Luo Feng, and these primary beams all contained soul viruses. However, Luo Feng read these primary beams unscrupulously and ignored the soul viruses in them. The soul viruses tried to tamper with Luo Feng's soul. However, at this time, after his soul was fused with the Chuzi Rule base armor, unless Luo Feng himself agreed to modify his soul, the soul virus would not be effective. After knowing that the soul virus was useless, the unmanned spacecraft launched a new attack. Hundreds of space cracks instantly tore open the small universe crystal wall around Luo Feng, and even the universe crystal wall of Hongguang universe was torn apart. Facing this attack, Luo Feng took it a little more seriously, and directly extracted the surrounding zero-point energy to modify the universe rules of his body. In an instant, his body turned into an isolated small universe, running rampant in the terrible space crack area. A space crack passed through his body, but was repelled by a cosmic rule. He even had no fear, and rushed directly into the space crack, crossing the crystal wall of the small universe and the Hongguang universe, and appeared in the infinite universe C. Or he tore open the universe crystal wall by himself and easily returned to the inside of the small universe. This can be understood as the function of the spacecraft being integrated into the body. For the future battles of the new humans may rarely fight the enemy naked, but their own strength is necessary. Even the space crack attack could not do anything to Luo Feng, so the unmanned spacecraft had to use another trump card. 6 unmanned spacecraft instantly passed through the cosmic crystal wall and appeared above and below Luo Feng. The space barrier was immediately deployed and merged together, surrounding Luo Feng inside the space barrier. The space compression attack pressed towards Luo Feng. The pressure Luo Feng was under at this time surged unprecedentedly. Countless zero-point energy was precipitated from the void, and the density of the internal matter became higher and higher. Luo Feng, who had no fear, opened his hands, and countless substances were sucked into his body. His body swelled up, and soon he swallowed up all the matter in this small universe. A giant with a height of hundreds of millions of kilometers directly stood upright in this small universe. "Open it for me." Luo Feng inserted his hands into the cosmic crystal wall and violently tore the space barrier apart. The unmanned spacecraft was immediately shaken away and flew backwards for tens of thousands of light years. Other spacecraft also reacted and fought with the giant transformed by Luo Feng. "Very good, this is the immortal body of our new human beings." Wei Feng smiled. Other researchers were also excited. Although the third-generation primary rule armor is a transitional product, its use threshold is very low, and it is equipment that can be equipped by all people. Before Fang Ge and her friend's Chuzi rule gene is completed, this is an important product for the new humans to step into the great god-level creatures, and it is also one of the means to fight against other great god civilizations. Wei Feng looked at the star map, where Luo Feng, who turned into a giant, fought fiercely with the unmanned spacecraft. Neither side could do anything to the other, and he fell into deep thought. "Fengzi, what are you thinking about?" Huang Mingzhi, who had just projected over, asked. Wei Feng expressed some of his thoughts. At this stage, the Chuzi rule base armor, or the Chuzi rule armor on the spacecraft, are very powerful, and even our own can't break through them. Are other great god civilizations similar? Huang Mingzhi understood Wei Feng's concerns as soon as he heard them. He thought for a moment. If you want to break through the defense of the Chuzi rules, you can either use force to break through the tricks, or choose the weaknesses of the Chuzi rules. Use force to break through the tricks? Huang Mingzhi explained. Directly devour the universe, increase the body mass to the extreme, and then fight in the vacuum ocean, use huge power to create a super large-scale cosmic singularity, and for those great god civilizations with small body mass and no higher-level technology, it may be possible to kill the opponent. Wei Feng unfolded the virtual display screen and calculated for a moment, and found that this method was indeed useful, and could be used to deal with some of the beings that had just become great god civilizations. As for the second method, Wei Feng could understand it without Huang Mingzhi's explanation, but it was very difficult to operate. To crack the body or spaceship cast by the rules of the first child, one must fully understand the rules of the other party. He did not think that the rule runes used by other great god civilizations would be the same as those of the new humans. There are 1,000 hamlets for 1,000 people. Different civilizations have different understandings of rules, which will definitely give rise to all kinds of strange rule runes. To crack the technology derived from these rule runes, the computing power of the new humans at this stage may not be enough to easily complete it. However, these two aspects are both major directions worth studying. Wei Feng and Huang Mingzhi discussed for a long time. In the small universe, Luo Feng had stopped fighting, and both sides could not do anything to each other. After all, they are all technological products of the new humans. When they know each other well, the difficulty of destroying each other is like that of twin brothers. After the preliminary test of the third-generation primary rule-base armor was completed, Wei Feng made fine adjustments. At this time, the third-generation primary rule-base armor can be put into use. Chapter 527. New Era 11377. The rule rune literature pioneered by Huang Mingzhi and others once again injected vitality into the scientific community of the new human race. During this period, a large number of technologies and theories related to rule runes emerged like mushrooms after rain. The third-generation primary rule-based armor was also improved and perfected to the fifth generation, becoming the universal equipment for all new humans. At the same time, the territory of the new human race also expanded to 143 single universes in just a few hundred years. The control area of the new humans is located at the edge of the new human island. After expansion, part of the control area faces the vacuum ocean and looks at the Great Wilderness Universe Island. In the area close to the interior of the new human universe island, although no other great god civilizations have been found, the new humans are still very cautious. With the current level of technology, the new humans can fully control the entire new human universe island at any time, but they have not expanded it out of consideration for some dangers. The exploration fleet composed of 5 spacecrafts roams in the infinite universe sea. They are just one of the exploration fleets of thousands of new humans. In the eternally dark vacuum ocean, in addition to the large single universe, there are also some more or less wandering small universes. Some of these small universes are artificially created, similar to the escaped small universe of the Light of Thought, which is the case. There are also some small universes that are separated from the single universe during the Great Tear of the universe, thus forming wandering small universes. For billions of years, there are many wandering small universes floating inside the new human universe island, and the number is at least hundreds of times that of large single universes. This exploration fleet is roaming in the edge of the new human universe island, searching for these wandering small universes. Huang Wuming's clone is the commander of the exploration fleet. He looks at the universe chart in front of him. There are 3 small universes floating in the direction of the fleet. One of the wandering small universes is flying towards the new human universe island. According to the flying speed of the small universe, it is expected that in 2.73 million years, the small universe will cross the border of the new human universe island. Go and have a look at this small universe. Huang Wuming pointed at the small universe. Understood. 5 exploration ships flew directly to the small universe. In less than a week, the exploration fleet docked outside the crystal wall of the universe. And a lot of data about the small universe was quickly detected by the exploration fleet. The virtual display in front of Huang Wuming showed the details of the small universe Tianrun small universe, radius 2.18 million light-years, mass, cosmic physics rules, biology. Huh? Are there suspected branches of human civilization? Huang Wuming said in surprise. When Kahan, a scientist on board, flipped through the detection data and confirmed, it is indeed a branch of human civilization. The so-called branch of human civilization must meet several definitions, such as more than 98% similarity in genes and souls, using a language known to Blue Star, originating from Blue Star, or having similar cultural characteristics. There is also an unwritten rule within the new humans, that is, the inheritors of the great Chinese and Chinese culture can be recognized as branches first. Obviously, within the human civilization branch of Tianrun microcosm, there are the great Chinese and the inheritors of Chinese civilization. In 37.76 million AD, the demon invaders. Huang Wuming looked at the strange Tianrun microcosm. This microcosm is divided into 2 parts. One is the normal universe area, and the other is the abyss filled with strange zero-point energy and dark matter. The abyss is slowly assimilating the normal area, and in the normal area of this microcosm, those cosmic civilizations have formed a star alliance to resist the invasion of the abyss. Academician 1, this abyss realm is a bit strange. When Kahan nodded, according to the collected data, this small universe should have drifted from the Great Wilderness Universe Island. Those races who call themselves demons are most likely infected with the soul virus. I will report to the mainland first. Huang Wuming turned around and communicated directly with the mainland through the communication system, reporting the situation of the Tianrun small universe. Soon, the new human mainland sent instructions for Huang Wuming to take down this small universe. If possible, control the abyss realm as well. In the depths of the abyss realm, countless celestial bodies form a chaotic starry sky. A huge monster lies in a star, its body occupying 1% of the star's area, and the sleeping monster suddenly opens its eyes. Instantly, the monster raises its head from the inside of the star, looks at a distant Earth-like planet, and uses its mind to send out a zero beam. Master, what do you want? Go to the border of the abyss realm, and see if the Star Alliance has any action. Yes. The monster moves outside the star, and the gravitational wave of the star suddenly becomes chaotic, and the monster's entire body leaves the star. The huge body was finally exposed in the void. It looked like a big octopus with black background and red stripes. The suction cups on the tentacles trembled slightly, and a huge wormhole suddenly opened up. The octopus monster quickly rushed into the wormhole. On the Earth-like planet, a two-horned giant with red scales and golden eyes looked at the starry sky silently. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, so he asked the octopus monster to go to the border to take a look. For tens of millions of years, their Abyss realm has been invading the Star Alliance, on the one hand to spread faith, and on the other hand to go further. The Abyss realm continuously invades the normal universe and devours the matter of the normal universe, thus expanding the Abyss realm. At the beginning, the Abyss realm occupied less than 1/10 of the area of the Tianrun microcosm, but now it has occupied 47.6% of the area of the Tianrun microcosm. He turned his head and looked at the stone statue in the Abyss temple. It was the god of Ganuta, who gave him a new life, also known as the god of destruction and desire. Supreme Ganuta, your most devout believer, will praise the name of Ganuta and sacrifice pure evil. Please give your instructions. The dark stone statue exuded a creepy aura, making the entire abyss feel very depressed. There were 4 squares connected around the temple. On the ground of the squares, dark red grooves were engraved. Suddenly, dense wormholes appeared in the air, and the opposite side of the wormholes connected to planets. These planets are life planets under the control of the abyss, and many of the lives on them were plundered from the normal universe. Ah! Don't kill me. I am a believer in the god of destruction. Damn demon. I don't want to die. Woo woo. However, the demons did not show mercy, but used the most cruel means in the world to torture these lives. A pregnant woman with disheveled hair was grabbed by the demon. Sir, please let me go. Gaga, I'll let you go. The demon laughed maliciously, and his sharp claws quickly scratched the pregnant woman's belly, and a baby wrapped in amniotic fluid was taken out directly. No. The pregnant woman screamed. The demon threw the baby into his mouth, chewing it slowly and intoxicatedly, as if he was tasting some delicious food. The pregnant woman's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and she struggled madly. Anger, hate, this is the evil that your majesty likes most, ha ha ha. The demon laughed wildly, and threw the pregnant woman into the square. On various planets, inhumane crimes were erupting, and countless blood and bodies were thrown into the blood-marked square. Chapter 528. On the blood-marked square where blood flowed like a river, the piles of corpses, and the souls full of sorrow were slowly absorbed by the blood-marked square. After slaughtering tens of billions of intelligent creatures, the 4 blood-marked squares were finally filled. The great demon lying stretched out his hands, and piously chanted a mysterious language, and the last secret language was spoken. The temple began to extract huge blood energy from the 4 blood-marked squares, and the strange aura on the stone statue of the evil spirit and Ganuta rose steadily. Call me by my true name, and I will grant you eternity. The mysterious voice echoed throughout the abyss, and all creatures understood the meaning of these 2 sentences. Supreme God Ganuta, your most devout believer, Lilang, offers you the worst of life. The stone statue was silent for a moment, and suddenly the 8 eyes on it flashed red. Tell me your wish. Lilang suppressed his inner restlessness and said respectfully, the believer is a little uneasy. Please ask God Ganuta to send down the prophecy. The 8 eyes of the stone statue flashed red, and a beam of the primordial wave scanned in all directions, quickly covering the entire abyss, and then entered the other side of the Tianrun microcosm and the surrounding infinite universe sea. Suddenly the statue trembled, as if it had seen something incredible. Outside the cosmic crystal wall of Tianrun microcosm. In the exploration fleet. Alarm, unidentified primary beam detected, reverse tracking system activated. Huang Wuming's eyes turned unfriendly. Target locked, Tianrun microcosm abyss purgatory star, abnormal primary rule creature remains detected, existing for more than 40 million years. Remains? Huang Wuming looked at some of the conditions in the abyss again, and found that the abyss had just performed a sacrifice. Through the space-time mirror of the light chaser, the evil act of sacrifice made Huang Wuming's murderous intent burst out, boring pseudogod, really impatient to live. Because he saw that many humans were used as sacrifices. Although the humans of Tianrun microcosm were only a branch, the dignity of the new humans could not be violated. Calculate the power of the pseudogod. Completed calculation, quasi-great god-level creature, primary sub-rule gene sequence, mass 27,639 tons. Seeing this, Huang Wuming directly ordered, capture the pseudogod. Understood. A soldier opened his eyes, and a powerful willpower erupted, rushing towards the crystal wall of the abyss realm of Tianrun microcosm. In an instant, A giant hand covering the sky tore through the crystal wall of the universe and covered the purgatory star deep in the abyss realm. Ganuda, the god of destruction and desire, who had just retracted the beam of the first child, felt a great terror coming towards him before he could react. Damn it! Ganuda's broken body sleeping in the core of the planet immediately burst out with unprecedented terrible power, trying to tear open the crystal wall of the universe directly. However, just as he tried to tear open the crystal wall of the universe, he found that the strength of the crystal wall of the universe in the abyss realm had been increased by millions of times, comparable to the strength of the crystal wall of the super-large single universe. If it was Ganuda's complete body, he might have tried to tear it open by force, but at this time Ganuda's strength was less than 1% of his peak period. In a flash, Ganuda forcibly burst out the power of rules, and jumped to other areas of the abyss realm. Want to leave? Too late. The 5 fingers of the giant hand covering the sky half-grabbed, and the void around the purgatory star condensed, and a space barrier directly blocked the purgatory star. Instantly, the giant hand grabbed the purgatory star, just like a glass marble was caught in the hand. The giant hand ignored the gravity of the star, and the cosmic rules of the abyss, and directly pulled the purgatory star out of the universe. The great demon Lai Lang in the purgatory star was already frightened out of his wits. The existence of being able to pick stars with one hand, what a terrifying power. The entire abyss world was also collectively speechless at this moment. Through the outposts around the purgatory star, they had already observed the giant hand that was grabbing the purgatory star. Facing such a terrible enemy, the demon lords of the abyss, who were beheaded directly, were already scared to death. You should know that on the purgatory star, there is the body of the god of destruction and desire, Ganuda. The Star Alliance had planned to raid the purgatory star many times before, but each time they were defeated. In the horror of the demon lords, the purgatory star was pulled out of the abyss world universe crystal wall. And Ganuda on the purgatory star desperately controlled his broken body and continuously impacted the universe crystal wall, trying to escape from it. As a great god-level creature, he knew how terrifying the other side was, and also knew the fate of falling into the other side's hands. Looking at the purgatory star that had been pulled out, Ganuda roared at the cosmic crystal wall, "Let me go immediately, otherwise the Terra civilization will fight you to the death." Stupid pseudo-god, why are you so angry? The Terra civilization is not something you can offend. Ganuda roared fiercely, but his heart was very scared at this time. Wang Wuming on the spaceship sneered. The opponent's impotent rage further revealed his lack of confidence. Behind a great god-level creature, there is indeed a great god civilization, but this Ganuda has been wandering in this small universe for tens of millions of years, but the so-called Terra civilization has not come yet. This situation can explain some things. Either this Terra civilization is too far away from this Tianrun small universe, or this Terra civilization has already been unable to protect itself. Regardless of which possibility it was, the new humans judged that the other party was not confident enough. The giant hand of the sky covering took the purgatory star back to the side of the exploration fleet, and then a series of specially made rule information products surrounded the entire purgatory star microcosm. Then the body of Ganuda was imprisoned alone inside a space barrier, and Ganuda kept roaring and threatening inside. But Wang Wuming was unmoved. He turned his head and ordered, "Catch those demons." No problem. Several soldiers immediately focused their attention. The demons in the abyss suddenly felt something was wrong around them. Just as they were about to move, they found that their bodies seemed to be pressed on a neutron star, and then wormholes opened up and swallowed them into the wormholes. Countless demons in the entire abyss were captured in an instant. They had no power to resist, like lambs to be slaughtered. In the great god civilization, even an individual could easily destroy a single universe, and soon these demons were locked up. A huge mass of demons of all kinds crowded in dozens of Earth-like planets, which turned into space cages. Just as they regarded the creatures in the normal universe as ants, they were also ants in the eyes of the new humans. The fate that awaited them was to become experimental subjects in the hands of the new humans. After dealing with the Abyss Realm, Wang Wuming looked at the other side of the Tianrun microcosm. The Star Alliance obviously didn't know that the Abyss Realm was destroyed in an instant. Academician 1, please preside over the universe modification work. When Kahan nodded, and together with a dozen researchers, he modified the physical rules of the Abyss, retaining only 1/10 of the area for use as the Abyss Laboratory. The Great God Civilization can be said to be the creator. After when Kahan and others settled the captured intelligent creatures, they completed the modification of the universe rules in a moment. The technological power that changed the world completely turned the Abyss into what Wen Kahan wanted. Chapter 529. Tianrun Microcosm. In the Star Alliance on the normal universe side, Although the radius of the entire Tianrun microcosm is more than 2 million light-years, the normal side only occupies a little more than half of the area. At the beginning, Tianrun microcosm was separated from a single universe. At that time, the volume of the normal universe was still very large. It was only tens of millions of years of erosion and attack by the abyss that caused the normal side to lose a lot of mass and area. It's not that their technology is inferior to the abyss, but the demons in the abyss have a very terrible assimilation ability. Normal creatures will be eroded and assimilated by the demon power as long as they are exposed to the blood, body, and magic of the demons. In fact, this is the effect of the soul virus. Those demons are all derivatives of the soul virus of the Terra civilization. The soul virus of the Terra civilization is similar to the believer virus of the giant civilization. The soul virus of the Terra civilization will turn the infected into all kinds of demons and amplify the desires and evil in the infected. The soul virus of the giant civilization transforms into believers and turns the infected into zombies. This kind of soul virus can also be created by scientists of the new humans. The creatures infected by the soul virus cannot resist the creator of the soul virus. The normal side of Tianrun microcosm has always been very passive because of the soul virus and the demons. Although the technological level of the Star Alliance has entered the initial stage of advanced civilization, it is still limited in the face of the soul virus. Therefore, the normal side of Tianrun microcosm is constantly eroded by the Abyss Realm. The Star Alliance fleet stationed at the junction of the normal side and the Abyss Realm is always vigilant against the Abyss Realm on the opposite side. Behind the bizarre light curtain is the terrifying Abyss Realm. On this border, 1/3 of the Star Alliance's combat power is concentrated. In order to prevent the Abyss from continuing to expand, the star systems near the border have been completely cleared. A branch of human civilization, it is also one of the affiliated civilizations of the Star Alliance, but its strength is not very strong, barely stepping into the threshold of intermediate civilization. However, the garrison fleet does not know that the Abyss on the opposite side has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Abyss was divided into 3 parts. 1/10 became the Abyss experimental field, 3/10 became the Demon Realm, and the remaining 6/10 became the temporary camp of the new humans. The demon world is the intelligent creatures enslaved by demons, as well as some of the native creatures of the Abyss. After the soul virus was extracted from these creatures, they were all concentrated in the demon world. The Abyss experimental field is the Abyss creatures that have not been extracted from the soul virus, as well as the cage of the demons. After completing the transformation of the 3 small universes, when Kahan controlled the spacecraft to modify and strengthen the overall cosmic crystal wall of the Abyss. Looking at the star map in front of him, when Kahan pondered for a moment, writing and drawing on the operation interface. On the cosmic crystal wall between the demon world and the human world, normal side, a rule of great power was acting on it. Under the modification of the power of rules, the crystal wall of the universe, one by one, the rule information 0 bodies containing rules, continuously extracted the surrounding 0-point energy to form a larger rule information 0 body. Soon a hole appeared on the crystal wall of the universe, and it did not stop expanding until the radius of the hole expanded to 50 million kilometers. Then at the edge of the hole, countless rule information 0 bodies combined together and extracted huge 0-point energy, forming a huge ring to stabilize the hole. When Kahan casually engraved on both sides of the ring, Human World Passage and Demon World Passage respectively. The Star Alliance fleet station nearby was already facing a formidable enemy, with rapid and shrill alarms sounding one after another. When Kahan constructed the cosmic channel, the vacuum 0-point energy he extracted was very large, which naturally attracted the attention of the nearby garrison fleet. A silicon baseman flashed blue electronic eyes. He was the commander of the nearby garrison fleet, and a member of one of the 5 main civilizations of the Star Alliance. It was just that the situation in front of him was a little beyond his expectations. The rings and holes embedded in the cosmic crystal wall gave him a very huge visual impact. He roared anxiously, "What's going on? Investigate that thing immediately. Commander Bowie, that thing is isolated from most detections. We can only see its appearance and color now, and nothing else can be detected." A scientist on board reported with rapid breathing. "What? Have the technology of those demons developed to this point?" Bowie was terrified. Suddenly, a scout's pupil shrank sharply, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Why are there 5 symbols? Huh? Is this the ancient text of human civilization?" The panel of the scout clearly displayed Human Civilization Ancient Chinese, translation, Demon Realm Passage. "Commander Bowie, take a look at this." Bowie, looking unhappy, was about to scold, but when he turned his head, He was also shocked by the text, Demon Realm Passage, Ancient Human Text. For a moment, they also felt very strange. After all, the text of the Abyss Realm was also included in the Star Alliance. There was no similarity between the other party's text and the Ancient Human Text. How could it appear on the ring? Demon Realm Passageway. The scientist on board was thoughtful, and then suggested, we can call in linguists from human civilization and ask them to confirm these words. Bowie weighed the pros and cons and nodded. The Star Alliance's garrison fleet on the border was also fully mobilized, and the support fleets drawn from various star systems also rushed to the front line. A sense of depression filled the Star Alliance, and many people thought that the Abyss Realm was going to start a war again. The human civilization also received a mobilization order, as well as a very strange order, requiring them to send 10 linguists, who were proficient in ancient Chinese. Although 1/10 of the population of the human civilization in Tianrun microcosm used Chinese, after tens of millions of years of evolution, their Chinese, and the Chinese of the new humans had actually become somewhat different. The human civilization did not dare to neglect it, and quickly selected 10 ancient Chinese linguists from within, and sent them to the front line. Unconsciously. 2 days have passed since the sudden change of Tianrun microcosm. The 10 ancient Chinese linguists came to Bowie's flagship. They looked at the documents in their hands, and looked at each other in surprise. Dr. Li Ying, what do you think? A white linguist asked uncertainly. The middle-aged man with slightly gray hair had a twinkling look in his eyes. He was a native of the great Chinese ethnic group and a major in ancient Chinese. Naturally, he understood that this was Chinese, and it was the Chinese of the ancient times. Li Ying made some judgments. From the meaning and structure of the characters, this type of Chinese was produced between 1900 and 2700 AD. But why does the Abyss use ancient Chinese? Another linguist scratched his forehead in confusion. I don't know. Li Ying shook his head. In fact, he had a guess in his heart, but it was not appropriate to say it here. After confirming that it was ancient Chinese, the Bowie fleet fell into a heated discussion. The ring was obviously a cosmic channel leading to the Abyss, but the Star Alliance did not dare to enter the Abyss at will. Chapter 530. In the Star Alliance's panic. More than a week has passed, and during this period, there has been no movement at the boundary gate on the cosmic crystal wall. On the exploration fleet side, when Kahan was busy modifying and resetting the rules of the universe, and studying the genes on the remains of Ganuda and the situation of the demons, Wang Wuming and others were arranging the cosmic hub while rectifying the situation in the demon world. Those intelligent creatures enslaved by demons will be kept in some special Earth-like planets after arriving in the Abyss world. If the new humans don't take action, the fate of these intelligent creatures will be either being transformed into new demons by the soul virus, becoming food for demons, or being cruelly killed as sacrifices. Since they live in the Abyss, these intelligent creatures are more or less infected by the soul virus, but the degree of infection is different. On an Earth-like planet, there are tens of millions of humans living here, and they are extremely panicked at this time, because the demons guarding the breeding planet have disappeared. But they dared not act rashly, hiding in underground caves, lingering in fear all day long. Only some brave humans secretly explored the surroundings. Boss, is it really okay to do this? A thin man with shifty eyes swallowed his saliva to ease the fear in his heart. The strong man called the boss held a machete in his hand. Don't be afraid, in this ghost place, sooner or later, you will die, just fight those demons. But we can't beat those demons. The thin man murmured in a low voice. Mouse, if you are afraid, go back to the Lamb Society. The strong man glanced at the thin man unhappily. The thin man who called the mouse fell silent after hearing this. Going back now would probably be a dead end. The Lamb Society would not let them go. The mouse was very helpless. The group of people carefully groped their way to the nearest demon castle in the dense bushes. Suddenly the strong man made a gesture, and the dozen people behind him immediately squatted in the bushes, hiding without daring to make a sound. The strong man took out a monocular telescope from his briefcase and looked at the magic castle 1 kilometer away. The castle built of black rocks was unusually quiet at this time. In front of the magic castle was a gravel road leading to the human city. 3 carriages were parked on one side of the entrance of the magic castle. A dozen humans wearing blood-red robes were crawling at the entrance of the magic castle. Boss, it's the shepherd of the Lamb Society. The sharp-eyed mouse knew that they were people from the Lamb Society as soon as he saw the 3 carriages and the flags flying on the carriages. The strong man held the telescope and continued to observe the magic castle carefully. It was too quiet, so quiet that it was a little unusual. His mind became active. Half a day later, The shepherds of the Lamb Society seemed to have no response from the demons in the magic castle, so they had to leave the magic castle and return to the human city. As the sky turned to afternoon, the strong man stared at the dark magic castle, struggling in his heart, and soon he made up his mind. Mouse, 2 of diamonds, AMU. Boss, what's the matter? Mouse asked hurriedly, and Cube 2 and AMU turned around. Come with me, let's go explore the demon castle. Gulu. The 3 people's faces suddenly changed. Obviously, the horror of the demon castle made them worried. However, the strong man did not give them a chance to refuse, but turned around and ordered, Wuching. In. A young man, with a firm look, stood up. The strong man ordered decisively, if I have any accident, the guardian of Xinhua in Huomu City will be inherited by you. Wu Cheng didn't know how to answer for a moment. The strong man patted Wu Cheng on the shoulder. Take care. After that, the 4 of them approached the magic castle carefully. As they got closer and closer to the magic castle, they became more and more depressed and nervous. Suddenly, the mouse stepped on a dead wood and made a sound. The 4 of them stiffened and broke into cold sweat. But there was still no reaction from the magic castle. What happened? The strong man looked doubtful. It's not like they haven't tried these magic castles before. Under normal circumstances, as long as they are 500 or 600 meters away from the magic castle, the demons can easily find them. But at this moment, the 4 of them were less than 200 meters away from the demon castle. He made a few gestures to signal Diamond 2. Diamond 2 immediately understood, and after a moment's hesitation, his hands trembled a little, and he took out a longbow from his back, and drew out another arrow. He pulled the longbow and put the arrow on it, aiming at the demon castle wall 170 meters away. The other 3 were already tense, and as soon as the demon came out, they would immediately run away in all directions. Diamond 2, in extreme tension, threw the arrow at the demon castle. However, the arrow only flew about 80 meters away, and the arrow hit the stone, making a clear sound. The 4 people were ready to run away immediately. But the situation was unexpected again. The magic castle was still quiet, so quiet that it was scary. The 4 people looked at each other with their hearts almost jumping out of their throats, not knowing what to do for a while. After waiting in silence for more than an hour, the strong man gritted his teeth and continued to grope towards the magic castle with the 3 people. The magic castle was getting closer and closer, and there were piles of bones under their feet. These were all human bones. This was the sorrow of the week. Stepping on the shattered bones, the 4 men had put aside their fears, because they knew that if the demons were here, they would have no chance of escaping. Now they could only walk towards the demon castle. The strong man turned a corner and came to the open gate. The demons did not build a gate at all, because no one could defeat the demons. Inside the gate, there was only endless darkness. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in their hearts. Come in! On the corridor inside the gate, a group of white light balls illuminated the corridor, as if guiding the 4 people to go inside. Mouse turned his head and asked in horror, Boss, what should we do? The strong man, whose heartbeat seemed to explode, clenched his fists and waved his hands. Go in. Then the strong man stepped into the magic castle without hesitation. Diamond 2 and the taciturn AMU looked at each other. Although they were panic-stricken, they knew that there was no turning back at this moment, and followed the strong man into the magic castle. The last mouse, looking at the backs of the 3, could only sigh, as if he had died a heroic death, and stepped into the magic castle with heavy steps. The corridor was less than 200 meters, but the 4 people seemed to have walked for a lifetime. The strong man who led the way came to the end of the corridor, but he couldn't help but stop. His eyes widened to the limit, as if he saw something incredible. Block 2, AMU and Mouse followed closely behind, and also felt that their worldview was overturned. On the high stone seat of the hall, a figure with his eyes closed was sitting there calmly, thinking of countless possibilities, but he didn't expect this situation. Especially the 2nd of diamonds, looking at the figure, and then looking at the bronze-colored leader, he actually felt a little similar. The man opened his eyes, looked at the 4 people with a calm look, and suddenly he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and snapped his fingers. 4 stone chairs rose behind the 4 people. You are a guest, sit down. The voice sounded from the hearts of the 4 people. Chapter 531. Although the strong man was very nervous, he could only take 1 step at a time at this moment. He sat down with his 3 companions, and then said with a fearless attitude, Devil, don't pretend to be my tribesman, you can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Devil? Huang Wuming's substitute robot said with a smile. But the 4 strong men did not intend to respond, and sat on the stone chairs lifelessly. Based on their understanding of demons, they must be trying to play with them again. Wang Wuming pointed his finger, and suddenly countless characters appeared in the memory of Zhuang Han and others. This was a Chinese language data package, which instantly made them learn Chinese. Among them, Zhuang Han and Lao Shu knew some Chinese, but their Chinese was a little incomplete, and some of their heritage was lost. Zhuang Han was a little at a loss. The sudden language data package made his mind seem to be enlightened. Zhang Shi, you are the guardian of Xinhua in this city? Wang Wuming asked calmly. The strong man Zhang Shi suddenly tensed up. His identity was known to few people except for the internal members of Xinhua, but he was frightened by the other party. Okay, there is no need to be so nervous. Wang Wuming was just in a moment of excitement. He knew the humans on this breeding planet very well. In the process of adjusting the various star systems in the demon world, he had learned about the situation of these breeding planets. As an intelligent creature that has evolved to the level of a great god, let alone a planet, even the information of a universe can be analyzed in a moment. The humans on this breeding planet have been raised by the devil as food and sacrifice for hundreds of thousands of years. And some organizations have also emerged within the human race. Among them is Xinhua, who are the inheritors of human civilization and the last guardians. The Lamb Society has integrated some human religions, and through believing in the devil and betraying their own people, it has become the devil's spokesperson within the human race. They call themselves shepherds and serve the devil exclusively, such as implementing a policy of obscurantism, attempting to erase the human heritage and language, and making everyone a lamb, accepting enslavement by the devil, and obediently becoming the devil's food and sacrifice. In addition, the Lamb Society also suppresses organizations like Xinhua, informs and reports to the devil, or massacres Xinhua members. In addition to Xinhua and the Lamb Society, there are also some evil humans, who form various violent neighborhoods and bandit groups. Wang Wuming naturally has no good feelings for organizations, like the Lamb Society, and violent neighborhoods. As the spark of human civilization, Xinhua is worth his visit. Now I give you a chance. Pick up the bomb in front of you and ignite it to commit suicide. I will let all humans go. If you choose to live, I will sacrifice the remaining humans. Wang Wuming said with a half smile. What? Zhang Shi was horrified. The other three also looked terrified. A stone table rose in front of them, on which there were 4 bombs, a pot of blazing fire, and a golden sand hourglass. If you don't make a choice before the hourglass runs out, I will assume that you choose to live on your own. Wang Wuming's eyes were calm, and like the bright starry sky. What would you choose? Would you choose to selfishly linger on, or become a real flame of fire? The golden sand hourglass was decreasing little by little, but Zhang Shi and the other 3 were in a state of confusion. If they chose to live, the price would be the death of others, but if they chose to die, others could live. This was a difficult choice, and also a human choice. Zhang Shi recalled the past. He had a gentle wife, and 3 lovely children. He also remembered the determination of the previous guardian before his death, and the explanation outside the magic castle. Suddenly, he was no longer afraid. He stepped forward and grabbed a bomb, saying with a fearless attitude, "Burn my body, and turn it into light. The flame of the human race will never be extinguished." Mouse looked at everything in front of him and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just a death. Burn my body and turn it into light, the flame of humanity will never be extinguished. Burn my body and turn it into light, the flame of humanity will never be extinguished." Mouse, Diamond 2, and AMU also picked up the bomb on the stone table together, and the 4 of them stretched the tinder rope of the bomb into the blazing flames. The tinder rope suddenly crackled and burned. Wang Wuming on the high platform nodded in appreciation. The 4 bombs instantly turned into a silver-white liquid, which quickly penetrated into the bodies of Zhang Shi and the other 3. Their bodies suddenly underwent a drastic change. The sudden change caught Zhang Shi and the other 3 off guard, and they were unable to react for a while. Countless particle robots entered their bodies, began to repair their genes and souls, and then frantically strengthened their bodies. Whether it was strength, physical strength, lifespan, or brain, they all underwent tremendous changes. At this time, Zhang Shi and others only felt full of strength, and their brains were clearer and calmer than ever before. Wang Wuming's figure seemed to be non-existent, and he disappeared directly on the high platform. Zhang Shi and others, who were immersed in strengthening, did not notice Wang Wuming's departure. Because Wang Wuming had left the information he was supposed to tell them in the memory of Zhang Shi and the other 4, he naturally left with his mission accomplished. As for the next development, Wang Wuming chose to let nature take its course. Half an hour later. In the hall, Zhang Shi was the first to wake up. He looked at the empty stone seat on the high platform and felt a little lost, but then he cheered up again. He fell silent, feeling the strength of his body, the set of genetic armor, and the information left by Huang Wuming. Only then did he know who Huang Wuming was, and the mutation of the Abyss world, and those demons had been captured. So that's it? The human race from another universe? Zhang Shi thought of the scene half an hour ago, and suddenly felt a little scared. If they chose to live, the end would definitely be death. That person was testing the 4 people. If they could not carry out the will of Xinhua, they were not worthy of living, nor were they worthy of calling themselves the fire of mankind. Boss, hit me quickly, am I dreaming? Mouse said in disbelief. Zhang Shi gave him a slap. Mouse, whose head was splitting by the beating, did not feel any resentment, but cried and laughed, looking a little neurotic. Cube 2 and AMU also had extremely complicated expressions. They thought they had to sacrifice their lives for justice, but they did not expect that they would get a great opportunity after a sudden turn of events. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Shi clenched his fists and said, "The devil has been eliminated, we should settle accounts with those people." That's right. Diamond 2 gnashed his teeth in hatred. Boss, you tell me what to do, I listen to you. The mouse was not as cowardly as before. AMU on the side also had a warm and determined look. Let's go back to the team first. The 4 of them ran out of the magic castle, feeling the pleasure of the sky being high for birds to fly, and the sea being wide for fish to jump. From this moment on, the fate of mankind on this planet was changed by the 4 people, bringing about a radical change of rectifying the chaos. The fire of human civilization, like a spark, immediately set off a prairie fire. Chapter 532. While Huang Wuming was leading the rectification of the demon world. In the human world of Tianren Microcosm, the Star Alliance was not idle either. They used all their means to test the situation of the Boundary Gate. Unfortunately, the authority of the Boundary Gate was in the hands of the exploration fleet. The Star Alliance was just a rookie in the advanced civilization. How could it possibly crack the mystery of the Boundary Gate? Just when they were at a loss, a spaceship flew out of the Boundary Gate. It was a newly constructed unmanned spaceship of the new human race. In the Star Alliance garrison fleet stationed near the Boundary Gate, alarms sounded rapidly. Commander Bowie's iron face looked expressionless, but he was actually panicking. At the beginning, they had some confidence in testing the Boundary Gate, but as time went on, all the means of the Star Alliance failed to crack the Boundary Gate, which made Bowie more and more uncertain. At this time, the appearance of the unmanned spacecraft of the new humans made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Show me your determination to fight to the death." Understood. However, before they could make any move, the unmanned spacecraft started without a word. The unmanned spacecraft burst out a beam of primordial waves, which was several 100 billion times faster than the speed of light, and instantly swept across the entire human world. A beam of primordial waves swept across Bowie's flagship, and Bowie's electronic eyes suddenly flashed violently. What happened? Why is the body out of control? Move, move for me. Bowie struggled in fear, but all his struggles were just the futile efforts of an ant. The information carried by the primary beam has infected his soul and genes. A gene lock and soul lock containing the rule information of the Zero body were instantly embedded in Bowie's genes and soul. After completing all this, a message was transmitted from the soul lock to Bowie's core. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Bowie roared crazily. Other officers and scientists on board also lost control of their emotions instantly, but no matter how hysterical they were, the shackles on their souls and genes had already appeared there. An officer tried to use nanorobots to disintegrate the gene lock. When he thought he had successfully disintegrated the gene lock, the second layer of the gene lock instantly backfired. No. His body disappeared bit by bit in front of everyone. The scientist on board used his own instruments to frantically test the officer's body, but he found nothing. The officer who was seeking death died completely, and every particle in his body was directly disintegrated into zero-point energy. Whether it was the atoms that made up the body, or the dark particles that made up the soul, they were completely destroyed at this moment. In fact, the shackles used by the new humans are not just at this level. From the particle level, these shackles are divided into 3 layers, namely the atomic dark layer, the zero layer, and the primary layer. After breaking through the atomic dark layer, the officer who was courting death encountered the backlash of the zero layer. If someone can withstand the backlash of the zero layer, the counterattack mechanism of the primary layer will follow. Even if the primary layer is resisted, the rule information hidden in the last part of the primary layer will continue to erupt. This is the shackle technology of the new humans. Any creature that attempts to break the shackles will suffer the endless counterattack of the shackles. The countermeasure mechanism is a chain reaction. Under this mechanism, there are only two possibilities: either the cracker dies, or the cracker is wiped out after holding on to the last rule information. The majesty of the new humans is unquestionable. If you don't have the strength, you should obey obediently, otherwise you will be wiped out. There are obviously many people like the officers, who are courting death in the Star Alliance. And their fate is naturally direct annihilation, and they die without leaving any residue. As more and more people were wiped out in the process of trying to crack the shackles, the Star Alliance finally got scared and hurriedly ordered that no one should crack the shackles on their own. A team of scientists was quickly organized to study the shackles in the body. Unfortunately, they were too naive. How could a rookie of an advanced civilization guess the technology of the great god civilization? Whether it was using cloning technology, replacing the body, or using gene shearing technology, or even using gene-adjusted newborns, the shackles seemed to be lingering and entangled with them. Despair. Unprecedented despair. Huang Wuming, who was in the exploration fleet, naturally knew what the Star Alliance was doing, but he was not angry. Under the shackles of the new humans, he still tried to break them, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. He separated a thought and controlled the unmanned spacecraft to appear near the Alliance star of the Star Alliance. The 5 giants of the Star Alliance and the representatives of the affiliated civilizations, who were in a meeting, were all frowning at this time. Suddenly, Huang Wuming's substitute robot appeared directly in the middle of the conference hall. Who is it? Huh? Isn't this a human? Just as the 5 giants in the lead opened their mouths to say something, Huang Wuming made a stroke with his finger, and countless information emerged in the memories of everyone present. This sudden information made the high-level members of the Star Alliance unable to react for a while, and they quietly sorted it out for more than 10 minutes. They finally understood the situation in front of them. This civilization called the New Human Beings was the civilization that implanted shackles on them. Huang Wuming's calm eyes swept over the people present, and everyone's heart trembled immediately. You have understood my purpose, right? Everyone was in a panic, fearing that Huang Wuming would be angry. After dealing with the Star Alliance, Huang Wuming did not think of pretending to be friendly with these weak chickens, and left here directly. As soon as he left the conference hall, the whole conference hall was in chaos. The 5 giants felt extremely aggrieved, but helpless. Now their lives were in the hands of the new humans. If they dared not to obey, they would probably be impatient. The representatives of human civilization had another expression: excited, disappointed, and more complicated. From the information that just emerged in the memory, this new human civilization has 1,000 connections with their human civilization. But the other party did not say anything to him. The only consideration was one sentence: human civilization does not accept the jurisdiction of other civilizations. Judging from the management regulations of the subordinate civilizations of the new humans, the status of human civilization is quite special. They are directly under the jurisdiction of the new humans, and other subordinate civilizations are not qualified to manage human civilization. The 5 giants of the Star Alliance obviously also understood some of the situation and immediately eliminated the qualification of human civilization as a member civilization and changed it to a friendly ally civilization with equal status. In addition, 1/10 of the human world was allocated to human civilization. Although it was very painful, they could not afford to offend the existence behind human civilization. As for the fact that the Abyss Realm has been destroyed, the Star Alliance is also surprised and happy, but more helpless. The demons have disappeared, but there are more terrifying new humans, who have been shackled and are controlled by others from now on. A large number of Star Alliance fleets retreated from the front line, and then the internal conflicts of the Star Alliance broke out. After all, everyone had a common enemy before, but now the enemy has disappeared. In addition, the new humans do not pay attention to the fights between subordinate civilizations. As long as they are not too excessive or destroy the universe, the new humans generally do not interfere with subordinate civilizations. In this way, the internal problems of the Star Alliance are naturally uncontrollable. Chapter 533. Abyssal Experimental Field. There are hundreds of billions of demons here, in hundreds of star systems. When Kahan and others are studying these demons, of course, the focus of the research is still the soldier of Terra's civilization, Ganuda. Ganuda, who was imprisoned in the space cage, no longer roared, but fell silent. He tried all means, but could not break through the thick space barrier. He could only face everything in front of him with silence. When Kahan's projection appeared in the space cage, the lifeless Ganuda only waved the zero beam for a moment, and then stayed there motionless. Aren't you going to say anything? When Kahan looked at the remains of Ganuda, The remains of Ganuda were very similar to the demons he had transformed using the soul virus, with black and delicate scales on the body, 2 horns on the head, and 8 blood-red eyes. However, on his chest, crystallized bones were exposed, and only an organ similar to a heart was left, beating slowly. The lower body disappeared, leaving only an arm. When Kahan ignored Ganuda's silence and checked Ganuda's physical condition. Although Ganuda wanted to kill the creature in front of him, he knew his situation at the moment, and could only choose to remain silent. After a careful inspection, when Kahan found some very strange rule information 0 bodies entangled in Ganuda's body. Logically speaking, Ganuda, who is already a great god-level creature, can instantly recover his full body even if only 1 drop of blood is left. However, Ganuda still had no way to restore his body with only half of his body left. He could only hide in the abyss of Tianrun microcosm and survive. It was obviously those weird rule information 0 bodies that were causing trouble. After careful observation for a long time, when Kahan found that these weird rule information 0 bodies were a bit like gene locks, and were completely integrated with every part of Ganuda's body. The role of the weird rule information 0 bodies was to prevent Ganuda's body from self-repairing, and it would also continue to dissolve Ganuda's body. Huh? Strange, at this rate of consumption, this guy definitely can't hold on for that long. When Kahan was a little surprised, he checked the consumption rate of the strange 0 body again. Even if Ganuda's body was intact, it would not last for a few hundred years at most. And Ganuda has been studying in the abyss for tens of millions of years. There is a huge error between the two. When Kahan's eyes flickered, and he looked at Ganuda thoughtfully, he opened the relevant databases of the Abyss and the Star Alliance, and quickly came to a conclusion through the rigorous deduction of the supercomputer. Every once in a while, the Abyss realm would sacrifice intelligent creatures on a large scale. At first, when Kahan did not understand the meaning of it. After all, they were already great god-level creatures, and the souls of those ordinary intelligent creatures were useless. The exploration fleet thought that Ganuda was a psychopath, who liked to do these fancy sacrifices. Now it seems that there are some unknown secrets hidden in it. When Kahan separated an idea and captured hundreds of demons from the demon planet in the Abyss realm and extracted their souls. The condensed dark souls were slowly injected into Ganuda's body, and when Kahan observed the changes in it attentively. As soon as the demon souls entered Ganuda's body, it seemed that a neutralization reaction occurred, and the demon souls and the strange 0 bodies had a strange reaction. The demon souls continued to dissipate, and the ablation effect of the strange 0 body was rapidly slowing down. So that's it. The strange 0 body can ablate souls, but its ablation range is all souls containing negative emotions. It infects other intelligent creatures through soul viruses, and then guides a large amount of negative emotions, and then uses these souls to replace the dead. Ganuda was exposed and couldn't sit still. He said, "Human, you already know this situation. How about we make a deal?" "Oh." When Kahan smiled and said, "What deal?" "As long as you help me remove the purifying factor in my body, I can tell you some information," Ganuda said quickly. "Really?" When Kahan smiled. When Kahan didn't believe Ganuda's words. Judging from what this guy has done for tens of millions of years, the Terra civilization is probably not a good thing. Of course, from the perspective of the great god civilization, good and evil are actually a relatively vague concept. Just like the new human civilization itself, in the universe ruled by the new humans, all creatures are implanted with shackles by the new humans. From the perspective of those ruled creatures, the new human civilization is not a good thing. There is no so-called good civilization or evil civilization among the great god civilizations. Everyone is probably the same. Ganuda continued to promise benefits. "If you are willing to help me recover my body, I can provide you with 1, not 2 technologies. How about it?" "Mr. Ganuda, do you think I will believe it?" Ganuda didn't know how to answer after hearing this. After all, the universe is full of intrigues and deceptions. It is probably impossible for the new humans to believe him. But Ganuda didn't give up. He threatened again. "Do you really think you can defeat me? The Terra civilization is coming here. Are you sure you want to be our enemy?" When Kahan looked at Ganuda coldly, "Terra civilization? We are ready to accompany you to the end at any time." Faced with when Kahan, who was unyielding, Ganuda was also very entangled for a while. In fact, after the exploration fleet discovered the wreckage of Ganuda, the new humans had received relevant reports and had already begun to formulate a series of relevant countermeasures. Whether the Terra civilization will appear or not, the new humans are not afraid at all. What's more, the new humans have already discovered the existence of the giant civilization and the star beast civilization, 2 suspected great god civilizations, and even made countless plans to go to war with the great god civilization. How could Win Kahan be threatened by Ganuda? He led a group of researchers to continue to study Ganuda's body in depth. Through continuous analysis, the purification element wrapped around Ganuda was the first to be analyzed. It is composed of 3,486 rule runes, and these 3,486 rule runes can be divided into 819 types. These rule runes are temporarily divided into the database of Purification Civilization. The gene sequence on Ganuda's body has been analyzed one after another to produce a larger number of rule runes, which are divided into the database of Terra Civilization. It was not so easy for Win Kahan and others to analyze Ganuda's genes. Fortunately, the purifying agent constantly interfered with Ganuda, making it difficult for him to control his body. This allowed Win Kahan to take this opportunity to quickly analyze Ganuda's genes. Although Ganuda, who was not confident, had been threatening and persuading him, it was a pity that Win Kahan had already seen that this guy was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If Ganuda could really notify the Terra Civilization, he would have exploded directly. You know, the new humans have self-destruction mechanisms, and there is no reason why the Terra Civilization does not have them. From the analysis of various signs, Ganuda did not want to die at all, and there was no way to contact the Terra Civilization, or the Terra Civilization was finished. Chapter 534. As the research deepened, Win Kahan had already uncovered Ganuda's genetic secrets bit by bit, and Ganuda began to get scared. When his gene sequence was analyzed, it also meant that his value was plummeting. A god-level creature with no use value, and not from his own civilization, would probably end up being completely eliminated. But Ganuda didn't want to die, or perhaps it was because of his wandering for tens of millions of years that he feared death and lost the courage to fight to the death. When the exploration fleet captured him at the beginning, Ganuda actually had the opportunity to commit suicide. Now the new humans can only imprison him, and cannot prevent Ganuda from committing suicide, but he shows no signs of suicide. Win Kahan and others have studied Ganuda's psychology clearly. If he wanted to commit suicide, he would have done it long ago. Now he is still hesitating, so he naturally doesn't want to die. Seeing that his gene sequence was about to be figured out, Ganuda finally couldn't sit still and took the initiative to ask for information to exchange. "Oh, you want to live? I am willing to tell you everything I know, as long as you let me live," Ganuda said helplessly. Win Kahan said calmly, "Then tell me everything you know. As long as we confirm the accuracy of the information, you can live. If one of your words is false, then there is no need for you to live." Ganuda sent all the information he knew to Win Kahan through zero-beam communication. The intelligence information he provided can be roughly divided into three parts. One part is the technology of Terra Civilization, one part is the intelligence of Terra Civilization, and the last part is the intelligence of the Great Wilderness Universe Island. After reading the technology of Terra Civilization, Win Kahan frowned and looked at Ganuda with suspicion. "This is the technology of your Terra Civilization. Isn't it too weak?" Ganuda was angry and helpless. "I am just an ordinary member, and I have mastered so much technology. The real core technology is in the hands of the Terra royal family." Win Kahan did not comment on this. After all, among the technologies provided by Ganuda, only one technology was useful, and the other technologies were already mastered by the new humans. That useful technology was about two-dimensional space. The Terra Civilization could unfold the two-dimensional plane space, and then hide in the two-dimensional space. That is to say, after the war between you and the original light, Purification Civilization, in addition to some people escaping from the Great Wilderness Universe Island, some people hid in the two-dimensional plane space through dimensionality reduction. Ganuda was not too sure. "I don't know much about this. After all, the two-dimensional plane equipment on me has been destroyed, and so many years have passed, and there is no news from the royal family." After feeding back all the information provided by Ganuda to the mainland, Win Kahan continued to invest in research and made a suppressor for Ganuda to prevent the purification element from melting his soul. The new human mainland. In the small universe of the Ghost Secret Service, Sun Yunlei, the director of the Ghost Special Service, who had just taken office, received the intelligence sent back by Win Kahan's clone. She attached great importance to this intelligence. Let the Intelligence Analysis Department analyze this intelligence with all its strength. Whether it is the Terra Civilization, the Yuanguang Civilization, or the intelligence of the Great Wilderness Universe Island, these data are related to the future strategy and development arrangements of the new human beings. From the intelligence provided by Ganuda, the Ghost Special Service can analyze some important intelligence. For example, how many single universes are there inside the Great Wilderness Universe Island, and how many great god-level civilizations are there inside. Inside the Great Wilderness Universe Island, the original Great God civilization is the Terra civilization, and the Yuanguang civilization came from the north of the Great Wilderness Universe Island. On the New Human Universe chart, that universe island is called the Gaolu Universe Island. Gaolu Universe Island is the 37th farthest universe island from the New Human Universe Island, with a distance of 436.7 million grids. Moreover, the volume of this Gaolu Universe Island is quite large. According to preliminary estimates, it is about 127 to 150 times the size of the New Human Universe Island. The Yuanguang civilization crossed the vacuum ocean from the Gaolu Universe Island to the Dahuang Universe Island, and then clashed with the local Terra civilization. Although the Terra civilization was defeated in the end, some of their people seem to be hidden through the unique two-dimensional plane hiding technology. In Ganuda's intelligence, a situation was mentioned many times, that is, the Yuanguang civilization possessed very powerful individual power, and the Yuanguang people often tore the cosmic crystal wall shield of the Terra civilization during the battle between the Yuanguang people and the Terra civilization. Another piece of information worth noting is the weapons used by the Yuanguang civilization. One is the purifying element wrapped around Ganuda, which can suppress the regeneration ability of great god-level creatures, the regular genes in the body, and consume the soul. The other is a very powerful destructive weapon, which uses a single universe as a price. When launching an attack, it splits the single universe into a large number of small universes. These small universes are compressed into cosmic singularities, and they are specially modulated cosmic singularities, and then these cosmic singularities are fired as artillery shells. These singularity shells can easily penetrate the crystal wall of the universe. Once hit by a singularity shell, the singularity shell will explode directly inside the universe. Specially modulated singularity shells can devour the mass of the universe at the moment of explosion, forming a universe completely controlled by the original light civilization. Even if the single universe hit by the singularity shells is not completely devoured, it will be completely controlled by the original light people in the internal and external attacks. The Ghost Special Service has listed this information as a priority. After all, even the new humans cannot withstand such an attack using the cosmic singularity as a shell. The Science and Technology Commission is also fully cooperating with the relevant research. All departments within the new human race are discussing this weapon. The destructive and auxiliary functions of the singularity shells are very powerful, and it is very difficult to defend against the attack of the singularity shells. The singularity shells themselves are highly concentrated matter aggregates. The huge mass is concentrated at one point, and coupled with the high-speed impact, the thickest crystal wall of the universe cannot withstand the impact. Once the singularity shells enter the universe, they will instantly trigger a cosmic explosion, thereby swallowing up the mass of the single universe. In addition, the enemy is attacking from both inside and outside, which is really tricky. Since the original light civilization can cross the vacuum ocean, the new humans are also on high alert for the Great Wilderness Universe Island. A large number of scout ships were sent between the New Human Universe Island and the Great Wilderness Universe Island, always on guard against the surrounding vacuum ocean. As for the countermeasures against the singularity shells, the Science and Technology Commission and the War Commission joined forces to find a way to solve this problem. Even Huang Mingjur and Wei Feng were discussing and studying this matter. This shows how much the Science and Technology Commission attaches great importance to this matter. After all, the singularity shells of the original light civilization are extremely powerful against the cosmic crystal wall and large single-body universe. If the new humans fight with the other side and have no countermeasures, they will suffer a great loss. In addition, the two-dimensional plane hiding technology obtained from Ganuda is also an important research project. Prepare more to be prepared. In order to avoid cramming at the last minute, the new humans do not want to fight an unprepared war. Chapter 535. After discovering the Terra civilization and the Yuanguang civilization, the new humans have set up airtight detectors in the direction of the Great Wilderness Universe Island. In addition, the vigilance against other surrounding universe islands is also gradually increasing. The Chiba Universe Island, which is the seventh closest to the New Human Universe Island, is about 130 million grids, 1 grid equals 1 trillion light-years, away from the New Human Universe Island. If we use the radius of this universe to calculate, the current radius of this universe is only 16 trillion light-years, and 4 million local universes need to be connected together to get from the New Human Universe Island to the Chiba Universe Island. Although the transportation technology of the new humans is changing with each passing day, it is still a very long distance to cross a distance of 130 million grids. According to the latest spacecraft, the speed can reach 17 million grids/year. It takes at least 7.64 years to go from the new human space island to the Chiba space island. 7.64 years may be a long time in the AT era, but for the new era that has entered the infinite sea of space, this time can only be said to be a blink of an eye. A sophisticated detector, crossing the silent and empty vacuum ocean, set out from the new human universe island 7.9 years ago, and finally arrived at the Chiba universe island today. As the detector gets closer and closer to the Chiba universe island, more and more data from the Chiba universe island is detected by the detector. On the other side, the Great Wilderness Universe Island, which is closer to the New Human Universe Island, the New Humans detector has already arrived here and is secretly collecting intelligence and data. The Ghost Secret Service agent, who remotely controls the detector, is extremely surprised at this time, because the situation on the Great Wilderness Universe Island is very different from the information provided by Ganuta. Team leader Pang Dashan carefully browsed through the data and compared it with the data of the Great Wilderness Universe Island that Ganuta passed. The two showed completely different situations. "What's going on? Did Ganuta deceive us?" a tall agent said. But Pang Dashan shook his head. Ganuta is not so stupid. Even if he wants to falsify, he won't do it so blatantly. "That's true," another young man with sharp eyes echoed. However, the situation in front of them really made them feel confused. The information provided by Ganuta, the radius of the Great Wilderness Universe Island, and the number of single universes were all very different from the detection data. The radius was reduced by 17 to 24%, and the shape of the universe island also changed. The number of single universes decreased a lot, leaving less than 7,700 single universes. Could it be that due to the impact of the war, the Terra civilization and the Yuanguang civilization destroyed some single universes? The tall agent continued. The young agent, who was fiddling with the model of the Great Wilderness Universe Island, did not agree with this statement. Assuming that Ganuta did not deceive us, the Terra civilization was defeated 42.16 million years ago. According to the data at that time, there were at least 15,700 single universes surviving in the Great Wilderness Universe Island. After only more than 40 million years, half of them disappeared. The reason behind this is worth pondering. Pang Dashan stared at the data in front of him and felt something unusual, because at this time on the Great Wilderness Universe Island, not to mention the traces of the Terra civilization, even the shadow of the Yuanguang civilization was not seen. As the loser, the Terra civilization disappeared completely, which was understandable, but the Yuanguang civilization was the winner, and had no reason to give up the Great Wilderness Universe Island. Pang Dashan immediately ordered, "Continue to investigate in depth, and find out the reason." Understood. The 5 detectors at the edge of the Great Wilderness Universe Island then entered a nearby universe, and used the mass of the universe to replicate a large number of detectors. These detectors were activated, and then dispatched to various areas of the entire Great Wilderness Universe Island. Thousands of detectors turned the entire Great Wilderness Universe Island upside down, but as the investigation deepened, Pang Dashan and others became more and more solemn. Death and unsolvable death. The Great Wilderness Universe Island contains 7,719 single universes, and 243,697 small universes. There is no advanced civilization in these universes, and even the universes with intermediate civilizations are very rare, like rare birds and phoenix horns. Pang Dashan's hands trembled slightly. All the mutations started 28.06 million years ago. The civilization in the entire Great Wilderness Universe Island seemed to be destroyed in an instant. How terrible this is. Could it be the great civilization of another cosmic island? We have to be careful. It is unwise to provoke such an enemy. Fate is not in our control. Just because we don't want to provoke the enemy, doesn't mean the enemy won't come to us. A good iron maker must be strong himself. A group of agents discussed at once. Suddenly, the tall agent's pupil shrank, and he became a little uneasy. "Boss, there is a big discovery." Pulling out the chair, Pang Dashan looked at the simulation picture on the virtual display screen. Countless wreckages continued, and these wreckage fragments spanned 247 grids. He wiped his eyes involuntarily, and looked at the virtual display screen again. It turned out to be the warships and soldiers of the Yuanguang civilization. They died here. This area is full of broken warship wreckage, the bodies of Yuanguang soldiers, and some small universes. Between Gaolu Universe Island and Dahuang Universe Island, about 64,000 grids away from Dahuang. Pang Dashan's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he was unable to calm down for a while. Investigate this vacuum cemetery. Yes. Countless detectors appeared in this vacuum cemetery. Too many Yuengwang people were buried here. However, they had been detecting for several months and did not find anything useful. The bodies of the Yuengwang people were completely dead, leaving only empty shells. There was no useful information in the wreckage of the warships and spacecraft, and in this small universe. It was as if everything had been erased. This situation made Pang Dashan and others shudder. If there was any information left, they would still feel a little relieved. However, they knew nothing about the situation, and the fear of the unknown lingered in everyone's heart. The deeper the investigation went, the more chilled Pang Dashan and others felt. There were no debris other than the Yuan Guang civilization in the vacuum cemetery, which showed that the battle was a one-sided crushing. The Yuan Guang people, who were almost immortal, had their regular gene information wiped out, leaving only a pile of empty shells. The detector was still working tirelessly, hoping to find a little useful information among these trillions of debris. The data feedback brought more disappointment, but Pang Dashan and others had to continue. They even had someone interrogate Ganuta, and once again confirmed the intelligence of the Great Wilderness Universe Island. After more than 10 years of investigation, there was finally a little unexpected progress. There were some abnormal traces in the vacuum cemetery between 14.48 million and 16.04 million years. The tall agent reported. Pang Dashan pondered for a while. Has the great god civilization of other universe islands come here? Very likely. The tall agent nodded. Staring at the cosmic chart, Pang Dashan looked at the situation around the Great Wilderness Universe Island. Although the Great Wilderness Universe Island is the closest to the New Humans, the New Humans Universe Island is not the closest to the Great Wilderness Universe Island. The closest universe island to the Great Wilderness Universe Island is the Chiba Universe Island. The distance between the two universe islands is only 43.67 million grids. Chapter 536. Pang Dahai stared at the cosmic map and finally decided to start with the 3 cosmic islands closest to the Great Wilderness Universe Island. The Great Wilderness Universe Island itself is already useless, and the New Human Universe Island is the territory of the New Humans. Only the other 3 closest cosmic islands are the most suspicious. He turned his head and instructed the tall agent, "Help me make an appointment with the persons in charge of these 3 cosmic islands. I want to take a look at the situation of those 3 cosmic islands." No problem. After meeting with the leaders of the other 3 groups, Pang Dashan stated his purpose straight away and exchanged intelligence with each other. Soon Pang Dashan locked his target on Qianya Space Island. Not only is this space island the closest to Dahuang Space Island, but it is also because there are signs of the activities of the Great God civilization on this space island. The leader of the intelligence team of Qianya Space Island is an elegant middle-aged man named Yi Jiqiu. Team Yi, you said that there are some strange space civilizations on Qianya Space Island? Yi Jiqiu nodded. You will understand after you take a look at these intelligence. After reading the detailed information provided by Yi Jiqiu, Pang Dashan was also very curious, especially the strange civilization inside Qianya Universe Island, which was completely different from the New Human civilization. Qianya Universe Island. A probe had just crossed the edge of Qianya Universe Island when it was attacked by a terrifying primary beam. Encountered an attack, activated the emergency mechanism. The probe immediately disintegrated into a regular zero body, as if the terrifying primary beam had destroyed the probe. The defense mechanism of Qianya Universe Island also sensed the disappearance of the detector and stopped the attack mechanism. Yi Jiqiu, who was in the intelligence office of Qianya Universe Island, turned around and explained to Pang Dashan, "This universe island is different from the universe islands we have seen before. There is no vacuum ocean." Pang Dashan suddenly felt strange. This Qianya Universe Island is surrounded by a thick layer of large universe crystal wall, and the interior is filled with countless zero bodies. These zero bodies are like endless gas, and in those zero body gases, there are 3,462 single universes, millions of small universes, and subordinate single universes. The planes of the small universe are as huge as the number of Ganges sands. The zero body after the detector disintegrated, disguised as the zero body of Chiba Universe Island, quickly penetrated into Chiba Universe Island. Countless data, through the latent zero body, quickly fed back to the supercomputer in the office. As time went by, many basic physical rules of Chiba Universe Island were also analyzed. Through the study of these physical rules, Yi Jiqiu and others cooperated with the Science and Technology Commission to transform the latent zero body. Time passed unknowingly, and another 156 years passed. 2 unexpected figures appeared in the Chiba Universe Island Intelligence Office. Yi Jiqiu said respectfully, "Academician Huang, Academician Wei, welcome to our guidance." You're welcome. We are here to test a new product. Wang Mingzhi smiled and walked into the office. The two of them came here separately to test a new technology. After entering the office, Wang Mingzhi did not exchange pleasantries, but turned on a device he carried with him and connected it to the supercomputer in the office with Wei Feng and others. Ji Qiu, how many of your latent zero bodies have entered the interior of Qinya Universe Island? Wang Mingzhi asked while operating the equipment. Ji Qiu quickly replied, there are 5,762 groups of latent zero bodies, but the interior of Qinya Universe Island seems to have discovered our actions, and now we dare not act rashly. Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng had done relevant homework before coming here, so they naturally knew the reason. This Qinya Universe Island is a living. Yes, the entire Universe Island exists with consciousness, and the consciousness core of Qinya Universe Island should be in those more than 3,000 single universes. If Ji Qiu's information is correct, the core of Qinya Universe Island should be in the source world among the 3,000 single universes, which is also the core area inside Qinya Universe Island. The will that completely controls Qinya Universe Island is also in existence that makes the new humans extremely afraid. The latent zero body disguised as an ordinary zero body can only drift in the chaotic ocean. If it moves quickly or enters those universes, it will be discovered by that will. Previously, there were hundreds of thousands of latent zero bodies, but they were completely destroyed by the will of the Chiba Universe Island because they were spying on intelligence. Prepare 10 groups of latent zero bodies. Wang Mingzhi ordered. Ji Qiu nodded, understood. The agents in the office quickly selected 10 groups of latent zero bodies and temporarily transferred the control of the latent zero bodies to Wang Mingzhi. Wang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others immediately controlled the latent zero bodies and transmitted a large amount of data and instructions through the equipment they carried with them. Those 10 groups of latent zero bodies seemed to be unchanging chaotic gas, zero bodies, in the chaotic ocean of Chiba Universe Island. However, their interior was undergoing earth-shaking changes, and countless rule information was frantically tampering with the physical rules of the zero bodies themselves. After Wang Mingzhi entered the last command, the 10 groups of latent zero bodies disappeared directly in the chaotic ocean as if they were non-existent matter. In the chaotic ocean, a creepy zero wave suddenly rose. Extraterritorial demon? Disappeared? In the area where the latent zero substance disappeared, unimaginable zero substance beams and primary substance beams continued to ripple around. The will that dominated the Chiba Universe Island for endless years now descended into the chaos ocean to try to find the zero substance lurking in it. For him, the Chiba Universe Island is constantly accepting the entry of extraterritorial matter, which has both advantages and disadvantages for the Chiba Universe Island. The advantage is that it brings in a huge amount of foreign matter and foreign information, and the disadvantage is that these substances may hide things with bad intentions. For example, some creatures that intend to invade Qinya Universe Island, or spies who want to spy on the intelligence of Qinya Universe Island. Therefore, those substances, microcosms, and spacecraft that enter will be swallowed and digested by him, and then turned into chaotic gas, zero bodies, and thrown into the chaotic ocean. However, him is not an omniscient and omnipotent existence. There are always some fish that slip through the net and try to get through and enter the interior of Qinya Universe Island. And the lurking zero bodies that just disappeared are obviously some of the fish that slipped through the net. Anomalies, don't let me find you. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Someone dared to do something under his nose. Then he issued a warning order to the cosmic will of each universe in the entire Qinya Universe Island. If there was an abnormal situation in the universe, it should be reported and erased immediately. For him, although he would deliberately create some anomalies to make the universes of the entire Qinya Universe Island more dynamic and give birth to more possibilities. But this anomaly is under his control, which is equivalent to having two systems under him. One is the unchanging cosmic will system, and the other is the cosmic mutation system full of changes. And those external anomalies are the parts that are not under his control, and naturally they are things that he cannot tolerate. As the cosmic warning order was issued, the cosmic will of each universe in the entire Qinya Universe Island was paying close attention to its own situation. Chapter 537. The will of the universe of Chiba Universe Island, the waves of zeros caused by the impotent fury, did not affect the work of Wang Mingzhi and others. In the chaotic ocean, a primordial particle was rushing towards a small universe at a speed exceeding countless times the speed of light. As the smallest particle in the universe, the primordial particle itself is difficult to monitor, and it can naturally avoid the monitoring of him. This primordial particle is completely different from ordinary primordial particles. After it was reduced to a two-dimensional plane, it was engraved with countless rules and information, and then it was upgraded back to a higher dimension. At this time, this primordial has become an extremely sophisticated robot, and it is a micro-robot that is difficult to detect. This technology was developed by Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng through the two-dimensional plane hiding technology provided by Ganuda. In fact, it is similar to the SMART of the three-body civilization, but because Huang Mingzhi used the smallest particle primordial, its concealment is much stronger than that of the SMART. The existence of this primordial robot almost represents a brand new path. The new humans have mastered the dimensionality reduction technology, which means that the new humans can manipulate the two-dimensional plane. This technology has a wide range of uses. Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others are doing in-depth development work to explore the potential of dimensionality reduction technology. Applying dimensionality reduction technology to micro-robots is also an attempt to improve the concealment of micro-robots and add more functions. Huang Mingzhi stood up and stretched. We have successfully avoided the great cosmic will of Qianya Space Island. The next work will be handed over to Ji Qiu and you. This technology is great. Finally, we don't have to worry about being discovered by that guy. Ji Qiu was very excited. Wei Feng reminded, by the way, one of the devices will be left in the Go service. After you use it, someone will come to take it away. I understand. Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng took the remaining 3 devices and left here directly. Ji Qiu thought about it for a while, and did not immediately transform the remaining latent zero bodies into primary robots. Qianya's great cosmic will just now can be said to be extremely angry. Ji Qiu, who only wanted to get intelligence for the time being, did not want to cause trouble, so he gave up the internal transformation plan. Instruct other agents to transform a batch of primary robots from the detectors outside the Chiba Universe Island and project them into the Chiba Universe Island. In this way, they can gradually infiltrate the Chiba Universe Island without anyone noticing. Inside the Chiba Universe Island, the primary robot passed through the crystal wall of the small universe and swaggered into the small universe. This small universe is a subsidiary small universe of a single universe. The name of the small universe is Black Snake Domain, and the name of the main universe is Flame God Realm. After collecting the intelligence of the Black Snake Domain, Ji Qiu behind the choosy robot has further deduced a lot of useful information from this intelligence. Qianya Universe Island is called Kanjuanshan here. Kanjuanshan contains more than 3,000 single universes, which are called realms. Under each realm is a small universe, which is called a domain. There are also very small universes, usually universes with a radius of less than 1,460 light-years, which are called small domains. In fact, these universes can also be divided into the Great Thousand Universe, Single Universe, the Middle Thousand Universe, Small Universe, and the Small Thousand Universe, Plane. In addition to the above-level universes, there are some artificially opened small spaces, some large and some small. The large space can be comparable to the plane, and contains relatively complete rules, and can even breathe life. The small space is those space rings and other things, which can only store dead things. Ji Qiu controlled the choosy robot through the Black Snake Domain and entered the Flame God Realm. As a single universe, the scope of the Flame God Realm is not small, with a radius of 17.64 grids, which is slightly smaller than the current universe. Due to the different cosmic physics rules from the new human universe island, the cosmic astronomical conditions inside the Chiba Universe Island are also particularly strange. In the Flame God Realm, there is no so-called cosmic Great Wall, only the void land, and some celestial bodies. A piece of land stretching for tens of billions of light-years floats in the universe of the Flame God Realm. There are quite a few such void lands. On the void land, countless strange creatures thrive. Some of them are as unknown as ordinary animals and plants, while others master strange physical rules and can control the power of nature. The choosy robot hides in the void, collecting all the information of the Flame God Realm and feeding it back to the new humans. On the other side, more and more choosy robots are transformed and then quickly projected into the interior of the Chiba Universe Island. As more and more choosy robots enter the interior of the Chiba Universe Island, the information of the Chiba Universe Island is also quickly collected by the Ghost Special Service. By analyzing this information, various intelligence about Qianya Universe Island was pieced together, including the him who dominated Qianya Universe Island for endless years. Him is, to a certain extent, equivalent to the will of the great Tao in myths and legends, while the cosmic will of those single universes and microcosms is equivalent to the will of heaven. During Ji Qiu's investigation, he found that this so-called him is very likely not a product of natural birth. and is not even a native product of Chinya Universe Island. This him may be a product of a great god civilization, or him itself is a great god civilization. 843.6 billion years ago, Chinya Universe Island was not the current model. There was no so-called cultivator civilization at that time. Before that, Chinya Universe Island was a technologically advanced universe island. All mutations originated from around 843.6 billion years ago. From a large amount of intelligence data, although him has erased the traces of an era on Chinya Universe Island over a long period of time. However, there are still some civilizations that have survived from ancient times, and some fragments of information have been preserved. Yi Jiqiu pieced together this information by unraveling it, and although this information is so fragmented, the new humans at least know part of the truth. Regarding the process of him controlling Chinya Universe Island, Yi Jiqiu has not yet obtained any useful information, but from the perspective of human nature being evil, he knows that him has bad intentions. Controlling a universe island and subverting the universe rules of this universe island must have its own intentions, and Yi Jiqiu does not believe that the other party will do useless work. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without reason, only interests that last until death. This great cosmic will controls the interior of Chinya Universe Island, keeps all creatures in Chinya Universe Island in captivity, and allows them to develop according to their predetermined routes. During the development process, it constantly stimulates and induces through the abnormal system. When a universe has completed its flowering and fruiting, it is the time for this universe to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. What he gains may be the technology, spells, skills, genes, in the development process of the universe, as well as experimental sample data. Yi Jiqiu looked at the intelligence analysis in his hand, and he had obviously figured out something. He was using the entire Chiba Universe Island as a laboratory. The Source Realm? Perhaps it is the core of this guy. Yi Jiqiu muttered to himself, and then he controlled countless choosy robots to spread to the Source Realm in the core area of Chiba Universe Island. Chapter 538. The imperceptible choosy robot traveled through the single universes of Chinya Universe Island, and finally arrived at the core area of this universe island. The he who caused the mutation of Chinya Universe Island is very likely to hide the core in the Source Realm. The Source Realm is very large, more than 10,000 times the volume of an ordinary single universe, with a radius of about 3,520 grids. A choosy robot just arrived at the universe crystal wall of the Source Realm, and was shocked by the universe crystal wall of the Source Realm. The cosmic crystal wall is detected, with a strength of 86,925 ticks, a thickness of 5,310 light-years, and layers inside the crystal wall. The strength of the cosmic crystal wall is based on the strength of the crystal wall of this universe, as a relative strength evaluation standard. The strength of the crystal wall of this universe before it was strengthened is the standard 1 tick. Even after being strengthened and transformed by the new humans many times, the strength of the crystal wall of this universe is only about 576 ticks. The strength of more than 80,000 ticks is more than 100 times that of the cosmic crystal wall of this universe at this time. In addition, the thickness of the Chinya Source Realm is also very large, and it is divided into 4 layers. It is difficult to enter the Chinya Source Realm secretly by ordinary means, and using violent means is estimated to be discovered by the will of the great universe. However, looking at the airtight Source Realm, Yi Jiqiu and others who control the choosy robot are more interested. The more the other party guards, the more it proves the importance of the Source Realm. Yi Jiqiu's eyes are shining, and his powerful thoughts control the choosy robot, and he activates the supercomputer system in the office for assistance. Instantly, an endless stream of data burst out, and began to analyze the rules of the universe crystal wall of the source world. In the system of the new human beings, there is no unrecognizable thing. If it is unrecognizable now, it can only mean that my detection methods and technological level are not enough, not that the other party has no solution. Everything in the universe is within the framework. There is no truly unsolvable thing. The thick and powerful crystal wall of the source world in front of me is also within the rules of the universe, and it is naturally something that can be cracked. Analyzing the information of the first layer of crystal wall rules. Huang's third law of grand unification, Fourier transform deformation equation. Analyzing the information of the second layer of crystal wall rules. Chaotic deformation Wei's 105th equation is substituted. Three-dimensional spacetime superposition effect. Third layer of crystal wall rules. The terrifying computing power analyzes the crystal wall of the source world in front of me. Everything is within the rules. No matter what they show on the outside, the truth does not have the distinction between the technological side and the mysterious side. The truth is the root of everything. Like peeling off a cocoon, the seemingly powerful cosmic crystal wall. After 5.4 years of analysis, the various rules on the source crystal wall have been completely exposed. Through this analysis, the choosy robot not only cracked the source crystal wall, but also reproduced the technology used on the source crystal wall. The cosmic crystal wall has been analyzed, and the rule information 0 body has been found. Function: blocking and identifying the choosy beam, and filtering the choosy. Yi Jiqiu was not too surprised. After all, the protective layer of defending against the choosy beam is the standard configuration of the general Great God civilization. He continued to control the primordial robot, analyzing the 0 sublayer behind the crystal wall layer. After cracking the 0 sublayer, he would be able to enter the source world. Yi Jiqiu was extremely curious about the situation inside the source world. The core area of a Great God civilization would hide some useful things. Especially for Pang Dashan's previous commission, he needed to investigate the great universe well of Qinya Universe Island, and whether it had been to the vacuum cemetery of Dahuang Universe Island. The eternal and unchanging long river of time did not start with the birth of all things, nor did it end with the end of the universe. The work of analyzing the 0 sublayer of the source world has been completed after 12.43 years. Yi Jiqiu controlled the choosy robot, and used the loopholes found in the analysis to easily enter the source world. This is a huge single universe, with 32 large void lands surrounding a sphere, or a universe in a universe. In the source world, almost all creatures in the entire Qinya Universe Island can be seen everywhere. Yi Jiqiu understands the origin of these creatures. There is a biological advancement path inside the Qinya Universe Island, and those creatures that have advanced to the peak of advanced civilization can only go to the source world. If they do not go to the source world, they will have to perish along with the single universe in the process of cosmic reincarnation. This mechanism is called transcendence in each single universe of Qinya Universe Island. As long as they enter the source world, these creatures will transform their bodies, and obtain the immortal body of the rule primary gene. Of course, the price is also very huge, that is, becoming the slave of him. On those 32 empty lands, there are hundreds of billions of transcendents living, and the number is no less than several trillion. Of course, there are more creatures in the source world than just these. There are also native creatures of the source world, and descendants of the transcendents. Altogether, there are no less than hundreds of trillions of intelligent creatures. Source world Kongming's How. Yi Jiqiu's choosy robot is attached to a great god-level creature, which is an owl man. After reading the gene sequence and memory of the owl man, Yi Jiqiu has understood some of the situations. These so-called transcendents have not achieved true evolution, but have been implanted with Immortal Matrix. Immortal Matrix? Isn't it just the rule base armor? Sure enough, he has bad intentions. Yi Jiqiu was not too surprised. He was only at the great god level. It would be a loss-making business to let those high-level creatures in the single universe evolve into great god-level creatures. First of all, the rule genes of each species are different. Yi Jiqiu doesn't believe that he would be so kind as to customize the rule genes for these species. Secondly, it is uncontrollable. Once these creatures obtain the real great god-level rule genes, there is a way to get rid of the possibility of control. Therefore, using the rule-base armor instead of the rule gene evolution is the best choice for him. This is like the heavenly Tao saint who used the Hongming purple chi to become a saint. The transcendent will be firmly controlled by him. And those creatures who evolve into the great god level by themselves are like the Hunyuan Daoyue Jingxian, who have achieved enlightenment by themselves. Although they do not have the support of the power of the universe, they have their own freedom. Unfortunately, it is impossible for a true transcendent to appear in Qinya Universe Island, because everything here is in him as control. Wanting to evolve into an independent great god-level creature within a great god civilization is probably wishful thinking. It can only be said that the interior of Qinya Universe Island is just a scientific laboratory in a fantasy skin, and those living beings are just pawns. However, Yi Jiqiu is not a saint, or the new humans are never good people, and good people cannot evolve to the great god level. He naturally does not sympathize with these Qinya creatures, controlling the choosy robots, lurking in the owl man, and using other choosy robots to attach to the creatures of the source world. Thanks to his careful thinking, these transcendents who use the immortal matrix to evolve have defects in their bodies, because they are not great god-level creatures. Such defects may be exposed in front of advanced civilizations, and advanced civilizations have no way to target transcendence. However, in front of great god-level civilizations, the defects of transcendence are fatal defects. Yi Jiqiu easily attached the choosy robot to the transcendent, which shows that the transcendent is not transcendent at all. Chapter 539. Yi Jiqiu had no time to deal with the fate of these China creatures. He was busy collecting information about the source world. Especially about the sphere at the core of the source world. That thing might be the body of him. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yi Jiqiu did not approach the huge sphere easily. Instead, he was very patient, lying dormant on the creatures of the source world, testing him little by little. Suddenly one day, "Boss, something is happening." Yi Jiqiu was completely focused, and he separated a thought. "What's wrong? Did we get discovered?" The agent beside him shook his head. "No, I found something. You understand when you see it." After glancing at the tens of thousands of terabytes of information, Yi Jiqiu's eyes suddenly shrank, and he looked through it again carefully. Finally, he took over the control of a choosy robot and observed it himself. The area where the agent discovered the abnormal situation was the man-phosphorus realm in Qinya Sanqian world. Yi Jiqiu controlled the choosy robot and quickly locked onto the target, which was an Earth-like planet in the man-phosphorus realm. Then he chose a creature to attach himself to, and Yi Jiqiu's will descended directly, but the creature didn't feel anything. Even the will of the heaven that governed this barbaric world didn't notice the abnormality. "Lu Wu, would you like a drink?" In the black market bar where all kinds of people gathered, a bearded three-eyed old man wiped the crystal glass. Yi Jiqiu flicked a mithril coin into the three-eyed old man's crystal glass, a glass of Migot. The three-eyed old man smiled and turned around to take out several bottles of wine of different colors from the wine rack and mixed them with smooth movements. Soon, a glass of light blue Migot appeared in front of Yi Jiqiu. He took 3 ice cubes from the ice bucket beside him and threw them into the wine. It was cold at first, and then his throat seemed to be on fire, but he remained calm. The three-eyed old man continued to wipe the crystal glass, restrained his voice, and told Yi Jiqiu some information. "This is the rule of this bar." In a corner of the bar hall, 5 figures in gray robes were also observing the people in the bar. But they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes watching them. To be precise, what Yi Jiqiu was concerned about was the tattoos on the hands of the 5 people, a dark purple tattoo with a vertical eye. Although the other party covered up the tattoo, it was a pity that Yi Jiqiu was a great god-level creature. How could an ant, a mere intermediate creature, escape his gaze? The Deadwood Bar was a place where all kinds of people mixed together, and this Earth-like planet was located at the junction of 3 small void lands, a typical no man's land. There are all kinds of races here, including fugitives, desperados, evil sorcerers, mercenaries, hunters and killers. Just like the 5 foreigners, they did not cause any waves, and their dress was very normal here. After receiving the information from the three-eyed old man, Yi Jiqiu ejected another mithril coin and rolled it accurately into the crystal cup. "Boss, there should be no problem with this mission, right?" A deep voice sounded among the 5 people. The person who spoke was a creature 2.3 meters tall. His body looked ordinary, but it was actually made up of tiny nanorobots. "We just need to send the target to the ruins of the God of Wilderness safely. It's best not to cause any trouble." After saying that, the leader glanced at the other 2 people with a cold look. The 2 people shuddered. Obviously the leader was warning them. One of the female demons with a one-horn smiled and said perfunctorily, "Of course we know the limits, and will not embarrass the Nether Dragon boss." The other guy was an old man with a goatee. His gloomy expression and skull ring showed his evil nature. The man standing behind the big boss, Ming Long, was a silent bandaged little giant, more than 6 meters tall. Fortunately, these guys were in the mixed crowd of human star, and the bar was spacious enough to accommodate those monsters. The door of the bar was suddenly pushed open by a white hand, and a figure covered in a gray robe walked into the bar. Then the man wearing a blood-marked mask seemed to casually glance at everyone present, and soon, he crushed a white stone crystal directly. Immediately, 12 people including the 5 foreigners and Lu Wu, Yi Jiqiu, stood up directly. That white stone crystal was a mercenary contract. At this time, a golden S symbol appeared on the palm of the Minotaur that Yi Jiqiu was attached to, which meant that the employment contract between the 2 parties was established. The blood-marked masked man led the 12 mercenaries to the outside of the city. The Son of Destiny? Yi Jiqiu thought to himself. He had obviously seen through the identity of the man with the blood-marked mask. He was the Son of Destiny selected by the will of the heaven of the barbarian phosphorus realm. Of course, there are at least 500 such Sons of Destiny in the barbarian phosphorus realm, if not 1,000. They think they can go against the will of heaven, but they don't know that they are just an insignificant pawn. What is the purpose of these guys? The guys Yi Jiqiu was talking about were naturally the 5 nether dragons. Although the existence behind Ming Long and the others had smuggled them in safely, it was a pity that the incompatible rule information could not be hidden from his eyes no matter how hard he tried. Yi Jiqiu was naturally concerned about these people and the existence behind them. He activated the supercomputer system and was constantly analyzing the purple eye tattoo and the technology that covered up the 5 people of Minglong. A group of people with their own ulterior motives came to a rocky mountain more than 100 kilometers away from the city. There stands a broken gate, which is also the origin of the name of Human Star. On this Human Star, there are many ancient stargates, and there are many coordinates on these stargates. Through the stargates, you can go to various places in the Man-Phosphorus realm, and even the coordinates of the small universe and planes affiliated with the Man-Phosphorus realm. These stargates existed 21.6 billion years ago, and were built by the ruling forces of the last era of the Man-Phosphorus realm. Although some of the stargates have been worn away by time, there are still some that can be used. The starry sky gate in front of him was obviously usable. The blood-marked masked man muttered some spells in a low voice, and then threw 7 black crystals into the mouth of the stone statue at the door. Yi Jiqiu saw through the principle of the starry sky gate at a glance, but it was a very simple use of wormholes. "Let's go!" The blood-marked masked man waved his hand indifferently, and then walked into the starry sky gate first. The 5 members of the Nether Dragon group, Yi Jiqiu did not hesitate, and stepped into the starry sky gate himself, and after a series of dizzy spells, they appeared in a valley. Yi Jiqiu looked up at the sky and immediately knew where he was. However, the 5 members of the Dark Dragon group, who he was concerned about, seemed to have no surprises, as if they had known the development of the matter in advance. Could it be that they had mastered the time dimension technology? No, it was impossible. Yi Jiqiu did not believe that the existence behind the other party would master the time dimension, because the existence of mastering the time dimension did not need to do such sneaky things. It was also difficult to directly descend on Qianya Universe Island to plunder the core of the source world. That could only mean that the other party collected the universe information mapping, or the information of the parallel universe.